Chapter 1. The beginning is dead. Why do you insist on coming up? Someone on the riverbank inquired. Li Fu's hazy consciousness gradually stirred, yet her hands clung desperately to the riverbank, regardless of her awareness. Even in a state of mere existence, her soul fought valiantly to ascend. Her body was besieged by countless vengeful spirits, inflicting a chilling agony that permeated every bone and sinew, as if her very flesh were being scraped away. "Hey, I'm talking to you," the individual seemed amused and squatted down. Since the inception of the River of Forgetfulness, no ghost has ever managed to crawl out. Would you care for a bowl of Meng Pis soup, to erase your past and be reborn? As he spoke, he stirred a bucket nearby. Erase the past? Li Fu raised her head devoid of a corporeal form. Her soul's eyes were pitch black, steeped in boundless torment. Her voice emerged, hoarse and grating like a broken gong. "Those who love me, protect me, or assist me all meet a grim fate. I have been flayed and dismembered, betrayed and tormented. How can I let go? How can the past be erased? Killing is but a mere nod of the head." Yet, ever since she encountered Hua Yue, her life had been a relentless cycle of suffering, worse than death itself. The wronged souls trapped in the River of Forgetfulness have never escaped. Most have lost their sanity, becoming vengeful spirits consumed by hatred, gnawing at her essence. Does it hurt? What is the pain of being flayed and dismembered compared to witnessing those willing to help one perish before one's eyes? The man extended his hand, touching her soul, and fragments of her past flickered before her. He murmured, "I see according to fate, you were meant to possess all 5 blessings, to marry a worthy husband, to enjoy a life of love, to belong to a prestigious family, and to have abundant offspring. But your husband encountered a cultivator, altering his destiny, while yours was gradually siphoned away until your life was cut short, met with a tragic death devoid of reincarnation." Li Fu trembled. She tilted her head back, her voice trembling. "Hua Yue is a cultivator?" No answer was required. All her confounding questions found resolution. Her hands gripped the riverbank, her dark pupils fixed intently on the man, each word deliberate. "There exists a celestial being?" Suddenly, she burst into laughter. So it is." Her mother, having been lightly struck by the other party, returned home gravely ill, with no remedy to be found. She believed it to be poisoning and, drenched in rain, reported the matter to the authorities, yet no cause for her mother's ailment could be discerned. Ultimately, she was punished with 20 lashes for false accusation. The Li family was known for their integrity, steadfast in their principles. Yet, a vast fortune of gold and silver was discovered within their home, and their granaries were inexplicably emptied overnight. The entire family was imprisoned, forcing her kin to cast her out, severing all ties. Those who had once stood by her were found guilty of corruption and sentenced to death. Driven to desperation by Hua Yue, she sought to confront him in a futile act of mutual destruction. Though she had not harmed him, when the officers barged in, Hua Yue was suddenly grievously wounded, blood pooling around him, while she stood amidst the crimson, the knife in her hand, unable to defend herself. She had a close friend who remained by her side, even in her darkest hours. Yet, within the confines of the government office, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she lost control of her body, uttering bizarre words that implicated her friend, leading to Hua Yue's tragic demise. Ingrate, she was left isolated, with no one daring to approach or believe her. One incident after another. So is truly so. What a cultivator. What a celestial being who uses their powers to oppress mortals. Li Fu smiled, yet a solitary tear fell from her obsidian eyes, splashing into the waters of the Wangchuan and creating ripples that danced across its surface. Those on the shore beheld this spectacle, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Throughout the ages, 2 immutable truths have persisted in Wangchuan. The water remains still, and the vengeful spirits do not emerge. This vengeful spirit was different. He stirred the nearby bucket, his voice resonating with a haunting timbre. "Since you are aware that she is a cultivator, and that those who can seize fortune are anything but ordinary, do you still wish to proceed?" "I must," Li Fu insisted, her hands clawing toward the surface. Yet the immense force of Wangchuan kept her ensnared, as though she were imprisoned in its depths. Yet a flicker of hope ignited within her, each word enunciated with fervor. "I seek to go to the place where the immortals are judged, to demand justice from Chun Shao and Hua Yue." In the realm of mortals, no one could intervene on behalf of cultivators. She was bereft of assistance. Now that she comprehended the existence of cultivators, Li Fu resolved to seek out those who held authority over her fate. Surely, justice must prevail in this world. The man gazed into Li Fu's hopeful eyes, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Very well. He extended his hand, grasping her wrist, and pulled her forth. Then I shall guide you out to the place where you can lodge your complaint against the immortals. The interminable cloud ladder seemed to stretch into infinity, with no clarity of the path behind, only the biting chill enveloping her. Li Fu clung desperately to the ladder, crawling upward inch by inch. Her body, way down, could barely rise. She could only creep along the jade steps, feeling as if she bore a 1,000-pound burden from the moment she set foot on the ladder, with occasional gusts of wind threatening to cast her into the abyss. She had lost count of the years spent climbing, yet the summit remained elusive. But ascend she must. Above lay the 9 heavens, the realm where the elders of the various sects convened to govern the affairs of the world, the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, the place where one could confront the immortals. The man had stated that for mortals and vengeful spirits alike, only this path the cloud ladder led to the 9 heavens. Only by scaling the ladder to its apex could one reach the 9 heavens and encounter the immortals who dispense justice. The weight upon her grew increasingly oppressive with each passing day. The higher she climbed, the fiercer the winds became, the colder the air turned, and the number of climbers dwindled. Those who remained seemed ever more despondent, their pleas growing desperate. A scholar cried out, "I have been wrongfully replaced, my name usurped throughout the kingdom of Yu. There is no recourse for my grievances. The officialdom is corrupt, taxes unbearable. The common people suffer in silence. For merely speaking a word of justice, I have been hunted to this place. I beg the immortals for salvation." Soon, he fell behind, unable to ascend further. A woman tumbled from above, blood splattering as her hoarse voice cried out. Du County offers daily tributes to the Taiwu sect, yet now a plague ravages us, leaving Du County nearly desolate. I implore the immortals to save Du County and cure the plague. She rolled down the ladder, and her voice was silenced. The Great Show has dark sorcery, abducting children to refine elixirs. I beseech the immortals to rescue the innocent. The kingdom of Jing offers daily tributes to the immortals, incense never ceasing. Now, as war rages in Jing, I implore the immortals to emerge and restore peace. I beseech the immortals. The voices dwindled, and the number of climbers grew ever smaller. An elder, unable to continue, knelt upon the seemingly endless steps, his forehead striking the stone, blood erupting, a heart-wrenching sight. Again and again, he lamented. The kingdom of Songliao is submerged, drowning 4 provinces and 16 towns. The flood persists, corpses litter the land, people resort to cannibalism. I implore the immortals to save us. I beseech the immortals to save the people of Songliao. I implore the immortals to rescue the citizens of Songliao. The elderly man swayed for a moment, then was swept away by the wind into the clouds, utterly obliterated. The blood spilled upon the celestial ladder left not a trace. This ladder remained pristine, untainted by dust. Time passed, though its measure was lost. The sounds around her faded, and she seemed to lose consciousness, with only the memories of the past propelling her body onward. At last the wind ceased. The oppressive weight lifted, the biting cold dissipated, and the heart-wrenching pleas faded away, replaced by the gentle murmur of flowing water and the sweet melodies of birds and blossoms, all vibrantly alive. It felt like a dream. Lying in tatters upon the ground, she slowly opened her eyes, gazing upward with a dazed expression. Had she arrived? Above the clouds, a grand hall stood majestically, enveloped in ethereal mist, with dragon and phoenix motifs frolicking at its gates, illuminated by dazzling rays that rendered one unable to open their eyes. The hall hosted its annual feast, where celestial gates stood tall. Various sects and numerous cultivators came and went, with carriages soaring through the clouds, platters of delicacies and barrels of fine wine, amidst joyous songs and dances, embodying leisure and harmony. Hurry, the elders are nearly here. The peach blossom wine, sent by the kingdom of Yu, is quite delightful. We shall indulge later. This year's peaches from the county are fewer, the offerings from these mortals are increasingly lackluster. We protect them, and in return, they provide offerings, as has always been tradition. It seems the kingdom of Jing is at war. We must urge them for their offerings. Our Songliao kingdom has received ample rainfall this year, and the silverfish have thrived. I shall send you a basket shortly. Someone noticed Li Fu and exclaimed, "Ah, how did this vengeful spirit end up in the ninth sky?" Another remarked, "It appears she descended from the celestial ladder. This ladder was constructed eons ago, and she is only the second to ascend. As cultivators, we must guide all beings, showing compassion to the world and accumulate merit. Let us take her to see the elders and ask her desires." With many guests present, the elders, upon hearing that someone had ascended the ladder, gathered to witness this event. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with cultivators, lavish food and drink laid before them, their curious gazes fixed upon the vengeful spirit. "What brings you to the ninth sky?" inquired the kindled fifth elder of the ninth sky. With a wave of his hand, Li Fu felt her burdens lift, a newfound strength coursing through her. Her tattered garments were mended, cleansed of their filth. Truly, the methods of the immortals. Gazing into the compassionate eyes of the elders, she felt a slight sense of peace, kneeling upon the ground, her forehead touching the earth as she recounted her tale. "In life, I was wed to Chun Shao for 3 years. I managed our household and honored my parents, confident I had never wronged him. Yet, after he disappeared for a month, he returned with an extramarital lover, Hua Yue, and placed her next door to the Chun residence. My mother chastised Chun Shao, and Hua Yue then used her immortal powers to take my mother's life. Subsequently, she detailed the horrific events, the murder of her mother, the framing of her family, the betrayal of her dearest friend, and the slaughter of all who would protect her. In total, 65 lives were lost. One by one, they fell before her, their deaths tragic, as Hua Yue allowed no one who loved her to survive, compelling her to witness the demise of those who perished because of her. The despair of such helplessness far surpassed the agony of being skinned and dismembered. It was a deeper pain. Even in the depths of her agony, where only her spirit remained, Li Fu trembled, her fingertips quivering. She drew a deep breath, forcing the words from her throat with great difficulty. "Chun Shao has betrayed us, and Hua Yue has used her celestial arts to harm countless innocent souls. We beseech the immortal to deliver justice on our behalf." The grand hall fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, a voice finally broke the stillness. "Is this all?" Chapter 1. The beginning is already dead. "Why do you insist on climbing up?" Someone asked her from the riverbank. Li Fu's consciousness, once clouded, gradually began to awaken, yet her hands clung desperately to the riverbank. Regardless of her awareness, even with her corporeal form diminished to a mere wisp of soul, she fought valiantly to ascend. Her body was besieged by a myriad of vengeful spirits, the agonizing pain gnawing at her essence, rendering her limbs as if they were being scraped to the bone. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The man, seemingly intrigued, crouched down beside her. "In all of Chang'an, there has never been a ghost that could climb out. Would you care for a bowl of Mengpa soup? Let the past dissipate, and you may be reborn into a better life." As he spoke, he stirred the bucket beside him. "Let the past dissipate?" Li Fu lifted her head, devoid of a physical form, her soul's eyes as dark as the abyss, submerged in ceaseless torment. Her voice rasped like a broken gong. "Those who love me, protect me, or assist me all meet with a grim fate. I have been flayed, my bones excised, betrayed by kin, and endured endless suffering. How can I let go? How can the past truly vanish? Murder is merely a nod of the head." Yet, since the moment she encountered Hua Yue, her life had been one of relentless torment, a living hell. The souls trapped in the River of Forgetfulness had never found a way out. Most had lost their wits, becoming vengeful spirits consumed by hatred, gnawing at her very being. Does it hurt? What pain could compare to being flayed and having one's bones stripped? And what agony surpasses witnessing each person willing to help oneself perish before one's eyes? The man extended his hand, brushing against her spirit, and fragments of her past flickered before her eyes. He murmured, "I see according to fate, you were meant to possess all 5 blessings, to marry a worthy consort, to live a life of love, to dwell among the noble, and to be blessed with plentiful offspring. Yet, your husband encountered an immortal, and your fate was altered, as your fortune was gradually siphoned away until you met an untimely death, without the hope of reincarnation. Li Fu trembled. She raised her head, her voice quaking. Hua Yue is an immortal? No answer was needed. All her unanswered questions found resolution. Her hands gripped the riverbank as her obsidian pupils fixed intently on the man, each word dripping with revelation. An immortal truly exists? She suddenly erupted in laughter. Ah, so that's it. Her mother had been lightly struck by the other party and returned home, only to succumb to a grave illness that no remedy could cure. She believed poison had been administered, and in a torrential downpour, she rushed to the authorities to lodge a complaint, yet could not uncover the cause of her mother's ailment, ultimately facing 20 lashes for false accusations. The Li family upheld a reputation of integrity and propriety. Yet, a vast fortune of gold and silver was discovered within their home, while their granaries inexplicably lay barren overnight. The entire family was imprisoned, forcing her kin to cast her out, severing ties, and those who dared to stand by her were found guilty of embezzlement and sentenced to execution. Driven to desperation by Hua Yue, she sought a mutual demise. Though she had not harmed the other, when the constables barged in, Hua Yue lay grievously injured, blood pooling around her, while she stood among the crimson, unable to defend herself. She had a close friend who remained by her side in her darkest hour. Yet within the confines of the government, she could not fathom why her body betrayed her, uttering bizarre accusations that ultimately led to her friend's tragic demise, leaving her with a heart full of betrayal and no one daring to approach or believe her. One incident after another, each more harrowing than the last. So this was the truth, this was the reality. What a remarkable immortal. What a remarkable immortal who uses celestial arts to torment mortals. Li Fu smiled, yet a single tear fell from her inky black pupils, splashing into the waters of the River of Forgetfulness, sending ripples across its surface. Onlookers at the riverbank gasped, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. To this day, two immutable truths have persisted regarding the River of Forgetfulness. The water remains still, and vengeful spirits do not emerge. This spirit was different. He stirred the nearby bucket, his voice resonating with a lingering tone. Since you are aware that she is a cultivator, and that those who can seize fortune are no ordinary beings, do you still wish to venture forth? I must, Li Fu declared, her hands continuing to claw towards the surface. The immense force of the river held her captive, as if she were entrapped within its depths. Yet, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, and she articulated each word with fervor. I wish to go to the place where immortals are judged, to seek justice from Chun Shao and Hua Yue. In the realm of mortals, cultivators were beyond reproach, leaving her without recourse. Now that she understood the existence of cultivators, Li Fu sought those who could offer her assistance. Surely, justice must exist in this world. The man gazed intently into Li Fu's hopeful eyes and suddenly smiled. Very well. He extended his hand, grasping her wrist, and pulled her forth. Then I shall take you away, to the place where you can lodge your grievances against the immortals. The interminable cloud ladder stretched endlessly, with no clarity of the path behind, only a biting cold enveloping her. Li Fu clung tightly to the ladder, crawling her way upwards inch by inch. Her body felt as if it were crushed under an immense weight, forcing her to crawl along the jade steps. From the moment she embarked on the ladder, it felt as though she bore a burden of 1,000 pounds. The occasional gusts of wind threatened to cast her into the abyss. Years had passed as she climbed, yet the end remained elusive. But she had to ascend. Above lay the celestial realm, the domain where the elders of various sects presided over worldly affairs, the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the place where one could accuse an immortal. The man had said that for mortals and vengeful spirits, the only path to the celestial realm was through the cloud ladder. Only by reaching the summit of the ladder could one ascend to the celestial realm and meet the immortals who uphold justice. The weight pressing down upon her grew heavier with each passing day. The higher she climbed, the more ferocious the winds became, the colder the air turned, and the number of climbers dwindled. Those who remained grew increasingly despondent, their pleas echoing with desperation. A scholar cried out, I have been wronged, my name usurped in the kingdom of you. There is no avenue for redress. The bureaucracy is rife with corruption and excessive taxation, leaving the common folk in torment. For merely speaking a word of justice, I have been hunted to this very spot, immortal. I beseech you, save me. Soon, he fell behind, unable to climb further. A woman tumbled down from above, blood splattering as her voice grew hoarse. Du County offers daily tributes to the Taiwu sect, yet now plague ravages the land, and Du County faces extinction. Immortal, I implore you save Du County, cure the plague. She rolled down the ladder, her voice fading into silence. Great Cien has demons, abducting children for alchemy. Immortal, save the innocent. The kingdom of Jing pays homage to the immortals daily, yet now it is engulfed in turmoil. Immortal, emerge and quell the bloodshed. Immortal, I plead. The voices diminished, and so did the number of climbers. An elderly man, unable to ascend any further, knelt upon the seemingly endless steps, his forehead striking the stone, blood splattering in a gruesome display, again and again, as he mournfully cried out. The kingdom of Tsang Liao is inundated, drowning 4 provinces and 16 towns. The flood rages on, corpses abound. Cannibalism ensues. Immortal, save me. Save the people of Tsang Liao. Immortal, I implore you to save the citizens of Tsang Liao. The old man staggered, swept into the clouds by the wind, shattered, and vanished without a trace. The blood that splattered upon the cloud ladder left no mark. This ethereal ascent remained untouched by dust and grime. Time slipped away unnoticed. The sounds around her faded, and she seemed to lose consciousness. Yet the memories of the past compelled her body to ascend further. At last the wind ceased. The weight upon her lifted, the biting cold dispersed, and the heart-wrenching pleas faded into silence, replaced by the gentle flow of water and the melodious songs of birds amidst abundant blossoms, a scene vibrant with life. It felt like a dream. She lay there in tatters, slowly opening her eyes, gazing upwards with a dazed expression. Had she arrived? Above the clouds, a majestic hall stood tall, enveloped in an aura of divinity, with dragon and phoenix motifs frolicking at the grand entrance, radiant hues dazzling enough to blind the unaccustomed eye. The hall was hosting its annual feast, a gathering of celestial realms. Various sects and numerous cultivators moved about, flying carriages gliding through the clouds, platters of exquisite delicacies, and jars of fine wine, all amidst a backdrop of joyous song and dance, a scene of leisurely merriment. Hurry, the elders are nearly here. The peach blossom wine from the Feather Kingdom is delightful. Let's indulge later. This year's peaches from the county are scarce. The offerings from these mortals are increasingly insincere. We protect them, and in return, they should fulfill their offerings, as tradition dictates. It seems the kingdom of Jing is at war. We should urge them for their offerings. Our Tsang Liao kingdom has seen abundant rainfall this year. The silver fish have thrived remarkably. I'll send you a basket shortly. Someone noticed Li Fu and exclaimed, "Oh, how did this vengeful spirit find her way to the 9 heavens?" Another remarked, "She seems to have descended from the cloud ladder. The ladder was constructed millennia ago. She is only the second to ascend. As cultivators, we must extend our compassion to all beings, accumulate merit, and take her to meet the elders to inquire about her wishes." With a multitude of visitors today, the elders, having heard of someone ascending the cloud ladder, gathered to witness the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the hall filled with cultivators, sumptuous feasts laid before them, their curious gazes fixed upon the vengeful spirit. "What brings you to the 9 heavens?" inquired the elder seated at the head, his demeanor gentle and kind. With a wave of his hand, Li Fu felt her burdens lift, her strength returning. Even her tattered, filthy garments were mended, cleansed of grime. Truly, the powers of the celestial beings. Li Fu, gazing into the compassionate eyes of the elders, felt a measure of solace and knelt before them, pressing her forehead to the ground as she recounted her tale. "In life, I was wed to Chun Shao for 3 years. I managed the household and honored my parents, believing I had never wronged him. Yet, a month after his disappearance, he returned with a mistress, Hua Yue, and placed her next door in the Chen residence. My mother rebuked Chun Shao for this betrayal, only for Hua Yue to employ her celestial powers to take my mother's life. Then, she spoke of the horrors her mother's murder, the framing of her family, the wrongful accusations against her dearest friend, and the slaughter of all who had sought to protect her. In total, 65 lives were lost. One by one, they fell before her, their deaths tragic, as Hua Yue spared none who loved her, compelling Li Fu to witness their demise, each death laid at her feet. The despair of helplessness was far more agonizing than the final torment of being flayed and dissected. Even in the depths of suffering, with her very essence hanging by a thread, Li Fu trembled, her fingertips quivering. She inhaled deeply, forcing the words from her throat with great difficulty. Chun Shao has betrayed us, and Hua Yue has employed celestial sorcery to harm countless innocent souls. We implore the celestial beings to seek justice on our behalf. The hall fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, a voice broke the stillness. Is this all? Chapter 2. I desire to plummet from the heavens. Beside her, another individual shook his head, expressing his disappointment. Is this all there is? I expected something more entertaining. Yet it turns out to be rather mundane. Hearing this, Li Fu lifted her head in disbelief. She inquired, are the 66 lives, including mine, truly of such insignificance? The man, looking down from his elevated position, scoffed. You mere mortals have fleeting lives. A few decades pass in the blink of an eye, and all shall meet their end. Li Fu was taken aback. Elder Wu cleared his throat, preparing to speak, but then seemed to recollect something, pondering aloud. Hua Yue, Chen Shao, why do these names resonate so profoundly? Someone in the crowd suddenly raised their head, casting an odd glance upward. Elder Si, who had remained silent with a grim expression since Li Fu began to speak, finally broke his silence. Hua Yue, my little disciple, a member of the Tai Wu sect. Decades ago, she returned with an exceptionally gifted companion, Chen Shao, who was subsequently taken in by Elder San to cultivate in Peng Lai. It is said that his talents are extraordinary, a rarity to encounter in a millennium. Elder Si sneered. You, a vengeful spirit, dare to ascend to the heavens with your unresolved grievances? In life, you were but a trivial mortal. What need have I for my disciple, a golden core true practitioner, to expend effort against you? Just as Li Fu was about to respond, Elder Si continued. Moreover, even if she had committed those acts, my disciple's actions are bound by cause and effect. The realms of immortals and mortals are distinct, and it is undoubtedly you who provoked her first. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Take her away. As someone stepped forward to escort her from the celestial realm, Li Fu, having spent a decade reaching this point, could not simply concede. The truth of my words will be known to the immortals. Let me confront Hua Yue, and the reality shall be unveiled. She struggled, unwilling to relinquish hope. Elder Si's brow furrowed tighter, his patience waning. Elder Wu pondered for a moment and then addressed him. The cloud ladder has remained untraveled for millennia. Since she has ascended, why not allow Hua Yue a moment to meet her? Let her find clarity in death. Just as Elder Si was about to respond, suddenly, Elder Da and Elder Sen approached briskly, followed closely by Hua Yue and Chen Shao. Li Fu instinctively sensed something and turned her head. She reached out, attempting to grasp Hua Yue as she passed by. With a mere flick of her hand, Hua Yue sent Li Fu sprawling to the ground, leaving her momentarily dazed. Hua Yue wrinkled her nose in distaste, shaking off the lingering resentment that clung to her. How unfortunate. This scene unfolded within the grand hall, yet the others appeared oblivious. For it was Li Fu who had made the first move. Elder Wu expressed his astonishment. Elder Da, why have you brought them here? Do you not realize? Elder Da shook his head, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. Everyone, the banquet is suspended. Set aside your trivial matters, for we must deliberate on a significant issue. The crowd was perplexed. He drew a deep breath, articulating each word. The destined ones have appeared. It is Hua Yue and Chen Shao. Boom. The grand hall erupted in chaos. The elders, who had been reveling moments ago, turned somber, rising to their feet as wine and delicacies scattered across the floor. Could it be that the harbinger of doom for the cultivation world had arrived? The visage of the third elder bore an unusually grave expression. The apocalyptic prophecy from a millennium ago foretold the descent of the Lord of ghostly malice, heralding a cataclysm for the realm of cultivation. The subsequent phrase spoke of the fated individual, a glimmer of hope. Now that the fated one has arrived, we suspect that the Lord of ghostly malice is on the verge of manifesting. With the emergence of the destined individual, it is likely that the calamity is imminent. The exalted immortals, usually aloof, became serious, each bearing an expression of solemnity and gravity. The first elder commanded, "Let us convene." The assembly promptly followed his lead. Li Fu, coughing up black blood, struggled to rise. her frail form swaying unsteadily as she managed to stand upright. Her obsidian eyes, swirling with tumultuous emotions, gazed at their retreating figures. Her voice unervingly calm. "And what of my plight? I have toiled to ascend to the heavens, yearning for justice. Is my grievance to be dismissed as trivial? The prophecy pertains to the fate of all living beings, and to delay it for my insignificant matter. Does that not wrong the world?" A voice interjected with a frown, rebuking her. There was no need for further confrontation. Her personal grievances could not hinder the greater matters at hand. The first elder turned back, casually summarizing the day's debates. Hua Yue is the fated one. Her actions are bound by divine order. Even if there be some missteps, considering her capacity to save the masses, punishment is unwarranted. You, a wronged spirit, have ascended to the heavens and wrongly accused the fated one. Yet, given that ascending the heavenly ladder allows for the granting of a wish, your grievances cancel each other out, and thus, no punishment is required. You are both absolved. The prophecy concerns the Lord of Ghostly Malice's descent, and we have pressing matters to attend to. You should return whence you came. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he strode away, followed by the other elders. They were all preoccupied with the imminent arrival of the fated one and the impending descent of the Lord of Ghostly Malice. Who had time to listen to a wronged spirit? It was akin to an ant challenging a cultivator. To put it bluntly, they were cultivators themselves, disinclined to heed complaints from a mere mortal. Shen Xiao lagged a few steps behind. He turned back to her, pausing for a moment before softly speaking. A wronged spirit lingers in the River of Forgetfulness for too long, accumulating too much resentment to enter the cycle of reincarnation. You have been dead for 33 years. It is time for you to move on. Li Fu remained silent. Shen Xiao continued, "Hurry along, lest you provoke the elder's displeasure." Finally, Li Fu raised her head, her eyes dark and unfathomable, each word deliberate. "Why? Is it justified to slay my kin, to torment me, to harm me? Is it wrong for me to seek justice against cultivators? By what right? How can this grievance be resolved? Having once been mortal?" Shen Xiao pondered if he could provide her with an answer. Li Fu fixed her gaze upon him, demanding a response. Shen Xiao lowered his eyes, speaking slowly. "There is a distinction between immortals and mortals." Li Fu laughed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "What a splendid distinction! Wherein lies the reason? The immortals themselves are the reason." "Xiaolang, why are you wasting words with her?" Hua Yue interjected, returning with a furrowed brow, her impatience evident. "We must hurry. The elders are awaiting us." With that, she grasped Shen Xiao's arm and departed. Li Fu watched their retreating forms, her silence profound. Hua Yue glanced back at her, meeting her gaze, and sneered lightly, her hand dismissively waving as if to say, "I do this intentionally. What can a mere mortal do against me? The distinction between immortals and mortals is the law." Li Fu felt her body lighten, and she soared out of the grand hall as if she were refused, effortlessly cast into the vast expanse of the heavens, no longer struggling, nor debating. Her pitch-black eyes fixated on the retreating figures of those around her and the flourishing realm above, her pupils subtly tinged with red. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself back in the River of Forgetfulness. A man stirred the Mengpa soup, raising an eyebrow. "Awake? Had I not timely caught you on the heavenly ladder today, you would have been shattered by the tempest." Li Fu propped herself up, slowly sitting upright. She parted her lips, her voice hoarse. "Thank you. How did you end up being cast down? Is there no justice?" The man inquired curiously. Li Fu's gaze darkened as she shook her head. "There is no justice there. It is the most unreasonable place in the world. The realm of cultivators is even more unruly than that of mortals. Only when their interests and safety are at stake do they deign to take notice." The man scoffed lightly, seemingly unfazed. He ladled out a bowl of murky Mengpa soup and asked her, "And what of now? Do you wish to drink a bowl and be reincarnated as a cultivator in your next life, rather than a mortal?" Yet Li Fu questioned him. "Is it only cultivators who possess the power to destroy heaven and earth?" The man squinted at her, clicking his tongue. "Certainly not. Cultivators refine spiritual energy." He pointed to the swirling resentment in the River of Forgetfulness and the vengeful spirits steeped in grievance, embodiments of calamity and misfortune, whom cultivators seek to eradicate. Li Fu gazed at the River of Forgetfulness, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped into its depths. "Thank you. The past cannot be wholly erased. Resentment and injustice linger. How can one be reincarnated?" The man called after her. "Are you not seeking justice? There is no justice in this world. They stand above all, draining the flesh and blood of mortals, while loftily proclaiming the distinction between the celestial and the mundane, espousing their own doctrines and karmic truths. Li Fu re-entered the River of Forgetfulness, her words deliberate. I seek no justice from others. She sank completely into the river, the surface remaining undisturbed. The man shook his head. Yet another vengeful spirit had emerged in the River of Forgetfulness. He withdrew his gaze, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, the heavens shifted dramatically. Thunder erupted from the void, and the waters of the River of Forgetfulness roiled violently, countless vengeful souls howling in tumult. As the grievances of the world converged upon the river like black dragons rushing forth, the entire River of Forgetfulness was shrouded in dark energy, the slumbering vengeful spirits awakening to a cacophony of chaos. A great upheaval in the six realms. The man's pupils constricted as he gazed upward in disbelief, for the malevolent energy above was coalescing. He plunged into the River of Forgetfulness, fixating on the woman at the heart of the dark energy. The resentful spirits swirled around her, her soul darkening as the river, composed of grievance, surged tumultuously, the wails of vengeful spirits echoing relentlessly. Between heaven and earth, an ominous aura permeated the air. He breathed rapidly, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" In the realm above, the third elder rarely displayed a smile. It is precisely because he is a person of destiny that within just a few decades, Shen Xiao will attain the golden core, becoming a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. The first elder gazed enviously. Though he held the title of first elder, being a member of the Buddhist Sun sect, he marveled at the quiet emergence of a destined individual in Penglai, a matter of great honor. As the four elders squinted their eyes, they realized that the Taiwu sect also had a destined individual. After pondering for a moment, one of them remarked, "The destined one is of utmost importance. Although they are your disciple, they must be treated with great caution. From now on, they shall reside in the 9 heavens, with various sects providing resources for their cultivation, enabling them to achieve greatness swiftly." Upon hearing this, Hua Yue felt a surge of joy, while Chun Xiao nodded in agreement. With the resources of the entire cultivation world at their disposal, their training would be significantly more efficient. Some harbored a sense of complacency, thinking, it has been 10,000 years without any apocalyptic tribulation, perhaps. Suddenly, the 9 heavens trembled violently, causing wine to spill across the table and peaches to roll, slipping into the clouds. A chorus of gasps erupted around them, as many struggled to maintain their footing. What has happened? The crowd was momentarily stunned, and then their expressions shifted to one of alarm. The Grand Elder vanished from sight, with others hastily following suit. What is going on? Hua Yue asked, bewildered. Chen Xiao shook his head, his expression grave. Something is amiss. We must follow and see. The group hastened to the summit of the 9 heavens. Indeed, the ancient stone tablet, inscribed with proverbs, suddenly split open, emanating black mist, with ghostly figures swirling within, carrying an ominous and chilling aura. A shiver ran down their spines. The once benevolent Grand Elder's face had transformed, and he spoke in terror. The Lord of ghostly calamity has descended. The apocalyptic tribulation is upon us. In the realm of Wanchuan, Li Fu abruptly opened her eyes. Her once pitch-black pupils now glowed crimson, as vengeful spirits howled around her, the River of Forgetfulness roiling with thick resentment. What do you intend to do? She declared, her voice calm, yet resolute. I seek justice for myself. I will bring the 9 heavens down, blurring the lines between the celestial and the mortal. Chapter 3. The Descent of the Lord of Ghostly Calamity in the 9 heavens. The 4 elders had shed their previous arrogance, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they stared intently at the proverb tablet. How can this be? How could the apocalyptic tribulation manifest so suddenly? Indeed, what should we do now? This is the end of world tribulation for the cultivation realm. The destined individual was still quite weak, and the proverbs did not provide guidance on how to confront such a calamity. The surrounding murmurs grew louder and more frantic. Hua Yue's face paled slightly. Instinctively reaching out to grasp Chun Zhao's sleeve, her eyes filled with unease. She was aware of her status as the destined one and understood that she was crucial in preventing the apocalypse. She had previously felt quite self-assured. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the terrifying aura emanating from the tablet made her feel as though she were being targeted, sending chills from her feet to the crown of her head. She could not suppress her fear. Can we truly contend with the Lord of Ghostly Calamity? Chen Xiao gently patted her hand, murmuring reassurances. Listen to the elder. Hua Yue nodded, gripping him tightly. The Grand Elder pressed his dry lips together, his voice hoarse. This is a grave matter. We should consult the great ascension masters of the various sections. As his words fell, shadows began to materialize upon the stone tablet. They were phantoms, each exuding an ethereal presence. Merely standing there, they instilled a sense of reverence, making it impossible to gaze directly upon them. Even when one looked up, they could only see blinding light, obscuring their forms. Seated cross-legged in the void, as if mere projections, they formed hand seals, raised before their chests. The masters, the four elders rejoiced. These were the great ascension masters who had long been in seclusion. The Mahayana practitioners are the ones who may be regarded as esteemed individuals. Those below the transformation of spirit are mere Taoists, while those above it are true immortals. At the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, everyone bows in reverence. The Grand Elder raises his head, urgency in his tone. Esteemed ones, we are aware of the impending calamity of annihilation. The emergence of the destined individual has long foretold this catastrophe. There is cause and effect. There is no need for alarm. For this may also present an opportunity for the realm of cultivation. No one speaks, yet a voice resounds clearly in their ears. It is the voice of the esteemed Hua Yue from the Taiwu sect. Why? Someone gasps in surprise. Since this day, there have been no ascendants in the realm of cultivation. The path of cultivation has traversed through Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, transformation of spirit, vast emptiness, and culminates in Mahayana, where breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. The calamity of annihilation could also be an opportunity for salvation. The merit of saving the world may indeed allow for a breakthrough into Mahayana. The voice of the esteemed Du Hua reverberates, timeless and profound. The crowd falls silent, instinctively turning their gazes towards Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. The Grand Elder furrows his brow. They have only just embarked upon the Tao. Their cultivation is still lacking. They are but the lords of vengeful spirits spawned from resentment. The emerging lord of vengeful spirits must be eradicated swiftly, and the destined individual can accomplish this. 2 gleaming golden talismans are thrust into Chen Xiao's and Hua Yue's bodies, and simultaneously, a sword of red and blue appears. Accompanied by the words, "The destined individual shall locate the lord of vengeful spirits." This is the sword of extermination, forged over 10 millennia to vanquish the lord of vengeful spirits. As the red and blue sword descends, it suddenly splits into 2, becoming 1 red and 1 blue destined sword. Go forth. The will of heaven restricts us. We cannot intervene at present. With that, several shadows fade simultaneously, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye, leaving behind 2 swords, 1 fiery red and 1 azure blue, floating before the onlookers. Hua Yue is taken aback. Why have the esteemed ones departed? Do they not care about the calamity of annihilation? The Grand Elder fixates on the 2 swords. His eyes bright with fervor. They have left behind a gift. The esteemed ones are but a step away from ascension. The secrets of heaven must not yet be revealed. Moreover, the esteemed ones are correct. This is indeed an opportunity for ascension in the realm of cultivation. He extends his hand, presenting the 2 swords to Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, his voice brimming with excitement. Take them. These are your destined swords, the ultimate weapons for exterminating the lord of vengeful spirits. Hua Yue feels a mix of excitement and trepidation, instinctively glancing at Chen Xiao. At this moment, Chen Xiao has already reached out to grasp the blue sword. It trembles, almost merging with him in an instant, as if it were destined to be his weapon. A blue light flickers in his eyes, and his usually cold countenance is illuminated with exhilaration. Seeing this, Hua Yue takes a deep breath and clutches the red sword. The Lord of Vengeful Spirits is newly born. Now is the time of its greatest weakness, possibly even devoid of power. We shall set up a formation to trace the tracks of the Lord of Vengeful Spirits. The Grand Elder gestures, raising his hand. From the array, the Elder's expressions grow solemn as they extend their hands. The Wangchuan resembles a boundless lake, yet it contains no water. Instead, it is saturated with the resentful energy that the world seeks to evade. All the vengeful spirits unwilling to drink the Mengpa soup are tainted with resentment as they enter Wangchuan, suffering the gnawing of other resentful spirits until they lose consciousness and transform into vengeful beings themselves, feeding on yet more spirits. The resentment thickens. A man observes the vengeful spirits entwining Li Fu, watching the surging waters of Wangchuan, and he suddenly smiles. In the celestial realms, a great calamity descends. The Lord of ghostly malevolence emerges, prompted by the unjust treatment of a mortal by a cultivator, a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. The celestial beings of the 9 heavens overlooked this spirit's grievances, unaware that it was the very catalyst for the arrival of the Lord of ghostly malevolence. What they feared most was, ironically, what they deemed insignificant. Amidst a moment of ennui, he found himself entangled in a rather amusing affair. Your situation is unique, unlike any other vengeful spirit in existence. Yet, you have only just begun your journey into the Tao, your strength markedly feeble, and you have stirred such commotion. The denizens of the 9 heavens will soon take notice. Even the reclusive elders may emerge from their seclusion. The man approached Li Fu, a smile gracing his lips. You will soon be discovered and likely perish in your weakness. Do you wish to enhance your strength? I can assist you. Li Fu looked up at him, her gaze filled with curiosity. She had sensed the unusual malice emanating from the River of Forgetfulness. Absorbing this malevolence had indeed caused quite a stir. Who are you, and why do you wish to help me? She inquired. At that moment, she took note of the man's appearance. He was strikingly handsome yet unkempt, his hair tousled and hastily tied, his garments patched and tattered. He bore no resemblance to an immortal, yet he was not an ordinary mortal either. His captivating visage and unique aura were such that one could hardly recall his features after a mere glance, as if they were meant to be forgotten, a peculiar enigma. Who do you think I am? He retorted. Li Fu pondered the cauldron of Meng Po's soup and tentatively suggested, Meng Po? The man, momentarily speechless, replied. Given that you mention Meng Po, I assure you I am not she. Li Fu fell silent. My name is Buwang, he said, scratching his head and flashing a grin. I reside in the River of Forgetfulness. With Meng Po in seclusion, I now oversee the soup. You may call me Meng Gong. Li Fu responded, Buwang, why do you not speak? Taking a deep breath, she shifted the topic. How can I enhance my strength? Did you not say those in the 9 heavens would soon discover my presence? How can I grow stronger in such a short time? Buwang rubbed his nose, his expression turning serious as he gestured downward. I have heard a legend in the River of Forgetfulness. It is a place where malevolence converges. Vengeful spirits, imbued with resentment, enter the river, absorb this malice, and consume one another, forming powerful wraiths. These spirits remain in the river due to a weapon at its depths, known as the Emperor's Sword Banner. This banner can suppress vengeful spirits and command those comparable to the most advanced cultivators. If you were to obtain it, would it not be a significant enhancement of your power? Li Fu furrowed her brows. She had perused many texts in her previous life. She was not naive. Even if she lacked knowledge of the cultivation realm or the River of Forgetfulness, she understood that such a treasure could not possibly remain hidden there. Nor could it be easily acquired. The immortals above, many of whom were greedy, would surely covet it. As if sensing her thoughts, Buwang's eyes twinkled mischievously, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Everyone knows the Emperor's sword banner lies at the bottom of the river, yet none can locate it. Moreover, the malevolence at the depths is overwhelming. Even immortals cannot endure it for long. Pausing, he added, however, you might stand a chance, being the Lord of ghostly malevolence. The last few words were scarcely audible, and Li Fu did not catch them. She lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. What do you think? Will you seek the Emperor's sword banner? I have calculated that it may take them 2 hours to find you. And from the 9 heavens to the River of Forgetfulness also takes 2 hours. Thus, you possess a total of 4 hours. It is futile to analyze with fingers. The River of Forgetfulness has no boundaries and is unfathomably deep. It would be exceedingly difficult to locate anything within 4 hours. And at that moment, your fate would be sealed. There remains a chance to escape now. You could traverse among the grievances of the mortal realm to evade pursuit and quietly strengthen yourself. Before the thought could fully form, Li Fu had already plunged beneath the River of Forgetfulness. Wu Wang's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. Indeed, worthy of being the Lord of ghostly calamity, one must either grow powerful or face death. Chapter 4. The Pursuit 9 Heavens. They found it. The Grand Elder's face was ashen, his gaze fixated on the center of the formation. There, amidst the interwoven silver patterns, a mirror gradually emerged, its spiritual energy undulating, inscribed with 2 words, River of Forgetfulness. It is truly in the River of Forgetfulness. The third elder exclaimed. Hua Yue turned to Xin Xiao, intending to speak, but noticed an unusual expression on his face as he glanced in the direction Li Fu had departed. A heaviness settled in Hua Yue's heart as she softly inquired, What are you looking at? Xin Xiao shook his head. Nothing. Hua Yue's gaze flickered, and she too looked towards the direction Li Fu had taken. She had just manipulated a few things, and descending to the 9 heavens would not be easy. Those mortals could hardly enter the cycle of reincarnation. They were likely already torn apart by the tempest, no longer existing in this world. The 4th elder of the River of Forgetfulness murmured. Although the River of Forgetfulness is laden with grievances, with the imperial sword banner present, few vengeful spirits can emerge. How could the Lord of Ghostly Calamity suddenly descend from the River of Forgetfulness? The Grand Elder seemed to recall something, his pupils constricting, raising his voice. This is bad. The Imperial Sword Banner. The Lord of Ghostly Calamity's objective may be the Imperial Sword Banner. We must hurry to the River of Forgetfulness. As his words fell, he vanished from sight. The 3rd Elder, 4th Elder, and others grew solemn, taking Shun Xiao along as Hua Yue followed. They could not allow the Lord of Ghostly Calamity to obtain the Imperial Sword Banner. For hours had already elapsed. Wu Wang stood nearby, flicking a cloth belt in his hand, reminding, the people from the 9 heavens are almost here, and you have yet to find even a fraction of the River of Forgetfulness. Beneath the River of Forgetfulness was a profound darkness, devoid of anything. All that met the eye was identical blackness. Not a trace of the Imperial Sword Banner could be found, nor even a shadow of a sword. Li Fu pressed her lips together in contemplation. Searching aimlessly was not a solution. Where could the Imperial Sword Banner possibly be? She drifted into a trance, when suddenly, Wu Wang seized her arm, whispering urgently, "Be cautious. Do you not see the great vengeful spirit?" Li Fu abruptly halted her steps, treading lightly. Looking up, she indeed spotted a swirling mass of dense black energy ahead, coiling and pulsating like a heartbeat, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Beneath the River of Forgetfulness, there was not nothingness. Numerous vengeful spirits comparable to those in the transformation stage lurked. She had already encountered them while searching for the Imperial Sword Banner. The vengeful spirit before her was evidently more formidable than those in the transformation stage. At the very least, it belonged to the void stage. She slowed her breathing, exchanging a glance with Wu Wang, preparing to stealthily navigate past it. Suddenly, their expressions shifted. The 9 heavens people had arrived. Wu Wang's figure faded, vanishing instantly, whispering, "I shall take my leave first. You must fend for yourself. Do not expect any assistance from others. At all times, one can only rely on oneself." Li Fu took a deep breath, striving to diminish her presence, silently merging into the surrounding resentment, leaving no trace. Though she lacked mastery over celestial arts, after absorbing the vengeful energy, certain abilities seemed to manifest naturally, becoming part of her very soul. Soon, 2 shadows emerged. Hua Yue expressed her discontent. "Why must we act alone? The Lord of Ghostly Malevolence is terrifying. What if we encounter him and cannot prevail?" Chen Xiao, hearing her words, softly reassured her, "We are destined individuals, meant to confront the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence. With him newly descended, we have already trained for years, equipped with treasures bestowed by our mentors and elders. If we cannot overcome him now, it will only grow more difficult as he gains strength. At that point, the calamity of annihilation will descend, leaving all beings in turmoil." Hua Yue understood this as well. Her fear was palpable, and she could not help but murmur, "The River of Forgetfulness harbors not only the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence, but also numerous vengeful spirits. It would be safer to travel alongside the elders." Chen Xiao shook his head. "We are the nemesis of the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence. Surely, he is aware of this. Whether by fortune or as bait, we are easier to locate. The Lord of Ghostly Malevolence is weakest at his emergence. The sooner we find him, the better. For the sake of the dawn of all beings, such risks are warranted. Otherwise, should he begin to grow, the speed of his advancement will be dreadfully terrifying. If he were to acquire the human emperor's sword." Chen Xiao dared not dwell on the thought, scanning their surroundings. Hua Yue opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "Hush, there's a vengeful spirit at the peak of the void ahead." Instantly, Hua Yue's face paled, and she dared not utter another word. Chen Xiao led her away. As they took a few steps, sensing something amiss, Chen Xiao abruptly halted, wielding the Azure Destiny sword and striking back. "Who is it?" Li Fu let out a muffled groan as she tumbled out from the resentment. Despite her carefulness, she was still overpowered, and her expression darkened as she retreated. Chen Xiao was taken aback. "It's you?" His brow furrowed in surprise. "Why have you not entered the cycle of reincarnation? but instead returned to the River of Forgetfulness, hiding in such a perilous place. Having shared a bond as husband and wife, and grown up together, even after all that had transpired, his tone remained familiar. Hua Yue's expression soured. This person had not yet lost her soul. She grasped Chen Zhao's hand possessively, her displeasure evident, while he furrowed his brow even tighter, yet did not pull away. Li Fu managed a slight smile, echoing his words. I was drawn in by the vortex before I could. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhao added, now that the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence has descended and chaos reigns in the River of Forgetfulness, you should not remain here. Depart swiftly. Hua Yue frowned, pouting in discontent. Li Fu, eager to extricate herself, nodded and began to leave. Chen Zhao, for reasons he could not fathom, instinctively watched her retreating figure, his gaze complex. Hua Yue's displeasure intensified as she glared fiercely at Li Fu's back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the heavy resentment surrounding Li Fu. Hua Yue's pupils contracted as she exclaimed, she poses a threat. As her words fell, the crimson longsword was already in motion, striking fiercely towards Li Fu. Instinctively, Li Fu dodged. However, even amidst the resentment, she had yet to master her abilities. When grazed by the blade, she grit her teeth and swiftly evaded to the side. Chen Zhao sensed something amiss. The resentment emanating from Li Fu was overwhelming. He glanced down at the Destiny's sword in his hand, which trembled violently, its murderous intent subtly leaning towards Li Fu. Chen Zhao abruptly raised his head, astonished. How could this be possible? Chapter 5. With the Emperor's sword in hand, Hua Yue raised the trembling Destiny's sword with gritted teeth, exclaiming, the Lord of Ghostly Evil, it is you. What on earth was happening? How could a mere mortal, a trifling spirit of grievance, transform into the Lord of Ghostly Evil in the blink of an eye? How delightful. Then I shall slay you. Hua Yue's gaze turned fierce as she charged forward with the Destiny's sword. Though she feared the Lord of Ghostly Evil, she held no dread towards Li Fu. After all, what was there to fear from a mortal she could toy with at will? If she could kill once, she could certainly do so again. Li Fu's form flickered, slipping through the resentment, evading her attack. Hua Yue's expression grew increasingly grim. Chen Zhao stood rooted in place, murmuring, how is this possible? How could you be the Lord of Ghostly Evil? It was the first time Li Fu had heard such words. The end of the world? No stir of emotion arose within her. If she truly possessed such power, what of annihilating the realm of cultivation? Was this not the very principle upheld by immortals? If one possessed strength, one could act as they pleased. The Lord of Ghostly Evil? That was far better than being bullied by the lofty immortals. With no recourse for justice, Li Fu evaded once more, growing increasingly adept and swift in her movements amidst the swirling resentment. Hua Yue grit her teeth, delivering a strike. Chen Zhao, she is the Lord of Ghostly Evil. Why are you not acting swiftly? Do you intend to wait for her to unleash the calamity of annihilation? The elders are nearly here. She must be eliminated at once. Not solely due to the impending catastrophe, but because Li Fu was the Lord of Ghostly Evil, and their previous coercion of her had sown the seeds of this calamity. Should the elders discover this, Chen Zhao closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them. Clarity restored, his voice tranquil. Li Fu, since you have become the Lord of Ghostly Evil, you cannot continue to live. Otherwise, the realm of cultivation will face great disaster. As his words settled, the aquamarine Destiny's sword was drawn from its sheath. Li Fu clenched her teeth. These two always possessed an abundance of reasoning, a plethora of righteousness. As if their slaughter and malice were justified, while others should not harbor any thoughts of resistance. But why? Why could she not live? 65 lives. Why could she not harbor hatred? Li Fu's figure flickered once more, evading again. Her wounds deepened, the resentment within her waning somewhat. Yet she still managed to elude capture, weaving through the malice surrounding her. Chen Zhao and Hua Yue exchanged a glance, simultaneously summoning their swords, merging them in midair. This action drained a significant portion of their spiritual energy, leaving them pale and on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the result was favorable. A massive red and blue sword hung ominously above, poised to strike down upon Li Fu with ferocity. There was no escape from the executioner's blade. Li Fu did not evade. Blood spilled from her lips, yet she slowly managed to form a smile. Chen Zhao was taken aback. With a thunderous crash, the sword descended. The force of the blade caused Li Fu to spurt blood again, her complexion paling abruptly, her body collapsing in weakness. However, at that moment, an overwhelming terror descended, and beneath the sword's aura, A pair of eyes opened amidst the black mist, brimming with fury. Hua Yue was taken aback. She had inadvertently hidden within the realm of the Taishu vengeful spirit, and while they focused solely on her demise, they failed to realize that the sword struck both her and the Taishu spirit simultaneously. This was a path to mutual destruction. The vengeful spirit emitted a sound as the surrounding malice surged and tore at the air. Li Fu trembled, being pulled away, while Hua Yue and Chun Xiao hastily dealt with the indiscriminate onslaught of malevolence. Xiaolang, this vengeful spirit lacks reason. What should we do? Hua Yue exclaimed anxiously. Even with the destiny sword in hand, she found herself forced to retreat under the pressure of the vengeful energy. Chun Zhao's expression grew grave as he sent a message. I have already alerted the elders. They will arrive shortly. Take out the talismans given by the elders. After speaking, Chun Xiao produced the talismans bestowed by the elders from the 9 heavens, releasing them one by one. Simultaneously, he summoned a magical shield to block the incoming attacks. Once Hua Yue regained her composure, her years of training kicked in, and she understood how to fight. Although they could not defeat the Taishu vengeful spirit, the treasures provided by the elders would afford them the opportunity to hold out until help arrived. One artifact after another was hurled forth, and the talismans absorbed the brunt of the spirit's assaults. Li Fu recognized that time was of the essence. The 9 heavens reinforcements would soon arrive. Even if she wished for mutual destruction, she was not yet capable of such a feat. She suppressed her presence, enduring the excruciating pain and weakness as she struggled to rise. She had to escape. Hua Yue gasped. Chun Zhao's expression hardened. He then formed a magical array with his hands, pressing it towards Li Fu to restrain her. Li Fu was caught and momentarily unable to break free. She turned to glare at him, her eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, each word dripping with venom. Qin Xiao, what in my past life do I owe you that you treat me thus? Entering the celestial sect was one thing. She had never demanded he remain with her for eternity. Yet, he entered the sect without informing her, only to bring Hua Yue back, subjecting her, a mere mortal, to tremendous calamity and suffering. Chun Xiao opened his mouth to explain, I did not intend for you to remain unaware of the celestial sect, as I wished for your peace. And what of my peace now? Li Fu's eyes burned crimson. Hua Yue adhered to her principles. As long as she was not provoked, she would not act against mortals, especially with Chun Xiao by her side. Thus, he believed Li Fu could live in tranquility, and when the time came, he would embark on his celestial path, freeing himself from any debts to her. Little did he expect that Li Fu would find this amusingly infuriating. Not initiating an attack, but you say nothing, merely bring back an outsider to reside next door, waiting for them to inquire? When they do ask, does that not become an offense? Can Hua Yue then act against me? What kind of logic is this? Principles? Does Hua Yue truly possess such a thing? Qin Xiao, why are you wasting words on her? She is the lord of the ghostly malice, the king of vengeance, a calamity destined to befall the cultivation world. Hua Yue had no desire to listen to their reminiscences. Her gaze sharpened as the lily of the valley bracelet flew forth, blocking the vengeful spirit's malevolence. With her hands freed, she summoned the destiny sword. Withstanding the spirit's wrath was no easy task. Fortunately, they had enough magical artifacts. Would they wait for the lord of the ghostly malice to recover before attacking? Qin Xiao sighed softly. The realms of mortals and immortals are distinct, each governed by its own set of survival rules. It is futile to argue who holds the greater justification. Time has moved on, rendering such discussions meaningless. Li Fu, for reasons unknown, has become the master of the ghostly fiends. To save the lives of the common folk, she must embrace death. The azure destiny sword is summoned, merging with the crimson blade to form the execution sword, poised to strike down upon Li Fu once more. Their energies thoroughly depleted. Both combatants teeter on the brink of collapse, with only this final assault remaining. The execution sword, a treasure forged by the consummate masters, even instills a primal fear in the ethereal specters of the void. The colossal red and blue sword descends, seemingly intent on obliterating all in its path, threatening to extinguish every living being beneath the execution sword. Li Fu finds herself ensnared within its ominous shadow. Is this the end? Just moments ago, she had been engaged in idle chatter with Qin Xiao, striving to buy time, wrestling with a pivotal question. They say that although she has yet to fully mature, she is indeed the master of the ghostly fiends, the sovereign of resentment. It is no mere boast. The Emperor's sword banner lies beneath the river of oblivion, subduing all vengeful spirits therein. To obtain the Emperor's sword banner is to command all resentful souls. Does this not imply that the master of the ghostly fiends shares a similar essence with the Emperor's sword banner? Are they, in fact, nearly equivalent? Such an existence. Could there be no connection between them? Perhaps you could. After all, you are the master of the ghostly fiends, she mused. Li Fu gazed up at the descending execution sword, her eyes ablaze with madness. In this dire moment, she resolved to take a chance. Slowly, she raised her hand, abruptly closing her eyes as resentment surged within her, a summoning, a struggle. The aura of the master of the ghostly fiends expanded. The river of oblivion quaked once more, and the watery resentment wavered. Chen Xiao, having been drained of energy, faltered alongside Hua Yue, nearly losing their balance. The ethereal specters of the void instinctively recoiled, gripped by an inchoate fear. Beneath Li Fu's command, resentment coalesced and churned, a vessel half sword and half banner vibrating into existence, shrouded in ominous black mist. Both elusive and terrifying. As she grasped the sword banner, the black energy surged violently. In that instant, the dark resentment surged into her body from all directions. A tempest of discontent as the ghostly entities clamored and struggled. The spectral form, once half obscured, now revealed its true visage. The hilt was a banner, the pole a sword, an embodiment of the Emperor's sword banner. No need to search for it. It sought her out. Li Fu opened her eyes. Chapter 6. The truth resides at the edge of the blade. Her crimson eyes now shrouded in darkness. Li Fu held the sword banner as if wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, countering the execution sword with a decisive flourish. The collision of the Emperor's sword banner and the execution sword resonated through the river of oblivion, causing the vengeful spirits to wail in terror, instilling a palpable dread in the approaching cultivators. The banner stirred, the sword unleashed. The execution sword's might faltered, and with a swift motion, she redirected her strike towards Chen Xiao and Hua Yue. A fierce glint ignited in her gaze, the aura of death palpable. The instant the Emperor's sword banner emerged, both Hua Yue and Chen Xiao's expressions transformed, their scalps prickling with an icy dread. How could she have found the Emperor's sword banner? Hua Yue, disbelief etched upon her features, revealed a flicker of fear, her visage contorting into a grotesque mask, devoid of any semblance of grace. Run, Chen Xiao urged, his voice laced with urgency. A thunderous crash echoed behind them as their protective talismans and shields were shattered, their bodies hurled by the sword's energy, crashing heavily to the depths of the river of oblivion, blood spewing forth. Their faces were etched with terror. Such strength. The ethereal wraith instinctively recoiled. Yet Li Fu showed no signs of hesitation as she gripped her sword anew, unleashing a formidable strike. Although her available resentment was insufficient, and even as she wielded a weapon beyond her level, each stroke inflicted upon her equal pain, she remained undaunted. Hua Yue and Chen Xiao attempted to rise, but their grievous injuries forced them back down, leaving them in despair as they beheld the impending assault. Impudent, roared the fourth elder, Bai Wu, his voice booming. In an instant, a figure materialized before Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, wielding a colossal shield. Having grown accustomed to his status as an elder in the nine heavens, he instinctively believed he could intimidate his foes. However, Li Fu pressed on relentlessly, shrouding him in resentment as she descended with her sword. Gods shall be slain, and Buddhas shall be vanquished. The nine heavens offered her no justice, and celestial beings offered her no rationale. Thus, from this day forth, truth resided solely upon the edge of her blade. Thunder rumbled ominously, the Emperor's sword banner quivering as an overwhelming force emanated from within. The resentment of the River of Forgetfulness surged into the banner, resembling a whirlpool, ensnaring them all within its grasp. The sword's aura descended abruptly. Crack! The shield shattered, and Bai Wu's expression shifted dramatically. How can this be so powerful? His pupils constricted as he desperately resisted, shouting, Li Fu, surrender now, and we can assist you in traversing the cycle of reincarnation. The Lord of Wraiths, defying the celestial order, is destined for a wretched demise. If you wish to avoid eternal damnation, relinquish the Emperor's sword banner at once. Relinquish? A smirk curled upon Li Fu's lips as she pressed down with greater force. The River of Forgetfulness roiling, the whirlpool swirling, and the immense resentment surging toward the fourth elder, Bai Wu. Boom. He was firmly pinned beneath the blade, enveloped in the aura of death. She truly intended to kill him. She was indeed capable of doing so. Two thoughts surged simultaneously within Bai Wu's mind. Fear flickering across his face, eradicating any trace of his previous arrogance. His breath quickened, his voice hoarse. Do not kill me. Li Fu, do you not seek justice? Spare my life, and we shall advocate for you. In Bai Wu's fading consciousness, he beheld the crimson glint in Li Fu's obsidian eyes as the sword banner descended. Resolute and merciless, she required no one to champion her cause. The sword's energy pierced through, cleaving the fourth elder's body, spirit, and nascent soul, all eradicated alongside the multitude of wailing wraiths that accompanied the Emperor's sword banner. A blood mist erupted, and a shriek barely escaped before it was utterly silenced. The exalted celestial being, the fourth elder who had openly defended Hua Yue, perished, dissolving into the River of Forgetfulness, leaving no trace behind. Master, Hua Yue's eyes widened with rage. She fixed her gaze upon Li Fu, her emotions a tempest of fury, anger, and predominantly despair, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her hair standing on end. She ought to be furious. She ought to seek vengeance. Yet, fear gripped her heart. If her master had been slain, what fate awaited her? Tears streamed down Hua Yue's face as she trembled even more violently. The ethereal wraith quietly retreated to its original domain, masquerading as a wisp of resentment, as if it had never existed. How terrifying! The onslaught concluded, the whirlpool calming. The River of Forgetfulness fell silent. Had it not been for the dispersing blood mist, one might have believed that nothing had transpired at all. Li Fu's hand trembled as she grasped the Emperor's sword banner, drawing upon its awakened power to strike down Bai Wu, who had attained the divine transformation realm. With that single blow, the malevolence entwined around the Emperor's sword banner diminished significantly, leaving her with grave internal injuries. Should she dare to strike again, she would suffer a backlash. Nevertheless, Li Fu remained unperturbed, pressing on without hesitation. Black blood spilled from her lips as she summoned every ounce of vengeful energy she could muster, once more directing her blade toward Chen Xiao and Hua Yue, sparing not a moment's delay. Die! Countless vengeful spirits, summoned by the Emperor's sword banner, surged into their bodies, tearing at their flesh. Hua Yue cried out in agony, soon losing consciousness, while Chen Xiao, on the brink of death, found it unfathomable that Li Fu was so formidable and reckless. He harbored hatred for Hua Yue and for him as well. Closing his eyes, he awaited the arrival of death. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as radiant golden talismans erupted from within, ensnaring the two and shielding their vital points against the Emperor's sword banner. Li Fu's gaze sharpened. They possessed a means of defense. Her body swayed precariously, yet she clutched the Emperor's sword banner, intent on launching another assault when a hand unexpectedly appeared, seizing her wrist and yanking her into the concealed body of a Taishu vengeful spirit. In the next moment, the Grand Elder and others arrived. Chen Xiao completely lost consciousness, leaving behind a singular utterance. The master of the ghostly fiends is Li Fu. She has slain the fourth elder. Li Fu, supporting herself with the Emperor's sword banner, collapsed to the ground, exhaling a breath of relief. That terrified me. Those old codgers have arrived, and you nearly escaped. After a brief pause, she added, I understand those two are your enemies, but they harbor the Great Ascension Chaos Talisman within them. Without the strength of the Great Ascension, you cannot defeat them. Li Fu rasped, I know. Bu Wang, momentarily taken aback, questioned, then why do you persist in attacking them? You are already severely weakened. It is merely a waste of your strength. I simply wish to see them suffer. Li Fu's gaze turned icy. Whether I can kill them is of no consequence. I will assuredly bring about their demise. If not today, then on another day. Bu Wang paused. Li Fu recognized that this was not the time for conversation. Pursuers were still on their trail. She steadied herself with the Emperor's sword banner, the powerful black banner radiating a menacing aura that daunted any who dared to meet its gaze. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Reaching out to caress it, just moments ago, it had aided her. She then surveyed her surroundings, questioning, where is this? Bu Wang elucidated, inside that Taishu vengeful spirit. Li Fu's expression turned blank. Inside a vengeful spirit? Understanding her confusion, Bu Wang continued, a vengeful spirit is comprised of a mass of resentment. The stronger the spirit, the heavier the resentment. Their bodies embody their hatred, representing. Li Fu pressed her lips together, their past. Precisely, just as your soul, after death, is filled with your past sorrows. Those unforgettable experiences from your life echo endlessly within your spirit, never to be forgotten. Yes, Their past, their world. Bu Wang nodded. Ordinarily, one cannot enter their world, but with the Emperor's sword banner in your possession, it is akin to wielding a master key, granting access to any vengeful spirit's realm. Li Fu lowered her gaze to the Emperor's sword banner in her hand. The sword banner fell into a profound silence as her hand gradually shifted from the hilt to the blade, lifting it, as if it were a black soul banner. Its fabric an inky dark that swayed gently. The Emperor's sword banner was not merely a sword, it also served as a banner, capable of accommodating countless vengeful spirits within its folds. By wielding this banner, one could command the restless souls. Bu Wang's gaze turned serious. The terror of the Emperor's sword banner stemmed from its dual nature as both sword and banner. Li Fu grasped it and murmured, "With 100,000 vengeful spirits clearing the path, a single sword can illuminate the 6 realms. What a formidable weapon it is." She lifted her gaze towards Bu Wang and inquired, "Surely, one cannot simply wave the sword banner and summon all the vengeful spirits within." Having just attempted it, she sought to command the spirits of the River of Forgetfulness to exact vengeance upon her enemies, the cultivators. Yet, aside from a few weaker spirits, the others remained unmoved. Astute, Bu Wang praised, observing her with admiration. Though she had never set foot in the world of cultivation, she could deduce such truths. He smiled, his peach blossom eyes narrowing in delight. Lower-tier vengeful spirits can indeed enter the sword banner, but those far more powerful than you, such as those in the Void Realm or the Great Ascension Realm, possess overwhelming resentment that is not easily subdued. Even the king of vengeful spirits, despite his status, is currently too weak. Li Fu furrowed her brow before speaking. So, strength equates to heavy resentment. To subdue them, one must either surpass their power or quell their intense grievances. Bu Wang nodded once more, his gaze increasingly appreciative, exclaiming, "It is remarkable that you, a mere mortal in your past life, possess such profound understanding." He continued, "Indeed, there are only these 2 methods. As the king of vengeful spirits, if you are stronger than they are, you can harness their resentment. Should you fall short in strength, then you must use the banner of the Emperor's sword to pacify their grievances, restoring their clarity and making them willingly submit to your command." At his words, Li Fu relaxed her furrowed brow. This was not a bad prospect. In times of relative weakness, by pacifying and subduing powerful vengeful spirits, she would gain formidable allies, thereby enhancing her strength. This would enable her to exert control over even more powerful spirits, creating a virtuous cycle of growth. Such a symbiotic relationship offered a different kind of shortcut to her development. With numerous adversaries, she required rapid fortification. Bu Wang noted the easing of her brow and raised an eyebrow. "This is perilous, yet it seems you have made your choice." Li Fu held the sword banner firmly, stepping forward with a calm voice. "I have always had but a singular choice." In another realm, Hua Yue awoke with a start, her eyes wide with terror as she gasped for breath. She could still feel the agonizing gnawing of the vengeful spirits, as if her flesh was being devoured piece by piece, sending waves of fear through her very soul. Lifting her gaze, she found all the elders present, with Chun Xiao kneeling before the hall in a posture of penitence. Hua Yue was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tense, enveloped in an oppressive silence, with every face reflecting discomfort. Everything seemed turned on its head. Before the Hall of 9 Heavens, the figure kneeling had transformed into Chun Xiao. The once lofty cultivators, who had gazed down at the vengeful spirits, now wore expressions of gloom and even regret. Chapter 7. Shifting responsibility after a pause. The Grand Elder spoke, his voice icy. "It is indeed her karma. Had you not persecuted her, the king of vengeful spirits would never have manifested." The king of vengeful spirits, it appeared, was none other than the vengeful spirit who had once sought justice. How disheartening. A tightening sensation gripped Chun Xiao's heart, his pallid visage reflecting profound sorrow. His lips trembled for a moment, yet not a single word escaped them. Hua Yue hastily tumbled off the bed, kneeling beside Chun Xiao and gazing up at him. "We did not persecute her. It is her fault. All of this is a consequence of her own actions. If she is destined to become the lord of the ghostly fiends, then her arrival in this realm was inevitable. How could mere grievances from her mortal life possibly influence such fate? It is evident that Li Fu herself harbored issues, failing to maintain a righteous heart, ultimately transforming into the lord of the ghostly fiends. What does that have to do with us?" Elder Wu furrowed his brow. "Had you not disturbed her, allowing her to pass away in peace, she would not have lingered at the River of Forgetfulness. It is precisely because of her resentments that she refuses to enter the cycle of reincarnation, thus descending into this world, leading to Bai Wu's unjust demise. Regret welled up within him. He had once been so close to the Lord of the ghostly fiends, and she had appeared so feeble. Had he known, he would have dealt with her directly, sparing them all from this current predicament. Mercy was a mistake. Hua Yue murmured, "So, you are saying that she became the Lord of the ghostly fiends only after departing from the 9 heavens?" The crowd's expressions shifted, and the Grand Elder's countenance darkened. They were all entangled in this matter. Who among them had the right to cast blame? Chen Xiao grasped Hua Yue's wrist, inhaling deeply before speaking with restraint. "Esteemed elders, Li Fu remains trapped in the realm of vengeful spirits. Should not our immediate priority be to locate her? This is not the time for shirking responsibility. The Lord of the ghostly fiends is already gaining strength. We cannot afford to turn against one another. We must unite and first prevent the destruction of the world." The Grand Elder, understanding the gravity of the situation, pressed his lips together. "Rise. After all, she was a being of destiny, and they still needed her." He clenched his fists, choosing to forget the moments before the Lord of the ghostly fiends knelt before the hall of the 9 heavens. To forget their failure to address her, to forget their disdain. Hua Yue assisted Chen Xiao to his feet. Turning to the elders once more, she inquired, "As beings of destiny, it is our responsibility to eradicate the Lord of the ghostly fiends for the sake of all living beings. What course of action shall we pursue next?" Even in fear, they recognized that the present situation allowed no room for evasion. Li Fu was growing stronger. They must swiftly eliminate her. Though the elders restrained their emotions, they could not suppress the resentment brewing within them. In the River of Forgetfulness, she had acquired the Imperial Sword Banner, capable of harnessing its awakening power to slay Bai Wu. Now, in the realm of vengeful spirits, should the anger of the spirits be quelled, her strength would increase significantly, bolstered by the power of the void. We must send the destined beings into the realm of vengeful spirits to thwart the Lord of the ghostly fiends and eliminate Li Fu. A chilling glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Chen Xiao and Hua Yue bore their destined swords, their expressions resolute as they declared in unison, "Yes, we shall fulfill our mission and vanquish the Lord of the ghostly fiends." In the realm of vengeful spirits, a shadowy figure stood at the edge of the world. Her form hazy, as if merely a projection, indistinct and lacking intimidation. Yet both Li Fu and Bu Wang understood that she was the formidable vengeful spirit at the pinnacle of the void. With her back turned to them, she murmured, "Why? I merely wish to live well. So why is that not permitted?" Li Fu cast a puzzled glance towards Bu Wang, who gestured for her to draw closer. As they approached, her voice became clearer. "I am Tu Xian, a mortal born in the Great Display." With her words, they fully entered Tu Xian's realm, enveloped by her lingering, unrelenting resentment. In her lifetime, Tu Xian fell into an abyss of no return, primarily due to the machinations of cultivators. Her mother, enamored with the talented Tu Yuming, harbored deep resentment after being wed to the Marquis of Guang'an. Shortly after giving birth to Tu Xian, she sought to accuse the Marquis's household of conspiring against the Crown Prince, leading to the execution of an entire clan and the disgrace of the Crown Prince himself. The old emperor passed away as a result, paving the way for the ascension of the second prince, who married Lin Xiu, a loyal minister, to Tu Yuming. Lin Xiu, devoted solely to the talented Tu Yuming, insisted that her daughter bear the family name Tu, naming her Tu Xian. Soon after, they welcomed a biological daughter, Tu Xinjin, who became the sole beloved jewel of the Tu family, cherished by both Tu Yuming and Lin Xiu. In stark contrast, Tu Xian, a descendant of a condemned family, was regarded as an eyesore, despised by all, and frequently bullied by the willful Tu Xinjin. Fortunately, Tu Xian possessed remarkable endurance. From a young age, she recognized the necessity of self-reliance, diligently cultivating her reputation and treating others with kindness, all while discreetly selecting a suitable husband for herself. She chose the crown prince, Li Changyan, who adored her, and at the age of 16, they were granted a marital union by the emperor. Logically, one would expect prosperous days to follow. However, on that very day, Tu Xinjin returned with a man, a son of the deposed crown prince, Li Changhen. His name alone foretold his intent for vengeance, and to make matters worse, he was already a cultivator. Li Changhen bewitched the emperor, rendering him a puppet ruler who enacted tyrannical policies. He sought to annihilate the Tu family and, on the very day after Tu Xian's wedding, ordered the deposing of the crown prince, leading to Li Chongyan's sudden disappearance, leaving Tu Xian to confront her fate alone. As a consort of the disgraced prince, she was deemed a sinner, and the Tu family was branded with severe crimes due to Li Chongyan's machinations. Bearing the Tu surname incited public wrath against her, resulting in her being pelted with rotten vegetables, subjected to torment, and facing threats of death and violations of her dignity. Despite enduring such tribulations, she fortuitously learned that the members of the Tu family were not dead but hidden away by Li Chongyan, who had fallen in love with Tu Xinjin and spared her family from death. Thus, only Tu Xian remained, entangled in his schemes. He even took Tu Xinjin under his wing to cultivate. Li Chongyan manipulated public perception, leading the world to believe that the emperor's cruel decrees stemmed from the Tu family, which incited widespread disdain and hatred towards them. The true Tu family, concealed from sight, was presumed dead by the populace, resulting in their troubles being forgotten. Meanwhile, Tu Xinjin remained close to the regent, Li Chongyan, embroiled in a tumultuous cycle of enmity and revenge, free from any interference. Alas, the misfortune fell solely upon Tu Xian. Unable to endure any longer, she appeared before Li Chongyan in a state of desperation, pleading for a chance at survival. Tu Xinjin derided her for lacking backbone. Unworthy of being a Tuesday, Li Chongyan, an esteemed cultivator, looked down upon her and merely stated, "I have not harmed you. I am merely avenging my grievances." In that moment, Tu Xian succumbed to darkness. Under her influence, they underwent trials that, while seemingly trivial, allowed them to set aside their animosities. Tu Xian's plans ultimately failed, leading to her imprisonment and the infliction of severe torture. It was during this dire time that Li Chongyan returned, wielding celestial powers, though, undoubtedly, they paled in comparison to those of Li Chongyan, and Tu Xian could perceive with a mere glance that Li Chongyan was destined to lose. Li Chongyan addressed Tu Xian, stating that if she allowed him to meet Li Chongyan, he would permit their departure. Tu Xian complied. However, upon the encounter, Li Chongyan expressed disappointment. Li Chongyan remarked, "Xinjin, you see now, the sister you protect is such a person." Tu Xinjin retorted, "Even those who cherish you can betray you. Sister, your previous demeanor was indeed a facade. You are beyond redemption." Consequently, Tu Xinjin felt justified in slaying Tu Xian. Li Chongyan, in his epiphany, resolved to relinquish his hatred. He assassinated the tyrant and ascended the throne himself, bestowing the title of empress upon Tu Xinjin and reinstating Tu Yuming. The populace remained oblivious to the fact that the former emperor had enacted tyrannical edicts under Li Chongyan's influence. They only recognized the new emperor's abolition of such decrees, deeming him a benevolent ruler. The compassionate empress and the new emperor's struggle against the malevolent woman became a tale that was recounted widely, titled The Wicked Woman, Tu Xian. Li Fu, in a moment of silence, was prodded by Wu Wang, who raised an eyebrow. "Why are you not speaking?" Li Fu replied, "What is there to say? That Li Chongyan is merely a scourge upon countless commoners? That Tu Xian dared to betray love? Or that the mortal Tu Xian had the audacity to harm an immortal?" She found herself at a loss for words. They had driven Tu Xian to madness, compelling her to err, seeking a legitimate reason to execute her in the name of righteousness. Though Tu Xian was flawed, the gentleman assesses actions rather than intentions. The sins were not hers alone. Yet she bore the burden entirely. They appeared to be affectionate and reconciled. But what of Tu Xian? What of her suffering? Throughout her life, she was tormented amidst the love and hatred of others. All she desired was to survive. Wu Wang, returning to the matter at hand, advised, "You should promptly devise a way to quell Tu Xian's resentment to subdue her and enhance your power." Tu Xian, possessing a resilient character and having endured such trials, would likely be difficult to placate. Suddenly, Li Fu inquired, "Will they pursue us? Those celestial beings from the ninth heaven, the destined ones tasked with her extermination. Will they follow her into the realm of vengeful spirits?" Wu Wang raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Regrettably, I must inform you that they will. Do not underestimate the capabilities of high-tier cultivators. They will locate you." The situation appeared grim. Although Li Fu had acquired the imperial sword banner to augment her strength, having just slain Bai Wu, she was gravely injured. Furthermore, without a formidable vengeful spirit to command within the sword banner, and as she had only recently commenced her cultivation, she would likely stand no chance against those celestial beings. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Fu smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination, resembling a wolf poised to ambush its prey. Then it is fortuitous. Since they intend to enter, I shall devise a method concerning Tu Xian. Chapter 8. The wicked woman Tu Xian, the ninth heaven, was abuzz with the elders of various sects, each possessing remarkable strength and substantial resources. Soon, they successfully transported the two into the vengeful realm of the wicked woman, Tu Xian. Upon entry, Hua Yue swallowed hard, attempting to reassure herself, there is nothing to fear. We possess chaos symbols within us. If real danger arises, the esteemed ones will not turn a blind eye. After all, they were relying on their destined ones to avert the impending cataclysm and perhaps even to break through, completing the missing link in the cultivation world to achieve ascension. She extended her hand to touch the magical artifacts bestowed upon them by the elders, finding solace in the gesture. Previously in Wanchuan, her victory over us was due to our excessive consumption of spiritual power while wielding the slaughtering sword, whereas she held the Emperor's sword banner, which had just awakened. Imbued with innate strength, Hua Yue's gaze turned steely. Now, equipped with magical artifacts in the realm of vengeful spirits, we shall not lose again. We must avenge the grievances of Wanchuan. What of the Emperor's sword banner? Compared to them, she is still far too weak. Victory is assured for us. The thought of the excruciating pain endured in Wanchuan at the hands of the vengeful spirits sent a shiver down her spine, intensifying her animosity toward Li Fu. After Hua Yue spoke, the lack of response prompted her to glance instinctively at Chen Xiao, only to find his gaze vacant, seemingly lost in thought. What troubles you? She inquired. Chen Xiao murmured, the torment of being consumed by vengeful spirits is truly unbearable. Hua Yue's expression shifted, and she rebuked him sharply. Chen Xiao, whom do you pity? Do not forget, she is the master of ghostly calamity, a scourge upon the realm of cultivation. How can you still think of her? Isn't her plight a fitting consequence of her transgressions against cultivators? Chen Xiao was roused by her words, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. No, I merely expressed a sentiment. Let us proceed. With that, he took the lead. Hua Yue, her face strained, followed closely. They must eliminate Li Fu swiftly. As they ventured deeper, they merged into the bizarre and grotesque world of the female demon slayer, recalling the tales of yore. Upon touching down, Hua Yue's mind was already filled with the narrative of the demon slayer. She could not help but exclaim, indeed, these vengeful spirits are all manifestations of malice. The hypocrisy of mortals who slay immortals, betraying kin and lovers alike, is appalling, and their resentment lingers even after death. Fortunately, Tu Xinjin and her cohort ultimately unveiled the false facade of the demon slayer. I seem to have heard of Tu Xinjin and Li Changhen, Chen Xiao remarked. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hua Yue also felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she realized, Li Changhen is the head of the Lin Dao sect, and Tu Xinjin is his wife. This story dates back a millennium. Chen Xiao relaxed his brow, recalling as well. Elder Wu, the true immortal Qiumei, hailed from the Lin Dao sect, and Li Changhen was his favored disciple. No wonder the name sounded familiar. The tale of the demon slayer had spread throughout the realm of cultivation, reviled by many. The Lin Dao sect, being the legitimate faction, had Li Changhen and Tu Xinjin as exemplary figures, deeply in love. We must prevent Li Fu from emerging. The demon slayer must not return to the world. Hua Yue's resolve was unwavering. Chen Xiao nodded. Let us find Li Fu. However, as the words left his lips, a cacophony arose ahead. The two looked up to see a woman in white gently distributing porridge, with beggars and impoverished elders queuing to receive it. It was evident this was a familiar occurrence. They were taken aback. Li Fu, have we found her so easily? As Chen Xiao beheld her gentle demeanor, he was momentarily transported back to timing. To that mortal city of yesteryears. Hua Yue's eyes narrowed, and she charged forth with the destiny's sword, launching a lethal strike. Perish. Still so hypocritical, this pretentious mortal woman. Li Fu was truly detestable. The talisman fell, ensnaring Li Fu. She appeared devoid of magical powers, merely an ordinary mortal, effortlessly manageable, akin to her previous encounter in timing, where talismans firmly suppressed her. Hua Yue had no time for contemplation as the destiny's sword descended. Chen Xiao regained his senses, furrowing his brow. Something was amiss. Why was she not resisting? Li Fu, constrained by the talismans, did not raise her gaze but struggled to hand a bowl of porridge to the child before her. Her eyes soft. Hurry and leave. Boom. The destiny's sword struck down, toppling the porridge bucket, and the surrounding mortals were instantaneously reduced to ashes. However, As the sword's energy descended upon Li Fu, it seemed to be repelled by an unseen force, dissipating in an instant. In the next moment, the air trembled. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Hua Yue felt as though her very soul was under assault. Her body hurled backward, blood spilling from her mouth. Pain coursing through her. She could hardly believe it. In the next heartbeat, gritting her teeth, she raised her sword and charged once more. Chen Xiao, assist me. Instinctively, Chen Xiao intervened, merging the two destiny swords into one, directing a formidable strike towards Li Fu, lethal intent saturating the air. A multitude of mortals perished, carriages overturned. Yet, Li Fu remained composed, standing her ground, unresisting, allowing the onslaught to unfold. Bang! The same attack rebounded upon them, sending both of them reeling, blood erupting from their mouths. And the protective talismans bestowed by the elders shattered, half of their efficacy gone in an instant. Hua Yue collapsed to the ground, her vision dimming. Yet her expression was one of confusion. How could this be? The darkness deepened, the tremors intensified, and the panicked cries of the populace flickered like shadows. The world destabilizing. How could this happen? Hua Yue struggled to rise, determined to continue her assault on Li Fu. Chen Xiao seized her arm, shaking his head. His voice hoarse. Do not engage. She has transformed into the malevolent goddess of slaughter. Chapter 9. Yes, I shall strike you. Hua Yue was taken aback. Then, astonished, she realized, in this realm of vengeful spirits, she had become the malevolent goddess of slaughter. Chen Xiao was equally bewildered, yet the truth was undeniable. He calmly assessed the situation. This is the realm of the goddess of slaughter, and Li Fu is now that very entity. Any aggression towards Li Fu equates to an attack on the goddess herself. She would not permit it. In the realm of the goddess of slaughter, she would be even stronger than outside. Even with the destiny swords, victory here was unattainable. Recklessness would provoke her wrath, shattering the world and leading to their demise. Li Fu, embodying the goddess of slaughter, was inexplicably attacked by them, which, in the eyes of the world as consciousness, constituted an assault on her. Let us not forget, this is the realm of vengeful spirits. Moreover, they had infiltrated through a loophole in the formation. Hua Yue lifted her gaze. Indeed, the world around them was becoming increasingly unstable. She withdrew her gaze, fixing her fists on Li Fu. Damn it, she must have anticipated their pursuit, transforming into the malevolent goddess of slaughter to evade their attacks. Truly cunning. Li Fu cast a languid glance their way, setting the porridge bucket upright, murmuring, such a waste of porridge. She then surveyed the fallen elderly and children around her, shaking her head. So many innocent souls, do you not feel remorse? Enough of this pretense. Hua Yue swallowed a healing pill, forcing herself to stand, her face aflame with fury. This was the realm of vengeful spirits, an illusory place. And these people were mere phantoms. This person is truly hypocritical. Upon hearing the words, Li Fu smiled without uttering a sound. At that moment, drawn by the commotion, an opulent carriage approached and came to a halt nearby. A young man of striking appearance, as upright as a pine or bamboo, descended from the vehicle. Sever, are you unharmed? He inquired, taking several steps forward. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. It was Prince Li Changyan. He raised his hand, rendering both of them invisible to the mundane onlookers. Ahead, Tu Xian and Li Changyan exchanged perfunctory pleasantries. Due to the destruction of Tu Xian's carriage, Li Changyan offered to escort her back to the Tu family. Li Fu softly implored, Your Highness, please attend to the injured commoners, as well as those who have suffered unwarranted misfortunes. Li Changyan regarded her with gentle eyes, reassuringly stating, Sever, rest assured, I shall handle it. Only then did Li Fu follow his lead into the carriage. Meanwhile, Hua Yue and the other, outside the unfolding drama, were naturally overlooked. Observing Li Fu entering the carriage, Hua Yue scoffed. How disingenuous. Truly, they remain hypocritical throughout their lives. Knowing full well these are mere actors, they still feign such sympathy, all for the sake of reputation. Does Li Changyan truly hold her in high regard? Ultimately, she will betray him. Both Tu Xian and Li Fu were hypocrites, perfectly portraying their roles. Chen Xiao inhaled deeply, surveying their surroundings. We must depart and contemplate alternative strategies. She is currently Tu Xian. We cannot act recklessly against her, as it would defy the world's trajectory. Hua Yue's eyes glinted with a sudden idea. So, as long as we do not contravene the world's course, we may eliminate her? Chen Xiao regarded her with uncertainty. Hua Yue smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If she can embody Tu Xian, why can't we become Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin? If we follow the narrative to eliminate her, would that not be entirely justified? Chen Xiao paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. It is indeed a sound plan. Inside the carriage, upon entering, Li Changyan's demeanor lost its elegance. He slumped down, abandoning all decorum, and patted his chest. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Thankfully, they did not recognize me, he exclaimed, the fear in his words not reflected on his face. It's exhausting to maintain Li Changyan's character. It is far too rigid and wholly unsuitable for me. Li Fu adjusted her white garments, perfectly embodying Tu Xian, her voice calm. You chose this path, Li Changyan. You can assume another identity, even that of Li Changhen. He shivered, shaking his head vehemently. No, I refuse to be Li Changhen. That fool who cannot even articulate his vengeance. With a curious glint, he leaned closer to Li Fu. Are you certain they will transform into Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin? They certainly will, Li Fu replied with an expression devoid of emotion. Tu Jinjin and Li Changhen resemble them closely. They need not disguise themselves, for they are essentially the same. He leaned in closer, unblinking as he gazed at her. What exactly do you intend to do, once they assume their new forms? How will you regain your standing? To embody Tu Xian means I cannot deviate from the narrative. I can only make minor alterations within the acceptable limits of Tu Xian. However, by assuming the identities of Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin, Chen Xiao and his companion possessed the celestial powers necessary to stabilize the storyline, allowing them to eliminate Tu Xian and Li Fu. He counted on his fingers, analyzing. No matter how I calculate it, you are destined to lose. There is no chance of victory. Li Fu gazed out at the bustling world beyond the window, a smile gracing her lips. If I must lose, then perishing alongside them may not be such a bad fate. Without hesitation, I drew closer, exclaiming, you madman. Li Fu turned around and gently pushed my head away. I have long since lost my sanity, and so has Tu Xian. One madman begets another. In this game, we may not necessarily lose. Tu Xian had been tormented by Tu Jinjin since childhood, yet that was trivial compared to the true tragedy wrought by the arrival of the immortal cultivator, Li Changhen. Thus, in the realm of vengeful spirits, everything commenced with Li Changhen's return to cultivation, as Tu Jinjin brought him back to the Tu family. The carriage swayed erratically until it reached the entrance of the Tu residence. It is His Royal Highness, exclaimed the servants at the door as they rushed out. The steward, Tu Guanjia, displayed a sycophantic smile. Not hesitating, I dismounted, maintaining the gentle demeanor of Li Changyan, and then turned to assist Tu Xian down, her white garments billowing elegantly, drawing the attention of onlookers. However, Tu Guanjia's expression grew somewhat rigid. I gazed at her, my words laden with double meaning. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Li Fu nodded in acknowledgement. As I departed, she turned to re-enter the Tu household. The steward, who had just welcomed her, cast a fleeting glance her way, his eyes devoid of warmth, and scoffed. Miss, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about carelessly. It tarnishes your reputation. With that, he disregarded any response from Li Fu and returned with the other servants. Li Fu let out a derisive laugh and stepped inside the Tu residence. Suddenly, a bucket of water splashed at her feet, soaking her shoes and socks. She looked up to find Tu Jinjin's maid sneering at her, casually remarking, "My apologies, miss. I did not see you." With that, the maid tilted her head and, carrying the empty bucket, attempted to leave without a trace of remorse. The second miss has returned. Gasps of astonishment erupted from behind as Tu Guanjia, accompanied by the other servants, rushed to greet her. The doors swung open, revealing a sea of respectful faces, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor towards Tu Xian. The maid, still holding the bucket, knelt among the throng, joyfully welcoming the second miss back. Within the residence, only Li Fu stood alone. She turned to see a woman in blue striding toward her, accompanied by a man in green, the two of them, one tall, the other short, moving in perfect harmony. This scene evoked memories of the late young Master Shun and his concubine, Hua Yue. They had always been so unabashed, believing themselves above reproach. Hua Yue, noticing Li Fu's gaze, raised the corners of her mouth, unable to conceal her pride. "Well, are you surprised, sister?" The final two words were laced with malice. However, Li Fu remained composed, not revealing the shock Hua Yue anticipated. Hua Yue smirked, believing Li Fu merely feigned calmness. She pulled Xin Xiao closer, and amidst the respectful gazes of the crowd, approached Li Fu, her tone icy. "Do you think that now you have become Tu Xian, we are powerless against you? The hypocritical Tu Xian is destined for a short existence and will ultimately perish at my hands once more. Leaning closer, she whispered ominously, what of the Lord of ghostly evil? You are still. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Li Fu struck her, the force so great that Hua Yue's face swelled instantly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Hua Yue widened her eyes in disbelief, stepping back, covering her face. Trembling with rage, she exclaimed, you struck me? With another swift motion, Li Fu raised her hand, delivering yet another resounding slap. Indeed, I did strike you, she replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Chapter 10. Becoming a true villainess. Hua Yue had never endured such humiliation in her life. Instinctively, she raised her hand, intent on striking her opponent down, but found her palms devoid of any spiritual energy. Stunned, she recalled that Tu Xinjin had not yet cultivated at this moment. Gritting her teeth, she brought her hand down with force, aiming to retaliate directly. However, Li Fu seized her wrist and delivered 2 swift slaps, leaving her dazed. Tu Xinjin, having been pampered all her life, could not compete with the strength of Tu Xian, who had endured hardship since childhood. In a contest of sheer power, Tu Xinjin stood no chance. The sharp sounds of the slaps echoed in the silence of the Tu family, causing a palpable tension. Hua Yue, seething with rage, clenched her teeth, her expression twisted with fury. Before she could act upon her wrath, Chen Xiao intervened, shielding Hua Yue behind him. In a hushed tone, he urged her to refrain from violence, explaining that Tu Xian's consciousness would protect her. The mission took precedence. Hua Yue, hold your temper. Even though he was currently Li Changhan, using celestial powers against Tu Xian was not part of the narrative, and it could provoke Tu Xian's consciousness, resulting in further turmoil within the world. Throughout Tu Xian's life, Li Changhan had never laid a hand on her. To avoid unforeseen consequences, he too could not act. The extermination of the ghostly fiend was paramount. A moment of impatience could disrupt the grand scheme. Chen Xiao was a man of clarity. In comparison to the calamities that could befall all living beings, these grievances were trivial. Yet, he began to understand why Li Fu would embody Tu Xian. Before the true moment of death arrived, the world's consciousness, essentially the real Tu Xian, would protect her. Just as their previous confrontation had incited a backlash from the world's consciousness. Hua Yue's teeth ground together in frustration. After a prolonged silence, she inhaled deeply, covering her reddened face with a mocking smile. Do you think we cannot do anything just because we refrain from striking? She sneered. It is only reasonable for Tu Xian to endure some grievances in the Tu household. With that, she raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked towards her arriving parents, feigning innocence. Father, mother, my sister struck my face. Woo, it hurts so much. Princess Lin Xiu was taken aback. The flower boy, Tu Yuming, immediately furrowed his brows and approached. Xinjin, let me see how serious your injuries are. Hua Yue lowered her hand, feigning pity. My face is ruined. The imprints of a hand were clearly visible, bruised and swollen. Tu Yuming's breathing turned rapid, and he shot a fierce glare at Li Fu. Lin Xiu pointed at her in anger, exclaiming, how dare you strike Xinjin? Have you no sense of being an elder sister? Guards, punish this unruly young lady with 20 lashes according to family law. Li Fu glanced at his palm as a dark energy thickened slightly. This was the family of Tu Xian. Regardless of the reasons, they would not inquire further. They would first punish Tu Xian. Several matrons stepped forward to administer the family law, while Lin Xiu and Tu Yuming surrounded Tu Xinjin, their faces filled with concern. Chen Xiao stood quietly to the side, his expression complex. However, just as the matrons reached for Tu Xian, a loud proclamation interrupted. At the entrance, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as everyone turned to look. Hua Yue, who had been anticipating Li Fu's punishment, furrowed her brow in sudden realization. According to Tu Xian's memories, today was also the day for the engagement ceremony between Tu Xian and Prince Li Changyan. Indeed, the eunuch respectfully announced the edict. In 3 months, Tu Xian shall wed the prince. Quickly, help the princess up. The eunuch finished speaking, and those beside him swiftly stepped forward to assist Li Fu to her feet. Hua Yue had initially resisted kneeling. However, in order to successfully complete her mission and portray Tu Xinjin and Li Changhen, Chen Xiao urged her down. As soon as the imperial edict was proclaimed, she sought to rise. Li Fu shook the edict slightly, tilting her head. Did I permit you to rise? Do not overstep your bounds. Hua Yue, filled with fury, was acutely aware of the situation and the identities involved. What was Li Fu trying to prove with her sense of superiority? Clad in flowing white, Li Fu's smile was chillingly cold. For your disrespect, strike. Slap. The palace eunuch, unaware of Hua Yue's identity as an immortal, delivered several slaps that marred her already swollen face beyond recognition. Li Fu mused to herself that she had chosen a commendable eunuch for this proclamation. Hua Yue struggled. Li Fu. You. Li Fu interjected. Strike. Slap. Dare you. Slap. Again and again, Hua Yue trembled with rage, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. Her face was mutilated, blood filling her mouth, rendering her words indistinct. Yet, her eyes brimmed with hatred. She had never endured such indignity. Li Fu approached her, bending slightly. Her lips near Hua Yue's ear, her tone gentle. You claimed I was a mortal and you an immortal, that you were superior and I must show you respect, allowing you to humiliate me. Now we are both mortals. I am above you. How does it feel? Hua Yue could no longer restrain herself. Her heavenly fate, sword itching to be drawn. Such a deep humiliation. Chen Xiao restrained her, whispering in a calming tone. Our mission is to reach the plot point and eliminate her. Hua Yue, endure for now. Do not confront her yet. They were not in a position to kill Li Fu, just as Li Fu could not eliminate them. Everyone understood the reality. All they could do was engage in these petty struggles. Today, it was Li Fu who toyed with them, but in 3 months, the tables would turn. Li Fu had always been a mortal, lacking in tricks, while they would later be compelled to end her life at the designated plot point. Lin Xiu clenched his fists, articulating each word. Fairy, she is your sister. Li Fu gradually straightened, seemingly oblivious to his words, her gaze shifting to the maid who had splashed water. Within an hour, prepare a tub of hot water and gather all the flowers from the back garden. I wish to take a bath. The maid's body tensed, trembling as she carried the basin. An hour. She then turned to Steward 2. In 15 minutes. I require the pastries from Lin Fong Zhai on West Street and the fermented rice balls from the shop on East Street. Your Highness, Steward 2 exclaimed in shock. 15 minutes is not sufficient. Li Fu placed a finger to her lips, smiling as she shook her head. I have already begun timing. In terror, Steward 2 stood up and stumbled out. Li Fu returned her gaze to Lin Xiu and Tu Yuming. Clear out the main courtyard and clean it thoroughly. I wish to move in. You shall reside in my quarters. Lin Xiu gasped, disbelief washing over him. Was this still the pure and gentle eldest daughter, Tu Xian? Tu Xian, you are not yet the crown princess. Do not overreach. Besides, we raised you. Tu Yuming managed to squeeze out these words from his throat. Li Fu brushed the edict lightly, tilting her head. Overreach? You acknowledge that my current dwelling is indeed excessive? She smiled slightly, not moving. Then I shall have someone assist you. Behind her, the guards summoned by the eunuch wielded their blades, their gazes fierce. Tu Yuming glanced at the imperial edict in her hand, clenching her fists tightly, and spoke with great difficulty. Very well, we shall move. Hua Yue could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before her. With her swollen, bruised face, her voice came out hoarse and indistinct. Li Fu. This is not something Tu Xian would do, nor is it in her character. Her words were ambiguous, unclear to others, and even more incomprehensible. Yet, Li Fu and Chen Xiao understood her intent. At these words, Li Fu lightly tapped the edict in her hand, tilting her head to face the sun. Her pale visage radiant, her white garments billowing, exuding an ethereal grace. However, a cold, malicious smile curved her lips. The infamous villainess Tu Xian bore the weight of a tarnished reputation, yet she had not committed the deeds of a true villain. I shall take it upon myself to embody the true essence of a wicked woman, to justify the scorn directed at her. Chapter 11. Disturbing Hua Yue 3 months can yield numerous endeavors and torment many souls. In the Tu family, Tu Xian had always been an inconspicuous presence, relegated to the corner during meals, forced to consume dishes others disdained, often neglected, left only with scraps. At the dining table, no one acknowledged her. The 2 family members only consoled Tu Jinjin with their warmth. Now, however, it was Li Fu who occupied the seat at the grand table, surrounded by a plethora of dishes, while the rest of the 2 families stood nearby, hungry, mere spectators to her feast. Hua Yue's chest heaved violently, her fingers digging into her palms, regretting her transformation into the powerless Tu Jinjin. A person like Li Fu ought to have been dealt with swiftly upon their first encounter. It was truly infuriating. But recalling Chen Xiao's words and the elders, she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Once Li Fu finished her meal and set down her chopsticks, the maid who had splashed water on her knelt beside her, trembling as she held a basin aloft. Li Fu washed her hands, stood, and remarked coolly, "You may eat now. Eat your leftovers?" Even as Hua Yue urged herself to endure, she could not withstand the humiliation. "You expect me to consume the remnants of a mere commoner?" Li Fu turned her gaze to the eunuch standing nearby, sent by the prince after the proclamation to attend to her, accompanied by a contingent of guards. The eunuch stepped forward, bellowing, "Presumptuous! How dare you show such disrespect to the princess consort? Commoner?" Hua Yue's face turned pale. "What is the punishment?" Li Fu inquired. 20 strikes. Li Fu calmly stepped forward, her expression serene. 40 strikes. If she does not wish to eat, then let her go without food for a few days. The eunuch waved his hand, and the guards moved into action. Soon, the air was filled with Hua Yue's venomous curses. But what could she do? Being Tu Jinjin at this moment, the eunuch asked, "Are you pleased?" Li Fu tugged at the corner of her mouth, her eyes vacant, murmuring, "It's tolerable. What she endures now is but a fraction of my suffering. She still lives, yet those who perished at her hands shall never return." She felt no joy, not while Hua Yue and Chun Xiao still drew breath. In this world, she had no kin or friends left, no one willing to protect her. Hua Yue had nearly severed her ties to the world, watching her family and dear friends perish before her eyes. The thought of it gnawing at her heart with excruciating pain. She exhaled deeply and turned her head. "Is it amusing to dress as a eunuch? You are clearly not a court official sent by the prince, but rather an impostor." Not Worry rubbed his chin, his otherwise unremarkable eunuch face suddenly radiating brilliance. His eyes sparkled with interest, and his tone was animated. "Having come this far with you, I cannot simply stand idly by and merely play a supporting role. I must witness the spectacle and see who prevails, you or the chosen one." With Li Changyan's character having little screen time, he had arranged for himself the role of a eunuch, allowing him to constantly observe the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this, Li Fu cast a profound glance at him. Sensing that he was no ordinary individual, she had transformed into Tu Xian, while Hua Yue had become Tu Jinjin, and they were both now mere mortals, stripped of their powers. Logically, at this point in time, Li Changyan should also be an ordinary person, yet he managed to disguise himself as someone entirely different. How had he achieved this? Who exactly was Not Worry? Unperturbed by her probing gaze, Not Worry turned to her with curiosity. According to the timeline of the Tu Xian world, at this stage, the Prince Li Changyan is betrothed to Tu Xian, while Tu Jinjin deems the hypocritical Tu Xian unworthy of the prince. During these 3 months, she has relentlessly troubled Tu Xian, attempting to expose her true nature. Now, you are reversing the narrative. Are you not concerned that this might disrupt the timeline and lead to the world's collapse? Li Fu shook her head, her tone unwavering. As long as Hua Yue and Chun Xiao do not retaliate, the timeline remains unaffected. However, should they choose to strike back, it would only provoke the world's consciousness, and they would suffer the consequences. I am rather looking forward to it. Alas, Chun Xiao was far too composed. Not Worry remained perplexed, questioning. Hua Yue has a point. What you are doing now is not something Tu Xian would undertake. Such a transformation. How could the world of the resentful spirits remain unresponsive? Li Fu smiled. Who says it isn't? Not Worry was taken aback. Tu Xian, raised in such a dismal environment, neglected and bullied by all, was called a young lady, yet was merely an ornament in her family, vulnerable to the whims of Tu Jinjin and others. Did such a Tu Xian not subconsciously wish to act otherwise? Li Fu lowered her gaze to the swirling dark energy in her hand and said softly, "Every heart harbors a shadow. Some are subdued by light, while others are overwhelmed by darkness. She is striving to be a good person. Unfortunately, others do not wish for her to embody that goodness. Just because she refrains from retaliation does not mean they will cease to torment her, allowing her to live her life in peace." Not Worry looked at her with a complex expression. Li Fu was indeed perceptive and astute. Hua Yue, having gone 4 days without food, emerged from the room, barely able to stand. She had not anticipated that a mortal body could be so frail. Enduring hunger for just a few days was unbearable. Damn it! Why can't Tu Jinjin cultivate? As Hua Yue stepped out, she spotted Li Fu reclining in a rocking chair in the courtyard. Tu Jinjin's 2 personal maids, who had previously bullied Tu Xian, were there as well. One fanned her, her face pale, while the other wobbled while offering her sweet rice balls. Barely able to kneel steadily. In the courtyard, someone was recounting stories to her, while others attended to her needs. That eunuch had remained present, accompanied by a contingent of guards standing behind Li Fu, ever vigilant against danger. The housekeeper stood in the courtyard, drenched in sweat, appearing equally on the verge of collapse. Beneath the shade of the trees, Li Fu observed Lin Xiao and Tu Yuming, a couple whose faces were dark with displeasure as they stood under the scorching sun, their expressions grim. Compared to before, Lin Xiao seemed to have aged a decade, and Tu Yuming bore the weight of weariness. The malicious Tu Xian had thoroughly tormented everyone. Hua Yu's silver teeth ground together in frustration, wishing she could rend Li Fu into 1,000 pieces, skinning and dissecting her. She was a celestial being, and yet Li Fu had dared to humiliate her so. Li Fu spat out the sweet rice balls from her mouth and calmly remarked, "The wine has become too potent. Go buy another bowl." Upon hearing this, the already weary housekeeper, who had run countless errands throughout the day, suddenly felt darkness envelop him and collapsed to the ground. The maid, holding the bowl of sweet rice balls, trembled even more, stammering, "Your Highness, the housekeeper has fainted." "I'm not blind," Li Fu replied, looking at Tu Yuming. "Then you should go buy it." Tu Yuming, incredulous, pointed at himself. "I am your father." Li Fu smiled faintly. "Is that so? Did you act like a father towards Tu Xian?" Without further ado, she lifted her chin, and the guards behind her simultaneously drew their blades, their cold gleam instilling a sense of dread. Tu Yuming froze. After a moment, he fell silent and slowly stepped outside. Li Fu urged, "Hurry." Within a quarter of an hour, Tu Yuming stumbled slightly. "Xianer, your father is not well." Lin Xiao attempted to appeal to emotions. "Oh," Li Fu replied, her gaze steady, offering a sincere suggestion, "Then why not go in his stead?" The conversation halted abruptly, and Lin Xiao fell silent. Tu Yuming glanced back at Lin Xiao in disappointment, as an unspoken rift had formed between the once loving middle-aged couple. Hua Yue sneered, "You will regret this." Li Fu raised an eyebrow, turning to her with a smirk. "It seems you have regained your spirit, then go wash your clothes." Chapter 12. The Torment of Chun Xiao Hua Yue. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "You want me to wash the clothes of mortals? How outrageous. As a cultivator, how could she stoop to washing the garments of the mundane?" Li Fu's expression turned cold in an instant as she waved her hand. "Take her away. She can only eat after the washing is done. And let her kindle the fire to cook." With that, the servants of the Tu family dragged the gritting Hua Yue away. The Tu family had indeed changed its master. Bu Wang stepped forward, plucking a grape to eat, his voice muffled. "I sense she is nearing her limit. She will find a way to escape this world of vengeful spirits. At that point, one less destined pursuer will remain." Li Fu took the grape from his hand, her brow slightly furrowing. "She would not leave, for she desired to kill me. And to kill her, one must endure." Bu Wang glanced at the grape, then silently picked up another and popped it into his mouth, clicking his tongue. "However, your method is truly ruthless, striking at both life and spirit." Li Fu's gaze remained tranquil. Hua Yue constantly spoke of celestial beings and mortals with an air of superiority, so she would have her partake in the food of mortals, wash their garments, and engage in the tasks of the mundane. If she found no difficulty in these matters, it would not be hard to endure. But if she held the utmost disdain for mortals, then life would become a torment of suffering. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao, transformed into Li Changhen, was a cultivator, and she could not compel him to do anything. Suddenly, Li Fu seemed to recall something and stood up. "Let us go. It is time to see how far Li Changhen has progressed." Chen Xiao was solely focused on completing his task. He sought to eliminate the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence, enduring all trials along the way, aware that Hua Yue would also exercise patience. Hua Yue was not foolish. Despite her impulsive and irritable demeanor, she consistently made the most advantageous choices in matters that concerned her directly. The fleeting fury and the act of vanquishing the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence were not worthy of inner turmoil. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he adhered to the original progression of the celestial slaughter world. After all, the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence possessed the potential to annihilate worlds, even with their slaughtering sword. Killing him would not be an easy feat, however. By transforming Li Fu into a slayer of celestial beings, he seized the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. This chance must not be squandered. Chen Xiao approached the imperial palace, drawing closer to the emperor with the intent to manipulate him, turning him into a puppet. A misguided sovereign who would bring ruin to the nation. A puppet, of course, lacked the authority to issue commands, thus many matters were executed under his control. Following the prescribed orders, the puppet emperor presented a decree to his ministers. Even in his quest to be a tyrant, there were still virtuous officials in the court. Upon reading the contents of the decree, the entire assembly of civil and military officials turned pale, aghast at what they beheld. The chancellor, in particular, urged, "Your Majesty, this cannot be. If we proceed as stated, the common folk will." Chen Xiao interrupted, directing the emperor, "Issue the command." He was solely focused on advancing the course of the world, disinterested in further discourse. The chancellor wished to elaborate, but Chen Xiao stepped forward, waving his hand. The chancellor, dazed, picked up the decree and replied, "As you command." The ministers departed in succession. As Chen Xiao prepared to leave the palace in search of Hua Yue, a woman clad in white entered the grand hall. Her visage was familiar, prompting Chen Xiao to instinctively halt and gaze upon her. As she drew nearer, he realized she held the very decree he had just issued. The newcomer was Li Fu. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and spoke first, "What brings you here?" Hua Yue was now immortal. Li Fu deliberately sought to provoke her, yet he, possessing cultivation, was beyond her reach. What, then, was her purpose in seeking him? Chen Xiao was perplexed. Li Fu smiled softly, placing the decree upon the table. Tilting her head, she queried, "Why must you insist on killing me?" Chen Xiao paused, then pursed his lips, a torrent of complex emotions swirling in his eyes as he gradually replied, "Because you are the lord of ghostly malevolence, and you possess the capability to bring about the world's destruction. For the sake of all living beings, I must eliminate you." As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly resolute. "All living beings?" Li Fu chuckled, showing no opposition, merely unfolding the decree and pointing to the written words. "Do take a look at the edict you just issued." Her expression swiftly turned cold, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Increasing taxes in the northern region? That area has just endured a devastating drought, and the populace is barely surviving. What you impose is not a tax, but a torrent of blood and tears. Drafting laborers from the western territories to the capital? The West is the furthest from the capital and has been engaged in continuous conflict with foreign nations, leaving households devoid of male heirs. You are not conscripting laborers, but claiming lives. Permitting abduction and sale? Will the women and children of the great Xian nation dare to step outside thereafter?" Each point she highlighted represented a life extinguished. Chen Zhao's lips tightened in silence. After a lengthy pause, he rasped, "All of this is a fabrication. This is the realm of vengeful spirits, a tale from a millennium ago. Aside from Master Li and Tu Jinjin, all others have long passed." Li Fu chuckled softly, then began to applaud. Unwittingly, a group of ordinary folk entered, their garments tattered and their bodies emaciated. Among them was a frail woman, leading a small child with a disproportionately large head, timidly stepping forward. In that fleeting moment, they summoned their courage, kneeling and repeatedly bowing, "Your Majesty, the North has always held you in the highest regard, never defaulting on our annual taxes. We beseech you to retract your decree. The increased taxes in the North render our survival untenable. We implore you. The West fights for the nation, yet if we are conscripted once more, the entire region will become desolate, devoid of men. We plead for your mercy, Your Majesty. Our women already endure great hardship, and venturing outside becomes a perilous affair, as we could be abducted and sold at any moment. This is a matter of life and death for countless women. Your Majesty, we implore you to spare us." They continued to bow, their pleas echoing in the air. A single command could seal their fates, their very essence bound to it. Chen Xiao pondered. The realm of vengeful spirits may be illusory, yet we inhabit it. Our existence is tangible. Those who dwell within it, from birth to death, toil from dawn till dusk. Their joys coexist with their sorrows. For them, what is the truth of this life? Li Fu casually leaned against the armrest of the dragon throne, calmly addressing him. "This edict determines the fates of countless lives. If you issue it, they shall perish. Should you refrain, the tale of the malevolent woman slaughtering the celestial beings will take an entirely different turn. Without these oppressive laws, the populace would harbor no animosity towards the Zhu family nor any resentment towards the celestial beings. The narrative would irrevocably alter." She smiled, her words cutting like a knife. "Are they, in your view, the common people of the world?" Looking at them, "Oh, Chen Xiao, the self-proclaimed guardian of the populace, I dare ask, will you issue this decree or not?" Chapter 13. The Progress of the World. Marriage. Chen Xiao clenched his fist, veins bulging on his forehead, his countenance darkening. To issue the order would mean countless lives lost, To withhold it would mean failing to eliminate Li Fu, the self-styled destined protector of the realm, who professed to safeguard the common people, was confronted with a profound dilemma. Enough, Chen Xiao exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a violent flick of his sleeve, the apparitions of grievances before him dissipated entirely. He turned to Li Fu, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. They are all illusions. Yet you are the true embodiment of malevolence, Li Fu. You must perish. Li Fu remained unfazed. She straightened with a smile, clapping her hands before tossing the decree onto the table. Indeed, they are mere phantoms. I hope the esteemed Chen Xiao does not suffer too greatly. There is still ample time before the wedding. Perhaps you might wander through the great north and witness for yourself how many lives your decree has extinguished, how much tragedy it has wrought upon the world. With that, Li Fu gracefully departed, her figure exuding elegance as her white garments billowed, brushing against the high thresholds of the imperial palace. Chen Xiao fixed his gaze upon her retreating silhouette, nearly drawing blood from his clenched palm. Once outside the palace, unwittingly raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. I thought this wicked woman could not unsettle the illustrious Chen Xiao, yet she strikes at his heart with precision, understanding how to pierce his core." Li Fu did not look back, striding away resolutely. It is his choice. Let him bear the burden of his own torment. Chen Xiao, a man seemingly indifferent and emotionally detached, paradoxically displays an abundance of affection and loyalty, extending compassion to all beings. Yet, should one dare to unveil the true depths of his heart, revealing his callousness to the world and to himself, he would be engulfed by profound anguish. It is indeed a source of amusement, for he himself harbors the belief in his own emotional depth. Li Fu quickened her pace, knowing that in just over 2 months, these two would endure much more. When Chen Xiao returned to the Tu family, his countenance was ashen, his eyes shadowed with an inescapable heaviness, and his lips pressed tightly together, furrowing his brow. Li Fu's piercing words had inflicted considerable torment upon him. Hua Yue, oblivious to his turmoil, instantly began her lamentations upon seeing him. "Chen Xiao, where have you been? Why did you not come to my aid? Are you unaware of how she has treated me during this time? How wretched it is that I lack celestial powers, leaving me vulnerable to her bullying." Her pallor was striking, her demeanor teetering on the brink of despair. Her voice, hoarse and sharp, resonated with bitterness. Chen Xiao remained silent. Hua Yue clutched at his sleeve, her ire escalating. "What is the matter with you? Why do you neglect me? I endure daily humiliation, and she dares to treat me like a mere mortal. I have had enough." Suddenly, Chen Xiao barked in response, rendering Hua Yue momentarily speechless. Rarely did he lose his composure, and his fierce tone extinguished her bravado. Hua Yue extended her hand, gently grasping his palm, softening her tone. "Xiaolang, what troubles you? Have you encountered some misfortune?" Chen Xiao was reluctant to elaborate. However, seeing the concern etched in Hua Yue's eyes, he shook his head, exhaling slowly to regain his composure, and spoke with deliberation. "Hua Yue, we are fated individuals, esteemed by the elders, and we must bear our responsibilities. The cost of vanquishing the Ghost Master is worth any sacrifice. Moreover, Li Fu's emergence is entwined with their destiny, and it must be resolved." Hua Yue rested her head on Chen Zhao's shoulder, gazing at her hands, which had swollen and become rough, resembling the texture of a turnip after 2 months of servitude. Serving a mere mortal was more torturous than death itself. Her voice, barely above a whisper, conveyed her resolve. "Very well, I would pay any price to eliminate her." Chen Xiao reciprocated her grasp, patting her hand gently, as if struck by an epiphany. Hua Yue lifted her head, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Xiaolang, I have been pondering Li Fu lately. Do you recall the day we first entered the realm of vengeful spirits?" Chen Xiao nodded, a frown deepening on his forehead. That day, Li Fu had been distributing porridge, a fade identical to that of the former Tu Xian, steeped in hypocrisy. Hua Yue grimaced, continuing, "Yet, once we transformed into Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin, she immediately shed her pretense, unveiling her true nature." Chen Zhao's pupils contracted. Hua Yue tentatively ventured, "Why do I sense that her actions that day were deliberate, aimed at drawing us into the fray?" She quickly shook her head. "Perhaps I am overthinking." However, Chen Xiao, with a stern expression, articulated each word with gravity. "It is possible. Li Fu is far more astute than we perceive. While the women of the time Ming can read, their understanding is still limited. After marrying Li Fu, I taught her to read, and she grasped concepts effortlessly, exhibiting an extraordinary intellect. In the span of 3 years, she has perused my collection of books more than once. Li Fu is truly exceptional. Hua Yue struck the bed with a fierce determination. Gritting her teeth, she must be aware that her fate is inescapable, hence her ploy to lure us in, deliberately tormenting us. No wonder she has discarded any pretense and embraced the role of a wicked woman. This is her act of vengeance. Chen Xiao felt an unsettling disquiet. Yet, he could not immediately decipher what Li Fu truly intended. After venting her hatred, Hua Yue sneered coldly. Soon, it will be 3 months. For now, she torments me. But soon it will be my turn to torment her. The malevolent woman, the slayer of immortals, in this realm. She is even more abhorrent than her counterpart in the original world. She deserves an even more excruciating punishment. Chen Xiao released his grip and gazed at her. According to the timeline, you may begin your cultivation, but remember, until the time is right, you must not personally lay a hand on her. Hua Yue nodded. I understand. She has endured thus far. Can she not persevere until she can eliminate Li Fu? Once the wedding day arrives, it will be her turn to torment the slayer of immortals, until Li Fu meets her demise. A fierce hatred flickered in her eyes. Li Fu had played the role of the wicked slayer of immortals for a while. Over the course of 3 months, the entire Tu family had been subjected to relentless torment, and everyone had become exceedingly docile. Even Tu Yuming and Lin Xiu complied with every demand, preparing a lavish feast for Li Fu before they could sit down to eat themselves. After the meal, the Tu family continued to be directed by Li Fu, each member obediently executing her commands. Bu Wang, munching on pomegranates, lowered his voice. Hua Yue has already begun her cultivation, but for these past few days, she has been unnaturally compliant, suppressing her emotions. Li Fu opened her mouth as a maid cautiously fed her pomegranate seeds. Her voice was muffled. What is so strange about it? She is merely biding her time, awaiting tomorrow's wedding to commence her torment against me. Can she truly endure? Are you not concerned? Bu Wang raised an eyebrow. The slayer of immortals has never possessed any magical power. Does she truly not worry about what lies ahead? Moreover, with the wedding approaching, the moment of reckoning draws near. What exactly does Li Fu intend to do? Does she possess a means to counter the assault of the Destined One? A mortal slayer of immortals facing an enemy cultivator is akin to the heavens collapsing at the onset, just as the former mortal Li Fu confronted the cultivator Hua Yue. Furthermore, they entered to settle grievances. How will she quell the slayer of immortals' wrath? One must understand that the strength of vengeful spirits is proportional to the weight of their grievances. It is not merely a matter of her portraying the wicked slayer of immortals. Even if she were to slay all of her adversary's foes, it may not suffice to assuage the lingering resentment. Li Fu truly is an enigma. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. With a grand sedan chair and a 10-mile procession of red bridal attire, the entire realm was in disarray, yet the prince's wedding still commanded respect. The scale of the ceremony was monumental, the proceedings elaborate. However, each participant harbored their own thoughts, awaiting the predetermined unfolding of events. On the day of the wedding, the Tu family was annihilated, and Chen Xiao successfully concealed the 2 family members, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Subsequently, he and Hua Yue disseminated news throughout the streets, proclaiming that the previous tyrannies were the doing of the Tu family, and that Regent Li Changhen had eradicated the Tu family and would rectify the injustices. The populace was moved to tears, while simultaneously cursing the Tu family. Hua Yue did not neglect to inform them that the Tu family still harbored a tyrannical and domineering princess who misused her status as the wicked slayer of immortals. Thus, the curses were directed at the slayer of immortals. Hua Yue declared, the time is finally drawing near. Chen Xiao gently patted her head, reiterating the reminder, do not disrupt the process. Hua Yue nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Tu Jinjin should be entangled in a tumultuous relationship with Li Changhen, filled with love and hate, as the Tu family had wronged Li Changhen's father. Meanwhile, Tu Jinjin mistakenly believed that Li Changhen had annihilated the Tu family. Presently, they chose to eschew such trivialities and focused solely on awaiting the developments from Tu Xian's side. Just wait for tomorrow. On the other hand, Bu Wang, with a mischievous grin, sat on the bed clad in a groom's red attire, tilting his head to glance at the bride beside him. Hey, we are married now. Li Fu removed her bridal veil, sauntered to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and casually glanced at him, responding nonchalantly. Oh, well then, prepare yourself. You shall meet your demise tomorrow. Bu Wang scoffed. Not death, merely disappearance. Once the conclusion arrives, what difference does it make? Li Fu raised an eyebrow. Bu Wang mused that her words, though audacious, bore a certain logic. Tomorrow, he was to become a eunuch once more. Bu Wang's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked her, "They are about to start tormenting you. Hua Yue is already itching for action. Do you require my assistance?" Chapter 14. Who resembles the villain more? Li Fu set her cup down, returned to him, and shook her head. No need. Bu Wang was increasingly perplexed. What exactly was this woman planning? As he pondered, Li Fu pulled aside the red quilt, revealing an assortment of dried fruits beneath, and lay down, preparing for sleep. Bu Wang, astonished, picked up a longan, peeled it, and tasted it, exclaiming, "What is this? Why is it spread on the bed?" Li Fu looked up at him, equally surprised. Had he truly never witnessed a wedding? Assuming she was interested, Bu Wang naturally offered her the peeled peanuts. Li Fu shook her head, settled back down, and closed her eyes. Bu Wang leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Today is rather special. Shall we indulge in something else?" Li Fu abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze turning icy, the depths of her dark pupils suffused with a rising aura of menace. Yet, Bu Wang had already reached for the wine on the table, barely concealing his excitement. "Let us drink. I have tasted it, and it is quite good. We shall not return until we are inebriated tonight." The chill in Li Fu's eyes dissipated as she smiled helplessly, sitting up to take the wine cup. "Very well, let us drink." Li Fu drank first. "You have quite the capacity for alcohol. So do you." After several rounds of drinking, Li Fu's gaze grew hazy, her eyes fixated on Bu Wang as she suddenly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Bu Wang." With that, he let his head fall onto the bed, slumping beside her and soon drifting into slumber, his soft snores filling the air. Li Fu gazed at him deeply. After a moment, she scoffed lightly. "Pretender." She discarded the wine cup and lay back down to sleep. Bu Wang continued to snore at the edge of the bed, and after a long while, a smile tugged at his lips. The next day, at the hour of Chun, hundreds of palace guards stormed into the East Palace, proclaiming the emperor's decree to depose the crown prince. The East Palace, bustling with countless servants, erupted into chaos. Guards collided and searched, while some attempted to flee, others secretly gathered their valuables. In the blink of an eye, the East Palace was in disarray. Amidst the turmoil, a fire broke out, further escalating the chaos. Li Fu donned Tu Xian's white attire, standing calmly at the door of the sleeping quarters, observing the scene unfold. Everything progressed according to the trajectory of the world. For years, Tu Xian endured humiliation and hardship, believing that she could finally let go, only to find herself facing emptiness in the end. She could almost envision the despair and helplessness of the mortal Tu Xian during that time, much like her own initial experience. The sudden imprisonment of the Li family left her bewildered. Upon receiving the news, she was engulfed in panic. Her mother had passed away, her relatives were incarcerated, and her husband remained in the adjacent courtyard, while her own family, the Chen family, resolutely refrained from intervening. She had no choice but to suppress her sorrow, managing affairs within the prison, determined to prove her family's innocence, while simultaneously seeking the truth behind the matter. When the granary was found empty overnight, darkness clouded her vision at that moment, leaving her with nothing but confusion and boundless despair. The most agonizing pain in this world is to be given a glimmer of hope, only for it to be abruptly snuffed out. The malice of Tu Xian was a consequence of the relentless pressure from everyone around her. She gazed down at the dark energy in her palm, which had grown increasingly dense. Bu Wang stepped out from the room, shaking his head. "The resentment has intensified, and you continue to offer Tu Xian false hope. By previously revealing her darker side and allowing her to wield the power of a princess, the unchanging nature of her circumstances would only deepen her resentment." Bu Wang found this increasingly perplexing. She was there to quell Tu Xian's grievances. Why exacerbate the resentment? Merely tormenting Tu Jinjin and Li Changhan would not alleviate Tu Xian's bitterness. On the contrary, the more wicked she became, the more Tu Xian would resent facing her dire reality again. Hope followed by disappointment would only lead to greater despair. Li Fu offered no explanation, closing her hand to dispel the dark energy. Turning away, she noticed Bu Wang still donned in his wedding attire. Raising an eyebrow, "You should vanish. If you don't, you will stray from your path." Bu Wang sighed and departed in silence. Why did Li Fu not seek his assistance? Although he might not help, nor could he guarantee any aid. Not long after Bu Wang left, Hua Yue, embodying Tu Jinjin, entered from outside. She had begun her cultivation journey, her steps light, radiating an ethereal aura. Perhaps emboldened, she dismissed her previous gloom, raising her chin to reclaim her pride. The tides of fortune had turned. She reached out, grasping Li Fu's chin with a menacing glare, declaring, "Your good days are numbered." Li Fu glanced down at her hand and then calmly brushed it aside. "Is that so? Isn't it time for you to face demise instead?" Hua Yue's expression hardened, and a swirl of spiritual energy enveloped her hand. Unfazed, Li Fu did not flinch or evade. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her chin and discarded it, her deep, unfathomable black eyes fixated on Hua Yue. She relied on the fact that Hua Yue could not strike her. Hua Yue inhaled deeply, her spiritual energy dissipating, and sneered. "Aren't you merely banking on Tu Xinjin's inability to directly confront Tu Xian?" With that, she seized Li Fu's wrist, dragging her to the East Palace entrance. Following the news of the two families' predicament, enraged citizens gathered, their eyes fixed on the East Palace. With the prince's fall from grace, the crowd swelled further. The prince was deposed. The wicked Tu Xian deserved punishment as well. Yes, the two family were devils, responsible for countless deaths. They should all descend into hell. Let Tu Xian emerge. Hua Yue dragged Li Fu to the entrance, shouting, "Everyone, this is the wicked woman Tu Xian." Outside, silence fell abruptly. Hua Yue continued, "The crown prince has been deposed, and the deposed crown princess has been reduced to a commoner. Everyone may dispose of her as they see fit." As her words fell, countless faces erupted with fury, the silence instantly transforming into a cacophony. "Kill her. Yes, kill her." A smile graced the corners of Hua Yue's lips as she turned to look at Li Fu, unable to conceal her pride. See, she need not lift a finger. Others would take action for her. Yet, Li Fu suddenly spoke, "Esteemed guests, I am Tu Xian, yet I am not of the Tu family by blood. It is well known that this woman, named Tu Xinjin, is the true daughter of the Tu family. Why do you not turn your wrath upon her?" Her voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly with the crowd. They were taken aback. And just look at her countenance. Who truly resembles a villain here? Does her expression seem like one who has lost her entire family? Or does it not appear as though she has committed fratricide? Li Fu spread her hands, her eyes wide with innocence. Of course, she would not have slaughtered her entire family. Perhaps the members of the Tu family are still alive? The crowd fell silent once more, instinctively glancing between Tu Xian and Tu Xinjin. One donned flowing white garments, appearing delicate. The other wore extravagant blue attire, exuding opulence and arrogance, her demeanor indeed suggesting a nefarious nature. They both bear the surname Tu. They both deserve death. Someone shouted. Upon seeing someone pick up a rotten egg, Li Fu swiftly positioned herself behind Tu Xinjin, effectively shielding her frail form. Chapter 15. Skip to the next. Bang! The foul egg struck her, an overwhelming stench enveloping the air. Hua Yue, momentarily stunned, felt the filth adhere to her luxurious attire, the odor nearly overwhelming her senses. She looked down in shock, the grime stark against her garments. Li Fu, these wretched mortals. In an instant, rage and frustration surged within her. The next moment, rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves rained down upon her, directed towards Li Fu, who stood behind her. Her body trembled as she slowly raised her hands, spiritual energy swirling in her palms. With a fierce glare filled with icy murderous intent, she declared, "Let them all perish." Just as she was about to strike, a shadow darted past, seizing her wrist. With a swift motion, the assailant lifted her hand, causing the assorted debris to fall harmlessly to the ground. In an instant, the figure whisked Hua Yue away. Once they had distanced themselves, Chun Xiao released Hua Yue's hand. Her expression was dark and sullen. Chun Xiao sighed helplessly, flicking his wrist gently, the dust-cleansing technique restoring Hua Yue's garments to pristine condition, erasing all traces of filth. Hua Yue gritted her teeth. Li Fu, and that crowd of mortals. Should they not be the ones torturing Li Fu? How dare they lay a hand on her? This is not the outside world. This is Tu Xian's realm. Chun Xiao fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with deliberation. We must not do anything that could disrupt the course of this world. You should not seek her out. Had Hua Yue refrained from intervening, the townsfolk would have surrounded and attacked Li Fu instead. Her involvement served only to mire her deeper in the quagmire, unless she could finally take action against Li Fu. Hua Yue clenched her fists, her fingertips pressing into her palms. In the next moment, she tore off her garments, flinging them to the ground in disgust, stomping upon them, and with great difficulty. She squeezed out a declaration from her throat. I shall skin her alive and shatter her very soul. On the other side, the moment Chen Xiao appeared, Li Fu decisively retreated, evading yet another wave of attacks from the enraged citizens at the doorway. Bu Wang, standing behind the door, shouted, "What will you do now?" Hua Yue has left, and so has her shield. The fury of the citizens of Daxian surged once more towards her. Li Fu responded, "An eye for an eye." Bu Wang asked, "What?" Li Fu turned to him, smiling. "You previously mentioned assisting me. Will you keep your word?" Bu Wang instinctively took a step back, a wary expression on his face. According to the timeline, Li Changyan has just begun his cultivation. I cannot contend with Chen Xiao and Hua Yue. Li Fu blinked. You need not engage physically, nor involve Li Changyan. You can do it on your own. Bu Wang was perplexed. A quarter of an hour later, Li Fu sat at the entrance of the East Palace. Beside her, Bu Wang held a shield, protecting both himself and Li Fu, while on the other side lay a basket full of eggs and rotten vegetable leaves. He retaliated against anyone who dared to strike Li Fu. Bu Wang was remarkably accurate. While others failed to hit their targets, he struck back with precision. He collected the items thrown at them and tossed them back into the crowd, inciting several furious curses in response. He shielded the two of them, turned his head, and gritted his teeth. Why don't you do this dirty work yourself? This is what you call helping. Li Fu remained composed. I wish to engage in an argument. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice erupted, slaughtering immortal. Your family has harmed the great Daxian. All members of the Slaughter family deserve death. I am not one of the Slaughter family, Li Fu replied. Bu Wang silently hurled a rotten egg at the individual, hitting them squarely on the head. After a shriek, the person fled. Another voice called out, slaughtering immortal. Your family are thieves, responsible for the deaths of countless innocent citizens. If you possess any shame, you should take your own life. Why don't you die? Li Fu retorted. Bu Wang then threw a pile of rotten vegetable leaves over the person, abruptly silencing their insults. Yet, others continued. You vile woman. You vile man. You have no shame. My appearance is far superior to yours. As the exchange continued, the throng of citizens at the entrance diminished, and the number of those openly cursing her dwindled, although the whispers behind her back only grew louder. Indeed, a vile woman. It seems she is no different from the other members of the Slaughter family. I have a relative who worked for the Slaughter family. When they were destroyed, some of the workers escaped. According to him, the slaughtering immortal wielded power within the Slaughter family and is truly a wicked woman. Bah! Wicked slaughtering immortal. Chen Xiao listened to the murmurs, furrowing his brow. Hua Yue, with a dark expression, asked, Are you worried about her? Chen Xiao paused, casually shaking his head, confused. I simply do not understand what she is doing. Her actions will not genuinely alter the slaughtering immortal's predicament. In fact, the number of those who curse her will only increase, and her reputation as a wicked woman will grow louder. Previously, during her time in the Slaughter family, her notoriety was confined to a small circle. Now, the entire city harbors resentment towards the remnants of the Slaughter family. Her behavior brings no benefit whatsoever. Those with true malice cannot be deterred, and instead, her reputation worsens. Isn't the Lord of Ghosts Sha here to quell resentment? This approach will likely yield the opposite effect. Continuing down this path, even in our absence, she remains incapable of quelling the wrath of the Slaughter immortal or harnessing the power of the Void's vengeful spirits. What, then, is her purpose here? Chen Xiao increasingly found himself baffled by Li Fu's intentions. Hua Yue, too, furrowed her brow. Could it be that our earlier conjectures were correct? She understands that she is beyond salvation, facing certain death, thus seeking only to torment us in retaliation. It appears she has no intention of pacifying her grievances. Moreover, the ire of the Void's vengeful spirits is not easily subdued, even by those of the highest echelons. What gives Li Fu the right to believe she can succeed? Chen Xiao lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Eventually, he shook his head, regardless of her scheme. Our sole objective must be to eliminate her and thereby avert the impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, within the palace, the guards completed their thorough search of the Eastern Palace and subsequently withdrew. Servants hastily gathered their belongings and departed, leaving the Eastern Palace a mere shell, abandoned to the raging flames that swiftly engulfed the structure. The common folk at the entrance gradually dispersed, yet more malevolent gazes lingered in the shadows, fixated on Li Fu. Bu Wang, weary from the ordeal, inquired, What shall we do next? We cannot remain here. There are many who seek your life. According to the world's timeline, the Slaughter Immortal has endured a barrage of scorn, various tribulations, near indignities, death threats, and covetous glances upon her form. The first two afflictions are of little concern. But what of the latter? Li Fu replied, it matters not. Within the world's progression, no success has been achieved, and there is naught to fear. She turned, observing the encroaching flames and swirling smoke. Let us depart. Li Fu rose and stepped away from the eastern palace. Bu Wang instinctively followed. Where shall we go? We must first leave, Li Fu responded. Bu Wang trailed behind, then retraced his steps to retrieve the shield and basket, exercising caution. For the Slaughter Immortal is a figure universally reviled at this juncture. The two traversed the path amidst the pointed fingers and whispers of onlookers. Their accusations of her being an evil woman laid bare without restraint. Yet, none dared to assail them. Bu Wang procured an ox cart, and they settled upon it. A covered dung bucket stationed nearby. Any who ventured too close would be met with a deluge of filth. Li Fu glanced at Bu Wang, her gaze imbued with complexity. You truly are quick to draw connections. Bu Wang, enthusiastic about his newfound tactic, replied, my master has taught me well. The tribulations, indignities, death threats, and covetousness have all dissipated. After all, none dare approach us. Li Fu remarked, indeed, you are a diligent student. A smile graced her lips as she lowered her gaze to her palm, the dark energy growing ever denser, almost to the point of heaviness. You ought to consider our next course of action. Bu Wang turned back, startled. Good heavens, the Slaughter Immortal's resentment is even more potent than when you entered. In the progression of the realm of vengeful spirits, due to Li Fu's interference, the Slaughter Immortal has faced even more insults, her infamous reputation now echoing louder than ever. Consequently, her resentment has only intensified. Bu Wang scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. When you retaliated on her behalf, her grievances did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, your notoriety soared, and her ire immediately surged. How are we to quell her resentment now? It seems the Slaughter Immortal's grievances only escalate, never to abate. How shall we proceed? Li Fu's palm closed tightly. She answered the previous question without hesitation. What is the next progression in the world's narrative? After a moment of contemplation, she replied with conviction. The Immortal Slayer will beseech Li Changhen for a chance at survival. Li Fu interjected. Skip. Li Fu continued. Next. The Immortal Slayer, unable to suppress the arc of her lips, cleared her throat and stated, skipping is acceptable. It does not alter the course of the world. The next progression is their descent into darkness, subjecting Tu Jinjin and Li Changhen to trials that are trivial, yet serve to dissolve their grievances. Li Fu heard the two words, trials. Understood. Let Hua Yue and Chun Shao endure the tribulations. Chapter 16. Almost there as she tumbled down the cliff. Sheltered by Chun Shao, Hua Yue experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Were they truly there to pursue Li Fu? Was the Immortal Slayer merely immortal? Why, throughout this ordeal, had only they, the cultivators, suffered? After enduring torment at the hands of the two family for 3 months, they had finally attained cultivation, only to see the Immortal Slayer embark on a path of despair. Yet, apart from the scorn she received, which only amplified the notoriety of the vile woman, she faced no real suffering. Even those who insulted her were swiftly rebuffed. Once again, it was their turn to endure hardship. Was the decision to eliminate the Immortal Slayer in order to target Li Fu truly the right one? Doubt not at Hua Yue, especially as she plummeted towards what should have been a singular sharp stone, now transformed into a field of jagged spikes that nearly pierced her through. Ah! Hua Yue screamed. Her flesh mangled. Chun Shao swiftly pivoted, sharing the burden, then furrowed his brows as he slowly rose from the stones, already drenched in blood. His voice was hoarse. Bear with it, I must first extract the stone. As his words fell, he withdrew the stone spikes lodged in Hua Yue's body. She stifled a groan, her face paling. The spikes clattered to the ground, stained with blood, and Hua Yue contorted in pain. Chun Shao could only apply pressure to her wounds with a clean cloth, murmuring softly, endure, once your spiritual energy is restored, I can heal you. The fact that a mortal could harm a cultivator indicated that the two had unwittingly fallen into a trap, losing their spiritual power. This was the original course of the world. The fall was inconsequential, yet unexpectedly, Li Fu had preemptively laid a trap of spikes below, inflicting upon them this grievous fate. Hua Yue clutched Chun Zhao's wrist, her eyes reddening with resentment. How much longer must we endure, Xiaolang? Chun Shao paused momentarily, then spoke gently. We must eliminate the Demon Lord. The elders are still waiting for us outside. Hua Yue closed her eyes, the pain contorting her features. Meanwhile, the immortal slayer clapped his hands, shaking off the lime dust from his palms. His expression remained impassive. Why must I always be the one to do the labor? Heaven knows how long it took to shape those stone spikes. Li Fu sat on the ground, calculating their progress without lifting her gaze, the price of spectating. The immortal slayer looked up, blinking. Shall we continue watching? The immortal slayer gritted his teeth. Yes, continue. He was determined to see what this woman intended to accomplish. It couldn't simply be to inconvenience others, could it? Hua Yue's arm trembled as she grasped the knife, struggling to accept her fate. Li Fu stood a short distance away, calmly reminding, you may choose to abandon this path, to forego the world's progression. However, I cannot guarantee the consequences of such a decision. Hua Yue's gaze was as fierce as if she intended to devour her. Li Fu's expression mirrored the coldness, indifferently returning the stare. Chen Xiao spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Proceed. His eyes were devoid of emotion, fixated on the knife in Hua Yue's hand. The malicious woman, Tu Hua, deliberately invoked the Ta family to provoke Ta Xinjin, which led her to stab Li Changhen. This is the course of events, and one of the reasons Li Changhen wishes to eliminate Ta Xian. Act now. Every cause has its effect. One must first sow the seeds of cause to reap the fruits of consequence. Hua Yue closed her eyes and plunged the knife down. Her voice was hoarse as she roared, Li Fu, I will never let you go, never. Li Fu smiled, a look of detached amusement crossing her face as she turned and strode away. Ta Xinjin found herself among the throng of common folk, while Hua Yue nearly shut herself off from the world, struggling to suppress her disdain for these mortals and resisting the urge to retaliate. She was jostled by the crowd, her opulent garments soiled. She endured with great difficulty. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. Ah, that's Ta Xinjin, the second miss of the Ta family. As the words hung in the air, the already overcrowded space became a veritable tide, threatening to engulf Hua Yue. Countless furious gazes fixed upon her, as if they wished to tear her to shreds. These commoners were the product of previous tyrannical rule, and they harbored a deep loathing for it. The malevolence stemmed from Chen Xiao, and Hua Yue had fanned the flames, ensuring the association of the Ta family with the tyrannical regime became widely known. Her initial intent was to harm Li Fu, yet she now faced the bitter fruits of her own actions. As a member of the Ta family, she had been safe alongside the regent, but now alone, she knew these people would not restrain themselves. Chen Xiao took a couple of steps forward, visibly restraining himself, his expression tense. Li Fu, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, chuckling softly. Are you concerned for her safety? Or are you anxious that she might lose control and disrupt the progression? Chen Xiao paused momentarily, then turned to glare at Li Fu, his face dark and stormy, his eyes swirling with turmoil. Satisfied, Li Fu laughed heartily and departed. After walking a distance, he reunited with Wu Wang, who had squeezed through the crowd. Wu Wang, chewing on a blade of grass, offered one to Li Fu, tilting his chin. Tastes rather good. Care to try? Chen Xiao, timing his actions, plunged into the throng and extracted Hua Yue from the chaos. She trembled violently, consumed by fury, her body bearing wounds, her garments tattered, her leg broken, and her face bruised, hands stained with blood. Though not gravely injured, the onslaught of commoners, those lowly mortals assaulting her without reprisal, was a profound humiliation and torment for her. Not to mention her injuries. Her voice quivered with emotion. Kill her. Kill them. Chen Xiao held her tenderly, his heart aching for her. The once proud Hua Yue had been brought so low. He spoke gently. Very well, let us slay the Ghost Lord. Once we depart, we shall have the elders eliminate the vengeful spirit Ta Xian. Without Ta Xian, this illusory world shall cease to exist. Feeling Chen Xiao's comforting presence, warmth surged within Hua Yue. She embraced him tightly, holding on for dear life. The dungeon awaited. Li Funan murmured, the final process has arrived. After enduring considerable hardship, Li Changhen and Tu Xinjin's narrative leads to Tu Xian's imprisonment, with the next pivotal moment introducing Li Changyan and the impending demise of Tu Xian. Tomorrow marks the day of Tu Xian's execution. Within the confines of the dungeon, Li Fu awaited, when Hua Yue slowly entered, her demeanor astonishingly serene, void of anger or triumph. Merely an air of indifference. Their gazes locked for a prolonged moment until Hua Yue finally spoke. It is your turn. Li Fu disregarded her, letting out a faint scoff as she averted her gaze. Hua Yue's calmness rippled, her voice laced with mockery. Are you satisfied with your conditions here? As I have taught you, it does not contravene the world's progression, yet one may still employ certain subtle manipulations. For instance, the damp, sodden floor, the straw thoroughly soaked, even exuding a faint odor. Several rodents scurry about, while next door resides a lunatic who can do nothing but scream, and on the other side, a tiger relentlessly pounds against the bars, roaring as if it might break free at any moment. At her words, Li Fu gradually seated herself, extending her delicate fingers to stroke a passing mouse, which halted obediently. As if playfully teasing a pet, she lifted a straw to amuse it. To inflict torment, one must ensure the tormentor experiences pain. Otherwise, what constitutes true torment? Hua Yue's expression shifted dramatically. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned away in anger, declaring, "Cherish your days of life. I shall await your final moments." After her departure, Li Fu lifted her gaze to Hua Yue's retreating figure. Compared to what Hua Yue had previously inflicted upon her, this was but a trifling matter. When she had just been driven from the Qin family, cast onto the streets, she had struggled to adapt to life in a dilapidated temple, especially when rodents scuttled across her at night, leaving her too frightened to sleep. Yet later, she cohabited with the very mice that once terrified her, scavenging for food alongside wild dogs, enduring the bitter cold with only a thin garment, even wielding stones against beggars who sought to exploit her vulnerability. In any environment, she had grown unafraid. Her desire to survive burned within her. She needed to endure to exact her revenge. Alas, Hua Yue would not allow her to live, just as they would not permit Tu Xian to survive. Li Fu opened her palm, gazing into the dark energy swirling within, murmuring, "Indeed, I await the final moments. We are merely a breath away from the right moment." Chapter 17. The Death Note approaches. Both Li Fu and Shun Xiao proceeded methodically, advancing the trajectory of the Tu Xian world. Consequently, Li Changyan was lured forth, signaling the arrival of Tu Xian's Death Note. The opportunity to slay the Ghost Master lay before them, yet Xin Zhao's brow furrowed deeper, his expression fraught with concern. "We drive the world's progression to kill her. But what of Li Fu? What is her motive in this endeavor?" Xin Zhao struggled to comprehend what further purpose Li Fu could possibly have. No matter how he calculated, it appeared she had no chance of redemption. This perplexity gnawed at him, stirring an unsettling anxiety within. Hua Yue pondered momentarily before responding. Could it be that she cannot impede the world's progression? As Tu Xian, she is merely an ordinary mortal, powerless to enact change. Xin Zhao's brow remained furrowed. At that moment, Li Changyan appeared. Tu Xian could be slain. Hua Yue erupted into laughter, soaring towards the dungeon. The Destiny sword gripped tightly in her hand, trembling as tumultuous emotions surged within her. Finally, at last, the opportunity to utterly vanquish Li Fu has arrived. Li Fu sat in the dungeon, seemingly resigned to her fate as she awaited the impending assault. Hua Yue scoffed coldly. "Do you believe I will grant you a swift demise? You have tormented us for far too long. Now, it is finally your turn." With those words, she vanished in an instant, dragging Li Fu to the execution ground. Outside, the area was thronged with citizens, who had received the news and encircled the place in eager anticipation. Hua Yue clutched Li Fu's garments, compelling her to face the assembled populace, and proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "People, the vile woman, the slayer of immortals, has committed countless heinous acts. Today, we shall act in the name of justice and execute her with 1,000 cuts." A chorus of approval erupted from the crowd. Li Fu, having offended a greater number of people than the original slayer of immortals, had garnered widespread notoriety. And with Hua Yue fueling the flames of resentment, the citizens of Daxian now loathed her. The slayer of immortals was on the brink of execution, and the people rejoiced. Execute the vile woman, the slayer of immortals. Kill. Hua Yue's exhilaration intensified, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, recognizing the urgency of completing the task without delay. Hua Yue did not turn back, nor did she heed his caution. To slay Li Fu with a mere strike? Absolutely not. Such prolonged humiliation could not be dismissed so easily. She had endured a lifetime of indignities, and now, a mere mortal dared to treat her thus. No amount of cutting would quell the hatred in her heart. Were Li Fu not the mistress of the ghosts, she might have spared her life. What was 1,000 cuts in comparison? Instead, she intended to keep her close, tormenting her spirit relentlessly, ensuring she would never find peace. With a steely gaze, Hua Yue drew her sword. Li Fu let out a muffled groan, her face paling in an instant. Hua Yue's excitement grew, her voice hoarse with anticipation. How does it feel? Is this familiar to you? I truly regret that last time I merely used sorcery and did not take matters into my own hands. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, ultimately remaining silent. The execution of the Slayer of Immortals was Zhao Xinjin's responsibility, and he could not interfere with her actions, just as he had refrained from doing during the events at Timing. Moreover, he could sense the overwhelming aura of death surrounding Li Fu, unmistakably indicating that the Slayer of Immortals was indeed a doomed soul, with no hope of redemption. Thus, he resolved to let her be. Meanwhile, the unassuming Li Changyan, playing his part, glared at Hua Yue with chilling intensity. Li Fu lifted her head and looked at Hua Yue, asking, "Is it wrong for me to simply wish to live?" This sentiment resonated both with the Slayer of Immortals and with Li Fu herself. "You dare to offend a cultivator. That is indeed a grave error," Hua Yue retorted, her voice cold as she delivered the blows. "You are hypocritical and pretentious, feigning kindness while harboring malice. You despise my existence. Yet when you came to the neighboring courtyard with that mortal mother of yours, you spoke of some empty sentiments of goodwill and willingness to facilitate their love. Was it not merely to elicit sympathy from Chen Xiao?" Li Fu responded, "You have bullied me time and again, and the entire Tu family has treated me with disdain. Is it wrong for me to consider my own standing and cultivate my reputation? If my heart is not sincere, does that nullify the good deeds I have done? You, Hua Yue, are an unfaithful consort, yet you maintain the facade of filial piety and household management. Am I not entitled to harbor disdain for you? I merely wished for a dignified resolution, yet you have twisted it into an excuse to strike." In the midst of the execution, Hua Yue, with a frenzied gaze, proclaimed, "Your affection for Li Changyan is but a mere facade, driven by vanity. The moment he ceases to be the crown prince, you will instantly change your face and betray your beloved. Should one like you not meet their end? Chen Xiao has ascended as a cultivator, as a mere mortal. How dare you claim the status of a wife?" Li Fu retorted, "Betray my beloved? Li Changyan was destined to lose. It was an inevitable defeat. I merely sought a chance to survive. Moreover, did not Li Changyan first promise to spare us? Why is it not he who is accused of breaking his word? If we delineate the boundaries between cultivators and mortals, what purpose does Chen Xiao's return serve? Why did he not reveal the existence of cultivators to her? She left this world without ever knowing of them." Hua Yue responded, "You instigated our injuries. It is only natural that you should be punished. Your mother disrespected the immortal beings and dared to claim Chen Xiao as heartless. Thus, her death is justified. Your family harbors resentment towards cultivators, bringing ruin upon yourselves. That is only fitting. You harbor hatred for cultivators and even attempted to strike at them. Naturally, you deserve to perish. 1,000 cuts and skinning alive is only just." With that, Hua Yue delivered the 7th cut. Chen Xiao averted his gaze, his fingers clenched into fists, his dark eyes swirling with emotion, a crimson hue gradually rising. Li Fu laughed, her pale face directed skyward, her laughter bordering on madness. "Did you hear that? Makes perfect sense, does it not? No need to witness the torment inflicted upon you or the trials you face. All that matters is whether you have offended them. Li Changyan wreaks havoc upon the world, slaughtering thousands, yet that is not deemed wrong. Zhu Xinjin tortures you, aiding in their tyranny, and that too is not wrong. Only you, when you evade them. They call you hypocritical. When you darken in spirit to confront them, they say, 'Look, you have finally erred. Your death is warranted. Your husband brings home a concubine, and you should feign ignorance, avoiding their presence, unable to express any dissatisfaction. Your mother has been slain, yet your family should not harbor resentment. They must accept their just deserts. Your mother's death, your kin imprisoned, and still, you are not allowed to feel hatred. You must hide in silence, harboring not even a shred of resentment. You have been forsaken by all, left with nothing, enduring suffering, and even causing harm to your dearest friend, yet you cannot retaliate. Otherwise, you would meet a fate of 1,000 cuts and skinning alive. Such reasoning is indeed compelling." Li Fu withdrew her gaze, her eyes darkened, a manic smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, her voice soft. "I am human. I possess emotions and desires. How could I not feel hatred?" Chen Xiao sighed deeply. He stepped forward, unsheathing the sword of destiny, merging it with Hua Yue's sword, enveloping Li Fu. "No more time to waste. Let us act." He looked at Li Fu and slowly spoke. "Among the myriad beings of the 6 realms, countless individuals endure suffering each day, some bearing burdens heavier than yours. Yet only you have transformed into this, endangering others, and thus you cannot continue to exist. The red and blue execution sword emerged, nearly enveloping the heavens, transforming the world around them. The air crackled as if it were being torn apart. The surrounding populace was struck with fear, their faces etched with confusion. They could not comprehend what was unfolding. Upon hearing these words, Li Fu raised her head to look at him, smiling once more. Just because someone suffers more than I do, does that absolve me from harboring resentment? Am I to endanger all living beings? Who had she and Tu Xian harmed? Where were the so-called beings they spoke of? Li Fu gazed at her palm, where the dense black energy had solidified, and with a crack, it shattered. Boom. The black energy surged, spiraling up the killing sword towards the heavens. The already darkened sky became utterly black, shrouded in a veil of darkness. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and screams, Chun Xiao and Hua Yue were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Li Fu's complexion was pale, yet she smirked amidst the shadows. It had come to fruition. Chapter 18. The Goddess and the Butcher. What is happening? Oh heavens, what has transpired? Ah, divine retribution. Around the guillotine, frantic screams echoed. Initially, there was only shock, but soon, despair began to seep in. For the sky had cracked. Darkness enveloped the world, and from above to below, the very fabric of reality began to fragment and collapse. The black energy thickened, sweeping through like a tornado, obliterating everything in its path. The crimson and azure destiny sword descended. However, before it could land upon Li Fu's head, it was torn apart mid-air alongside the rending of space itself. The fragmented sword energy scattered like divine punishment, striking the earth with tremors that shook mountains and valleys. The atmosphere grew frenzied. The black energy pressed down like a colossal hand, aiming to crush everyone at the guillotine, intending to leave no survivors in this realm. Hua Yue was taken aback. Then her pupils dilated as she raised her voice in alarm. This is bad. She has provoked Tu Xian's wrath. The resentment is spiraling out of control, threatening to annihilate this world. Has she lost her mind? Wasn't she here to quell her grievances? Why was she only intensifying Tu Xian's resentment, pushing it to the brink of destruction for this realm? Hua Yue was at a loss, staring at Li Fu in disbelief. Yet, Li Fu no longer regarded her, instead gazing skyward with a smile. Chun Xiao, suddenly realizing something, was struck with astonishment. She intends to perish alongside them. Li Fu had truly gone mad, willing to embrace death to eliminate them, to be buried in this realm of resentment. Bu Wang was also stunned, the red hue fading from his eyes as he chuckled softly. Indeed, the Lord of Ghosts was utterly deranged. Wherever she went, her goal remained clear. At any cost, she would slay Chun Xiao and Hua Yue. Boom. The black heavenly flames descended, the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, heralding the end of the world. To the east of Desian, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and those upon the ground struggled and screamed, only to vanish into the gaping chasms. In the south, the seas roiled, submerging the land, as people floundered helplessly within it. To the west, the sky ruptured, fiery meteors rained down, incinerating everything in their path. In the north, the ground undulated like waves. No one could maintain their footing, falling to the ground, only to be swallowed by the fissures, disappearing without a trace. Hua Yue instinctively wanted to flee, to escape this world. However, it was too late. The world was already crumbling. The laws of this realm sought to obliterate them all. No one could escape. A colossal black hand descended, and Chun Xiao gritted his teeth, raising his sword to confront it. Hua Yue's lips trembled, unable to suppress her rising fear. Hua Yue, help me! Chun Xiao cried out. Hua Yue took a deep breath, her gaze sharp. The destiny sword fused into one. A blade forged by a great ascension cultivator stood defiantly against the ominous black palm. Yet, in mere moments, the hand came crashing down again. Damn it! Although the execution sword was crafted by a great ascension master, their strength was insufficient to unleash its full potential. Here in the realm of vengeful spirits, the prowess of the celestial slayer at the pinnacle of the void was comparable to that of a great ascension practitioner. They stood no chance of halting her. The massive palm descended, nearly driving the guillotine into the ground, creating a vast pit. Debris flew about. The collapsing space shattered everything around, and the heavens ignited in relentless fire, hastening the world's demise. Li Fu coughed twice, unfurling the emperor's sword banner. In a moment of urgency, she had wrapped herself in the banner and decisively pulled Wu Wang into its protective embrace. The Emperor's sword banner commanded the vengeful spirits, and the Celestial Slayer's assault was imbued with malice. She had long been certain that the banner would safeguard her life. There was no time to assess her injuries. She immediately turned her attention to Chen Xiao and Hua Yue. Li Fu bit her lip. Indeed, they were gravely injured, yet still alive. The chaotic talisman ensnared them. The two figures bound together. Though it bore some cracks, it still tightly enveloped them, shielding them from the onslaught of malevolence. Wu Wang stared blankly at Li Fu, who had grasped his hand. In that fleeting moment, he had not had the chance to evade. Her hand had naturally drawn him beneath the shelter of the Emperor's sword banner. After a brief pause, he shifted his gaze back to Li Fu, cautioning her. It seems that even the destruction of the vengeful spirit realm cannot claim their lives. Those great ascension cultivators have indeed devoted their blood to forge talismans, demonstrating their earnest concern for the protection of those destined by fate. You cannot perish alongside them. With the Emperor's sword banner in hand, we must make our escape swiftly. There is still time. Otherwise, you may very well fall to the Celestial Slayer's hand. And with the multitude of eager cultivators surrounding us, those from Jiuxiao are intent on your demise. Without assistance, the Lord of Ghostly Demise remains too feeble. Li Fu gently closed her eyes, concealing the disappointment within. Upon reopening them, her dark irises regained their composure. With a flourish of the Emperor's sword banner, she surged towards the fragmented heavens, confronting the vengeful spirits. The sudden movement startled everyone. Seeking death are we? Wu Wang exclaimed in astonishment. What do you intend to do? You have yet to quell the Celestial Slayer's resentment. Even with the Emperor's sword banner, she will still attack you. Be cautious. Li Fu summoned all the malevolence she could muster, waving the banner with an eerie yet fervent smile. Who says I must pacify the Celestial Slayer's wrath? Wu Wang was taken aback. Li Fu maintained her smile, continuing to wield the banner. The Celestial Slayer's resentment could never be subdued. She could not accept that merely desiring to survive required her to bear such a stigma. Her resentment stemmed from the misinterpretations and slanders she endured from the grand figures of the past, from the disparities in treatment she and Tu Xinjin faced, and from the inherent injustices. This bitterness could not be assuaged by anyone. She was Li Fu, and in this world, she remained the Celestial Slayer, the malevolent woman intertwined with the consciousness of the world itself. Li Fu brandished the sword banner, drawing upon the formidable malevolence of the heavens and earth. The Celestial Slayer's power surged forth. Celestial Slayer, come forth to obstruct. The Emperor's sword banner unfurled, bridging the gap between heaven and earth. Though it was shrouded in darkness, it dispersed the same darkness, restoring clarity to the cosmos. The devastation of the world ceased. The air was tumultuous and unstable, yet it no longer threatened to collapse. A formidable force struck the Emperor's sword banner, a manifestation of the wrath of the Celestial Slayer. Wu Wang furrowed his brow once more. Li Fu could not endure for long. Hua Yue weakly opened her eyes, gazing at the scene before her with a momentary bewilderment. What was Li Fu doing? Chen Xiao propped himself up, fixating intently on Li Fu. After a pause, his voice emerged, hoarse and obscure. She remains in this world, still the malevolent Celestial Slayer, wielding the Emperor's sword banner capable of commanding resentment. She is forcibly preventing the Celestial Slayer from annihilating this realm. Hua Yue could hardly believe it. Could she truly possess such power? Even with her alliance with Chen Xiao, utilizing the Destiny Sword and the gifts from the Elders, they could not counter the Celestial Slayer in her domain. But Li Fu, by borrowing an identity and the Emperor's sword banner, could achieve this? How could she be so formidable? Chen Xiao shook his head. No. She can only sustain this for a fleeting moment. It is merely a loophole, unable to withstand the true force of the Celestial Slayer for long. Perhaps only for a few breaths. He could not fathom what Li Fu intended to accomplish in that brief time. Above, Li Fu stood beneath the Emperor's sword banner, supporting it as the increasingly violent power of the Celestial Slayer poured down. She resisted with unwavering determination. The situation was dire, yet she remained steadfast. Amidst the clarity returning to heaven and earth, darkness loomed ominously, threatening to unleash its fury once more. That glimmer of white, holding the banner aloft, seemed to embody the sole hope of existence. Countless onlookers gazed upward, kneeling in despair, their heads bowed in fervent supplication for a glimmer of salvation. Goddess, let the goddess save us. We implore the goddess for mercy. Goddess, save us. Beside the guillotine, those who had come to witness the execution, previously vociferous in their condemnation, were now the ones most profoundly impacted. They had reached a dead end, their eyes fixed upon the familiar silhouette above. It was still that white figure, still frail and pallid. They knelt on the ground, humbly bowing repeatedly. Goddess. It is the goddess, the celestial slayer. We beseech the goddess, the celestial slayer, to save humanity. Goddess. They cried out, their voices hoarse and fervent, their eyes wild with desperation. This was their only hope in the depths of despair. What malevolent celestial slayer? It is the goddess, the celestial slayer. Chapter 19. The Rise of the Ghostly Lord Li Fu smiled. Suddenly, she released her grip, retracting the emperor's sword banner, ceasing her resistance. Her complexion was pale, yet her hand grasping the sword banner remained strong. With a sweeping motion of the sword, she looked skyward, her voice resonating clearly. Celestial slayer, do you see? Whether you are a villain or a goddess does not depend on your actions, but rather on your strength. If you hold value in their eyes, you become the goddess in their hearts. With the power to overturn seas and mountains, you embody the goddess. Should you lack formidable ability, then the powerful shall label you a villain, and thus you shall be a villain, regardless of your innocence, regardless of your inability to defend yourself. Li Fu, grasping the sword hilt, cast her gaze from the heavens to the earth, finally resting upon Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, who were tightly shielded by talismans. Her eyes, cold yet smiling, spoke. Celestial Slayer, I have learned a profound truth from the immortals, and today, I impart it to you. Only by being powerful can you choose who you wish to be, and only then can you define everything. Her voice resonated through the enveloping darkness, each word resonating powerfully, accompanied by the fervent cries of countless followers behind her, calling her the Divine Maiden. They continued to plead, their voices coalescing into a cacophony that elevated the title of Divine Maiden to the heavens. The cataclysmic force that threatened to annihilate the world gradually subsided. Amidst the darkened sky, a pair of furious eyes seemed to materialize, a palpable hatred gradually unfurling. She stared rigidly at the world below, observing those who prostrated themselves, reverently addressing her as the Divine Maiden. Centuries of accumulated resentment surged within her, shaken to its core at this moment, as her blurred consciousness was slowly drawn back into focus. The label of the wicked woman was not a consequence of her actions, but rather a decree from those more formidable and authoritative than she, branding her as such. She felt too feeble to contest this designation. It was as simple as that. Li Fu's hand shifted from the hilt to the blade of her sword, lifting it slowly. The Emperor's sword banner fluttered, the black standard heavy yet ethereal in the half-destroyed world. Unwavering in her gaze, a smile gradually graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with an intensifying light. It became evident that this was her design. The notion of mutual destruction was merely a fade. She understood the likelihood of failure, for the formidable cultivators of the nine heavens were immensely powerful. Thus, there lay another layer to her strategy. She had been subjugating the vengeful spirits, the sovereign of the ghostly malevolence. This indeed was the true sovereign of the ghostly malevolence. I do not harbor your resentment, for I possess my own. I know that only I can quell my hatred. Your enemies, the masters and mistresses of the great sects, still thrive while you languish at the depths of the River of Forgetfulness, endlessly revisiting your suffering. Is this what you desire? Li Fu proclaimed. Clad in white, she resembled a celestial reaper conversing with herself. Yet, in the darkness, a mass of resentment was coalescing. The vengeful spirit they had encountered at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness began to take shape before them, still undergoing a transformation. Li Fu's voice persisted. They continue to revel in their blissful lives, while you dwell in the past, which yields no relief, only amplifying your torment. Thus, your resentment will only multiply, never diminish. No, the figure of the celestial reaper solidified, an immense wave of resentment surging forth. The oppressive force of the void's pinnacle rendering the ground unyielding. Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, too, were compelled to crawl. Hua Yue attempted to struggle, but could not rise. Chen Xiao gazed upward, fixated on Li Fu, unblinking. The wind stirred the black soul banner as Li Fu extended her hand toward the celestial reaper, her smile radiant. Come with me, let us depart from the River of Forgetfulness together. With our combined strength, I shall avenge my grievances, and you shall resolve your resentments. Together, we shall pierce through the nine heavens. The celestial reaper's gaze grew increasingly lucid, as if a beam of light penetrated from Li Fu's eyes into hers. She regarded Li Fu, her inky pupils swirling tumultuously. In the next moment, Her colossal body, composed of resentment, vanished, surging toward Li Fu as the vengeful spirit howled. And the world began to crumble once more, the heavens shattering and the earth quaking. Unconsciously, Li Fu stepped forward, yet she did not flinch or withdraw. Maintaining her outstretched hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Celestial Reaper. As the Celestial Reaper approached, fragments of her memories began to flicker before her eyes. The surging resentment transformed into a hand, resting upon Li Fu's palm. In the next moment, infused with all its wrath, the Reaper of Immortals was cast into the Black Soul Banner. The human Emperor's sword banner trembled, unfurling as the Black Soul Banner soared, swirling around the human Emperor's sword banner, enveloping the realm in a terrifying pressure that seemed to shroud the very heavens and earth. The figure she had conjured vanished in an instant, and the world crumbled utterly. The realm of vengeful spirits was shattered. Hua Yue screamed. She has subdued the Reaper of Immortals. She has actually tamed the Reaper of Immortals. Chen Xiao gaped, unable to utter a single word. In the ninth sky, the array had been in turmoil, and at this moment, blood splattered in the center, followed by the emergence of talismans. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening? The Destined One is in grave danger. Boom, boom, boom. An ominous aura surged through the cosmos. What is happening? Has the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence subdued the vengeful spirits? How could that be possible? Even for those of great mastery, taming vengeful spirits is exceedingly difficult. They are steeped in resentment year after year, particularly the spirits of the River of Forgetfulness, who have long lost their sanity. Even with the human Emperor's sword banner, it would be impossible to subdue them. Crack! It seemed as though something had shattered, and the array before them fractured. The third elder's pupils constricted, his voice rising. The realm of the void's vengeful spirits has been shattered. It has indeed been broken, not destroyed. They suddenly looked up. On the inscription steel, the cracks widened, and dark energy surged forth, countless ghostly figures flickering ominously. The Grand Elder stared in shock, his eyes wide. The fifth elder leapt to his feet, face pale with horror. She has truly tamed the void's vengeful spirits. This is dire. The Destined One is in peril. Quickly, to the River of Forgetfulness. As his words fell, all the elders vanished into the ninth sky. Huang chuckled softly. This game of Li Fu's had been set in motion from the moment she determined that Hua Yue and Chen Xiao would follow her in. With their ability to embody Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin, they would excel even further, drawing in more resentment, perfectly collaborating with Li Fu to provoke the Reaper of Immortals. They offered hope only to see it dashed again, in repeated rebellions and a return to the original narrative, inciting the Reaper of Immortals to a frenzy of wrath. Finally, when Hua Yue inflicted her torturous punishment, the Reaper of Immortals broke. Her furious resentment obliterated this world. Li Fu remained the Reaper of Immortals, wielding the human Emperor's sword banner, striving to prevent annihilation. The inhabitants of the Reaper's world glimpsed hope, and in that fleeting moment, the wicked maiden transformed into a goddess. What the Reaper of Immortals desired, what she yearned to resist, was laid before her in that instant. Li Fu conveyed through deeds that strength is the essence of all. At that moment, she sought to awaken the Reaper of Immortals' clarity. Rather than subduing the vengeful spirits, she was seeking collaboration. This time, she truly bestowed hope upon the Reaper of Immortals. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, the Reaper of Immortals dashed toward the human Emperor's sword banner, demanding justice for herself. The world collapsed. The four of them returned to the River of Forgetfulness. The human Emperor's sword banner shone brightly, and as Li Fu waved it, the 8 trigrams slowly materialized, the black and gold patterns on the pitch-black banner emanating an inexhaustible, terrifying pressure. The void's vengeful spirits settled upon the 8 trigrams. Countless vengeful spirits pouring into it, responding to the summons of the human Emperor's sword banner. Surrounded by the cacophony of 100 demons, the spectral shadows loomed ominously. Tu Xian sat cross-legged at the position of DUI on the Bagua diagram, allowing the multitude of vengeful spirits to swirl around her. Golden flames flickered upon her forehead, imbued with the essence of the human Emperor's sword banner. Gradually, she opened her eyes. Human Emperor's sword banner. Tu Xian, return to your rightful place. In that instant, as Tu Xian merged with the human Emperor's sword banner, a torrent of boundless resentment surged forth, accompanied by countless vengeful spirits. The spirits entered the human Emperor's sword banner, and the resentment coursed into Li Fu's body. Thunder boomed once more, as the waters of the River of Forgetfulness surged, gathering all the world's resentment into its depths. The resentment, akin to a black dragon, surged into Li Fu, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the pressure surrounding her escalated at an alarming rate. With a cough, Chen Xiao spat blood. Already gravely injured, he found his wounds exacerbated as the collapsing world fell into the River of Forgetfulness. Now, subjected to the oppressive force of resentment, he felt breathless, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Beside him, Hua Yue propped herself up. A talisman floated from her hand, and she spat forth a drop of her essence blood upon it. Instantly, Hua Yue swayed precariously, her cultivation regressing. Chen Xiao turned to her, his brow furrowing, urgency lacing his voice. "What are you trying to do?" Hua Yue replied, her voice hoarse and cold. "We must kill her. If we do not stop her from growing stronger now, it will become increasingly difficult to eliminate her later." In that moment, Hua Yue appeared remarkably lucid and rational. The path of growth for vengeful spirits diverges from that of cultivators. While cultivators absorb the spiritual essence of the world to gradually enhance themselves, vengeful spirits absorb the resentment of the heavens and earth, enabling them to advance rapidly as long as the resentment is abundant and potent. Li Fu, as the sovereign of the vengeful spirits, upon the return of Tu Xian to the human emperor's sword banner, was nearly equivalent to possessing Tu Xian's might. Should she harness the power of the human emperor's sword banner, her ascendance would be fearsome indeed. The River of Forgetfulness served as the epicenter of resentment, a landscape dominated by its malevolence. The sovereign of the vengeful spirits was a natural vessel for resentment. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she attained the pinnacle of the void or even the great ascension. Chen Xiao pressed his lips together. The next moment, as Hua Yue's talisman flew toward Li Fu, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to bolster the talisman, propelling it directly at Li Fu. Bang! As the talisman approached Li Fu, a white silhouette emerged, two fingers pinching the talisman, an overwhelming force enveloping the strike before it erupted with a resounding explosion. The powers of the void clashed violently. Li Fu, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke with an obscure tone, "Trivial skills." It was Tu Xian. She intercepted the attack, shielding Li Fu entirely, leaving not even a single hair harmed. Observing this, Li Fu smiled with satisfaction. "Let us depart. The people from Jiuxiao are nearing," she cautioned. The sovereign of the vengeful spirits had indeed grown stronger, yet the time to confront the Jiuxiao was not yet ripe. She needed to continue her ascent in power before engaging in battle. "No rush," Li Fu replied, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon the two. Previously, they had assailed her. Now, it was her turn. With a flick of her wrist, the human emperor's sword banner swirled, summoning hundreds of vengeful spirits that clamored as they lunged towards Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. The sword banner encircled them. She gripped the hilt of the sword, raising it high, and struck down with ferocity, unleashing a colossal assault that was nearly suffocating in its magnitude. Boom! With a single strike, the two were sent flying. Bang! Two swords entwined around the chaotic talismans of the two individuals, causing them to once again spew blood. Darkness enveloped their vision, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through their bodies. Bang! With the third sword, the chaotic talismans trembled, the intricate patterns swirling like blood, and tiny fissures began to widen. Surrounding them, the 100 ghosts summoned by the sword flags frantically gnawed at their flesh. The chaotic talismans, under attack, only safeguarded their lives, neglecting the multitude of agonies they endured. Hua Yue let out a pained scream. The torment was so severe that they could not even faint. They were forced to watch helplessly as the vengeful spirits feasted upon them, and as Li Fu raised her long sword once more. The fourth sword was drawn, only to be intercepted midway by a sweeping dust. The people of Jiuxiao had arrived. The Grand Elder's expression was equally grim. The situation before them was painfully clear. Indeed, the fated ones had lost this round. The Lord of Ghosts had acquired the power to slay immortals and had become formidable, proving difficult to contend with. Fortunately, only the Slaughter Immortal was present. "Set the formation," the Grand Elder commanded. In the next moment, the Third Elder, Fifth Elder, and others swiftly chanted incantations, weaving a lethal array directed at Li Fu. A smirk graced Li Fu's lips. She was not disheartened. The chaotic talisman of a transcendent cultivator was not so easily breached, and Jiuxiao's protection of the fated ones was extraordinary. Yet, it mattered not. As long as they could strike at them, time was on their side. Li Fu gazed up at the descending formation, scoffing lightly. Gripping the human emperor's sword flag, she waved it gently, unfurling the black soul flag, which swiftly enveloped her, taking the slaughter immortal with her, vanishing without a trace. The Lord of Ghosts was but a manifestation of resentment. Merging into the malice, she disappeared in an instant. In the air lingered her voice. What a pity, your fated ones cherish their lives. Had they been a tad more righteous, choosing to perish with me upon entering the realm of vengeful spirits, I would truly have been unable to escape. I thank them for their mercy, ha. Her laughter echoed, dissipating in the blink of an eye. The third elder furiously exclaimed, outrageous. To brazenly depart right before our eyes. She turned and asked, shall we pursue? The grand elder, maintaining his composure, inhaled deeply and shook his head. This is Wanchuan, a convergence of the world's grievances. It is disadvantageous for us. We cannot catch up to her. We must devise another plan. She must be eliminated swiftly. The fifth elder, equally grim-faced, articulated each word carefully. Now that she possesses the human emperor's sword flag, she can harness the formidable strength of the vengeful spirits, enhancing her speed drastically. We cannot afford to delay. If we tarry further, even with the fated ones, how can we contend with the Lord of Ghosts? Just recently, she was but a powerless mortal spirit, kneeling before the Jiuxiao Hall. In such a short time, she has managed to escape right from beneath our noses. Reflecting on the fated ones, the fifth elder turned to Chun Xiao and Hua Yue. After Li Fu's departure, they had completely lost consciousness. Their injuries were severe. Even with the chaotic talismans protecting them, they were on the brink of death and required immediate medical attention. Yet, in that moment, no one extended a helping hand. The fifth elder recalled Li Fu's earlier words, her voice laden with depth. If they truly understood the weight of their responsibility as fated ones, they would stop at nothing to eliminate the Lord of Ghosts, even at the cost of their own lives. However, they allowed the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence to grow unchecked, resulting in failure of the mission. And she even acquired the power to slay immortals, gaining formidable strength. The expressions of all present turned somber. The destined one lay on the ground, her breath weak, devoid of any movement. The grand elder closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, regaining clarity. Do not heed the provocations of the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence. Let us first return to the 9 heavens. We must devise a plan post-haste. With that, he took the lead in departing. He did not bring the destined one along. The fifth elder scoffed and followed suit, refraining from taking action. The third elder sighed and took the others with him. Is the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence still in the River of Forgetfulness? Undoubtedly. There is a vast amount of resentment here. She will surely be secretly amassing her strength. That can be managed. We shall devise a strategy to extricate her from the River of Forgetfulness. Their voices gradually faded away. Yet, the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence they spoke of had long since vanished from the River of Forgetfulness. Li Fu, accompanied by Wu Wang and the Slayer of Immortals, departed the River of Forgetfulness the moment the people of the 9 heavens arrived, thus getting ahead of them. Chapter 21. A grand revelation. You should remain in the River of Forgetfulness. Even with the power of the Slayer of Immortals, you are still too weak compared to those from the 9 heavens. The river is filled with resentment and vengeful spirits. Staying there would not only enhance your cultivation, but also aid in concealing your presence. Along the way, Wu Wang muttered incessantly. However, in the next moment, he shook his head in negation. No, it is still not safe enough. They are aware of your presence and will surely devise means to search for you. You cannot evade them. Caught in a dilemma, he scratched his head in frustration. It seemed that every choice made sense, yet every choice felt wrong, leaving him in a quandary. Furthermore, even if he were to leave, where would he go? Li Fu suddenly posed a question. What about you? Wu Wang, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean? Li Fu turned to him, her gaze profound. You entered the realm of vengeful spirits with me, and now you follow me out of the River of Forgetfulness. Are you not Menggong? Can you truly leave the river? He followed her closely. But what was his purpose? Wu Wang paused momentarily, then broke into a radiant smile, his face brimming with intrigue. The River of Forgetfulness is solely populated by vengeful spirits. How dull. It is a rare delight to encounter such an interesting event as you, so naturally. I wish to accompany you to witness this spectacle and partake in the excitement. The Lord of Ghostly Malevolence, the destined one. The prophecies from a millennium ago. Who knows if this world still exists in the end? As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly animated, as if he anticipated the end of the world with excitement rather than fear. Li Fu's gaze shifted slightly, ready to speak, but Wu Wang suddenly clasped his arms tightly, a look of wariness on his face. I am merely a spectator. Do not make me work. Li Fu withdrew her gaze and continued forward. This fellow harbored secrets. But it mattered not. Li Fu looked into the distance. Having just left the River of Forgetfulness, behind her lay the mist-shrouded, eerie green waters, while ahead stretched an infinite array of worlds. With newfound power, the world she beheld was starkly different from before. In her previous life, she had never contemplated the vastness of the world, was unaware of the existence of cultivators, and had no knowledge of the expanse of the heavens and seas, nor the myriad realms. Yet now, the path before her appeared vast and boundless, as if she could perceive an infinite universe. Cultivators, mortals, vengeful spirits, beings of all kinds. In this vast world, countless secrets exist, and it is not essential to probe into every matter. Observing her without inquiry, with a fleeting glimmer in her eyes, she smiled and asked, "You still haven't told me. Where exactly are you headed?" Li Fu lifted her gaze to the heavens. The vicinity of the River of Forgetfulness was dense with resentment, shrouded in darkness. Yet she seemed capable of piercing through the gloom to glimpse the pinnacle of the celestial realm, a place of power for the cultivators. There is no need to uncover secrets. One must simply understand who they are and what they desire to achieve. Li Fu averted her gaze, her expression cold. Yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She offered no answer, instead allowing the sword banner to flutter, summoning the slayer of immortals beside them. The oppressive aura of the vengeful spirits was nearly suffocating. The slayer of immortals, clad in flowing white, bore a new golden mark upon her brow, lending her an air of otherworldliness, far removed from her formerly delicate demeanor. As she descended to the ground, she inhaled deeply, as if attuning herself to the world around her, her vengeful form subtly trembling. She turned her gaze towards the master of the human emperor's sword banner, who was now her master as well. "What is your summons?" she inquired. Li Fu countered, "Can you locate the great manifestation?" The slayer nodded, her eyes growing icy. "A place I cannot forget, even for a moment." Hearing this, Li Fu's voice was resolute. "Then let us proceed to the great manifestation." The two paused, astonished, gazing at her. "Since I have chosen to ally with you, I shall not ignore your grievances. Before they realize what has transpired, I can seek vengeance on your behalf." A cold smile graced Li Fu's lips. "I have stated before, I will bring you forth to quell your grievances. Those cultivators who bully mortals with their techniques must be prepared to face retribution." Li Changhen, Tu Jinjin, and Chun Xiao had mentioned that they were still alive, now leaders of significant sections. The slayer's eyes brightened, her voice trembling. You truly wish to assist me in avenging my wrongs? You are not yet powerful. To act recklessly is perilous." Hatred clouded her reason, and she recalled the precarious situation she had warned Li Fu about. The slayer understood the dangers confronting the master of the ghostly fiends. She had prepared herself upon entering the human emperor's sword banner, intending to safeguard Li Fu until she grew strong enough to seek vengeance. She never anticipated that the first course of action upon Li Fu's emergence would be to aid in her revenge. Was she not concerned about losing control after seeking vengeance? They believed she was at the River of Forgetfulness, making this the perfect opportunity to catch them off guard. Li Fu's actions conveyed her confidence in the slayer maintaining her composure. She stepped westward, urging, "Let us hasten. You are fortunate. Your enemies lack the protection of advanced cultivators and do not represent the entire realm of cultivation. We must act swiftly before they can react." The slayer stood still, unmoving. Li Fu turned back, her gaze insistent. The slayer clenched her fists, her voice soft. "You will be in grave danger." "I have always been in danger, but now, with you by my side, is it not so?" Li Fu smiled, extending her hand towards her, tilting her head playfully. "Now? My enemies are the entirety of the cultivation world. It is you who is at a disadvantage." The slayer regarded her intently. After a moment, she smiled. "Yes, I will protect you." In a flash, she whisked Li Fu rapidly towards the great manifestation, a swirl of resentment dispersing as they journeyed forth. "What about me?" came a voice of confusion. "What about me?" He stood still, calling out, "Hey, what about me? Protect me as well." You merely watch the show without offering assistance. If there is no danger, then there is no need for protection. Li Fu's voice echoed, growing fainter with distance. "What a realistic woman," he muttered as he hurried after her. "Lin Daoman." Tu Jinjin rubbed her temples, pouting. "I don't know why, but I feel somewhat uneasy, as if something is about to happen." Where do you feel uncomfortable? Li Changhen, feeling anxious, approached her. Did something frighten you a few days ago? Upon hearing this, Tu Jinjin smiled, and all her unease vanished. Recently, Li Changhen had angered her, prompting her to run away for the 300th time. He had dispatched the entire Lin Daomen to search for her, scouring the area for 3 days and nights. In truth, Tu Jinjin had not left. She had hidden within Lin Daomen using a spiritual artifact, watching Li Changhen fret, and sensing his affection for her. She had been ready to reveal herself, but unexpectedly. In his haste, Li Changhen sent the disciples far afield, leading to an encounter with a vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits are to be eradicated by all. The disciples engaged the spirit, resulting in the deaths of over 10, their fates tragic. Had it not been for Li Changhen's timely arrival, the spirit would have caused further chaos. Tu Jinjin shook her head blissfully. It's nothing, just a vengeful spirit. With you around, I am not afraid at all. Upon hearing this, Li Changhen finally smiled. As if recalling something, he cautioned, do not venture out recently. It is a tumultuous time. The Lord of the Ghostly Fiend has been reborn, and vengeful spirits are stirring everywhere, rendering it quite unsafe. Tu Jinjin nodded, leaning against Li Changhen. He embraced her and turned his gaze to the others. You too, the elder Jiuxiao has yet to return. Lin Daomen must refrain from going outside for now. Only after the ghostly fiend is eradicated can we feel at ease. The disciples nodded in agreement. The eldest disciple hesitated, softly asking, Master, is it truly possible to eliminate the Lord of the Ghostly Fiend? Li Changhen affirmed, do not fear, it is indeed possible. The Lord of the Ghostly Fiend, newly reborn, lacks strength. Moreover, prophecies from 10,000 years ago indicate that the great Ascension adepts are well prepared, and with the destined ones present, the elder Zhu Xiao gathered. They shall surely vanquish the malevolent. Indeed, Li Changhen stroked his beard, reminding them, in these chaotic times, we must safeguard Lin Daomen and the greater realm, contributing our part for the welfare of all. The disciples responded in unison, Master is compassionate. Tu Jinjin sighed, since the death of Immortal II, we have joined Lin Daomen. Over the years, you have continuously protected the greater realm, becoming a deity in the hearts of all. It is because of you that the greater realm can find stability and prosperity. As she spoke, she took the offering from the greater realm. Her smile gentle. This is the offering sent by the national master of the greater realm. The strength and wealth of the nation allow for such abundant tributes. The national master's annual offerings precisely reflect the greater realm's recognition of us. Li Changhen relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The greater realm is your homeland, which I naturally hold dear. The royal lineage of the greater realm is our own bloodline, and we must protect it. He murmured, with the offerings received. I can refine longevity elixirs for you. Tu Jinjin nodded, reaching out to embrace Li Changhen tightly. She felt truly happy now, grateful that she had chosen Li Changhen over her lingering feelings for Li Changyan. Li Changyan and Tu Xian are names that echo from a distant past. Chapter 22, Flesh Ginseng, the grand capital of Daxian. After a millennium, returning to Daxian seems to reveal a world transformed, yet strangely unchanged. Behind me, the bustling capital is alive with the comings and goings of its citizens, a cacophony of activity that mirrors the vibrancy of 1,000 years ago. Particularly, the numerous temples are thriving with incense offerings. They honor Li Changyan and Tu Jinjin, kneeling in the temples beneath their statues, fervently bowing and pleading. Some even remain prostrate, tears streaming down their faces in supplication. However, Li Fu stands atop the Daxian imperial palace, a cold smile gracing her lips. Bu Wang saunters over, a blade of grass between his teeth, his gaze sweeping the scene before him, and he scoffs, what a lively Daxian! How worthy are these revered guardians! The grandeur of Daxian is matched by the fervor below. Officials from various regions prostrate themselves before the throne, beseeching, Your Majesty. Our offerings this year have increased by threefold compared to last year, yet Lin Daomen has suddenly declared itself closed. What shall we do about our requests? Indeed, our county has suffered drought this year. Those offerings were extracted from the very livelihoods of our people, all in hopes of invoking the immortal's rainmaking abilities. In previous years, the offerings sufficed, but this year's increase has been excessive. Why has it become so that they can simply close their doors? If this continues, our county will harbor grievances, inviting calamity upon us. Last year, we already bore discontent, and Lin Daomen promised to intervene. Yet they failed to show due to the disappearance of the sect master's wife. and this year they have outright declared closure. We have rendered our offerings. How can this be permitted? The Emperor of Daxian furrows his brow and reprimands. Is this a matter for you to meddle in? The affairs of the immortals are not for you to question. Yet, the need for divine protection necessitates generous offerings. This year, with Lin Daomen's closure, we shall increase our offerings next year. Surely the immortals will respond in kind, he adds dismissively. But the common folk cannot endure this. Indeed, the offerings this year have already drained us. Next year will only be more arduous. One individual, gritting his teeth, raises his voice. The offerings have already been submitted. The immortals must act at least once. If they refuse, let us reclaim our offerings. Those resources could sustain lives. Silence. The Emperor rises, pointing at him. You show disrespect to the immortals. Guards, remove him and punish him. At this juncture, Li Fu looks eastward. Lin Daomen lies just beyond the misty named mountain. While ordinary people can only see the majestic mountains towering behind the imperial city, she and Bu Wang perceive the capital of Daxian encircling the misty named mountain, with the imperial city nestled at its base. The barrier behind the mountain flickers in and out of sight, infused with spiritual energy, marking the domain of the sect. Vaguely, they can spot the tall tower of Lin Daomen. She scoffs softly. Lin Daomen is indeed quite close to Daxian. It appears that the realm of the cultivators is so near to that of mortals, almost within arm's reach. With their powers at hand, they need only to lower their gaze to witness the myriad of human experiences. It was not always this close. Bu Wang continues to chew on his blade of grass. Explaining, it was Li Changyan who became the head of Lin Daomen, relocating the sect along with its spiritual veins to this very place. After a brief pause, he added, he and Tu Xinjin had borne numerous children, who in turn had offspring, and so forth, eventually leading to the emergence of the grand imperial lineage. Yet, at the core, they remained family, and it was only natural for them to reside in proximity, thereby ensuring the perpetuity of the Li family's bloodline as the eternal sovereign of the Great Xian, unyielding for millennia. The emperor within was, in fact, a descendant of Li Changhen and Tu Xinjin. Li Fu's smile grew increasingly sardonic. Being so close, perhaps it was merely for the convenience of receiving offerings, rather than to witness the calamities faced by the common folk of the Great Xian. How is it that you know everything? Tu Xian asked in astonishment. Without hesitation, he replied casually, who do you think manages the Mengpa soup? Having encountered numerous deceased souls, I have amassed a wealth of knowledge. Tu Xian nodded, believing him. However, Li Fu merely gazed at him, his eyes profound. Their gazes locked for a moment, before Wu Wang handed over the straw stick. Would you like to eat? Li Fu, expressionless, averted his gaze, his voice frosty. If it is said that there exists a distinction between immortals and mortals, then if one does not concern oneself with the affairs of mortals, one should refrain from accepting their offerings. To accept the tributes bestowed by others, yet remain indifferent. Is this truly their notion of separation? Tu Xian retorted with a similar cold laugh. Li Changhen and Tu Xinjin are the epitome of hypocrisy. They perceive themselves as virtuous. While having committed heinous acts, they speak of redemption as if their past transgressions were non-existent. When they seek to harm others, it is deemed righteous. Yet when others aim to harm them, they label it as unforgivable. They likely still consider themselves benevolent. The barriers were all sealed. Tu Xinjin discarded the offerings. Treasures cascading to the ground, some pieces of glass shattering, yet no one paid heed. Though they were all precious, they were abundant year after year, and thus lost their novelty. She embraced Li Changhen's arm, her gaze sweet. Changhen, this time we shall seclude ourselves. Consider it a much-deserved respite for you. You have toiled tirelessly for the Lin Dao sect and the Great Xian over the years. It is time for you to rest well. Li Changhen playfully brushed her nose, his voice tender. As the sect leader of Lin Dao, these responsibilities are mine to bear. He lowered his head, his gaze affectionate. Are you hoping that I will devote my time to you? Tu Xinjin nodded. Very well, then we shall enter seclusion. The affairs of the sect shall be entrusted to our eldest disciple, and as for the Great Xian, there is no need for concern, Li Changhen declared. Tu Xinjin smiled blissfully, reassured that both the sect and the Great Xian would remain orderly, even if unforeseen events were to arise. The emperor and the state master would manage them without burdening them. As they spoke, they entered the cave dwelling to begin their seclusion. Some officials, unwilling to give up, continued to plead. The emperor, disinterested, awaited the state master's return with rewards, Perhaps there would be elixirs within to aid his longevity. At that moment, the State Master arrived. From a distance, his voice resonated. Esteemed ones, the immortals are currently amidst a tumultuous season. The Lord of Ghosts has descended, affecting the lives of the populace. How could they possibly turn their gaze toward our insignificant nation? The crowd turned and knelt in reverence to the State Master. He continued, they are here to save the world. In doing so, they save us. As for our present tribulations, we must find a way to endure, or else, should the Lord of Ghosts bring about our annihilation, we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, many faces turned pale. The Emperor rose and addressed the National Master. National Master, have you just returned from the Lindao sect? Indeed, I have just returned from the Lindao sect, the National Master replied casually after a slight bow. Then turned to the assembly. The offerings we presented this time were met with great satisfaction by the Lindao sect, particularly the quality of the flesh ginseng, which even the sect master praised. It seems we must continue to provide ample offerings to please the celestial beings. An immediate hush fell over the gathering. Silence enveloping the room. Concealed in the shadows, Li Fu raised an eyebrow. Flesh ginseng? Chapter 23. The Demon Master at the Lindao sect. Tu Jinjin pouted. So your so-called retreat was merely alchemy. Li Changhen, looking exasperated, manipulated the alchemy process while soothing her. Your spiritual roots are weak, and your habitual laziness hinders your cultivation. Thus, I can only use flesh ginseng to concoct elixirs that enhance your cultivation and extend your lifespan. Tu Jinjin felt a warmth in her heart. Leaning against Li Changhen, her voice filled with emotion, she declared, Changhen, I love you. Without him, she would have long expired. Despite her inadequate cultivation, he forcefully aided her ascension. And in light of her limited lifespan, he tirelessly extended her years. He truly treated her with utmost kindness. Li Changhen paused, his spiritual energy faltering momentarily, causing a batch of elixirs to be utterly ruined. With a look of helplessness, he admonished, Jinjin, flesh ginseng is rare. The higher your cultivation, the more flesh ginseng you will require. Please refrain from disturbing me. We cannot afford to waste alchemical materials. Tu Jinjin, feeling embarrassed, stepped back and murmured, then let De Xian provide more offerings. We can forego other treasures. As long as we have flesh ginseng, the Lindao sect can protect them. What harm is in sending a few offerings? Li Changhen's eyes flickered. Soon after, his voice dropped to a husky whisper. Flesh ginseng is difficult to procure. They must be more diligent. Li Fu chuckled. Is this what flesh ginseng is? She pointed to the children hanging upside down before them. Some had ceased to breathe, while others still clung to life, blood dripping from their bodies to nourish the tender shoots below. Once the blood had drained, the shoots would grow, their roots piercing into the children's hearts, continuing to siphon their flesh and bone. The vast underground space resembled a grand crucible, absorbing the lives of countless children. When the shoots matured, they resembled little figures, complete with root systems, akin to ginseng, hence the name, flesh ginseng. Tu Xian's voice was hoarse as she uttered each word. They have truly turned this place into a grotesque nightmare. Li Fu lifted her gaze. This was a location they all knew too well, the Eastern Palace of De Xian. Tu Xian's sole joy in life had been found here. Yet now it was sullied and repugnant. This crucible lay beneath the Eastern Palace, above which a temple had been constructed, dedicated to Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin. They stood upon the wretched Tu Xian, who was also known as the evil woman of the Emperor and Immortal Battle. The tale was widely circulated, its incense flourishing for a millennium. Countless individuals knelt within, bowing and pleading. Li Fu could still hear a woman crying out, I beseech the celestial being to bless me, to help this devout believer find my two children. I vow to serve the Emperor and Immortal with unwavering devotion for life. I seek the celestial being's grace. Their children were lost, and they could not find them, left to kneel in prayer, imploring the celestial being for mercy. Bu Wang, her children are right beneath. He chuckled coldly. To refine the living into elixirs, now that is true devilry. Wouldn't you agree? Does the sect master relish this? Whom did the child refine the elixir for? Li Changhen bestowed the concocted pill upon Tu Jinjin. She ingested the elixir and entered a state of meditation. Her previously stagnant cultivation subtly began to rise. Her pallid complexion transformed in an instant to a vibrant flush, as if rejuvenated by several years, radiating brilliance from within. Li Changhen safeguarded her, and witnessing her progress, he revealed a satisfied smile. Tu Jinjin opened her eyes and leaped towards Li Changhen, her face alight with joy. My cultivation has improved. Now you can accompany me properly, right? She playfully blinked. Li Changhen indulgently nodded. The incessant cries of children echoed around them. Li Fu, with a stern countenance, stepped forward. Be cautious of your resentment. This place is imbued with a grievance array. Should any malice arise, the formation will react immediately. Suddenly, Tu Xian extended her hand and gently punctured the grievance array. Li Fu shot a glance at Wu Wang, who was boldly treading through the resentment. Advancing towards the filthy subterranean space, Wu Wang sensed the disdain emanating from the vengeful spirits at the pinnacle of the void and hurried to follow. Moments later, the earth trembled and the children's wails resonated throughout the capital, drawing countless people to the scene. The once standing temple had collapsed, revealing the full extent of the underground horrors. The sight was shocking, leaving many on the brink of fainting. Ah, my child, what has happened? Goodness, isn't that the child who accompanied the national master to pursue enlightenment? Indeed, but that child was said to have entered the Lin Dao sect. These inquiries were met with Tu Xian grasping the necks of the national master and the emperor, her formidable strength rendering them powerless, their eyes wide with despair as they struggled futilely. The vengeful spirits gnawed at them, their faces contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads. Li Fu inquired, who instructed you to use children to refine flesh and ginseng? Tu Xian tightened her grip. The national master dared not speak, while the emperor, unable to withstand the pressure, gasped. It was the Lin Dao sect. The sect leader sought to refine pills, and the national master assisted him. I did nothing. Please spare me. I am the emperor. Li Fu remained silent, merely lifting her hand. As she passed, her human sovereign sword sliced through their bodies, slowly releasing their blood. Before her appeared a scene reminiscent of the past, atop the cloud ladder, when a figure knelt, pleading. A great evil is afoot, taking children to refine elixirs. I implore the immortal to save the innocent. Li Fu sneered. The immortal you sought turned a blind eye. Today, I shall intervene. She cast the two men into the crowd, her tone calm. Their blood will flow day and night until they perish. No one can save them. They are now in your hands. Do as you wish. As her words settled, she departed with Tu Xian and Wu Wang, heading towards the Lin Dao sect. Behind them, some clutched their children, prostrating on the ground, bowing in the direction of their retreat. Others recognized Tu Xian, kicking aside the statues of Li Changhen and Tu Xinjin, seeking to unearth her. Some extended furious hands towards the terrified national master and his companions. At that moment, within the Lin Dao sect, a voice called out, "What shall we do, senior brother?" Quickly summon the master and the others from their seclusion. An ominous specter seems to have emerged. I have sent a communication talisman, yet no one has responded. What shall we do? Should we descend the mountain to investigate? In the event of a vengeful spirit, it would be prudent to eliminate it swiftly. Alas, the sect leader's temple in the capital has been shattered. What? Who dares? Summon the others. We shall retaliate. Amidst the murmurs, a sword cleaved through the air, obliterating the entirety of Wuming Mountain. The crowd stared in disbelief, their gazes drawn upward. In the sky, a colossal, terrifying black hand descended forcefully towards the Grand Hall and the mountain gate. The earth trembled violently, and the Lin Dao sect teetered on the brink of collapse. Li Changhen, who was in seclusion, abruptly sat up, his garments enveloping him instantaneously. He departed the cave with Tu Xinjin, appearing above the Lin Dao sect. Wuming Mountain had vanished. The mountain gate and Grand Hall lay in ruins. Countless disciples gravely injured, sprawled upon the ground. The vast Lin Dao sect was crushed beneath innumerable black hands. The spiritual veins had been excavated by a single strike, the spiritual energy dissipating into the void. The Lin Dao sect was annihilated. Li Changhen's eyes widened in fury as he raised his head, unleashing a ferocious attack, demanding, "Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Lin Dao sect?" Tu Xinjin stood behind him, equally enraged. Who is it? Who dares to commit such acts within the Lin Dao sect? Li Changhen's cultivation was formidable. Having reached the transformation stage, the Lin Dao sect boasted the esteemed Elder Chiome and numerous golden core and transformation stage cultivators, along with those in seclusion within the realm of the void. At this moment, as the mountain gate was destroyed, shadows of those in seclusion began to materialize beside Li Changhen, all of them gazing upward in wrath. Who could it be? In the sky, the shadow of a giant hand took form, revealing a figure clad in flowing white robes, adorned with a crimson mark on her forehead. Surrounded by an ominous aura that exuded immense pressure, a vengeful ghost from the void. The enraged crowd was taken aback. Li Changhen, too, was momentarily stunned. This figure seemed familiar. Tu Xinjin instinctively grasped Li Changhen's arm, her mouth agape. Tuxian. Tuxian spoke slowly, her gaze piercing with an insatiable, murderous intent. I have returned. Beside her stood two other figures. One leaned against a black sword banner. Merely standing there evoked an instinctive dread among the onlookers. Who could this be? I am Li Fu. She twirled a strand of hair, leaning against the sword banner. As she spoke, the black soul banner fluttered, unleashing countless vengeful spirits that swirled around her, shrieking in frenzy. Her voice was calm. In the realm of cultivation, you refer to me as the ghostly fiend lord. Chapter 24. The emergence of the ghostly fiend lord. Her voice was not loud, yet each word seemed to penetrate the eardrum. Clad in black, with pale skin and slightly reddened pupils, her slender figure bore an ethereal beauty. Despite lacking overwhelming pressure and her cultivation being merely adequate, she appeared as a disciple of the celestial beings above, exuding tranquility. However, behind her, 100 demons echoed her voice, revealing their grotesque visages. As they shrieked in unison, the stark contrast of black and white sent chills down the spines of those present. Just her mere presence was enough to instill profound terror. The ghostly fiend lord. Merely uttering those 4 words transformed the countenance of everyone in attendance. Tu Xinjin was struck with terror, instinctively clutching the sleeve of Li Changhen, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Before her stood the fabled Lord of Ghosts. A sight that sent waves of panic through the elders of the 9 heavens, even extinguishing the anger that had once flared on Li Changhen's face, leaving only bewilderment. Why had the figure they were fixated on appeared at their Lin Dao sect at this moment? His gaze shifted towards the now peak-level Tuxian, a sense of dread enveloping him as fear crept from his feet upwards, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps while shielding Tu Xinjin. She had returned for vengeance. A millennium ago, she was merely a mortal, posing no real threat to them. Yet now, they had ascended to the realm of transformation. While she had reached the pinnacle of Tuxian, the peak of Tuxian, Li Fu, the Lord of Ghosts. The simultaneous appearance of these two seemed to herald a dark omen for the Lin Dao sect. Bu Wang quietly stepped back, feeling insignificant amidst the chaos. Monsters! The elders of the 9 heavens gathered, their voices rising in defiance. You dare to cause trouble here? A Tuxian elder from Lin Dao shouted, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy into the sky, seemingly attempting to intimidate them. Yet behind him, subtle hand gestures were being made. Tu Xian's eyes glinted with ferocity, a palpable murderous intent radiating from her. With a raised hand, a colossal palm began to materialize in the sky, a stark reminder of the disdain for cultivators. Li Fu let out a derisive scoff. Monsters? Before her lay the suspended children, the growing flesh spirit mushrooms, and on the cloud ladder, the desperate pleas of a soul. Years had passed since their encounter on the cloud ladder, yet the heinous acts of the demonic sect, abducting children for alchemical purposes, persisted, underpinned by the tacit agreement of countless authorities. For centuries, flesh spirit mushrooms had been continuously supplied to Lin Dao sect for their use. Who, then, was truly the monster? Li Fu's gaze shifted to the Tuxian elder and Li Changhen, who were stalling, trying to secretly initiate the protective mountain formation while awaiting reinforcements from the 9 heavens. Their bravado was a facade, masking their fears. She tilted her head, her eyes icy. Tuxian, act. As her words fell, Tu Xian's expression sharpened, and the colossal hand solidified in the sky, crashing down with ferocity. The Emperor's sword banner waved, and a swarm of vengeful spirits descended, their malevolence engulfing the entire mountain range. A monumental upheaval swept through the Lin Dao sect. At 9 heavens, what is the status? The 3rd elder inquired anxiously. The Grand Elder shook his head, his expression grim. We are still searching. She has not entered the world of vengeful spirits. She is likely hiding in some corner of the Wanchuan. They were wary of Li Fu re-entering the world of vengeful spirits, calming other spirits, and subduing powerful ones. Thus, they had made preparations. The moment Li Fu entered that realm, they would be alerted and pursue her. However, they had anticipated her entry, yet now, there was no sign of her. The 3rd elder furrowed his brow. It seems she is elusive. The Wanchuan is filled with resentment. As long as she refrains from using her powers and simply hides quietly, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate her. The Wanchuan was indeed an ideal refuge for vengeful spirits. Continue the search, the Grand Elder commanded solemnly. Fortunately, Nine Heavens was at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, a place rich in spiritual veins, providing an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy to sustain their vast formation in the relentless pursuit of Li Fu. We have established a barrier in Wanchuan. She cannot escape. With persistent searches, we shall surely locate her. The fifth elder's gaze sharpened. Even the Lord of ghostly malevolence, capable of swiftly vanishing amidst resentment, cannot forever remain without leaving a trace. They have the endurance for this. At that moment, a voice resounded through the heavens. The second elder has returned. The crowd gasped and looked up. The second elder of Jiuxiao is a unique entity. She has reached the pinnacle of the void realm, merely a step away from ascendance, and thus spends much of her time in seclusion or seeking opportunities for breakthrough. Has she truly returned? Real Master Han Hui. The other elders paid their respects. Han Hui suddenly appeared in the grand hall, her expression exceedingly grim, her gaze dark. You have emerged from seclusion due to the matter of the Lord of ghostly malevolence? The first elder inquired politely. The opponent's combat prowess surpassed his own. Being on the verge of ascendance, even as the first elder, he felt compelled to show deference. Han Hui swept her gaze across the assembly, her voice chilling. If I had not emerged, who knows what chaos you would have unleashed? The room fell silent. Han Hui scoffed. Over 30 years ago, the Lord of ghostly malevolence was merely immortal. Mere months ago, she was but a powerless, vengeful spirit. She ascended the ladder to Jiuxiao seeking justice. And you casually cast her out? Only 2 individuals have ever ascended that ladder in millennia. They treated it with such disregard, expelling her from Jiuxiao. Upon learning of this, Han Hui nearly spat blood. Her chest heaved violently. At her words, the hall grew even quieter, everyone exchanging glances. They had never traversed the ladder and remained ignorant of its arduousness, thus failing to appreciate its significance. After a pause, the fifth elder stammered. At that time, the destined individual, regardless of the reason, sought to confront Chun Xiao and Hua Yue. But the first elder suddenly appeared with others, proclaiming them as the destined ones, who then had the capacity to consider a vengeful spirit. Little did they anticipate that the vengeful spirit would become the Lord of ghostly malevolence. The destined ones? Han Hui's anger intensified, and she exclaimed, without the Lord of ghostly malevolence, what need is there for destined ones? A cultivator bullying a mortal, forcing her into a vengeful spirit, and you have further compelled her into becoming the Lord of ghostly malevolence. Truly commendable. She had merely been in seclusion for a few years, and yet such chaos had erupted in Jiuxiao. The Lord of ghostly malevolence had emerged after departing Jiuxiao. It would be a laughingstock to speak of it. They had been on guard, fearful of the Lord of ghostly malevolence, yet they had unwittingly facilitated her emergence. You are all the very cause of the Lord of ghostly malevolence's appearance. Han Hui pointed at the assembly, her eyes icy, her anger barely contained. Chapter 25, Trouble. Lin Daomen, the first elder, accustomed to his authority, lowered his gaze in response to the reprimand, his voice equally cold. At this juncture, further discussion is futile. At that time, no one knew she would become the Lord of ghostly malevolence. Had we known, we would not have allowed her to leave Jiuxiao. The third elder nodded. Indeed, the ascended masters are aware of the Lord of ghostly malevolence's existence and have instructed us to assist the destined ones in eliminating her. This matter is already known to the ascended masters. Perhaps it is a lack of understanding of causality, or perhaps words are futile. All that remains is to hasten their extermination, while bestowing upon the destined one the chaos talisman and drawing forth the blade of annihilation. And what of the destined one? Han Hui cast her gaze upon her. The third elder hesitated momentarily. The grand elder spoke softly. She has been injured by the Lord of ghostly calamity in the world of vengeful spirits and is currently recuperating. Han Hui snorted coldly, sweeping her sleeve. Chun Xiao and Hua Yue appeared simultaneously. They had regained consciousness, yet their grievous injuries still required time to mend, their faces pale and unsteady. Han Hui's voice was devoid of warmth. The emergence of the Lord of ghostly calamity is intertwined with the fate of everyone present. You feign strength on the surface, yet internally you misplace your ire upon the destined one, abandoning them to the void. Were it not for the chaos talisman, the destined one would have perished. And how could we then confront the Lord of ghostly calamity? Before her arrival, she had not only unraveled the threads of causality, but had also sought out the destined one, healing their life-threatening wounds and repairing the chaos talisman. At this moment, the two supported each other, hesitant to speak. The sixth elder paused. Why would the second elder, who clearly harbored discontent towards the destined one, still assist in their healing? After all, they would not perish. Hua Yue closed her eyes, inhaling deeply before slowly reopening them. At this juncture, the Lord of Ghostly Calamity has not only materialized, but has also gained the assistance of the vengeful spirits. We must respond swiftly and cannot afford any further delays. Regardless of past actions, the Lord of Ghostly Calamity has descended, and eliminating her must be our utmost priority. These individuals, in their fixation on the destined one, have overlooked other critical matters, inadvertently allowing the Lord of Ghostly Calamity to emerge. They have entrusted everything to the destined one, leading to the Lord of Ghostly Calamity acquiring the power of the vengeful spirits and strengthening herself. And now, they redirect their anger, disregarding the injuries of the destined one. How foolish. The Lord of Ghostly Calamity has manifested. What remains crucial is to eliminate her at all costs, rather than squander precious time. While the destined one may have erred, punishment must follow the demise of the Lord of Ghostly Calamity. The fifth elder, the Taoist priest with white eyebrows, stroked his beard. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, he sought to mediate. Fear not. The path to strength necessitates time. She has merely gained the aid of a vengeful spirit, and we shall undoubtedly retrieve her from the River of Oblivion. Hua Yue, we have already set up formations in the River of Oblivion, ensuring she cannot emerge to wreak havoc upon the world. The moment we trace the slightest hint of the Lord of Ghostly Calamity, we shall act immediately. Foolishness. Hua Yue glared fiercely, realizing that the nine heavens had grown complacent for far too long. These individuals possessed no sense of combat awareness, perpetually believing themselves invincible and in control of all matters. Even with the emergence of the Lord of Ghostly Calamity and her acquisition of the power of the vengeful spirits, they remained fixated solely on the River of Oblivion. What if she has already departed from there? Hua Yue swept her sleeve, retorting, "Impossible." The fifth elder shook his head, asserting that they had sealed off the River of Oblivion the moment they emerged. Suddenly, the words ceased. The Sanshine cauldron atop the Hall of Nine Heavens stirred, rolling forth a pearl. The Sanshine cauldron guards the nine heavens. When various sects face dilemmas, they seek assistance here. Indeed, golden characters began to emerge slowly upon its surface. Simultaneously, a talisman flew forth, which the fifth elder received, his expression turning pale with terror. An incident has occurred at the Lin Dao sect. As the words fell, the second elder had already vanished from the grand hall, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. The Lord of Ghostly Slaughter was not in Wanchuan. She had indeed escaped. Despite the Lord of Ghostly Slaughter's flight, they remained steadfast at Wanchuan. The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he led his companions to pursue. The fifth elder clutched a talisman, murmuring, "When did she leave? Did she truly depart Wanchuan immediately after emerging from the realm of vengeful spirits?" He then glanced at the Sanshine cauldron, his pupils constricting in alarm. "This is bad." Lin Dao sect. The Lin Dao sect was the stronghold of the fifth elder, Master Chiome. He hastily followed the other elders, all of them hastening towards the illustrious Misty Name Mountain. However, they arrived too late. Master Chiome beheld the scene before her, her eyes reddening, fists clenched tightly, her entire being on the verge of collapse. A weapon materialized in her grasp, an aura of murderous intent rising. Outrageous. The Lin Dao sect was utterly obliterated. Misty Name Mountain had been razed, the halls of the sect reduced to ruins, blood splattered across the stones. Massive black handprints marring the ground. What was even more despicable was that the Lin Dao sect still had a solitary stone pillar, entwined with chains of resentment, firmly binding two individuals. They endured the agonizing torment of being devoured by countless vengeful spirits, their bodies utterly ravaged. Though bound together, they bore the scars of each other's weaponry, each strike lethal, evidently having experienced the horrors of mutual slaughter. Their blood dripped incessantly, their bodies breaking down, every sinew fracturing, their desperate eyes fixated upon their slow march towards death. Despair enveloped them. Are they still alive? The sixth elder's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before the two, reaching out towards them. In the next moment, his hand froze. Just as they arrived, the tormented pair simultaneously drew their last breath, their lives extinguished. The timing was impeccable. No one could save them. Their souls obliterated, the sixth elder shook his head. The fifth elder gritted his teeth. Cursed Lord of Ghostly Slaughter, damned slaughterer of immortals. His gaze swept the surroundings. Countless disciples had perished, fallen victim to the resentment, their spiritual energy dissipating, mingling with the lingering malice. Others murmured amongst themselves, surely this was a world-ending abomination, capable of slaying so many in one fell swoop. Indeed, the Lord of ghostly slaughter deserved death, inflicting harm upon cultivators, employing the most vicious of methods, utterly detestable. Hua Yue's voice was soft. The slaughterer of immortals has indeed come to exact revenge. Everyone turned to her. Having encountered the slaughterer of immortals in the realm of vengeful spirits, she was hypocritical to the core, having committed numerous wrongs, repeatedly harming sect master Li and his wife, ultimately facing retribution. The mere thought of the slaughterer of immortals invoked memories of Li Fu embodying the slaughterer and tormenting her, causing her body to tremble. She is ruthless. It is evident that the moment she escapes, she returns to slaughter the innocent. Elders, allowing such a vengeful spirit to remain will surely bring calamity upon the world alongside Li Fu. The fifth elder turned, his sword quivering in his hand. His voice hoarse. Jiu Xiao must avenge the Lin Dao sect, exterminating her without mercy, ensuring that hundreds of disciples do not suffer unjustly. The grand elder nodded gravely. The second elder, Master Huarong, remained vigilant, and suddenly, as if sensing something, she dashed forward, waving her hand, causing the surrounding resentment to dissipate. Beneath their feet, the place where their blood had fallen became vividly clear, revealing what had been concealed. There lay countless unrefined flesh ginseng, offerings of great significance. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 26. 9 Heavens, it is time to give our all. Han Hui lifted her head, and shadows that had previously fled returned. Settling nearby, all were wounded, clutching their chests, their faces as pale as parchment. Elders, the eyes of these individuals brightened with joy. They were the survivors of the Lin Dao sect. What has transpired? Han Hui inquired urgently. The crowd exchanged glances before speaking in a flurry, clarifying the entire sequence of events. The Lord of ghostly spirits, Li Fu, had come seeking revenge, commanding the Spirit Slayer to kill Li Changhen and Tu Jinjin, while also slaying many from the Lin Dao sect. One person, struggling to speak, revealed that for centuries, the sect leader, Li Changhen, had been offering forbidden medicinal flesh ginseng to refine elixirs, enhancing his wife's cultivation and prolonging her life. The Lord of ghostly spirits had instructed the Taishu grievous ghost to eliminate all those who were privy to this matter. In that desolate ruin, silence enveloped them once more. Han Hui raised her gaze, sensing something ominous. An ominous presence seemed to loom over them, filled with endless derision. Whose fault was this massacre after all? Behind those flesh ginsengs lay innocent children, pure and naive. The members of the Lin Dao sect continued. The Spirit Slayer declared that only one of the sect leader and his wife could survive, leading the sect leader's wife to attack him. Li Fu and the Spirit Slayer then ensnared them. A man who had come with the Lord of ghostly spirits performed a spell using the flesh ginseng, unleashing a torrent of resentment that entwined the members of the Lin Dao sect. He claimed that these individuals were all implicated in the alchemy of the flesh ginseng. The Spirit Slayer began a frenzied slaughter. All those ensnared by resentment perished. Yet, he remained unharmed, for he had indeed been unaware of the flesh ginseng's significance. Too many had died, and Tu Jinjin, fearing for her life, lashed out at Li Changhen, stabbing him through the chest. Years ago, she had accused the Spirit Slayer of betraying love by killing him. Now, in a desperate bid to survive, she struck down her beloved without hesitation. Li Changhen, in disbelief, turned to see Tu Jinjin, tears streaming down her face, shaking her head in apology, still so innocent. He laughed heartily, only to perish alongside Tu Jinjin. However, the Spirit Slayer did not grant them their wish. She tormented them, asking if they remembered her, inquiring about the events of the past. Eventually, she bound them to pillars, allowing a horde of vengeful spirits to feast upon them. Not all from the Lin Dao sect perished, many escaped. Those individuals were free from the resentment of the flesh ginseng, and Li Fu did not pursue them. They dared not linger, fleeing in haste. And though their powers were limited, they returned swiftly upon seeing the elders arrive. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Many had perished, yet it seemed none were blameless. Han Hui turned to Hua Yue, her face a mask of scorn. Is the Spirit Slayer truly so wicked? Are Tu Jinjin and Li Changhen innocent? The flesh ginseng lay before them, still a grim reminder. Hua Yue fell silent. She hesitated for a moment before finally uttering. Li Changhen committed wrongful acts to ensure Tu Jinjin's survival, while Tu Jinjin remained blissfully unaware. Merely a testament to Li Changhan's profound love for her. He wished for her to remain by his side for eternity, hence he resorted to such misguided deeds. Indeed, a lover willing to descend into hell rather than allow their beloved to perish. The last two sentences went unspoken by Hua Yue, who simply tightened her grip on Chun Zhao's hand, their fingers entwined. What a farce! With a wave of his hand, the real human ginseng vanished. The ginseng was a forbidden substance, capable of refining pills that could enhance cultivation and prolong life. Yet, the ancient texts record that such elixirs are bitter and reek of blood. How could she be oblivious to what she had consumed? The overwhelming stench of blood would certainly raise doubts for Tu Jinjin. It was merely an act of pretense, a fade of ignorance. There was not a single innocent soul in this affair. Moreover, the fact that the two ultimately turned against each other was nothing but a jest. The Grand Elder drew a deep breath, unwilling to entertain further debate, and directly inquired, "What shall we do next?" It was a fact that she had slain numerous cultivators and obliterated the Lindao sect. Some were not deserving of death, yet. The Lord of Ghosts and Demons was indeed a harbinger of destruction, steeped in malevolence. With a single strike, an entire sect fell. She must be eliminated. The fifth elder's gaze darkened with murderous intent. This was his home, and Li Changhan was his beloved disciple. His bloodline was entwined in this matter. Upon hearing this, Han Hui's expression turned calm, her voice steady. She has not gone far. Since vengeance has reared its head, this presents us with the optimal opportunity to locate her. As the Lord of Ghosts and Demons departs from Wanchuan, we shall be poised to act. The prophecy foretold her as a world destroyer. And thus she shall indeed bring ruin, for all things are bound by causality, for the sake of all living beings. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let her escape. She cannot be allowed to live. Han Hui pressed her fingers together, touching her brow, summoning a token that materialized before her. Her gaze turned frigid as she prepared to strike, determined not to let her escape again. A summons was dispatched to gather all transforming spirit and Taishu cultivators to assist. They would immediately activate the Zhouxiao formation, compelling all sects to synergize their protective mountain arrays to encircle and eliminate the Lord of Ghosts and Demons. As her words echoed, she levitated cross-legged in the air. The Grand Elder and the others wasted no time, rising to float alongside her. Among the 10 Zhouxiao elders, one had perished, leaving 6 present to jointly issue the Zhouxiao decree and initiate the grand formation. Beneath the feet of the 6, a formation materialized. A powerful force surged towards the heavens, igniting the protective mountain arrays of all sects in this realm. In the next moment, the formations linked together like stars, soaring skyward to weave a net. This realm had been transformed into an immense trapping array. Zhouxiao, it was time to go all out. Meanwhile, Li Fu looked up at the sky, urging, "Hurry." Tu Xian gritted her teeth, seemingly burning with determination as she raced forward, had it not been for the desire to avenge her. Li Fu would not have revealed her position and attracted the Zhouxiao pursuers. She must protect her. Gazing at the stars igniting in the sky, her expression darkened. They have activated the Zhouxiao Grand Formation, intent on ensnaring this world and annihilating you. The Zhouxiao are serious now. How vast is this realm? It encompasses countless worlds and numerous sections. Even a great ascension cultivator could not possibly escape this blockade in such a brief span of time. He inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. They will find you soon. Li Fu remained silent, fixated on the horizon, where the Emperor's sword banner fluttered. It was imminent. They were drawing closer. Chapter 27, Flee. 3 shadows raced ahead, the celestial slayer possessing the peak of the void realm, a half-step into the great ascension, nearly tearing through the fabric of space. Covering miles with each stride, she grasped Li Fu's hand tightly, while behind them, Bu Wang relentlessly pursued, perhaps exhausted from the chase. He conjured a rope that ensnared Li Fu's wrist, allowing the celestial slayer to carry him along in their flight. The trio sprinted onward. Time passed. Though it was uncertain how long they had been fleeing, the celestial slayer dared not reduce her speed for even a moment. They traversed new worlds, dashed through countless nations, and seemingly entered yet another realm, passing through a city inhabited by cultivators. The cultivators here were still unaware of the impending danger. As the air around them shattered, a shadow flashed past with such swiftness it was nearly imperceptible. A meditating transformation realm cultivator abruptly opened his eyes, appearing on the spot. What has transpired? Another nascent soul cultivator inquired, astonished. The transformation realm cultivator surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. The void realm. The nascent soul cultivator gasped in shock. The transformation cultivator's fingers moved in a gesture of concentration, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. It is a vengeful spirit. Not merely a void cultivator, but a void vengeful spirit. The nascent soul cultivator's eyes widened in terror. In the next moment, stars ignited in the sky, and simultaneously, the protective formations of various sects activated, with powerful beams of light descending from the heavens, nearly crashing to the ground. What is happening? What disturbance has arisen in the nine heavens? In the midst of chaos, the light from the nine heavens struck the earth, and talismans emerged, one of which floated before the transformation realm cultivator. He exclaimed in shock, "The nine heavens order." As his voice faded, he vanished from the spot, pursuing the direction in which the void realm vengeful spirit had disappeared, leaving the nascent soul cultivator in a daze. Yet, as he looked up, a massive array symbol appeared from the nine heavens, hovering in the sky, stirring a profound sense of unease and dread. Li Fu and the others were in peril. With the issuance of the nine heavens order, transformation and void cultivators began to appear, converging from all directions to pursue them, while others blocked their path ahead. For the celestial slayer, transformation realm cultivators posed little threat, and she was confident against those of the void realm. However, the sheer number of pursuers was overwhelming. With the issuance of the nine heavens order, masters from various sects mobilized, and as the crowd swelled, their pace inevitably slowed. Hampered time and again, the celestial slayer found herself struggling to escape. One hand clutched a spirit tablet, while the other shielded Li Fu. Her gaze fierce as she raced forward. The pursuers from the nine heavens were gaining. Ahead, two more cultivators emerged, and worse yet, both were of the void realm. Damn it, the celestial slayer cursed. Vengeful spirit, halt at once. One void cultivator, face cold, swung a branch, causing countless spikes to erupt from the ground, obstructing their path. Before the Hua Yue kingdom of the cloud-riding sect, do not bring calamity upon mortals. The other void cultivator erected numerous talismans before launching them at the fleeing trio. The vengeful spirit surged forth from the hands of the celestial slayer, coiling into a dark mist. With a mere glance, she hurled Li Fu up the mountainside, her body splitting in two as she lunged towards the two void practitioners. As Li Fu landed on the ground, she was swiftly caught by Wu Wang. Meanwhile, the celestial slayer refrained from engaging in combat. Instead, a third version of herself circumnavigated the two, seizing Li Fu and Wu Wang to continue their flight. Time was of the essence. By leaving two immense clouds of resentment to ensnare the void practitioners, the celestial slayer effectively crippled herself, her complexion turning ashen. Witnessing this scene, Li Fu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She was still too weak. What she desperately needed was time. However, the denizens of the nine heavens were the least inclined to grant her that luxury. They were racing against time. The pursuers behind them multiplied. Above in the sky, the protective formations of various sects converged. A resounding crack echoed. The nine heavens formation was now fully operational. Be careful. Wu Wang's pupils contracted as he shouted. In the next instant, a powerful assault descended upon them like a meteor from the heavens. The celestial slayer, her white garments fluttering, barely managed to evade the attack while shielding Li Fu. Boom, boom, boom. Successive strikes rained down, nearly obliterating their path forward. Gritting her teeth, the celestial slayer dodged while unleashing a massive black hand to counter the onslaught. Their speed diminished significantly. Upon entering the territory of the Chongyun sect, behind the dual fish kingdom, the onslaught from the nine heavens intensified, with practitioners from the Chongyun sect closing in. The celestial slayer fought desperately to evade capture, but was ultimately ensnared. A terrifying pressure approached. Stay clear of the protective formation. Wu Wang cautioned again. They will easily pinpoint your location, and the nine heavens will be upon us. Indeed, in the next moment, several figures drew near. Even though the celestial slayer possessed peak void cultivation, she was soon intercepted by the elders of the nine heavens. Freak, surrender at once. The elder waved his dust whisk, sending forth several talismans. Each of them bore a formation disk at their feet, merging with the overarching nine heavens formation above. Hua Yue, Chen Xiao, do not delay, they called out. The two, led by the void practitioners, were dazed throughout the ordeal. Upon hearing the command, they disregarded their injuries and depleted spiritual power, instinctively drawing their destiny swords. A powerful force surged within them. Hua Yue bowed her head. Before them stood the elders of the 9 heavens, each in their designated positions, chanting incantations and weaving their techniques. The elder waved his dust whisk, channeling a vast reservoir of spiritual energy from it into Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. The spiritual energy coalesced. Several elders contributed their immense power, gathering in the hands of the two. They resembled a formation, with golden patterns swirling beneath their feet. The elders surrounded them, forming a formidable magical array. Kill! The destiny swords vibrated, merging in midair, becoming one. Gritting her teeth, the celestial slayer cast a tablet to Li Fu before once again hurling her forward. She then turned. A tremendous wave of resentment surging behind her as a colossal black hand erupted from her back, rising to intercept the assault, shielding Li Fu from the impending danger. She was unable to overpower them. She is formidable, yet she stands alone. Li Fu did not pause, sprinting forward with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Hua Yue could not help but chuckle derisively. Indeed, this woman was profoundly hypocritical. When faced with peril, she abandoned her companions to flee. Such a pity. Without the slayer of immortals, she would never escape. Die! She cried out. The blue-red execution sword hung ominously, plunging fiercely towards Li Fu's direction. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the very winds were altering. Faster! Even faster! Li Fu continued her reckless dash, ignoring the chaos behind her, propelled by a surge of resentment. Ahead, several cultivators emerged, attempting to block her path of escape. Li Fu bellowed, "Get lost!" This declaration seemed to unleash a tempest, as the resentment surged violently, enveloping the sky in darkness. Whether due to a colossal hand's influence or some other reason, the heavens became saturated with this malevolence. The cultivators instinctively parted ways. Unfortunately, before them lay an abyss. There was no escape route. The execution sword descended. The slayer of immortals gritted her teeth and charged forward. Bu Wang's expression darkened as he slowly raised his hand. However, Li Fu halted in her tracks. She turned back and caught sight of the long sword merging into one in the hands of Chen Xiao and Hua Yue. Their faces were ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet behind them, the group from Jiao Xiao hovered in the void, supported by immense energy. What audacity! That Jiao Xiao would pursue her at any cost. Li Fu suddenly smiled, a gesture that momentarily stunned those who had been observing her. In that instant, Li Fu ceased her laughter, leaped into the air, and with a flourish of the human emperor's sword, the Black Soul banner spiraled back to the body of the slayer of immortals, returning to the sword's banner alignment. With her other hand, she tugged at the rope around her wrist, drawing Bu Wang along. The execution sword fell. The earth trembled and cracked, the ground splintering underfoot. Even the cultivators struggled to maintain their footing. Those who ventured too close found themselves on the verge of collapse. The already battered terrain, ravaged by the formation's assault, finally succumbed, the cliff crumbling, while several nearby peaks erupted simultaneously, obliterating everything in a deafening roar, clouds of dust rising. The crowd stood in stunned silence once more. Hua Yue murmured, "Is she dead?" Li Fu had vanished without a trace. Not even a hint of her presence remained. Had she truly perished? The second elder, Han Hui, flickered into view atop the cliff. In the next moment, her expression shifted abruptly, and she turned to shout, "How can there be Tai Su vengeful spirits here?" The disciples of Cheng Yun's sect stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before finally uttering, "Real Master Han Hui, this is the Valley of No Resentment." Han Hui was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively turned around and realized, to her astonishment, that they had unknowingly pursued her all the way to her own sect, Cheng Yun's sect. And here was indeed the Valley of No Resentment. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented. Hua Yue, bewildered, steadied her faltering body. Instinctively tugging at Chen Zhao's sleeve, her voice a whisper, "Where has Li Fu gone?" Even if she wished for her demise, the reaction of the second elder indicated that Li Fu still lived. The fifth elder gritted his teeth. "She has entered the world of vengeful spirits." When they believed she would step into that realm, she instead departed. When they thought she would flee, she entered the world of vengeful spirits. Hua Yue gasped in surprise. Chen Xiao found herself at a loss for words, her voice laden with complexity. From the very outset, her intention had been to arrive here, thus. After annihilating the Lin Dao sect, she had raced towards this destination, seeking the Taishu grievance spirit. With the Emperor's sword banner as her key, she entered the realm of grievances to evade her pursuers. She had succeeded, had she not? This Taishu grievance spirit, akin to the slayer of immortals, stood at the pinnacle of Taishu, a half-step into the Great Ascension. Indeed, her intellect had proven as sharp as ever. Chen Xiao lifted her gaze towards the path ahead, which linked Wangchuan to the Lin Dao sect. Li Fu had meticulously plotted her escape en route to the Lin Dao sect, anticipating their relentless pursuit. She had calculated their every move, considering how long she would delay at the Lin Dao sect and the means of her evasion along the way. Thus, even when they unleashed the Nine Heavens Grand Formation and issued the Nine Heavens Edict, she had managed to escape right under their noses. A spirit of mere golden core cultivation had fled from the entire pursuit of the Nine Heavens. Chen Xiao mused that had it not been for Hua Yue employing celestial arts against Li Fu, who was merely immortal, with her astuteness, it would have been impossible for her to have ended up in such dire straits. Li Fu gasped for breath as she extracted the Slayer of Immortals from the sword banner. With urgency, she inquired, "How are you? Is your injury severe?" The Slayer of Immortals, pale of visage, wiped the black blood from her lips and shook her head. "It is nothing grave. Your intervention was timely, and I did not suffer from the final killing strike." She offered a reassuring glance to Li Fu while extending her hand to accept the tablet Li Fu held. Li Fu handed it over with a silent sigh. It was the memorial tablet of Li Changyan. During their time at the Lin Dao sect, Tu Xinjin and Li Changyan had revealed much in their struggle for survival, including the events that transpired after the death of the Slayer of Immortals. Li Changyan had been deeply hurt by the betrayal of the Slayer of Immortals. However, following her demise, with Li Changyan ascending to the throne and Tu Xinjin likely recalling her youthful affection for Li Changyan, she spared his life. The Daxian had returned to normalcy. While Li Changyan and Tu Xinjin pursued their cultivation, Li Changyan wandered alone across Daxian. Having recently endured calamity, he had rescued many. Perhaps, through years of reflection, he had come to understand the choices made by the Slayer of Immortals, or perhaps he had finally regained clarity, no longer clouded in confusion. 3 years after the Slayer of Immortals' death, he had attempted to assassinate Tu Xinjin, but failed. She remarked that Li Changyan had been somewhat deranged at the time of his demise. He perpetually lamented that he had wronged the Slayer of Immortals, failing to protect his beloved, promising to shelter her under his wings, yet allowing her to endure such hardships. He sought vengeance for the Slayer of Immortals and decried the sins of Li Changyan and Tu Xinjin. Consequently, Li Changyan had slain him. Tu Xinjin had taken his bones and fashioned a memorial tablet in remembrance. Now, this tablet found its way into the hands of the Slayer of Immortals. Li Fu gazed at the tablet embraced by the Slayer of Immortals, pondering that she was, in truth, a gentle soul, capable of harboring kindness. How could she have transformed into malevolence? The Slayer of Immortals caressed the tablet, and before Li Changyan's name, 2 characters gradually materialized: deceased husband. Having avenged her great grievance, she became composed and gentle. To any observer, her demeanor would betray nothing of the fact that she was a grievance spirit at the pinnacle of Taishu. Not W. Ing gently poked LF's arm and leaned closer, lowering his voice. "What is going on? Did LCH Ingi and not abandon her? Why does she still cling to LCH Ingi NS tablet, treating him as her deceased husband? Is she foolish?" Not W. Ing had accompanied LF to witness the trials of T Shien, and thus he found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend. LF rolled her eyes. If she wished to whisper, she could simply convey her thoughts telepathically. Even if he lowered his voice, T Shien would surely hear them. To call the vengeful spirit of the T Shien foolish was indeed audacious. She brushed off Not W. Eng's hand, disregarding him. T Shien, observing this, offered a gentle smile, her pale face serene. "Few remember me fondly in my lifetime. Only this one holds a semblance of kindness towards me." Before her, the image of a gentle, jade-like man materialized, turning back to bestow upon her a tender smile. He was a ray of light in her darkened days. Ultimately, in her life, there remained someone who would declare, "She is not in the wrong. She is not a villain." Not W. Ing remained unconvinced. LF cast him a glance. "I hope you never come to understand." TZHNZH and accused T Shien of being insincere, claiming she was not as deeply loved as LCH Ing, deeming her hypocritical. Yet, given T Shien's circumstances, the love she dared to offer was immensely precious. She loved LCH Ing, her feelings unchanged over a millennium. Perhaps LCH Ing eventually came to realize this, which is why he could never move on and ultimately sought vengeance for T Shien. Did he not know he would fail? He did, yet he no longer wished to live. He wanted to convey to TZHNZHN and LCHNGHN that T Shi N was not at fault, but rather it was their error. T Shi N was truly a remarkable person. While all others labeled her a villain, LCHNGHN affirmed her innocence, allowing her to forgive him and forget their grievances. Not W. and glanced at LF, noticing her contemplative expression, and countered, I don't understand. But you seem to have a clear grasp? LF remained silent. He pressed on, then what about you? If someone abandoned you, and they later awakened to their mistake, what would you do? LF smiled slightly, her resolve unwavering. I would tell him to leave. Not W-ing. He truly does not understand now. Why such resolute dismissal? Yet moments ago you appeared so pensive? Chapter 29. The Mortal Song of Mount Chu. Not W-ing shook his head, redirecting his gaze. Let us discuss serious matters. Did you anticipate being pursued after heading to LNDOMN? LF lowered her eyes. I did. But I did not expect G11O to pursue with such relentless fervor. The escape proved more arduous than anticipated. Along the way, I sensed the presence of this vengeful spirit. As the master of ghostly calamities, armed with the Emperor's sword banner. Even if she could not directly subdue a powerful vengeful spirit, she could detect its existence, marking its location and calculating accordingly. Not W-ing's expression grew complex, but it still fell within your plans, hence our smooth entry. The time she measured was the time spent fleeing here. She had anticipated the need to escape from the outset, even strategizing her flight. However, she still intended to make a grand display and obliterate LNDOMN. Such fierce determination indeed befits the master of ghostly calamities. Not W-ing inquired again. How did you ascertain their potential for significant action? Despite the perilous circumstances, clearly, G11O mobilized all its forces and failed to capture her. I did not calculate that. Li Fuyao shook her head, contemplating that if she were being pursued by someone who was continuously growing stronger, she would spare no effort to eliminate that individual as swiftly as possible. The actions taken by Jiao Shao now seemed justified. Unfortunately, their correctness came at her expense. Bu Wang murmured, it appears that Jiao Shao has clever individuals among them. He turned to Li Fu, frowning. If the opponent is indeed astute, then you have not yet escaped. On the contrary, your true peril has arrived. Outside, she had yet to flee. The voice of the fifth elder was frigid. Since Li Fu had obliterated the Lin Dao sect, his resentment towards the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence had intensified profoundly. He gazed ahead, filled with malice, and sneered, she has merely entered the realm of vengeful spirits. She has not escaped. Han Hui inhaled deeply, gradually rising to her full height. Indeed, she has not fled. We can still eliminate her within the realm of vengeful spirits. What exactly is this realm of vengeful spirits? Inquired the Grand Elder. Li Fu maintained her composure. I am certain they will devise a means to slay me within the realm of vengeful spirits. They will not permit me to gain the assistance of a supreme vengeful spirit. The more vengeful spirits I acquire, the more formidable I become. The people of Jiao are not foolish. They will no longer grant me opportunities. She continued, her tone resolute. However, since I have entered, I must endeavor to explore. Bu Wang and Tu Xian exchanged glances with her. Li Fu stepped forward. They will require time to prepare. Let us first discern how this supreme, vengeful spirit realm was formed. Bu Wang observed her retreating figure. Li Fu's choice was not erroneous, with Jiao Shao in pursuit. She must strengthen herself. Yet, upon entry, she would be constrained. Her adversaries were the formidable elders of Jiao Shao. This vengeful spirit had manifested in this realm 3 centuries ago, its malevolence overwhelming. Upon entering the Xuanyu kingdom, it brought calamity, subsequently advancing northward to assault the Changyun sect. Han Hui recalled the tale of the Weiyuan Valley and continued, the Changyun sect suffered grievously back then, entangled with this vengeful spirit for many years. It had long lost its reason, attacking indiscriminately, and we exhausted every means to divert it. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. The Third Elder shook his head. Exhaling a sigh, vengeful spirits are indeed calamities that plague the world. Hua Yue and Chun Shao exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Vengeful spirits are formidable foes to cultivators, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Wherever there are vengeful spirits, resentment flourishes and disasters are incessant. They are universally condemned. Much like the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence, Li Fuyao. Fortunately, the esteemed Master Wuming arrived just in time to help us suppress this vengeful spirit, yet it was too powerful. and its malevolence too profound to depart from this realm. We were unable to send it to the River of Forgetfulness and could only confine it within the Hua Yue Valley. Striving to contain its fury, Hua Yue explained. The fifth elder expressed astonishment. Even Master Wuming could not carry it away. The disparity between the realms of Taishu and Deshang is monumental. How could even a Deshang cultivator fail to relocate it? Hua Yue nodded gravely. Indeed, the master could not take it away. We could only rely on artifacts to seal it. Consequently, the Hua Yue Valley has been suppressing the Taishu vengeful spirit, its resentment boundless. And disciples dare not approach. Elders of the Chengyun sect must come annually to inspect the seal, lest it escape. Chen Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart. Such a being, imbued with resentment so profound that it grows ever stronger despite suppression, if awakened and released by Li Fu, would surely wreak havoc akin to a massacre of celestial beings. The Chengyun sect, established in this very location, serves to contain this vengeful spirit, preventing it from bringing calamity upon the citizens of the Xuanyu kingdom. Such harbingers of disaster ought not to exist. The practitioners of Chengyun sect willingly guard this place, safeguarding the realm of Xuanyu. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, stating, "To protect all living beings is the duty of us cultivators." Who is he, after all? Why does he persist in attacking the Chengyun sect? The third elder pondered in confusion. Hua Yue shook her head, responding, "I do not know. But the sect suspects he may have once been a disciple of the Chengyun sect, an extraordinarily powerful cultivator. Chu Shan, an ordinary mortal in the Xuanyu kingdom, survives by hunting and foraging. At the age of 18, he married the woman he adored. It was also on that fateful day that two cultivators from the Chengyun sect clashed, their battle spilling over a small village at the edge of the Xuanyu kingdom. One attack descended, obliterating the entire Chu family village, leaving Chu Shan as the sole survivor among more than 300 souls. He exhaled, "He is but a mortal." The chaos wrought upon the Chengyun sect, disturbing their years of peace, originated from what was once merely a mortal. Li Fu's smile was cold as she gazed skyward. Look at these cultivators, who claim to protect mortals, yet fail to distinctly separate the realms of immortals and mortals, existing merely a stone's throw apart. However, the benefits for mortals are scant, while they suffer greatly at the hands of these beings. The capabilities of a single individual are limited. A cultivator, endowed with immense power, can achieve much. They profess to safeguard mortals, hence their proximity. Yet, they accept offerings, rarely casting their gaze upon the struggles that mortals endure. They are engrossed in their own cultivation, their ascension, their own lives. A mere skirmish can result in the demise of an entire village, claiming the lives of over 300 souls. Chu Shan harbors no desire to harm the Xuanyu kingdom. His sole aim is to wreak havoc upon the Chengyun sect, fixated solely on the immortals of that sect. Cause and effect. One must exist for the other to manifest. Li Fu pondered a question, then inquired of Bu Wang. How is resentment truly born? To absorb resentment and cultivate through it results in a vengeful spirit. She has personally experienced this process. But what of the resentment itself? Bu Wang contemplated before replying. Perhaps it arises naturally in the world, much like spiritual energy? After all, resentment has existed since time immemorial. Where there is spiritual energy, there too is resentment, a reciprocal existence. In places rich in spiritual energy, resentment is scarce. Where resentment abounds, spiritual energy diminishes. Cultivators and vengeful spirits are locked in a struggle, either the east wind triumphing over the west wind, or vice versa, in perpetual opposition. The ninth heavens are filled with spiritual energy, the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The river of forgetfulness is saturated with resentment, the domain of vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, Li Fu fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 30. The Celestial Net Formation, targeting the vengeful spirit sovereign outside the realm of vengeful spirits. The identity of this spirit and the trials it has endured are of little consequence. What matters is that it remains suppressed and unable to cause turmoil. The pressing concern lies with the vengeful spirit sovereign within its realm. The Grand Elder waved his whisk, his gaze as cold as ice. Understanding the origins of the vengeful spirits merely serves to acquire more information. Eliminating the vengeful spirit sovereign is of utmost importance. Hua Yue pondered. Is it not possible to eliminate this vengeful spirit along with its host? The elder replied, this spirit is not easily vanquished. It is composed of malice. As long as malice remains, it may escape. Furthermore, should we succeed in slaying this spirit, the dispersed malice would wreak havoc upon the world. The malevolence emanating from such a powerful spirit is far too intense. If we were to defeat this vengeful entity, the resulting chaos would likely obliterate this realm. Moreover, Li Fu might exploit the ensuing tumult to flee. Thus, this endeavor is fraught with peril. Han Wei gazed at the ominously darkening sky, the vast malice of the Wuyuan Valley staining the land. She spoke again, however. Her entry into the body of the suppressed, vengeful spirit presents us with a prime opportunity to strike. Chun Shao gripped the Destiny sword, inquiring, "Shall we enter and slay her? It is our duty as the destined ones." Hua Yue felt a tightening in her chest. Recalling her previous encounter with the vengeful spirit, she hesitated. "During the slaughter of the immortals, I transformed into a slayer. We were unable to attack her. Will she not do the same this time?" Han Wei cast a glance at her, then coldly averted her gaze. Rising into the air, the formations beneath her feet whirled as she declared frostily, "Whether she transforms is inconsequential. We must enter and eliminate her. Relying solely on these two destined individuals is futile." Hua Yue remained perplexed. "Can they all enter?" The Grand Elder understood the situation and swiftly ascended, the formations beneath him mirroring the celestial array above. The fifth Elder chuckled, a glint of danger in his eyes. "Excellent idea." Hua Yue looked at Chun Shao in confusion. "Chu Shan is but a mortal. You cannot embody him, or you will possess no power. We are unaware of the plans the Nine Heavens may have this time," Wu Wang said gravely. "Abandon the power of Chu Shan and devise another means to escape. Our immediate priority is to flee." Before witnessing Chu Shan's experiences, one could still harbor a glimmer of hope, but after witnessing them, it is clear he began as merely a mortal in the realm of spirits. The circumstances are far worse than the last time. The Slayer's expression grew serious as he clutched the tablet, gazing at Li Fu. Li Fu looked up at the heavens, seemingly perceiving the group from the Nine Heavens across the fabric of time and space. "They will all come to slay me. There is no escaping," she spoke calmly. "Only by acquiring Chu Shan's power do I stand a chance of evading capture. The elders confronting the Nine Heavens, even with a slayer among them, are insufficient." Han Wei's voice resonated, ancient and profound, as if reciting a lament. "The formation of the Nine Heavens has been activated. We shall anchor this vengeful spirit world in place, shrouding its consciousness, tearing apart the fabric of reality, and encircling the Spirit Lord. We cannot depend on the still weak, destined ones. They must all enter. Transformation? We will tear open this realm of vengeful spirits, cloud its awareness, and when the time comes, the spirit world shall be devoid of the heavenly path. Her previous strategy in the realm of slayers will be rendered ineffective. No one will protect her. With the spirit anchored in place, the spirit world will be indistinguishable from the outside world. No, there is still a difference. It is akin to drawing a circle, trapping our quarry within." Hua Yue grasped the implications, her eyes sparkling with revelation. Wu Wang fixed his gaze on Li Fu. "What are you planning to do?" He shook his head. "In this round, the cultivators will not embody themselves to assist you. If you wish to subdue Chu Shan, you must attempt to quell his grievances. But how does one calm such resentment? Moreover, the group of cultivators will undoubtedly interfere. Whether the grievances are calmed or not is irrelevant." Li Fu withdrew her gaze, a smile playing on her lips. "Chu Shan possesses inherent power. By following the trajectory of his life, I can harness his strength. Another pinnacle of the void. When the great Ascension Masters remain absent, only the collaboration of two peak void cultivators can carve out a path for survival." Wu Wang's pupils constricted. Even Tu Xian frowned and shook her head, recalling Chu Shan's journey, opposing. "No, the realm of grievances opens at the point of their genesis. It took Chu Shan over 1,000 years to transform from a mortal to a pinnacle of the void. They will not grant you that time." Li Fu met her gaze without hesitation. "Then we shall shorten the time. What they are contending for is precisely this duration." Bu Wang fell silent for a long while before speaking slowly. "The plan is feasible, but..." He looked up at the sky, his voice obscure. "You still do not know what they will do. How can you ascertain how much time can be obtained?" Click. A gentle sound, like a breeze passing by. However, both Bu Wang and Tu Xian's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with terror. In the next moment, the entire world began to tremble incessantly, as if the four corners of the sky were being held captive. The hexagonal Tiangong cauldron, wielded by the real person Han Wei, hovered above the valley of no grievances, immense spiritual energy converging, the cauldron expanding until it nearly enveloped the entire valley. The formation patterns of the Jiuxiao Grand Array flickered and shrank. A golden beam of light suddenly converged from the center of the Grand Array above onto the cauldron, which spun wildly and grew larger. Bang! The Tiangong cauldron descended, suppressing the vast grievances of the Valley of No Grievances. In the next moment, the surging grievances stilled, ceasing their clamor and flow, devoid of sound, as if the grievances in the valley had succumbed to death, stagnating in darkness. Han Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and withdrew his hand. It is done. The realm of resentful spirits has been secured. The resentful spirits are now trapped beneath the cauldron, devoid of heavenly awareness, unable to influence the events within that world. The Grand Elder nodded, flicking his dust whisk. The Third Elder, Fifth Elder, Sixth Elder, and other arriving peak void cultivators all descended around the Tiangong cauldron, setting up the celestial net formation. The world returned to tranquility. Yet, it was entirely different from before. Tu Xian gazed skyward, where a gigantic cauldron's ethereal shadow emerged, and in the next instant, countless figures appeared around this colossal cauldron. Patterns of formations flickered beneath their feet. Immense spiritual energy clamored above, gathering. Beneath their hands, golden threads flowed continuously, weaving together like fabric, intertwining and merging. In the blink of an eye, they had woven a dense net. What is this? Tu Xian pondered. Bu Wang nearly leapt up, raising her voice in disbelief. The celestial net. They are utilizing the Jiuxiao Grand Array to weave the celestial net, and thereafter, every ripple in this world will be under their control. The prey within the net shall have no means of escape. As her words settled, the grand net gradually took shape. Is there even time? Those Jiuxiao fellows are unwilling to grant a moment. Chapter 31. This madman. The celestial mechanism was firmly established, and the Nine Heavens Great Array tore open the realm of vengeful spirits. They wove the Nine Heavens Great Array into the world, forming an intricate web of heaven and earth. The realm of vengeful spirits had become a vessel, and Li Fu was like a fish trapped within. How could she possibly escape? A single encounter would surely lead to her demise. The elders simultaneously withdrew their hands. The Grand Elder bellowed, "The formation is complete. All true beings, follow us into the realm of vengeful spirits to slay the Lord of Malevolence. Slay the Lord of Malevolence. Slay the Lord of Malevolence. Kill." Shadows surged into the realm of vengeful spirits, laden with a palpable aura of death. Shun Xiao stood motionless, while Hua Yue revealed a smile, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. The elders have acted together. Let us see how Li Fu can extricate herself this time. Even if she enters the realm of vengeful spirits, it changes nothing. She is still destined to die. Shin Xiao sighed silently and stepped forward. Let us proceed. The elders may require our slaying swords. She was astute. Yet, as she ventured into the realm of vengeful spirits, did she ever contemplate that this would become her final resting place? In the face of overwhelming power, intellect proves futile, just as it had in her former life. Seeing him enter, Hua Yue followed suit, eager to witness Li Fu's downfall firsthand. And it would be best if she could deliver the fatal blow herself. Let us go. Wu Mang commanded. We must leave first. Tu Xian seized Li Fu, preparing to depart. With their human emperor's sword banner, they might still have a chance to escape. However, Tu Xian's expression darkened. They would have to find a way out after they left. There is no escape. Li Fu gazed at the colossal cauldron, her mind exceptionally clear. She stood still, contemplating the life of Chu Shan, the scenes of his rise from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the void flashing rapidly through her mind. Over 1,000 years ago, calamity struck, and his hometown was destroyed. Chu Shan departed with his hunting knife, seeking to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Upon reaching the county city, he encountered his first cultivator and learned of a recent battle between two high-level cultivators on the outskirts of the Hua Yue kingdom. Thus, he discovered who his enemies were. Chu Shan spent 30 years locating the Chunyan sect, much like Li Fu, accusing its members of the deaths of over 300 people from his hometown. He was more fortunate than Li Fu. The cultivator he reported was a steward of the Chunyan sect, who happened to have a long-standing feud with the masters of those two disciples. Consequently, the two were sentenced to atone for their sins by restoring Chujia village and making amends. In time, Chujia village was restored under celestial magic, and many citizens from the Hua Yue kingdom were relocated to settle there, revitalizing the village beyond its former glory. The Hua Yue kingdom praised the celestial being's prowess. After the two completed their penance, they departed from Chujia village. Chu Shan was astonished. Is that it? Just like that? What they were atoning for was the destruction of the place, the lives of those 300 souls. Chu Shan, feeling unjustly treated, returned to the Chongyun sect. But by then, he was already aged. This time, no one paid him any heed. The atonement had been fulfilled. The dead could not be resurrected. Were they to demand the lives of those cultivators from the mortals? Such reasoning was nonsensical. Chu Shan then returned to Chujia village, where many now resided. Yet, there was no longer that blushing maiden, who clutched an apple, yearning for a life of matrimony with him. His parents, the villagers, those ordinary souls who toiled diligently on this land, pouring their sweat into the promise of a better future, were also gone. On that day of the wedding feast, the neighbor girl remarked that she would soon venture to the city to visit her brother, having crafted a garment for him that she was certain he would adore. Alas, her brother awaited her in vain until his dying breath. In the village, the old man Chu's son succeeded in the imperial examination and returned to escort him to the city for his twilight years. Following the banquet, their departure was imminent. However, the bright future the old man Chu had anticipated evaporated into thin air. He demanded recompense for their lives. Yet, in his advanced age, he lacked the spiritual roots to pursue vengeance. Subsequently, burdened by the weight of his dying resentment and unquenchable hatred, Chu Shan embarked upon the path of grievance, transforming into a vengeful spirit. Li Fu murmured. The 5 pivotal phases of his life were as follows. First, becoming a vengeful spirit in Tsujia village due to his resentment. Second, absorbing grievances in the county city and attaining the strength of a golden elixir. The third, fourth, and fifth phases all transpired in the kingdom of Pisces, where he absorbed sufficient grievance energy. It need not take a millennium. Completing these 5 stages would grant him the power of the void peak in this realm, offering a glimmer of hope. This realm was a world of vengeful spirits, not the tangible world. There was no necessity to genuinely cultivate to the void peak. Traversing these 5 crucial phases would fulfill the growth path of Chu Shan within the realm of vengeful spirits, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle. Impossible. Wu Wang shook his head in denial. Do you not require time to seek out the grievances of Chu Shan's 5 stages? Even if it does not take a millennium, it cannot be accomplished within mere years, and now, you find yourself bereft of time. He lifted his gaze as the celestial net took form, descending. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure surged forth, shadows entering this realm. They had arrived. Li Fu inquired. You claim that the celestial net can sense every ripple in this world and control all. Then, what constitutes the fluctuations of this world? Spiritual energy? Grievance energy? Wu Wang's heart raced. As the celestial net descended, figures from the 9 heavens emerged. Did she truly have time for such inquiries? All fluctuations of spiritual energy and grievance energy would be detected. The celestial net offered no escape. Wu Wang's glare sharpened, revealing no chinks in the armor. Li Fu's eyes gradually cleared, articulating each word. Is that so? Then perhaps this game is not predetermined to end in defeat. As her words resonated, she waved the human emperor's sword banner, summoning the celestial slaughter back into its embrace. I know you are extraordinary. Find a way to escape first, lest I become your burden. Li Fu cast her gaze upon him, her form dissipating, grievance energy vanishing as she melded into this world. You are courting death. If I retreat in this game, I too shall perish. Her voice faded gradually. She had always traversed the precipice of danger, where life and death intertwined. Those who have faced death fear at least. Wu Wang clenched his jaw. Then, he gripped tightly, transforming his body into a sword tassel, hanging upon the human emperor's sword banner. Following her inside. What a madman. He must keep a watchful eye. The celestial net enveloped the entire realm of vengeful spirits. Han Hui stepped lightly upon the void, her spiritual power surging forth as she, alongside numerous elders, activated the celestial net formation within the realm of vengeful spirits. She was inside, preparing to confront and eliminate the Lord of ghostly malevolence. In Tsujia village, Li Fu shouldered the hunting knife transformed from the Emperor's sword banner, gazing at the densely woven net above, smiling. Spiritual energy? Resentment? Yet no one understood better than her the essence of being immortal. Chapter 32, Provocation, Flag Planting. The celestial net enveloped the world, with every subtle fluctuation under control. The 9 living elders of Jiao Shao had all entered. Furthermore, there were transcendent cultivators summoned by the Jiao Shao decree, all joining in the hunt. Should they succeed in slaying the Lord of ghostly malevolence, immense merit would be theirs. Hua Yue looked up at the sky, where countless golden threads, exuding a terrifying pressure, seemed capable of annihilating everything below. Faint lightning coursed through the net, sparks flying, crackling loudly. It felt as if innumerable eyes were fixated on this world. Had she witnessed such a scene under ordinary circumstances, fear would surely have arisen. Yet now, only exhilaration coursed through her veins. Li Fu was finally to meet her demise. This time, her soul would disperse, never to return and cause further annoyance. At that moment, the center of the formation suddenly fell silent, followed by voices of bewilderment. Where is she? Why is there nothing? Where is the Lord of ghostly malevolence? Hua Yue paused in confusion. Shen Xiao led her forward, and they beheld the gathering of elders, the formation patterns flickering, yet no attack was initiated. The celestial net remained utterly still. What is happening? Hua Yue inquired anxiously. The sixth elder expressed disbelief. There is no trace of the Lord of ghostly malevolence. How can this be? The celestial net had enveloped the entire world. It was impossible for her to conceal herself. Truly perplexing. The eighth elder stroked his chin, utterly baffled. Han Hui maintained a stern countenance. Continue searching with the celestial net. However, after scanning the entire world once more, Li Fu was still nowhere to be found. A profound silence descended. The unresponsive celestial net felt like a resounding slap to everyone's faces, stinging painfully. Just moments ago, they had been filled with confidence, believing they could easily eliminate the Lord of ghostly malevolence upon entry. Yet now, having activated the celestial net formation, they couldn't even locate a single person. Impossible. The fifth elder raised his voice, incredulous. The grand elder furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. How can this be? Again search. The grand elder ground his teeth. I refuse to believe she can vanish into thin air. Li Fu, with her head wrapped in a scarf and the hunting knife slung over her back, sat atop an ox cart. The hooves clattered as they made their way towards the county town. On the cart, a few commoners were engaged in lively conversation. I hope the mountain goods we bring this time will fetch a good price. It certainly will. I heard you managed to gather quite a few treasures this time. You're about to strike it rich. Nonsense. After the recent calamity, with the earth upheaving, we still need to rebuild our houses. Did your houses collapse? Are you all right? We're fine, but Xujia village is devastated. The entire village is gone. At this point, a hush fell over the ox cart. Someone sighed. We common folk dread encountering natural disasters. We can somewhat evade man-made calamities, but natural disasters are truly unavoidable. Then another person spoke. What happened that day? I heard someone saw a beam of light fall from the sky onto Xujia village, after which the village vanished, and the earth upheaved, affecting the entire county. Divine punishment? Someone ventured cautiously. Li Fu slowly closed her eyes, likely sensing Chu Shan's emotions, filled with an endless sense of mockery. What natural disaster could there be? It was merely a calamity wrought by humanity. Cultivators are, after all, human. She adjusted her headscarf and continued to blend into the crowd, making her way towards the county city. The tassel of the sword hanging from her hunting knife swayed gently, and a voice echoed in her ear. How did you deduce that the celestial net only targets resentment and spiritual energy? It was the voice of Wu Wang. Upon hearing this, Li Fu scoffed lightly. Because I understand these lofty cultivators all too well, they never regard mortals with any significance. To set up a formidable formation must be aimed at their intended targets. The celestial net? It would never ensnare a mere mortal. If they held no regard, why would they expend such effort? Where could she possibly be? Elder Wu was in a state of frantic confusion, compounded by his bewilderment. This was, after all, the celestial net, not to mention the void realm. Even a great ascension cultivator would leave some trace. Anyone, any hint of resentment or spiritual energy, would be utterly exposed beneath the celestial net. Yet, where could the Lord of the ghostly Sha be? How could there be someone the celestial net could not locate? Did the Lord possess some extraordinary traits? It was highly likely that her strength was far more complex than it appeared. After all, she had once slain Elder C with a single sword strike. Considering she was a prophesied harbinger of annihilation, could we truly confront her? Should we summon the great ascension masters for assistance? As their conversation grew increasingly absurd, Elder De barked. Silence. Taking a deep breath. His gaze turned frigid. Bai Wu was defeated due to underestimating his opponent, coinciding with the awakening of the Emperor's sword banner. The Lord of Ghostly Sha is still quite weak. The masters have entrusted this matter to us, and we shall surely vanquish her. With the full might of the 9 heavens mobilized, how could we fail to eliminate her? We simply have yet to locate her. While speaking, his whisk draped over his arm, his eyes remained icy. The celestial net continued to sweep through the realm of resentful spirits repeatedly. Hua Yue closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze regaining its composure. The Lord of Ghostly Sha certainly possesses some capabilities. Hua Yue felt somewhat dazed. They had entered with the intent to slay her, yet now the hearts of the 9 Heavens members were becoming restless. Li Fu was increasingly difficult to handle. If they could not find her again, Hua Yue shivered and shook her head, dispelling the terrifying thought from her mind. At that moment, crack! The grand formation suddenly flickered. A certain county city in the Twin Fish Kingdom lit up, and the celestial net responded. It has appeared. Elder Da's eyes gleamed with hope. Han Hui and the others instantly vanished from their location. The crowd hurriedly made their way there. Were they to pursue the Lord of Ghostly Sha? Some exclaimed, filled with joy. Another shook their head, uncertain. The celestial net formation hasn't targeted her. It may merely be a fluctuation of resentment. Yet another denied. Did you not see the elders taking the fated individuals with them? Such a significant wave of resentment. Even if the celestial net hasn't locked onto the Lord of Ghostly Sha, it must be related to her. There's no escaping it. Some faces lit up with joy. It seems this time we can finally eliminate her. However, in the county city, Han Hui maintained a composed expression, fixating intently ahead. As the waves of resentment fluctuated, all traces of malice vanished, leaving behind a solitary black flag planted quietly in the ground. The wind stirred, causing the flag to flutter with an air of arrogance and defiance. The howling wind resonated through the air, the flag snapping like a series of resounding slaps across the faces of the crowd, forcing the pride of the heavens to bow low. She was taunting them. Chapter 33. Where could she possibly be? All the elders fixed their gazes upon the flag, their fists clenched tightly, their chests heaving with intensity. How audacious! The Grand Elder bellowed in fury, sweeping his hand with great force to reduce the flag to dust, obliterating it completely. Though the flag had disappeared, the mocking presence lingered still. How dare she? The celestial net had failed to uncover her whereabouts, and while she had concealed herself well, they never anticipated her audacity in planting a flag, silently provoking them. The 5th elder turned, roaring at the surroundings. Where are you? If you have the courage, come forth. What kind of coward hides in the shadows like the Lord of Ghostly Demise? The furious outcry was but a feeble attempt at venting their impotent rage. Their spiritual senses had already swept the area repeatedly, yet there was no trace of Li Fu. With a heavy sigh, the 8th elder noticed the mortals nearby, trembling in fear at the sight of them. He waved dismissively, instructing his disciples to disperse the onlookers. Leave at once. Do not kneel here. Depart swiftly. When celestial beings pursue a foe, those who wish to live should not linger. The disciples shouted, causing the mortals to flee in panic. One individual stumbled, lagging behind, hurriedly adjusting his scarf in an attempt to escape, but his fear rendered him unsteady. A disciple frowned, flicking his sleeve to cast the bothersome figure far from the city. Whether he lived or died was of no consequence. They were mere mortals, or rather, phantoms of the vengeful realm, devoid of any concern. Death was but a triviality. Han Hui, ever the voice of reason, suppressed his ire despite the provocation, meticulously scanning the vicinity for clues. This was an ordinary mortal city. While the realm of cultivation held spiritual energy that could mitigate resentment, the mortal domain was the most susceptible to its insidious growth, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Previously, a powerful surge of resentment had been contained by a talisman. It seemed a highly skilled cultivator had passed through and sealed the malice. Han Hui murmured, "This is the realm of vengeful spirits. Everything within is but a reflection of reality, a fictitious existence. What purpose does she have in seeking out resentment?" The 3rd elder furrowed his brow, examining the surroundings. Everything has been thoroughly collected. All the resentment has been removed. The malice of the ghostly realm cannot enhance one's power. What use is it for her to take it? Moreover, how did she manage this? Why did the celestial net fail to function? The 6th elder found this particularly perplexing. Even moments ago, the celestial net had merely detected fluctuations of resentment, not pinpointing Li Fu's location. Truly, it was curious. Han Hui tightened his brow, deep in thought. Hua Yue and Qin Shao stood nearby, the sword of destiny gripped in hand, originally prepared to act, yet they found themselves still unable to locate her, only encountering the flag she had left behind. This was more infuriating than being unable to find her at all. Did she truly possess such confidence that they could not uncover her? How audacious to dare leave a flag as a challenge to them all. Chen Xiao seemed to have recalled something, his pupils narrowing as he abruptly spoke. Has she transformed into a mortal? In the previous world, Li Fu had done just that. The crowd was taken aback. Hua Yue, momentarily bewildered, exclaimed, "It cannot be. How could she dare to become a mortal? Mortals are so feeble, with the entirety of Jiu Shao pursuing her relentlessly. Would she truly risk becoming a defenseless being? In the last world, she had the protection of the slayer of immortals, but in this world, Chu Shan was fixed, obscuring her consciousness and offering no aid. To take on the form of a mortal equated to self-destruction. Yet she dares. Han Hui gradually raised her head, surveying her surroundings. They were in a county city of mortals, where many resided. Just moments ago, dozens of mortals had been present, but upon the appearance of the immortals, they were swiftly driven away. The Lord of ghostly malevolence was concealed within. Mortals may be weak, but the net of heaven and earth holds no sway over them. What an audacious Lord of ghostly malevolence! To dare to depart right beneath their noses. Were it not for enmity, Han Hui would have applauded her audacity. Elder 8 immediately took flight, the incense burner shaking as countless attacks surged towards all the mortals in the county, the sky collapsing and screams echoing. Yet, there remained no trace of the Lord of ghostly malevolence. Elder 5 had already soared forth, searching for mortals, seeking Li Fu. Han Hui stood firm, her eyes bright, enunciating each word. Investigate the memories of the world of vengeful spirits. I shall see what she intends to do. Bu Wang could hardly conceal his concern. You have the human emperor's sword banner absorb the resentment, unwilling to assimilate. Although you may complete the second stage as a mortal, it also signifies that you currently possess no power. Chu Shan was cultivating resentment in Chu family village. Li Fu departed from there, yet did not cultivate resentment, maintaining her mortal state to evade the net of heaven and earth. Chu Shan was evolving into the path of the great void vengeful spirit, with the second stage set in the county city. Upon arriving, she still did not absorb resentment to achieve the cultivation level that Chu Shan had at this second stage. Instead, she allowed the human emperor's sword banner to absorb the resentment while she concealed herself among the nearby mortals. Moreover, she left behind a banner to provoke, inciting the wrath of Jiu Shao. Indeed, as expected, someone drove the mortals away. She deliberately lagged behind, revealing herself, only to be cast out of the county by a cultivator, completing her escape. How perilous! She had played a game of timing with the immortals, remaining beneath their watchful gaze. Any misstep would lead to certain death. Li Fu's voice was hoarse. Once I absorb the resentment, the net of heaven and earth will detect me. I can only remain a mortal. The sword tassel swayed, Bu Wang seemingly shaking his head. If the people of Jiu Shao are astute, they have already surmised your mortal status. You can only conceal it for a time. It is impossible to remain undetected indefinitely. At this juncture, even Bu Wang felt the weight of her predicament. To gain power in accordance with the progression would force an immediate confrontation with the net of heaven and earth, leading to inevitable demise. Maintaining her current guise as a mortal would surely alert the people of Jiu Shao to her situation. A host of immortals dealing with mortals would be a far easier task. Whichever path she chose, it was a dead end. Li Fu offered no reply. She adjusted her headscarf and continued forward, instead asking him, Bu Wang, who are you truly? Why is the net of heaven and earth unable to perceive your existence? The slayer of immortals resides within the human emperor's sword banner, while the net of heaven and earth is oblivious. Should she emerge, it would instantly lock onto her. Even though she is but a mortal now, as long as the enchanting emperor's sword banner whirls away the grievances, the celestial net shall take notice. But what of Bu Wang? He transformed into a sword tassel by her side. Why does the celestial net not perceive him? Bu Wang is a figure shrouded in too many secrets. The air around her fell silent in an instant. After a prolonged moment, that flowing, ethereal voice emerged once more. I have already said, I am merely an ordinary soul, the humble Menggong who delivers Mengpo's soup. Li Fu smiled. Just as Bu Wang anticipated her to continue her inquiries, she spoke. Since the celestial net does not impede you, would you kindly guide me? The path ahead is fraught with difficulty. Bu Wang was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. What do you mean? Chapter 34. No one can impede me. The third elder was astonished. The Tai Su vengeful spirit is actually immortal? She instinctively glanced at the second elder, her gaze complex. The Tai Su vengeful spirit. Chu Shan, an ordinary mortal, had suffered when the disciples of the cloud-riding sect harmed his kin a millennium ago. He subsequently fell into the abyss of vengeance, cultivating to the pinnacle of Tai Su to seek retribution against the cloud-riding sect. This was the true reason the vengeful spirit remained bound to the cloud-riding sect. Fury ignited in Han Hui's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Bring me Qing Feng and Xian Feng. Those two were still alive and had ascended to high-ranking cultivators. The calamity that befell the cloud-riding sect originated from them. Originally, Han Hui believed that the vengeful spirit's assaults on the cloud-riding sect were mere coincidence, that they sheltered the Tai Su vengeful spirit to protect the kingdom of Shuangyu and serve the populace. Yet, it turned out to be an inescapable karmic retribution. From the Lord of Ghosts to a slayer of immortals, Chu Shan's saga left Han Hui reeling. She raised her hand to rub her forehead. The first elder's expression grew grave. The events have transpired. We shall discuss Chu Shan later. The pressing matter is the Lord of Ghosts. What is she truly up to? Han Hui paused her hand. She recalled Chu Shan's memories. Without a doubt, Li Fu had transformed into Chu Shan. Within Chu Shan's memories lay the village of the Chu family and the county city. In a flash of insight, she lifted her head. Beside her, Chen Xiao murmured, "She is traversing the path of the Tai Su vengeful spirit's growth, having completed 2 of the 5 stages. Upon finishing, she shall possess the strength of a half-step into the great ascendance here. This is Li Fu, a being who continually grows stronger, never yielding." Indeed.
Han Hui retracted her hand, her gaze sharp as lightning. She aspired to become Chu Shan at the pinnacle of Tai Su in this world,
with her next destination being the capital of the kingdom of Shuangyu. Are we now heading to the capital of Shuangyu? A cultivator inquired eagerly. The first elder shook his head, snorting coldly. Mortal beings do not move so swiftly. She has not gone far. Order the emperor of Shuangyu to seal all roads. All cultivators heeded the command. From this moment, seal all pathways and cities, from the county city to the capital. Every route must be sealed off, and a thorough search must commence. Li Fu clung to the roots of a tree, scaling the cliff. After consuming some provisions and using her hunting knife to clear the thorns, she ascended a solitary mountain, not lingering, but pressing onward. Bu Wang spoke. 30 miles to the west, there lies a path guarded by cultivators. Upon hearing this, Li Fu altered her course toward the east, evading the cultivators. Ahead, there were more cultivators. Li Fu pivoted to an angle before her, chopping wood to cross the river. Above, cultivators soared past. Li Fu pressed herself against the tree, holding her breath like a small creature of the mountains, drawing no attention whatsoever. They were coming again. She submerged herself in the water, quietly holding her breath. The world teems with life. For a mortal, suppressing one's breath is no different, in the eyes of cultivators, than being a wild beast of the hills, a farm animal of the countryside, or an ant by the roadside, equally insignificant and frail. The illusory figure that hovered over Li Fu's hunting knife appeared beside her, gazing at the Li Fu who had traversed mountains, crossed thorns, and waded through rivers. This was what she referred to as guidance, circumventing the cultivators, avoiding every path. She strode towards the capital. "I am but a mortal." Li Fu nibbled on her rations, thorns slicing into her hands. Yet a smile graced her lips as she pressed on. "I measure the land with my feet, carving a path that belongs solely to me. With my feet upon the earth, no one can obstruct my way. Not mortals, not cultivators. That which you disdain, overlook, and deem weak, as long as it is alive, possesses strength." Hua Yue felt she was on the brink of madness. The elders were no better. They had commanded the kingdom of twin fish to cease all activities, scouring every household for Li Fu's whereabouts, investigating strangers. Yet, there was nothing. They blocked every road to the capital, major and minor alike. Aside from them, no one was permitted to traverse the paths. Still, no trace. They scoured from the county city to the capital, inch by inch, with cultivators soaring above on flying artifacts, darting back and forth. Even the elders were out searching daily. Yet still nothing. It was as if she had vanished entirely, evading their net. The methods of mortals yielded no results, and they too were at a loss. The increasingly frantic cultivators complained daily. The elders were perpetually enraged. A mortal? How could she be so elusive? Where on earth could she be? Damn it! Could she truly be a mere mortal? Even as a mortal, she was the lord of ghostly calamity, the harbinger of annihilation. From the initial fervent declarations to the present anxiety, anger, and a creeping sense of dread, It spread among all the cultivators. Haven't found her? The fifth elder bellowed. If you haven't found her yet, hurry up and continue searching. With that, he sliced through the air with his sword, severing the essential route from the county city to the capital, tearing the ground apart. As if that were insufficient, he swung his sword again, destroying another section of the road. Such devastation marked every inch of the path. The immortals vented their wrath. Enough. The third elder inhaled deeply, maintaining a serious demeanor as he looked at him. The more one raged, the more futile it was. They ought to think of ways to locate her. The fifth elder sheathed his sword, exhaling slowly, regaining his composure. It should not be so. If she did not wish to perish in this world, she must traverse the path of ascension through Chu Mountain swiftly. Yet why has she not arrived in the capital? All routes were sealed, checked repeatedly. It was nearly certain she had not come to the capital. She was still hidden away in some corner of this world. Since they knew she would age and die if she did not emerge, why harbor anger? Wait. Han Hui's voice was calm. The fifth elder remained unable to quell his fury. Han Hui understood that this was different from the usual meditation. Typically, that was a form of cultivation, tranquil and serene. Yet now, they were pursuing a mortal and could not find her no matter how hard they tried. How could one not feel anger? Each day spent here was a torment. She appeared calm, but internally, her thoughts were already in disarray. Hua Yue was on the verge of succumbing to her inner demons. Her gaze fierce and her voice low. Elders, Li Fu is exceptionally cunning. She may not follow the expected path to the capital. Since we know she is in this world, we must search inch by inch and eliminate every living being. Surely we will find her. Han Hui cast a deep glance at her, a smile that was not quite a smile playing on her lips. You are indeed clever to conceive such a plan, but it will disrupt the natural order. A tightness gripped Hua Yue's heart. Chen Xiao held her hand and whispered, the world of vengeful spirits may be an illusion, but the Lord of ghostly malevolence is real. The Grand Elder descended to the ground, his feather duster stirring slightly. If we still cannot locate her, then this will be our only recourse. The moment he finished speaking, before any orders were given, the net of heaven and earth suddenly reacted. In an instant, everyone vanished from their spots, rushing towards their objective. The net of heaven and earth did not unleash a lethal strike. It was the same as before, merely a fluctuation of resentment. This time, it was the capital. It must be her. Hua Yue was hastily brought along, moving so swiftly that when she landed, she stumbled a few steps, her vision momentarily blurred. Yet in that instant, she seemed to hear the elder's heavy breaths, filled with extreme anger. Hua Yue hurriedly looked up, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 35. Is this all you're capable of? Another black flag. Outside the imperial city of the capital, the desolate mud ground lay bare. The black flag standing silently. As they landed, the black flag fluttered. The Double Fish Kingdom had endured days of rain, torrential downpours accompanied by thunder and lightning. Dark clouds swirling. Even the black flag took on an eerie quality. A cold wind swept through. The flag billowed as if silently mocking them. Is this all you're capable of? Crack. Lightning illuminated the black flag, sending chills down the spine. Hua Yue felt darkness envelop her, staggering back a few steps, nearly losing her footing. Chen Xiao steadied her, yet his gaze remained fixed on the flag. In that moment, the assembly of cultivators fell silent, only the sound of rain, thunder, and the rustling of the flag filled the air. It was as if they had returned to the River of Resentment, the day the Lord of ghostly malevolence descended. A chill shot from her feet to her scalp, her spiritual energy surging violently. Just when Hua Yue felt the silence grow terrifying, the Grand Elder spoke. How did she arrive? His voice was hoarse as he repeated the question. How did she come here? How did she travel from the county city to the capital, enter the city, and escape? The fifth elder remarked, she cannot be a mere mortal. Mortals cannot achieve this. If she is not a mortal, then why couldn't the net of heaven and earth find her? Does the Nine Skies formation hold no power against the Lord of ghostly malevolence? Li Fu possesses only the strength of a golden core. Yet at this moment, the pressure she exerted upon them was no less than that of a great ascension cultivator, like an unfathomable mountain, generating boundless terror from mere conjecture. As he finished speaking, the cultivators who had followed behind seemed to awaken, a commotion rising. How did she truly arrive? Previously, a flag was raised, and now we have sealed off all routes. Yet another flag is unfurled. She is provoking us. Could it be that she is about to raise a third flag? The voice, filled with both anger and panic, evokes an unsettling feeling within. The elders do not intervene. At this moment, No voice can quell their thoughts, much like my own. The second elder, Hua Yue, closed his eyes and took a deep breath before slowly approaching beneath the black flag, parting it. We must understand what she has truly done. Time rewinds. Li Fu stands atop a mountain, gazing at the distant capital of the Xuanyu kingdom. The sword tassels sway, and an unbidden voice resounds. How did you manage to enter? They have dispatched countless cultivators, sealing all entrances, firmly guarding this city. The cultivators have severed all paths of entry. The gates of the capital are tightly shut, and numerous practitioners sit cross-legged in midair, safeguarding this city. They emanate spiritual energy, rendering the capital ethereal, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a celestial city. Unbidden, you still do not comprehend the mortal realm. Li Fu adjusted his tattered headscarf and inquired, how long have we been gone? Unbidden calculated and replied, 531 days. Li Fu gazed into the distance. The capital remains cloaked in ethereal mist, but further away, dark clouds gather, heralding an impending storm. 531 days. Li Fu's voice was remarkably calm. With immortals residing here, this city appears so beautiful, yet it is already dead. Hua Yue parted the black flag, revealing a hidden tunnel beneath. It seemed to have existed for many years, dark and foul, a noxious odor wafting forth, causing discomfort. What is this? Hua Yue asked, bewildered. Chun Xiao furrowed his brow, then suddenly understood. This is an underground drainage system in the realm of mortals. Every city has such channels. The wastewater from each household flows through these conduits, which snake beneath the ground, interconnected. Cultivators possess various spells, and the celestial city is pristine and radiant, rendering such places unnecessary. If Chun Xiao had not once been immortal, he would never have known of the underground channels. Hua Yue frowned and leapt into the tunnel. Even in darkness, cultivators can see clearly. Thus, upon descending, the scene within unfolded before them. In an instant, a chill ran down their spines. There were many people, countless numbers. In the shadows, innumerable eyes stared rigidly at the descending immortals, resembling rats in a gutter. The fifth elder was taken aback. How can there be so many people here? In the next moment, those rigid eyes began to move, and despair transformed into flickering hope. Immortals? Is it truly immortals? A voice trembled. It is the immortals. Exclamations of joy erupted as countless individuals rose, rushing towards them, causing Hua Yue to retreat immediately. Before a reprimand could be uttered, as they drew near, they knelt down. In the pouring rain, the ground was damp and waterlogged, and they bowed fervently. An elderly man, his face streaked with tears, pleaded, Immortals, I beseech you to save us. My family resides outside the city. Over a year ago, I entered the capital to sell vegetables, but suddenly, the city was sealed off. No one is permitted to enter or exit, trapping us here. I implore the immortals to open the city gates and rescue us. A woman, clutching her deceased child, implored, Immortals, I beseech you, save my child. The roads are sealed, and food cannot enter. Our family is left with no choice but to sell our home for grain. 6 months ago, our house could have exchanged for several bags of rice. Now, it cannot procure even a single bag. The citizens of the kingdom of Pisces are on the brink of starvation. We are so hungry. Please rescue us. Immortals, I implore you to grant us passage and open the city gates. The city's closure blocks our path and cuts off our lifeline. Is it the work of malevolent spirits? Immortals, are you here to subdue these evil forces? Immortals, please save us. 531 days prior, cities across the kingdom of Pisces were abruptly sealed, isolating the roads. Tens of thousands of homeless citizens sought refuge in the underground channels, living there since, akin to rats in a dark gutter, deprived of light. Above in the capital, the immortals stood guard, surrounded by ethereal energy, while beneath, the channels echoed with overwhelming resentment. Shrouded in darkness, continuous torrential rain filled the channels with a cacophony of water, and lower areas transformed into submerged pathways, where some perished from drowning while others succumbed to hunger. The sounds of thunder, rushing water, and desperate pleas overwhelmed her senses, causing her head to throb painfully. It was they who had sealed the city, they who had obstructed the roads, all in an effort to eradicate the malevolent spirits and save the world's populace. Yet, she could not voice this truth. Although she had reached the pinnacle of the void, she still faltered, her vision blurring, her body stumbling backward. A feather duster propped her up. The grand elder lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. All of this is an illusion. This is the realm of vengeful spirits. And only the Lord of ghostly malice is real. Even if it were true, in this vast universe, the kingdom of Pisces is but a mere speck. She looked at him, noticing the bloodshot eyes of the Grand Elder, ominous glimmers lurking within. I understand how she entered. Chen Xiao gasped. She remains immortal. The heavenly net cannot ensnare her. We must excavate a passage from outside the city to connect with the underground channels, infiltrate the capital, and siphon off the resentment. The reason we have failed to locate her is that she has blended in with the multitude of overlooked mortals. A year prior, she had been extracting resentment within the county city, and they had discerned her intentions and identity. Thus, they sealed the city and blocked the roads. The kingdom of Pisces became a locked cage. They believed no one could enter or exit, trapping their prey. However, this closure and obstruction brought suffering to countless citizens, who became stranded in the capital, forced to dwell in the underground channels. The channels branched out, and for over a year, no one had paid them any heed, becoming the norm. So, when Li Fu excavated a tunnel from outside to the underground channels and melded with the multitude of rats, nobody noticed. She successfully entered the city, collected resentment, and planted her flag. Had they not overlooked the misfortunes of those affected by the city's closure, they would not have disregarded Li Fu. When did this strategic maneuver begin? The sealing of the city? The flag planted in the county city? Or was it upon entering the realm of vengeful spirits that she anticipated their actions? She was terrifying. Hua Yue gritted her teeth, her fingers digging into her palm, her hair standing on end. A mere mortal, she was now just a mortal. Yet, amidst the meticulously woven net of heaven and earth, surrounded by numerous cultivators, she traversed from Tsujia village to the county city, and then from the county city to the capital, step by step, surpassing the encirclements and defenses. Despite the multitude of cultivators, not a single strand of her fur was touched. Those black flags stood as her audacious mockery, as if she were deriding them. Hua Yue trembled, filled with a mix of anger, indignation, and boundless terror. When would the next flag appear? A chill ran down her spine at the thought, her gaze sharpening. No. We must eliminate her. She has always concealed herself among the mortals. As long as there are mortals in the realm of vengeful spirits, she can continue to hide. Han Hui suddenly turned to her, recalling a previous notion. The fifth elder looked at the kneeling, pleading populace, his voice soft yet resolute. Therefore, to uncover her, we must obliterate all these false mortals in the realm of vengeful spirits. A cultivator questioned, is this truly effective? It is indeed effective. The Grand Elder collected his dust whisk, his demeanor composed. She has transformed into Chu Mountain, the sole reality in this illusory world. Once we eliminate all the mortals in the realm of vengeful spirits, only one mortal shall remain. A true mortal, Chu Mountain, which is none other than Li Fu. In the shadows, the nearby mortals could not comprehend their discourse, yet the phrase about obliterating all mortals resonated clearly. Instantly, countless people began to plead. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and waved his hand, dispersing all mortals in the underground passage. You have truly lost your mind. Han Hui gazed at him. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he returned her gaze. If I cannot find the master of vengeful spirits, I shall truly be driven mad. These people are mere illusions, suffering in the realm of vengeful spirits. It is better to erase them. Let us take extreme measures to uncover the master of vengeful spirits. Without mortals in this world, how could she conceal herself? You will drive them to madness. Bu Wang's voice was laced with complexity. They flowed along the underground river, with Li Fu remaining adrift, gazing back at the gradually receding capital. I know. She touched the black flag tied next to her hunting knife. There is still one more. The next destination is by the Xuanyu River. Unable to contain himself, Bu Wang inquired, can you predict what they will do? The mad will act with extreme measures once more. I know. Li Fu looked toward the sky, repeating those three words. The net of heaven and earth remains. Yet it is futile against her. There are too many mortals in this world, and the net will inevitably miss some. Their only option is now singular. Above them, the net of heaven and earth began to shimmer. The heavens mechanism cauldron trembled, shaking the world beneath it. A sound of rupture echoed, as if something were beginning to oppress this realm. They intend to alter the heavenly path. Bu Wang gasped in realization. They are about to strike at the realm of vengeful spirits, erasing all mortals constructed by Chu Mountain. Crackling thunder erupted, dark clouds gathered. In the next instant, the heavens mechanism cauldron pressed down fiercely, golden light extending from six corners to ensnare the world. altering the consciousness of Chu Mountain, annihilating all mortals within this realm. The resentment dispersed in wisps. All those fabricated mortals vanished. This time, you truly cannot escape. In the ethereal realm, an enigmatic figure crouched beside Li Fu, observing her intently. In this world, you are the sole mortal left, unable to conceal your presence any longer, he mused. Curiosity piqued as to how Li Fu would salvage the situation. Had this been prior to her entry into the realm of vengeful spirits, he would have deemed her doomed. Yet, after numerous revelations, he began to believe she might possess a solution. Li Fu smiled. Indeed, she had a plan. Hurry. Those cultivators are about to commence their search for the last mortal. The figure urged. Then I shall not act as a human, Li Fu replied. Why not? He asked. Bewildered. You lack any cultivation. Li Fu gazed skyward, her hand reaching towards the void, her voice laced with mirth, her eyes sparkling. I may not have it. But Chu Shan does. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, the true Chu Shan possesses cultivation, but can he assist you? His consciousness has been obscured by the immortals. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, illuminating his mind. Chu Shan's awareness clouded. He remained unaware of the events transpiring in the realm of vengeful spirits. However, their eradication of all mortals equated to the obliteration of the realm. Breathing hastily, his tone shifted. It is they who have clouded Chu Shan's consciousness, and it is they who are provoking his awakening. The stronger the spirits, the heavier the resentment. Their very essence is composed of this resentment, their pasts, their world. The cultivators driven mad by Li Fu are erasing all mortals, thereby dismantling the functioning order of the vengeful spirit realm. Is this not a direct provocation to Chu Shan? He turned to Li Fu, his gaze intricate, his voice resolute. You are awaiting their provocation of Chu Shan. Li Fu smiled in silence, observing her knowing expression. He could not restrain himself from saying, but how can you be certain that Chu Shan will aid you? He is already suppressed in the Valley of No Resentment, bound by the heavenly machine cauldron and the nine heavens grand formation, securing the realm of vengeful spirits. Even if his consciousness is slightly stimulated, that may not suffice to effect change, nor assist you. In this world, Li Fu embodies Chu Shan. He may genuinely wish to help, yet under these circumstances, his capabilities are severely limited. He shook his head. It is futile. As his words lingered, the air subtly shifted. In the next moment, as the cultivators soared beyond the capital in search of the last mortal, Li Fu transformed into an ant. Oh, indeed, just a mere ant. The multitude of cultivators spread throughout the realm of vengeful spirits, radiating outwards from the capital, their consciousness sweeping across the expanse in search of the last remaining mortal. They scoured tirelessly, again and again. A flower petal fell to the ground, perplexed. This is odd. How can there be no one? As a mortal, Li Fu surely could not have ventured far. Within 100 miles, how could she remain hidden? Chen Xiao shook his head, equally confounded. Meanwhile, beneath their feet, an ant traversed silently, boldly making its way towards the direction of the Hua River. In this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness for those associated with the nine heavens. Each of their steps was flawless, their reactions timely and responses exceptional. They pursued Li Fu to the Chengyun sect, witnessing her enter the realm of grievous spirits. Without hesitation, they launched an assault on this realm, weaving an intricate net designed to ensnare it. Upon sighting the first banner, they swiftly deduced that she was a mere mortal in this world, transforming into a shadow of Chu Shan, even anticipating her actions and responding in a mortal manner by sealing cities and blocking roads. Upon encountering the second banner, they promptly overturned their previous strategy, annihilating all mortals in a decisive strike, cutting off every avenue of escape for Li Fu. The wise among the nine heavens acted with both ruthlessness and swiftness. Alas, they were met with Li Fu, a master of ghostly wrath, always a step ahead and even more resolute in her resolve. An elaborate trap? She would embrace her mortal guise. Sealing cities and blocking paths, she traversed mountains and valleys, evading cultivators, journeying from the county seat to the capital over 531 days, braving the elements and relying solely on her own 2 feet to reach her destination. Now, as they sought to dismantle her means of survival, she, with the aid of Chu Shan, transformed into an inconspicuous ant, even weaker and more unnoticed than a mere mortal. The net tightened, while cultivators moved about. The world was vast, with towering mountains and long roads, yet beneath their feet, A small ant clambered over hills towards her goal. Unperturbed, she murmured, "The distance from the capital to the Hua Yue River is great, and now I am but an ant. The road ahead is long. Do you know how long it will take me?" It mattered not how long it would be. Li Fu's voice remained calm and steady as she pressed on. "For every day I walk, they must search for me. I do not suffer, for their pain surpasses mine." What discomfort could she possibly feel? As long as she walked for a day, she could torment those cultivators of the 9 heavens for an entire day. Whether she was weary held no significance. Their suffering was sufficient. Within the Zen Immortal Palace, silence reigned. The people of the 9 heavens had lingered in the realm of grievous spirits for an extended period. Elder Tin produced his weapon within the Zen Immortal Palace, which served as their temporary refuge in this realm. The palace floated above the deserted Hua Yue kingdom, its golden array turning slowly, connecting to the grand formation of the 9 heavens, relaying any news from the cultivators back to the palace. They had anticipated finding Li Fu swiftly. Yet, despite their exhaustive search throughout the realm of grievous spirits, her presence remained elusive, as if she had vanished into thin air. Panic surged once more. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the Zen Immortal Palace. "Impossible!" Elder 5 exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with anger as he waved his sleeve. "We have eradicated all mortals. Why have we not found her? Is she hiding somewhere?" A voice queried softly. Hundreds of high-level cultivators searched repeatedly, on mountains, in rivers, through tunnels. If she were merely immortal, she could not possibly conceal herself. Elder 8, his face stern, shook his head. Could it be that the net overlooked something? Hua Yue ventured tentatively. A mortal could never hide. Thus, the only conclusion is that the net has failed to capture the ghostly master. Even that is implausible. Elder 7 interjected, his expression darkening. The net derives from the grand formation of the 9 heavens. If the ghostly master, imbued with resentment, could evade the net, then there would be no point in searching further. We should all return and await our fate. Ling Shuzi, the 3rd elder, cast a stern gaze towards the 7th elder, admonishing, "Cease your nonsensical chatter." The 7th elder fell silent. The elusive, ghostly demon lord loomed over everyone like a shadow, stirring their nerves. And the atmosphere within the Zen Immortal Palace grew increasingly taut. Each day, without a trace of Li Fu, tormented them, igniting a relentless fire within their hearts. "Continue," the 2nd elder instructed, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, concealing his emotions. Still no sign. Still no sign. In the skies above the Pisces kingdom, 2 cultivators quarreled. "What did you just say?" One exclaimed. "We will undoubtedly fail to find the ghostly demon lord." "Nonsense. Are you still one of the 9 heavens?" "I speak only the truth. If that is the case, then I shall duly teach you a lesson." As their argument escalated, they began to brawl. Meanwhile, Hua Yue and Chun Xiao were also on their quest, tirelessly searching time and again. At that moment, they stumbled upon the 2 fighters, halting in their tracks. With a wave of his hand, Chun Xiao conjured a barrier, absorbing the blows that dissipated harmlessly into the void. Hua Yue, feeling helpless, grasped Chun Xiao's icy fingers and implored, "Xiaolang, what shall we do?" The infighting among the cultivators grows increasingly severe, with fights breaking out daily, even among the elders. Chun Xiao sighed silently. How could he have remained oblivious? The panic and unease stemming from the inability to locate Li Fu had unsettled these cultivators, rendering them too fearful to return to the Zen Immortal Palace, where the atmosphere was even more suffocating and dread-inducing. If this continued, the cultivators would be the first to crumble. Behind them, within the barrier, an ant lifted its head to glance at the sky before resuming its journey. It was only when the fighting ceased that the ant ventured out of the barrier. "Impressive," it mused. "You truly are a ruthless individual." Li Fu offered no reply, conserving his strength as he continued to walk quietly. Time passed slowly. The 5th elder's voice was hoarse as he spoke. "Today, yet another cultivator succumbed, their spirit shattered. I knocked them unconscious and threw them into the Zen Immortal Palace. The net of heaven and earth yielded no response. They searched repeatedly, but found no mortal. Who could withstand such pressure? Many cultivators yearned to escape the realm of vengeful spirits for a breath of fresh air. Yet the 2nd elder barred their exit, compelling the conscious cultivators to continue searching, while those who were unconscious were cast into the Zen Immortal Palace. Han Hui paused to catch her breath before speaking. "Indeed, we cannot permit anyone to enter or exit the realm of vengeful spirits. The ghostly demon lord is formidable. We cannot afford to grant her the possibility of escape." With each confrontation, her understanding of Li Fu deepened. Must we persist in this torment? How many years has it been? The fifth elder's eyes blazed red as he raised his voice. Han Hui met his gaze with a cold smile. And what alternative do you propose? If not for your actions, would the ghostly demon lord have descended upon this realm? A verdant sword materialized in the fifth elder's hand as he enunciated each word. Are you blaming us? Shuntiyu? Han Hui's expression hardened, the heavenly machine cauldron swirling, signaling that battle was imminent. The Grand Elder rose, chastising, enough. Is this truly the time for mutual blame? It appears you have all lost your reason. Calm yourselves. With that, he flicked his dust whisk and strode away. The Grand Elder directly sought out the destined ones, Chun Xiao and Hua Yue. Come, I shall lead you to the Hua Yue River. She is yet to depart from the realm of vengeful spirits and may appear there. The Hua Yue River marks the fourth step on the path of Chu Mountain's growth. The Grand Elder had a foreboding sense that he would encounter the ghostly master there. Glimpsing the Grand Elder's expression, Chun Xiao and Hua Yue dared not speak, merely nodding quietly in agreement. Not only were the other elders undergoing changes, but even the Grand Elder's aura grew increasingly unsettling. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, with tumultuous waves hidden beneath a facade of calm. At that moment, an ant crawled up the hem of the Grand Elder's robe. Unbelievable. How dare she? The ant, having just collided with Hua Yue and Qin Xiao, made the onlooker, Wu Wang, wish to sigh on their behalf. But then, upon the Grand Elder's arrival, Wu Wang's heart raced, and she felt compelled to lament for Li Fu. She anticipated that Li Fu would bypass them. However, not only did she approach, but upon hearing the word Hua Yue River, she drew closer, climbing onto the Grand Elder. She sought a ride. Yet, could this truly be a ride worth taking? Wu Wang was utterly astonished. The Grand Elder, sharp as ever, immediately sensed the presence of the ant. He instinctively frowned in displeasure, and a momentary wave of murderous intent surged forth, lowering the atmospheric pressure around him. Hua Yue quickly interjected, Grand Elder, allow me to remove this ant for you. She stepped forward, hesitant to employ her celestial powers before the Elder, intending to dispose of it with her hand. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and swiftly waved his hand. Let it be. Heaven shows compassion to all living things. Let it be. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt a violent urge to kill, but he quickly suppressed it. He could not allow the inability to locate the ghostly master to affect his self-control. Only by maintaining absolute clarity could he devise a plan to find and eliminate Li Fu. Regaining his composure, the Grand Elder swept his dust whisk, lifting Hua Yue and Chun Xiao as they soared toward the Hua Yue River. Wu Wang exhaled in relief. Had she not been surrounded by these individuals at that moment, she would have certainly leapt up, fiercely chastising Li Fu for her reckless behavior. It was tantamount to courting death. Li Fu clung to the fabric, her demeanor serene. Reckless? No, she would not meet her end. The denizens of Jiuxiao were all hypocrites. An ant was merely an insignificant creature that could be easily crushed. Or it could serve as evidence of her continued mercy and clarity. Chapter 38. This was the opportunity she had awaited. The Grand Elder traversed the void and soon arrived at their destination, the banks of the Hua Yue River. Here, Chu Mountain absorbed vengeful energy, attaining the cultivation of the transformation stage. The Grand Elder descended, and the ant, in its ignorance, rolled into the dust, vanishing from sight. No one paid it any heed as the Grand Elder led Hua Yue and Qin Xiao onward. Grand Elder, how could she have concealed herself? It remains unclear. However, there must be reasons unknown to us. Otherwise, the current ghostly master could not possibly evade the net of heaven and earth. Perhaps she is still immortal, merely hidden away, or perhaps someone has concealed her. Their voices gradually faded. Wu Wang hissed softly, lowering her voice, You are utterly mad. Li Fu offered no reply as she continued toward the realm of vengeful spirits. Only a short distance remained. For the Grand Elder, it would be but a blink of an eye, yet for the mere ant, it was still a long way to go. After speaking, he suddenly laughed. However, being mad has its merits. I rather enjoy it. He relished the misfortune of others. Imagine, when they discover that you have transformed into an ant, narrowly escaping their notice multiple times, even being escorted to your destination by the Grand Elder of Jiuxiao himself. Wouldn't that infuriate them? Li Fu suddenly interjected. Do you harbor a grudge against them? After a brief pause, he retorted with a smile. What makes you think so? You wish to see them suffer, Li Fu replied. With a melancholic chuckle, he remarked, I too have a desire to witness your misfortune. With the Grand Elder of Zhou and the fated one stationed by the shores of the Hua Yue River, how will you absorb the resentment? And how will you escape? O Lord of ghostly malice. The final 5 words carried profound implications, tinged with curiosity and expectation. At this, Li Fu merely smiled, offering no response as he continued onward. Not long after the Grand Elder's arrival, the second elder came with a group. The Chanxian Palace loomed above the Hua Yue River. The Zhou forces had searched the realm of vengeful spirits to no avail and reconvened at the Chanxian Palace. Esteemed colleagues, it has been confirmed that the Lord of Ghostly Malice has incarnated as the mortal Chu Shan. We have scoured the realm of vengeful spirits, yet found not a trace. However, the Lord of Ghostly Malice cannot simply vanish. The Grand Elder spoke suddenly. What does that imply? The 5th Elder retorted directly, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of respect, even for the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder lowered his gaze. Thus, we can only speculate whether someone has concealed her. This was Shun Zhao's conjecture. Excluding all other possibilities, this was indeed the only one remaining. Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among us? The 3rd Elder questioned incredulously, turning back. The Grand Elder remained silent, but the 5th Elder scrutinized the crowd. Suspicion evident in his gaze. The net of heaven and earth targets all anomalies. The only ones unscathed by its wrath are we who wield spiritual and resentful energy. Now that the Lord of Ghostly Malice is merely the mortal Chu Shan, without any magical prowess, it truly leaves us with the singular possibility of her concealment by another. But why conceal her? The 8th Elder asked in confusion. Those who do not wish to see the immortal realm flourish may hide her. Desiring to monopolize the merits of vanquishing the Lord of Ghostly Malice, the 5th Elder's expression darkened as he cast wary glances at each individual, sensing potential treachery. If the half-step to great ascension were to consider independently slaying the Lord of Ghostly Malice to attain merit for a breakthrough, who is to say it couldn't be done? The 10th Elder, though strong, lacked the backing of a great ascension cultivator, and thus might be tempted to harbor ulterior motives. And what of the 7th Elder? Even the Grand Elder is not beyond suspicion. After all, without the requisite strength, it would be impossible to conceal the Lord of Ghostly Malice right under their noses. Are you out of your mind? The 9th Elder reprimanded him. We are all anxious over the disappearance of the Lord of Ghostly Malice. But this is not the time for your reckless accusations. Whether I am reckless or not, the traitor knows full well. The 5th Elder shot back at the 9th Elder. You suspect me? The 9th Elder shouted as she rushed forward. The 5th Elder immediately retaliated, and the two clashed, leaving the gathered cultivators in shocked silence. Hua Yue and Shun Xiao instinctively retreated, positioning themselves behind the Grand Elder, for among those present, their cultivation was the weakest. Han Hui furrowed her brow. She considered rebuking them, but ultimately held her tongue, lowering her gaze in contemplation. This conjecture indeed provided her with an avenue of thought. Who could assist Li Fu? They had arrived. Bu Wang gazed ahead, as they reached the 4th stage of growth at Shu Mountain. The people of Zhou likely intended to use resentment as bait, neglecting to cleanse it. The resentment along the banks of the Pisces River was dense, absorbed by a single orb. At that moment, the orb had emerged from the water. Floating at the shore, above, loomed the Zen Immortal Palace. Bu Wang looked at Li Fu, who had transformed into an ant, curious about how she would collect this resentment. Li Fu halted. She lifted her gaze, staring up at the Zen Immortal Palace, waiting patiently. Merely an ant, even in proximity to the goal. None of the practitioners from the Zen Immortal Palace noticed her. What are you waiting for? Bu Wang inquired with curiosity. Li Fu fixed her eyes on the sky. An opportunity. Someone to aid her, Han Hui murmured. A traitor in the realm of cultivation? No. She did not believe any practitioner would dare assist the ghostly demon lord. Ghosts. The vicious woman who slaughters immortals? That too was incorrect. Their mere appearance would instantly alert the heavenly net, and amidst such numerous Zhou experts, no one could conceal her. Besides them, the only entity capable of concealing her was the heavenly Tao of this world. Han Hui suddenly stood up, raising her voice. Chu Mountain, this is bad. As her words fell, she vanished from her spot. The arguing crowd froze. The Grand Elder leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Han Hui, what have you discovered? Chu Mountain had awakened. Han Hui's voice echoed from afar. The Grand Elder was taken aback, and then his pupils constricted. What do you mean? Hua Yue questioned, perplexed. The Grand Elder inhaled sharply, his voice hoarse. Chu Mountain is assisting the ghostly demon lord. He has awakened. Our actions to erase the behaviors of the mortal world have instead provoked him. Upon finishing, he gathered Xin Xiao and Hua Yue, hastening after Han Hui. The crowd was astonished. Subsequently, they too vanished from their locations. Points of light soared from the Zen Immortal Palace, ascending into the heavens, racing towards the heavenly machine cauldron. A formation emerged, surging with spiritual energy, pressing down upon the Chu Mountain sealed within. Bu Wang's breath quickened. They have discovered that Chu Mountain is aiding you. They aim to suppress Chu Mountain once more, to cloud his consciousness. When the influence of the heavenly Tao dissipates, you will immediately revert to the mortal Chu Mountain. Upon uttering this, he suddenly glanced at Li Fu, for he seemed to realize that what she awaited was precisely this opportunity. Indeed, Li Fu smiled, her body leaping into the air as she shouted, "Slaughter the immortals." Chapter 39. This slap resounded directly upon Jiao Shao. A dark light burst forth from within. Shortly thereafter, a white figure, wielding the Emperor's sword banner, appeared, a delicate hand catching the transformed Li Fu mid-air. The slaughter immortal held Li Fu securely in her embrace, her beautiful and gentle profile shifting into one of sharp intensity. There was no time for words. A massive black palm suddenly appeared, clashing against the thunder and lightning unleashed by the heavenly net, nearly cleaving the world in two. Roar! The slaughter immortal bellowed, her demeanor turning fierce, as she single-handedly withstood the force of the heavenly net. And at that moment, Li Fu dared not delay, not wishing to squander the time earned by Tu Xian's life. With the Emperor's sword banner in hand, he struck fiercely, instantly draining the resentment from the luminous orb hovering by the Twin Fish River. "Withdraw," Li Fu commanded. Upon hearing this, Tu Xian turned and fled. "Impudent," the Grand Elder bellowed, her furious voice eclipsing even the thunderous skies, an enraged roar imbued with boundless intent to kill, reminiscent of a long-suppressed volcano erupting, reverberating throughout the world, causing the air to tremble. How dare she? As she sensed the stirrings of the heavenly net, Han Hui lowered her gaze, observing a white figure catch the ant, which transformed into a human in the instant of its descent, possessing a cold and piercing demeanor, a familiar visage. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, leaving behind a black flag that billowed proudly along the banks of the Twin Fish River. Thunder crashed, and the wind howled. The black flag danced defiantly, seeming to align momentarily with the two preceding ones, resembling the Emperor's sword banner, brazenly taunting. "Li Fu." Han Hui gritted her teeth. Her response was swift. Realizing that Chu Shan was assisting, she promptly moved to suppress him, channeling the collective spiritual energy of the cultivators into the heavenly machine cauldron, once again clouding Chu Shan's consciousness. At this moment, Li Fu, hidden by Chu Shan, would re-emerge. The window of opportunity was fleeting. Her reactions and decisions were not in error. In such a brief span, others could achieve little. Yet, there was one who had patiently lingered beside the resentment, waiting for this very moment, waiting for their departure, waiting for their attention to shift towards Chu Shan. It was merely a few fleeting breaths. Even the composed Han Hui now harbored a desire to obliterate everything in her wrath. Li Fu's strategy always seemed to be a step ahead of them. Capture her. Han Hui disregarded the not yet fully sealed Chu Shan. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from within her, flowing into the body of the destined one as she cried out, "Execution sword." Hua Yue and Chun Xiao acted without hesitation. The destiny sword merged in midair, striking fiercely towards Tu Xian's fleeing direction. The heavenly net thundered, locking onto Tu Xian's position. The Grand Elder had already made her move, with the Fifth Elder's verdant sword following suit. Tu Xian was alone. She had to protect Li Fu. Having endured several strikes from the heavenly net, and with the net now obstructing her, her speed of escape was far inferior to that of the Grand Elder and others. In midair, colossal black hands rose one after another. The peak of the void unleashed its full might to meet the overwhelming onslaught. The giant hands of resentment collided with the lightning, exploding forth, followed by another sword light crashing down. The heavens and earth trembled, the realm of resentment quivered slightly, and the air resounded with a thunderous roar, the shattered light illuminating the entire sky. The clash of darkness and vibrant light reached its zenith. However, after enduring several attacks, a new assault descended, accompanied by the Destiny sword, suspended above. She could not withstand it any longer. Li Fu remained acutely aware, as countless attacks converged to strike. She waved the Emperor's sword, drawing the injured Tu Xian into the sword banner, her body leaping forward with the banner held horizontally behind her. The earth erupted. For miles around, the heavens collapsed and the ground sank. A resounding boom echoed for what felt like an eternity before the trembling ground finally regained its composure. Had they perished? Hua Yue's voice trembled lightly, a manifestation of her uncontainable excitement and anticipation. The numerous elders descended slowly onto the dilapidated ground, their consciousness sweeping over the area. The third elder furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is she?" The eighth elder tentatively suggested, "Could it be that she has been reduced to mere fragments?" The grand elder waved his dust brush, causing the surrounding ruins to tremble. Yet there remained no trace of Li Fu. Was she dead? Or had she concealed herself once more? Bang! The heavenly mechanism cauldron plummeted from the sky, crashing into the realm of resentment. The immense celestial net contracted, resembling an inverted bowl lid, enveloping the entire area within 100 miles. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Hua Yue looked up in astonishment, only to see Han Hui descending slowly, her tone icy as she stated, "She is not dead, she has merely hidden herself. However, as she is but a mortal, she cannot flee far. I will encase this area within the celestial net and excavate 3 feet into the ground to unearth her." Han Hui was furiously incensed. Right beneath their very noses, within their blockade, Li Fu had accomplished 4 out of the 5 stages of her growth in the Tsushan realm. This slap in the face resounded at the pinnacle of the heavens, striking all of them. Chun Xiao softly inquired, "Now that she is immortal, does the celestial net still hold any efficacy?" Hua Yue, born of the immortal realm, elucidated, "It does have utility, while the celestial net cannot ensnare mortals. The second elder has compressed it into a barrier with the heavenly mechanism cauldron. This barrier can segregate the 100-mile radius into a world of its own, making escape impossible even for those of the Great Ascension realm." Chun Xiao gazed skyward. The golden net formed an inverted bowl, securing this region. Even they could not hope to escape. From this moment forth, no creature or breath could enter or exit this barrier. Hua Yue's expression grew complex. The celestial net was draining on spiritual energy, having been sustained for a considerable time. Now, with its formation as a barrier, the consumption of spiritual energy would accelerate, infuriating the second elder. This time, they would see how she could escape. Previously, the vastness of the world had been too great. Now, they had confined her within this area, knowing she was hidden here, and they would see how she could flee. The thought of her previous arrogance made Hua Yue tremble uncontrollably. She must be killed, torn to shreds, her very soul obliterated. "Search!" the grand elder commanded with a stern expression. The cultivators, in an orderly fashion, began to plow through the barrier, excavating every inch and leaving no living being unexamined. Chapter 40. Her audacity knows no bounds. Hua Yue and Chun Xiao were fated individuals, the most likely to locate Li Fu. The grand elder led them out to search together. No place must be overlooked, nor any creature disregarded, he reminded them. Hua Yue and Chun Xiao nodded in agreement. The two joined forces, meticulously searching the ground, this time not even taking to the skies for a cursory check. Above, the grand elder and the others hovered in the air, scanning the area below without neglecting any spot. Xiaolang. She previously transformed into an ant. As the thought crossed Hua Yue's mind, images of ants she had encountered flashed before her eyes. They had brushed past each other. The ant she had nearly killed must be Li Fu. Chun Xiao, equally astonished, whispered, "She is indeed audacious, daring to appear before us, perhaps even more than once. Knowing full well the danger, she still chooses to confront us, nearly meeting her demise. Her audacity is truly astonishing." Hua Yue murmured in discontent. "If it weren't for the elder's intervention, we would have already eliminated her. We were so close, just a hair's breadth away." Li Fu had audaciously appeared before them, yet they had let her slip away. The mere thought of it filled their hearts with profound regret and vexation. "Hush!" Chun Xiao frowned at her. Hua Yue promptly fell silent. Beneath her feet lay a swarm of ants, which she crushed in a fit of rage, seething with frustration. "I wonder where she is hiding. Could she have transformed into one of these ants?" All the ants before her lay dead, yet Li Fu remained elusive. Chun Xiao shook his head, saying, "The second elder and the others have restrained Chu Shan. No one can protect Li Fu now. She should be in her original form, an ordinary Chu Shan. When Tu Xian helped her escape, she had already reverted to Chu Shan, and the will of heaven has been suppressed. No one can shield her. Then why is she still so hard to find?" Hua Yue asked, puzzled. Chen Xiao shook his head again, pursing his lips. She possesses an exceptional talent for concealment. Let us search thoroughly, both above and below. Since she cannot escape, she must still be hidden. As he spoke, he overturned the ground around them. Not only did his divine sense reveal no trace of Li Fu, but his eyes confirmed it as well, still nothing. Hua Yue, growing more ruthless, eradicated any living creature in her path. Thus, the two advanced. The area encompassed a vast radius of 100 miles, containing a city, numerous mountains, wilderness, and villages. Recalling Li Fu's previous methods of concealment, the cultivators destroyed an entire city, drained the water, overturned the earth, and exterminated all living beings. Only then moving to the next location. Ahead lay the wilderness outside the city. Hua Yue swept her divine sense around, finding no trace of Li Fu, and tore into the ground once more. Ugh! She covered her mouth, nearly retching. Chen Xiao frowned, observing, this is a common grave for commoners. Countless bones lay piled here. The black mass visible from a distance was not soil, but decaying corpses. Hua Yue felt nauseated and averted her gaze. Chen Xiao, striving to maintain his composure, quickly examined the area, noting the ground littered with bones, alongside several dilapidated coffins containing the remains, some reduced to dust, others mere skeletons, and a few freshly decayed. The stench and swarming insects made the scene horrifying. Hurry up, Hua Yue urged, pinching her nose. After a thorough inspection, Chen Xiao confirmed the absence of Li Fu's presence and turned to her, saying, all clear, let us continue our search. The tremor in Hua Yue's voice as she uttered those 3 words, not found, betrayed her anxiety. Han Hui opened her eyes. She said nothing, merely gazing at the barrier ensnared within the heavenly web. She is here. No one can escape from this place. She must still be concealed. Beside her, the elders were embroiled in a heated discussion. How could she hide so effectively? Did Chu Shan assist her again? Damn it, where could she be hiding? Could it be that Chu Shan's help has transformed her into something else or rendered her invisible? We have intensified our suppression of Chu Shan. How could he possibly assist her? Haven't we witnessed the ghostly leader revert to an ordinary being? So tell me, where could an ordinary person hide? Han Hui listened to their bickering, remaining silent. She extended her hand, holding the black flag from the banks of the Pisces River, its dark hue bold and defiant. Akin to the Emperor's sword banner of the ghostly annihilator, exuding an air of cold indifference. What purpose does it serve to keep that? Elder Wu furrowed his brow. This is a disgrace. It is an affront from the ghostly annihilator to our 9 heavens. Han Hui evaded Elder Wu's spell intended to destroy the black flag. Stowing it away, her gaze rising with fury transformed into acute clarity. Chu Shan had not aided her. I acted alone, fully aware of the extent to which I could suppress Chu Shan. The ghostly annihilator, now a mere mortal, had concealed herself through some means. But as long as she remained human, there existed methods to confront her. She rose to her feet. The heavenly machine cauldron whirled, torrents of celestial fire raining down, crashing onto the ground and igniting a conflagration. Burn. Han Hui's eyes were icy, each word deliberate. Set ablaze the entire area within 100 miles, leaving nothing behind. Regardless of how she hides now, as long as she is alive, she can be consumed by the flames. If she is but a mortal, she must eat and drink. Can she truly conceal herself? They shall incinerate everything, extinguishing all life within this vessel, sparing not a single leaf or blade of grass. Let us see how long she can endure. If the flames do not kill her, hunger and thirst shall. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Then, the Grand Elder inhaled deeply, channeling his spiritual energy to augment the celestial fire. The inferno spread rapidly, transforming the 100-mile radius into a sea of flames. The barrier drenched in crimson. This was the true essence of cutting off the fuel from the fire, capturing the turtle in the jar. Chapter 41. The terror of Li Fu as the seconds ticked away, the vessel ensnared beneath the heavenly net was consumed by the flames. The celestial fire devoured everything, flora, fauna, serpents, insects, and every living creature within 100 miles wailed and perished in the inferno, leaving no life unscathed. 3 months of relentless burning ensued. All cultivators hovered in the skies above, the spiritual energy of Hua Yue beginning to falter as the Grand Elder led them to stand upon their flying artifact, awaiting further developments. Chen Xiao gazed down at the inferno below. The area had been ablaze for an extended period, the flames unyielding. His expression was grave. Elder Ba opened his mouth, his voice soft. She has still not emerged. Is she still here? After a moment's pause, Elder Qi murmured, "It is possible she is not within the barrier. We have dug 3 feet into the earth and burned for 3 months. How could she still be here? Unless she is not human. If she is not human, the heavenly net has long since locked onto her." Elder Lu's voice was hoarse. Long before, their inability to locate Li Fu had birthed endless trepidation. Finally uncovering her trail, they were met with even greater despair. Must she reveal herself for them to find her? She must be eliminated. Elder Wu's eyes blazed red. We must kill her swiftly. At present, with only one slaughter of celestial beings, she was already this elusive. What would happen in the future? What if she grew stronger? The terror of apocalyptic calamity seemed to unfurl before their eyes at that moment. Who among them did not wish to eliminate her? The Grand Elder regarded him with a frigid gaze. Should they find her, they would strike her down immediately. Hearing this, Elder Wu returned his gaze, his tone laced with derision. Immediately? You are the esteemed Grand Elder of the 9 heavens, the foremost figure beneath the revered ones of the cultivation realm. Yet, she has transformed into an ant before you, and not only did you refrain from slaying her, but you also escorted her to the banks of the Pisces River, aiding her in her silence. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon him, the flail in his hand flicking with intensity, his chest heaving violently. A strike landed upon the 5th Elder, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, each move infused with ferocity. It was a scene he dared not reminisce, so close. The Demon Lord was so near, and yet he had not taken her life. The 3rd Elder wielded his whip, separating them, his voice sharp. Enough. Everyone, calm yourselves. We must consider our next steps. Where is she hiding? Is she still within the barrier? Internal strife will only hinder our resolve. The 5th Elder was sent flying, crashing against the barrier. His eyes bore into the Grand Elder, filled with animosity, yet he restrained himself from retaliating. The Grand Elder retracted his flail, inhaling deeply, striving to maintain composure. Under normal circumstances, they would never be so impulsive. It was the elusive Demon Lord, whom they could never seem to find, that had driven them to the brink of madness, shattering their reason. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. She cannot have escaped so swiftly. When the attack was launched, she had no means of evasion. She must still be here. After speaking, he clenched his teeth. Indeed, when pursuing a creature as sinister as the Demon Lord, one must show no mercy. Otherwise, she will surely seize the opportunity. Yet, he lamented, his actions had not been ruthless enough, merely allowing an ant to escape. And yet it turned out to be the Demon Lord. The Grand Elder felt the stirrings of inner demons. Yes, she was adept at concealing herself, likely still present. If we abandon our pursuit, we would only serve her intentions. The 5th Elder's gaze sharpened, observing that the great fire had consumed all that it could, and was on the verge of extinguishing. He unleashed heavenly flames anew, ensuring the area remained engulfed in relentless inferno. Hua Yue turned towards Han Hui, who stood with a banner, fixated on the sea of flames, indifferent to her surroundings, her expression serene. Let it continue to burn. She had faith that Li Fu was still here. Now, it was a matter of endurance. As cultivators, they could remain in this place for an extended period. If Li Fu were a mere mortal, enduring hunger and hardship, she must have reached her limits by now. She could not outlast them. A year had passed. The 5th Elder, his patience waning, focused intently on Han Hui. Must we continue to wait? Even a stone would have been reduced to ash after a year. Hua Yue sat upon her flying artifact, gazing down at the sea of flames, her heart heavy with despair. A year. This place had burned for a year, yet still, there was no trace of Li Fu. Han Hui, unwilling to lower the barrier, left them to endure the blazing inferno beneath. Their days stretched like years, each moment a torment, akin to being consumed by fire. No one could meditate or cultivate. The agony made it impossible to remain seated, and even if they attempted to cultivate, they risked succumbing to madness. Li Fu had become their heart's torment. Han Hui stared into the inferno, her pupils reflecting the crimson glow, and slowly uttered, "We shall continue to wait." She was someone who could traverse for over a year on foot, someone capable of transforming into an ant and advancing inch by inch. Patience. They must endure with patience. 2 years had elapsed. The 8th Elder paced anxiously in place, his tone frantic. "We have waited for 2 years. Can she still be here?" The 5th Elder has voluntarily sealed his senses, remaining motionless like a piece of wood, devoid of perception. The 3rd Elder, unable to endure any longer, shook his head and spoke in a hushed tone. "Han Hui, she is likely outside." There cannot be any living beings within. The raging fire consumes everything. Without sustenance, she cannot survive. Even the elder sitting cross-legged cast a gaze filled with skepticism towards Han Hui. Let us break the barrier. We must venture out to search for her. She cannot be here. Han Hui clenched her fists and, after a moment of contemplation, uttered, "Continue." It has been 3 years. Silence enveloped the group. Hua Yue could no longer hold on, both mentally and spiritually drained. She, like the fifth elder, had her senses sealed, lying beside him. Shen Xiao held her closely. Propping up the destiny sword, still enduring, yet nearing his limits, casting a weary glance at the second elder. The psychological torment weighed heavier than the physical. No one spoke. After a prolonged silence, the elder broke the stillness. She cannot possibly be within this space, Han Hui. The moment we attacked her, she must have employed another method to escape, hiding elsewhere. Han Hui remained silent. The elder continued. The path of growth for Chu Shan is merely one step away. We should guard this final source of resentment, laying traps for her entry rather than confining ourselves here. If we are mistaken and she is not hidden within, then it is we who are ensnared by this barrier. The elder rose to his feet, unwilling to allow Han Hui to cling to this delusion any longer. She had evidently succumbed to madness, persistently remaining here. Yet, as his words lingered in the air, the Tianji Ding began to rotate and descend. And Han Hui stood up, the celestial net dissolving, breaking the barrier that had held for 3 years. Shen Xiao looked at her in astonishment. Han Hui's voice was hoarse. 3 years have passed. The spiritual energy of the celestial net can no longer sustain itself. She is likely truly not here. Let us go, while there is still time, to the final destination. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. As they awaited the fire to extinguish, they conducted another inspection. This place had been scorched for 3 years, leaving nothing behind. The elder shook his head, flicked his dust whisk, and vanished from sight. One by one, the others followed suit, disappearing. The fire was extinguished, and rain began to fall. The droplets splattered onto the charred earth, releasing a sizzling sound, the acrid smell wafting through the air. The desolate, blackened expanse stretched for miles, evoking a sense of despair. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The rain nourished the land that had been ravaged for 3 years. The wind stirred, scattering seeds upon the soil. The scorched ground, parched and yearning, absorbed the moisture. And tiny blades of grass slowly emerged from the cracks, sprouting green from the seeds that had settled here. It was the color of hope, a testament to the cycle of life. Thus, half a year passed. In the void, Han Hui suddenly materialized, landing upon the ground. She had feigned departure, hiding here for 6 months. Yet, still, there was nothing. In that moment, she finally acknowledged that Li Fu was not here. She had long since exited the barrier, perhaps already journeying to her final destination. Han Hui's gaze sharpened, and she vanished from sight. Time passed once more, and the grass flourished, saplings broke through the soil, taking root in the dark earth. The wind whispered, and the world lay in silence. A faint sound of soil breaking echoed. Yet, a hand emerged from the ground. Like a sapling pushing through the earth, she peeled back the charred soil, stepping upon a decayed coffin, and slowly crawled out from beneath. Wrapped in the fabric of the imperial sword banner, her snow-white hand contrasted starkly against the dark cloth. As she emerged, she gazed ahead and suddenly smiled. In the chaotic burial ground, amidst the coffins, underground waters, and guanine soil, Li Fu wiped the dirt from her pale face, standing among the newly sprouted plants. Her voice was hoarse yet imbued with a triumphant, eerie laughter. 3 years had passed, and yet it felt like nothing. Chapter 42. Truly no peeking while bathing. Do not gaze upon her with a complicated expression. Despite knowing her unwavering resolve, witnessing her smile at this moment sent a shiver through the soul. Just 3 years? Those years were anything but easy. As the attack descended, Li Fu drew the slaughter immortal into the imperial sword banner. With her final push, her body soared, the banner shielding her from behind. Even as she evaded part of the assault, she remained tightly wrapped by the imperial sword banner. After all, she was but a mortal, gravely injured, her breath weak and on the brink of death. Yet, disregarding her wounds, she seized the moment of upheaval. The earth trembling as she burrowed into her chosen hiding place beneath the chaotic burial ground, concealed beneath a corpse in a coffin, enveloped by the imperial sword banner. She fell into a deep slumber. During that time, her companion worriedly pondered how she might recover and confront the barriers created by the celestial net. The area had been enveloped within a 100-mile radius, and even the slightest movement was arduous for her. To everyone's surprise, Li Fu quietly closed her eyes, letting herself slip closer to death, her breath growing faint, her body gradually cooling. Disaster loomed. Was this truly the end? Just as this thought crossed the mind, the cultivators began a series of searches within the barrier, especially Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, who even sought to overturn the burial ground. Fortunately, the eerie appearance of the place, coupled with Hua Yue's insistence to leave, meant even Chen Xiao did not examine it as thoroughly as other locations. Thus, a dead person successfully evaded discovery time and again. Eventually, the cultivators ceased their searches and resorted to burning the area. By then, Li Fu was nearly frozen, on the cusp of true death. Just as her companion was about to act, fierce flames scorched above, warming her body just enough to spark a flicker of revival. Her heart began to race, gradually restoring itself, and in the depths of darkness, Li Fu suddenly opened her eyes. A smile graced her lips. Indeed, how could she perish? She had traversed through countless hardships, and death would not claim her so easily. She was inherently extraordinary. Whether as Li Fu, the master of ghosts and calamities, or as Chu Shan, destined to become the pinnacle of resentment in this world, they were all exceptional. In the days that followed, she conserved her energy through prolonged slumber, aided by the underground waters, Guanyin soil, and the imperial sword banner, managing to endure for 3 years, longer than anyone in the 9 heavens could withstand. This is Li Fu, the master of calamities born from a millennium of resentment. In this moment, it becomes clear to Bu Wang why it is she. He states, Li Fu, you are remarkably strong. His voice is intricate, and his deep, dark eyes fixate on her intently. In response, Li Fu meets his gaze and chuckles lightly. I do not know who you are, but since you have chosen to assist me, I shall demonstrate my abilities, ensuring you do not regret your decision. Although her current cultivation is still rudimentary, she possesses an undeniable strength. Despite claiming to be merely an observer, Bu Wang has actively aided her, whether it was soaring to the heavens, searching for the Emperor's sword banner, or traversing the realm of vengeful spirits while being pursued. Li Fu accepts this assistance with grace. She understands his ulterior motives, but is unconcerned. In this world, there is no such thing as unearned assistance. She has benefited and holds no regrets, nor will she allow her benefactor to regret his choices. Bu Wang is momentarily taken aback. This individual, fully aware of the potential ulterior motives, remains unperturbed. She does not probe into his intentions, nor does she fear the possible costs of his unconditional aid, embracing the support she requires with open arms. She is resolute, confident in her ability to confront whatever challenges may arise. Observing Li Fu as she wobbles forward, her frail form taking steady strides, he notes her momentary pause to drink from a clean source of water before plucking leaves to consume. Her movements are calm, her expression serene, yet her seemingly delicate physique belies a formidable resilience. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Bu Wang suddenly smiles. This composed demeanor is befitting of a master of vengeful spirits. Among the myriad realms, she stands as the sovereign of countless vengeful souls. Li Fu, have you devised a strategy for the final challenge? He inquires nonchalantly, chewing on a stalk of grass. The path of Mount Chu has one last step where they are certain to lay traps, awaiting your arrival. Li Fu lifts her gaze toward the departing cultivators and asks, is the area with the highest concentration of resentment behind the kingdom of Pisces? Indeed, beyond the kingdom of Pisces, outside of Chunyun's sect, he confirms. Li Fu narrows her eyes, pondering, how intriguing that just beyond the ethereal Chunyun sect lies the most potent source of resentment in this world. I wonder what conditions await beyond other sects. As for Chunyun's sect, the entire realm of vengeful spirits has been obliterated, leaving only an empty shell of the sect behind. Han Hui, feeling uneasy, lingers for a while longer. By the time she arrives, the cultivators have already seized Chunyun's sect and begun setting up formations and traps. Upon seeing her return empty-handed, the Grand Elder shakes his head. It is impossible for her to be concealed there, yet you remain vigilant, unwilling to leave. Han Hui refrains from responding. When dealing with Li Fu, one can never be overly cautious. She inquires, how is the arrangement proceeding? The elder replies, the resentment lingers. Li Fu has not appeared at Chunyun's sect. After bowing, Chen Xiao turns back, his expression grave. This is the last vestige of resentment that Mount Chu possesses. The Grand Elder has dispatched individuals to collect it all, intending to secure it well, ideally to destroy it, preventing Li Fu from obtaining it. Unlike before, while we still need bait to draw her out, we cannot afford any risks that might allow her access to this resentment. That individual is too sinister. Seemingly always able to achieve her goals beyond expectations, we have been pushed to this point and cannot afford to be careless. Hui nodded in agreement with the arrangement. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow in confusion. Historically, cultivators have often attracted malevolent spirits, prompting various sects to establish barriers and periodically cleanse the resentment outside these barriers, sending it to the River of Forgetfulness. How could the resentment near the cloud-riding sect be so intense? Hui, well aware of the situation, explained, during that period, our sect's esteemed Feng Yuan had ascended to the great vehicle, and the disciples were preoccupied with hosting the ascension celebration, neglecting the cleansing of resentment. Furthermore, after the esteemed one's ascension, he had vanquished several lurking malevolent spirits, exacerbating the accumulation of resentment. The Grand Elder nodded, comprehending the situation entirely. The great vehicle represents the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Over the past 100 millennia, only 12 great vehicles remain, each of immense significance. He still vividly recalled the celebration, especially since no one had ascended to the great vehicle since Feng Yuan. We had intended to take the opportunity to cleanse the resentment afterward, but unexpectedly, during this interval, Chu Mountain seized the chance to siphon away all the resentment, advancing to the void and commencing an assault on the cloud-riding sect. Hui shook her head, recalling that at that time, the esteemed Feng Yuan had ventured to the chaotic city of great vehicle cultivators, leaving the cloud-riding sect severely wounded. It was only later that our esteemed Ming passed by and managed to suppress Chu Mountain. Even though these malevolent spirits had lost their rationality, they remained cunning beings, demanding vigilance. The Grand Elder sighed. Hui, contemplating the origins of Chu Mountain, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from speaking further, instructing her disciples to continue gathering resentment and summoning other elders for a council. The third elder remarked, the resentment must be well hidden. As long as she cannot obtain it, she shall never dream of wielding power in the void here. The eighth elder nodded in agreement, adding, however, with the celestial net now withdrawn, we are all experiencing significant depletion of spiritual energy, far from our former state. The traps we've set may not be sufficient to ensnare that devious ghostly fiend. We must devise a more effective strategy to ensure her impending doom. Meanwhile, Li Fu arrived in an uninhabited town, procuring some essentials. The Nine Heavens is home to many shrewd individuals who are quite ruthless. They are undoubtedly scheming against you. Given previous encounters, this final attempt will likely prove arduous. Bu Wang shook his head, visibly exasperated. Li Fu merely nodded in silence. Selecting a suitable black garment from a clothing shop, gathering rice, flour, oil, and foraging for wild vegetables, before starting a fire to cook. After eating, she began to boil water. Bu Wang followed closely, intent on observing how she would navigate the traps set by the Nine Heavens denizens. Yet, Li Fu remained tight-lipped, leaving him no choice but to shadow her closely, not daring to glance away. Once inside, Li Fu carried the water and closed the door. Bu Wang, with another bucket of water in hand, wedged it against the door, perplexed. What is it that I cannot know? What are your plans? Perhaps I could assist you. Li Fu accepted the water from his hands with a slight smile. I am taking a bath. Bu Wang. He looked at the bathing tub and the clothes she had brought back, then at the 2 buckets of water they were holding, realizing that this was all for bathing. Li Fu bathed within, while Bu Wang squatted outside the door, muttering, what are you truly thinking? Do you not realize how perilous the situation is? They await your arrival outside the cloud-riding sect, and I fear they may collect their grievances and conceal them, preventing you from acquiring them. How can you remain so unperturbed? It is crucial to understand that the later you arrive, the more meticulously crafted their traps will be. Wu Wang has expressed his concern that they might even devise a means to erase the final remnants of resentment. By then, it would be futile for Li Fu to aspire to possess the power of the Void Summit in this world. Despite his worries, she remains indifferent. The sound of water cascading as she bathes diligently as an ordinary mortal. Wu Wang discreetly cast a glance at the closed door, then silently averted his gaze. Sitting outside with his back to the door, seething, he mused that closing the door was ineffectual. To those with cultivation, what could not be seen? However, being a man of integrity, he would never stoop to the act of spying on another while they bathed. With this thought, he glanced back once more, not to observe her bathing, but to ensure she was not secretly preparing for the confrontation with the Jiuxiao crowd behind his back. Truly. Chapter 43, Li Fu, the Moment of Hunt. The Grand Elder stood before the cloud riding sect, while others reported the situation in sequence. The third elder remarked that although the heavenly net had been withdrawn, a new formation had been set. While it could not directly attack, it could detect the presence of grievances. As soon as Li Fu transformed back into a vengeful spirit, they would be immediately aware. The ninth elder affirmed that they were equally prepared. Regardless of Li Fu's appearance, the moment she stepped into the cloud riding sect, she would be exposed. The fifth elder added that they had remodeled the cloud riding sect. It appeared unchanged, yet it had transformed into the Zen Immortal Palace, capable of aiding them in eliminating the ghostly fiend lord. Additionally, they had fortified the realm of vengeful spirits, even if she wielded the Emperor's sword banner. Escaping would not be easy. The destined one lay in ambush within the traps, utilizing their slaying sword. This time, the ghostly fiend lord would have no avenue of escape. One arrangement after another, one trap following the next. The Jiuxiao individuals had already secured the area surrounding the cloud riding sect, leaving Li Fu no opportunity to exploit. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, clutching a vessel filled with collected grievances in his palm, his gaze sharp. Without the heavenly net, there exists an even more targeted net for her. Li Fu is undoubtedly doomed. Hua Yue gazed at the vessel in his hand and suddenly remarked, merely concealing them is insufficient. What if she still finds them? We must not grant her any opportunity for growth. These grievances must be destroyed to ensure absolute security. The assembly fell silent. The Grand Elder instinctively glanced at his hand, where the vessel was nearly overflowing with grievances. Even with the lid placed atop, they gently swayed. However, these grievances were manifestations of the world of vengeful spirits, not as fearsome as those outside. There existed a method to cleanse them, akin to those mortals transformed from the twisted mountains. The Grand Elder retracted his palm, revealing a chilling smile. Excellent. We shall eradicate future troubles. Li Fu had finally finished her bath. Wu Wang watched the woman in the courtyard drying her hair, nearly driven to madness. He finally grasped the meaning of the adage that the emperor is not anxious, while the eunuch is. Fully aware of the current predicament, she remained so composed, bathing, drying her hair. Wu Wang scratched his head. There is still a step to take. This world of vengeful spirits is not yet concluded. So why is she so leisurely? Li Fu offered no response, continuing to dry her hair. She displayed a serene countenance, devoid of any trace of concern, attending to her own needs as though the relentless pursuit by the celestial cultivators had come to an end. Wu Wang contemplated speaking, but suddenly, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air. This minute sound, imperceptible even to cultivators, was familiar to them, for they had all dwelled in the realm of grievances and understood the fluctuations of that world. Wu Wang was taken aback. They were erasing the grievances of this world. This was dire. They did not wish for you to attain the profound cultivation of the void, and if Chu Shan entered the fifth stage of the void, it would spell disaster. He instinctively glanced at Li Fu, only to find her finally setting down her towel, smiling. After their lengthy acquaintance, he had come to understand this woman well enough to know that such a smile often heralded calamity for someone. Li Fu's smile was both foreboding and enigmatic. Unbeknownst to her, she had grasped the Emperor's sword banner, and with a flourish, the immense grievances absorbed during the previous 4 stages surged forth, rushing into her being in an instant. Thus, her cultivation began to ascend. Mortal, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation. Only 1 stage remained. She gazed skyward, gripping the sword's hilt, her soul banner fluttering with fervor. I was not prepared to absorb the final stage of grievances, for Chu Shan shall provide it, she declared. Wu Wang's pupils constricted. The cloud riding sect. Several elders infused their spiritual energy into the heavenly machine cauldron, intending to eradicate the amassed grievances. Initially, the process proceeded smoothly. However, at the moment the grand formation contracted, the cauldron began to tremble, and the azure vessel containing the grievances spun wildly. Boom! In an instant, it exploded, unleashing the grievances. What transpired? What just happened? How could the grievances erupt so suddenly? The formation contracted. It was the fluctuation of the vengeful spirits. The ghostly fiend master had appeared. The fifth elder was first startled, then elated. The long-hidden ghostly fiend master was finally willing to show itself. Let us go and vanquish the ghostly fiend master. The fifth elder soared into the air, emerald sword in hand, rushing towards the location of the ghostly fiend master. Hua Yue and the others shared in the joy. Li Fu had remained concealed for far too long, nearly driving them to madness, and now she had finally emerged. She lifted her foot, ready to join the other cultivators in their pursuit. Han Hui remained still, fixated on the erupting grievances, furrowing his brow. In the next moment, he observed as these grievances flowed outward like a river, rushing towards the location indicated by the formation where Li Fu was situated. The Grand Elder also frowned, his face a mask of confusion. However, Chen Xiao had already risen. The moment Li Fu appeared, he sensed trouble brewing and felt no joy. He understood her well. Resilient and astute, she would never court death. Han Hui's fingers clenched, and he suddenly stood, exclaiming, "This is bad. Chu Shan has awakened." The Grand Elder was taken aback. Chen Zhao's pupils constricted, his face a portrait of horror. Chu Shan had awakened, by the banks of the Double Fish River. When Tu Xian had abruptly appeared with Li Fu, Han Hui had blurred Chu Shan's consciousness but had not fully suppressed it, instead redirecting his efforts to slay the ghostly fiend master. Subsequently, in the quest to find Li Fu, over 3 years had passed, during which the spiritual energy had been severely depleted, and the heavenly net had come to a halt. The barriers and suppressions binding Chu Shan had long since been breached time and again. The use of the heavenly machine cauldron to eradicate the grievances was nothing short of adding fuel to the fire. In the realm of vengeful spirits, defying the world's trajectory is akin to the actions taken against the celestial beings in the slaughter of immortals, provoking the ire of Chu Mountain. The annihilation of mortals has already incited a response. Presently, wielding the celestial mechanism cauldron to eradicate resentment in the realm of vengeful spirits dismantles a defensive line while simultaneously provoking Chu Mountain. At this juncture, Li Fu immediately brandishes the Emperor's sword banner, commanding Chu Mountain. Will he heed her command? Reflecting on the moment, he transformed Li Fu into an ant. He gazes at the surging resentment directed toward her. He will, and indeed, he has already acquiesced. The tension in Han Hui's scalp nearly erupts as fear washes over her. Since when has Li Fu awaited this moment? Was it from the initiation of the Celestial Net's blockade? Or had she devised a plan from the very beginning, each step intricately linked? Their relentless pursuit of Li Fu is tantamount to pursuing Chu Mountain. Their assaults on Li Fu's embodiment of Chu Mountain do not suffice, as they have repeatedly attacked the realm of vengeful spirits, further inciting Chu Mountain. Capturing Chu Mountain? There is no need. Awakening him to the shared enemy will suffice. And they shall unite, evading pursuit, subduing the spirits of vengeance. These have been her singular pursuits on this journey. As for the final collection of resentment, her objectives have been achieved. There is no need to continue with them. Chen Zhao's voice trembles lightly. Chu Mountain has fully awakened. And here we are in the realm of vengeful spirits, akin to the slaughter of immortals, where the spirits embody the heavenly path, possessing powers far superior to those outside, capable of subduing the very existence within this world. With the celestial net withdrawn, they have expended vast amounts of spiritual energy over the years, and their traps are now less formidable than before, rendering them at their weakest. The Grand Elder abruptly raises his head, fixing his gaze on the distance, where a shadow ascends, entwined in dark energy. Gritting his teeth, he commands, "Retreat. This round has been lost." They cannot eliminate Li Fu. In fact, they must flee immediately. The 10th Elder had already attempted to escape the realm of vengeful spirits with a magical artifact while they conversed, yet the artifact spun, leaving him still rooted in place. "This is disastrous. We cannot escape." His voice trembles. Han Hui's pupils constrict, as resentment floods into her being. She possesses the power of Chu Mountain and the cultivation of the void. Without grasping the full extent of the situation, she murmurs, "You have subdued Chu Mountain. Do you intend to leave?" It is a question laced with uncertainty, yet she is already aware of the answer. Li Fu, clad in black, her ink-like hair cascading loosely behind her, exudes an aura of otherworldly allure, enveloped by swirling resentment. Grasping the Emperor's sword banner, she transcends the void, lifting her gaze toward Chu Mountain, sealing the realm of vengeful spirits. With a flourish of the Emperor's sword banner, the slaughter of immortals, concealed for years, emerges, clad in flowing white, cradling a tablet, yet the peak resentment of the void surges forth, radiating murderous intent. Amidst the resentment, the soul banner sways behind Li Fu, Countless vengeful spirits surge forth, baring their fangs and claws, their grotesque visages howling defiantly at the distant cultivators, darkening the sky above. After a relentless pursuit, it is now my turn. Li Fu clutches the black sword, tilting her head with a smile. Kill. The Emperor's sword banner, countless vengeful spirits, 2 pinnacle void cultivators, with the heavenly path above, lending them strength. Now, it is their time, the moment of the hunt. Chapter 44. Kill, kill, kill. As the sound faded, Li Fu's silhouette flickered, and the dark aura elongated, surging toward the direction of the Chengyun sect. The 100 ghosts erupted in ecstatic cries, brandishing their claws and rushing forward in a relentless tide. Meanwhile, Tu Xian had already plunged into the throng of approaching cultivators, wielding the formidable power of a peak void ghost, manifesting gigantic hands that descended with ferocity. Li Fu, roared Elder Wu, brandishing the destiny sword. There are only 2 of you. What audacity is this? With Li Fu, who has just entered the void, and Tu Xian, a peak void cultivator, what can you possibly boast of? Today, I shall exact vengeance for the Lin Dao sect. With that declaration, he infused his spirit power into the verdant sword, transforming it into a colossal green shadow that descended with overwhelming force. Li Fu's lips curled into a smirk. Grasping the Emperor's sword, she summoned a torrent of dark energy, rich and dense, to counter the onslaught of the emerald shadow. Subsequently, the black surged forth, overpowering the green, as a tempest of darkness pierced through the radiant light and struck down with ferocity. Xiaomei immediately withdrew her sword in defense, her face a mask of disbelief. She finally comprehended the source of Li Fu's audacity. She was not merely accompanied by Tu Xian. She also had the support of the Tao of Heaven's Chu Mountain. In this realm, where spiritual energy was already severely depleted and attacks were diminished by a third, Li Fu's strikes, having just stepped into the void, were paradoxically amplified, reversing the tide of power. The murderous intent on Xiaomei's face was replaced by panic. Around them, screams erupted as Tu Xian and the vengeful ghosts commenced their bloody rampage. Bu Wang, lurking behind a stone, had inexplicably procured a piece of sugarcane. Gnawing on it while lamenting, no wonder they refused to emerge. They are pent up with vengeance. Li Fu, if given the chance for immediate retribution, would never delay, even if it meant mutual destruction. She was far more reckless than her adversaries. Should she be denied instant revenge, she would meticulously remember every slight, vowing never to forget. For she could rise from the depths of hell at any moment, seeking any opportunity to avenge herself. Witnessing Tu Xian clad in white, mercilessly slaying, alongside Li Fu wielding her sword, forcing Xiaomei to retreat step by step, Bu Wang remarked, "Such brutality is indeed excessive." After spitting out the sugarcane pulp, he shook his head. Upon seeing Xiaomei dragging several cultivators as human shields while she herself fled, he abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Hey, she's trying to escape. Quickly pursue her." There are numerous void cultivators in the 9th heaven. Chu Mountain cannot suppress for long. Strike swiftly. Kill, kill, kill. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of vengeful energy detached and latched onto the retreating Elder Wu. Hee, wherever you run, you shall be found. The Chengyun sect lay in ruins. The second elder promptly commanded all disciples to return to Elder Ten's Zen Immortal Palace, while the elders united to face the impending threat. However, a powerful wave of dark energy encircled the Zen Immortal Palace, an ominous presence pervading the air. "Let us make a deal. Surrender Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, and I shall allow you to leave. What say you?" The shadow coalesced, Li Fu's face partially obscured by darkness, her voice laced with temptation, echoing within the Zen Immortal Palace. Hua Yue's complexion turned pale. Instinctively, she grasped Chen Xiao and shrank behind the elders, clutching the destiny sword, her entire being trembling. "Demon, do not presume that we are unaware of your intentions." The Grand Elder flicked his dust whisk, channeling spiritual energy towards the malevolent aura. "You merely wish to eliminate the destined one and dismantle the threat. I assure you, even within the realm of resentment, with Chu Mountain's assistance, you shall not lay a finger on us. Jiu Xiao is not something you, a mere aberration, can dismiss lightly." Meanwhile, Han Hui and the third elder, along with a few others, were forming a formation to breach the world of resentment. Li Fu evaded the attack, her pitch-black eyes calm. "Is that so? Do they even qualify as a threat?" A flicker of anger flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. The several elders exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands. launching a powerful combined assault, one to confine and one to attack, all directed at Li Fu. Boom. The Li Fu before them was obliterated. Dead. Yet, in the next moment, the master of the Zen Immortal Palace, the 10th Elder, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He slowly lowered his head, only to see a sword plunged into his dantian. With Li Fu standing behind him, her gaze frigid. The previous Li Fu was merely a decoy, dividing their focus to strike the 10th Elder. Her true objective was the Zen Immortal Palace. The 6th Elder was struck with shock. Everyone, be cautious. The Zen Immortal Palace is about to collapse. Bang! The Zen Immortal Palace began to crumble, its inhabitants swaying unsteadily as powerful waves of resentment surged upward, enveloping the palace in a cloak of terror. Li Fu smiled, her figure vanishing. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow tightly, flicking his dust whisk as he departed the collapsing Zen Immortal Palace with Hua Yue and Chun Xiao in pursuit of Li Fu. Don't go out, Han Wei shouted. But it was too late. Within the malevolent aura lurked vengeful spirits, attacking the crowd. The cultivators instinctively fought back, dodging as the Zen Immortal Palace teetered on the brink of collapse. In the blink of an eye, few remained inside the crumbling palace. Outside, darkness pervaded. This realm had long been overrun by resentment. The black soul banner of the Emperor's sword fluttered behind Li Fu. With each movement, numerous vengeful spirits emerged, driving the cultivators apart, retreating them little by little. As the battle raged on, the 9th Elder realized only a few cultivators remained by her side. The others had vanished. Her expression darkened. Within the Zen Immortal Palace, the 3rd Elder hovered in midair, simultaneously dismantling the world of vengeful spirits while fending off their attacks, his expression grim. She is deliberately sowing discord to separate us. Han Hui's voice was icy. Together we could withstand, but this group of fools, is it time to kill her? If we do not leave now, we might never escape. The very reason we were separated was due to the desire to eliminate her, leading us into this trap. We have already lost. What chance do we have of killing her now? This is the domain of the ghostly fiend master. We can do nothing here. Han Hui took a deep breath and closed her eyes, continuing to dismantle the formation. Whoosh! The wind howled. The sky outside had long turned dark, and the collapsed Zen Immortal Palace fell silent, further accentuating the eerie sounds of the wind outside, interspersed with the occasional screams of cultivators. Run faster. We must run faster. The 8th Elder, Shintian, had emerged seeking to kill Li Fu, but upon exiting, he found himself separated and trapped within this malevolent aura, unable to discern any direction. Even he was lost. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps seemed to echo. He abruptly turned around, but saw nothing. Shintian exhaled in relief. However, as he withdrew his gaze, he froze in place. In the shadows, Li Fu stood, gently brushing her cascading hair, a smile gracing her lips. The 6th Elder shielded a group of cultivators, brandishing a spear with a grave expression. Be cautious, everyone. We are ensnared by resentment, isolated from the others. We merely need to buy time. Once the realm of vengeful spirits shatters, we shall escape. Our cultivation levels are formidable enough to confront the ghostly fiend master. As his words echoed, Li Fu and Tu Xian emerged from the swirling black resentment, launching their simultaneous assault. The 6th Elder's countenance shifted, and forgetting his earlier caution, he thrust his spear to parry the attack before abandoning the remaining cultivators and fleeing swiftly. Hua Yue gripped the destiny sword tightly, swinging it around her to keep the malevolent energy at bay. Amid the suffocating darkness filled with resentment, Li Fu radiated an extraordinary power. She seemed to blend into the shadows, embodying the darkness itself, poised to strike at any moment. Shen Xiao stood behind her, their backs pressed together, fending off the onslaught of resentment. The Grand Elder, with a flick of his dust brush, muttered incantations as he settled into a meditative posture, a golden barrier gradually materializing, intended to shield the duo. This was the destined one, prophesied to eliminate the ghostly fiend master. However, just as the golden shield was on the verge of completion, a plaque emerged, obstructing the closing barrier. Tu Xian had arrived. Behind her, Li Fu silently approached, stepping upon the swirling resentment. Her sword banner fluttering as the vengeful spirits clamored, the black destiny sword gripped firmly in her hand. She cast a subtle smile at Hua Yue. Chapter 45, Devastation in the Nine Skies. At last, they had emerged. The essence of the spirit had been nearly depleted. Upon exiting the realm of vengeful spirits, she took a deep breath, the spiritual energy rushing in, providing some relief to her exhausted core. She glanced at her side, among the elders of the Nine Skies. Beyond the third elder, only the gravely injured 10th elder had been rescued, along with a few scattered cultivators who obeyed her commands. As for those eager to slay the ghostly fiend master, they remained trapped within. The cultivators stationed outside were taken aback at their disheveled appearance. A Taimu cultivator inquired, "What transpired? How did you sustain such injuries? Did you manage to slay the ghostly fiend master?" An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The cultivator, stunned, could hardly believe. The Nine Skies order was issued. The great array was activated, and all the elders entered. How could they not have slain a mere golden core ghostly fiend master? This is unfathomable. Hua Yue closed her eyes. Indeed, such a fervent pursuit had culminated in failure, leaving them not only unsuccessful in vanquishing the ghostly fiend master, who remained at the golden core stage, but also in such dire straits themselves. They had acted with urgency, decisively, yet they faced utter defeat. Even the insignificant mortals they had once scorned could drive them to madness. Hua Yue found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. What of Li Fu now? Who could exert such pressure on them? What further capabilities would the ever-growing ghostly fiend master possess? Hua Yue dared not contemplate further. Observing their silence, the Taimu cultivator could only ask again, what of the others? Surely, they cannot all be dead. If they were, then the Nine Skies would be utterly ruined, and the ghostly fiend master might as well await death. The third elder shook her head, indicating that they had not yet emerged, having been separated. She gazed towards the shattered realm of vengeful spirits, her voice hoarse. Let us wait. She cannot possibly eliminate so many. Indeed, after a brief interval, someone emerged, Elder Gio. She fell out, gravely injured, much like the other cultivators who accompanied her, all bearing wounds and on the brink of death. The cultivators stationed outside rushed forward. Elder Gio, are you all right? She shook her head and pointed to her side, where Elder Ba, whom she had pulled out, was in even worse condition. The third elder hastened to examine him, her expression darkening. His dantian has been shattered by vengeful energy. Repairing it will be exceedingly difficult. In other words, Elder Ba was nearly incapacitated. Hua Yue pressed her lips together, remaining silent. 2 of the 10 elders of Juxiao had now fallen, one after another. More individuals emerged from the breached realm of vengeful spirits, yet all bore injuries without exception. Juxiao had suffered grievously this time. It was as if she had no regard for her own life. She had nearly perished alongside them. Despite her own wounds, she still sought to engage, each time aiming for mutual destruction. Moreover, she was elusive and cunning. Such a ruthless figure. They spoke of Li Fu, their voices laced with fear and trepidation. They had narrowly escaped death within. Those who had not entered exchanged glances, unable to fathom what horrors had transpired inside. Why each of them was not only grievously injured, but there will seem to have sustained significant blows as well. Where was the destined one? After a moment's rest, Hua Yue regained some energy. Yet upon opening her eyes, she saw that neither the destined individual nor the Grand Elder had come out. They will be fine. With the chaos talisman of a great ascension cultivator, Li Fu cannot perish without reaching that level. The third elder reassured Hua Yue. As long as the destined one remains alive, it symbolizes our ongoing struggle against the Lord of Ghosts and Demons. Juxiao has not lost, merely this round. After a prolonged wait, a loud thud resounded as someone crashed out from the realm of vengeful spirits. The third elder's heart leaped. It was the Grand Elder accompanied by the destined one. However, upon closer inspection, the expressions of the crowd shifted. The dust brush was nearly destroyed, and as the Grand Elder fell to the ground, devoid of any spiritual energy, the destined one, wrapped within the dust brush, was still alive, yet trapped in a dual encirclement of the dust brush and chaos talisman. The talisman bore countless cracks. One had lost a hand, the other a foot, their bodies riddled with wounds, as if a layer had been scraped away, leaving them in a near comatose state, their breaths almost extinguished. The Grand Elder could not move, merely gesturing towards the 2. Hua Yue understood. Despite her distaste, she still arranged for void cultivators to safeguard their lives. Once the Grand Elder consumed a medicinal pill, he finally spoke. She truly does not cherish her life, wishing to perish with us. Thankfully, we have the Destiny Sword and the Chaos Talisman. His voice was obscure, each word painfully extracted, weak and frail. Hua Yue remained silent for a long while before slowly replying. It is well that they have emerged. We must devise a means to deepen the seal of Chu Mountain and prevent the Emperor's sword banner from being taken away. The Grand Elder struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily. His gaze sharp. Let us begin at once. Does she not wish to remain inside? Then let her dwell there forever. After speaking, he inquired, "Where is Elder Wu?" The crowd fell silent, instinctively looking around, only to realize that Elder Wu had yet to emerge. Xiao Mei sprinted ahead, wielding a broken sword. His inner spiritual energy completely depleted. His frantic dash was at the cost of burning his essence and life. He urged himself to hurry back to the Chunyan sect, to escape this cursed place through the breach. Once free, he would seek the Great Ascendant to take action against the Demon Master. Damn Li Fu! Damn the Demon Master! The sound of wind howled. Ahead, a figure clad in white appeared, her garments soaked in blood, her eyes coldly fixed upon him. Xiao Mei's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned back. Behind him, Bu Wang swayed, his presence ethereal, as he gently retracted a strand of resentment from Xiao Mei. He flashed a radiant smile. With this, I can find you wherever you flee. Realizing escape was futile, Xiao Mei's gaze turned ferocious. He leapt. The shattered green sword aimed at Bu Wang. Alarmed, Bu Wang exclaimed, "Hey, why are you attacking me? Are you picking on the weak?" His figure flickered, appearing behind a shadow, gripping her garment. "Hurry, he's trying to kill me. Eliminate him." The shadow gradually became clearer, revealing Li Fu, her complexion pale, blood staining her lips, her body marred with wounds. Yet, despite her injuries, she exuded an aura of lethal intent. Unlike Bai Wu before his demise, Xiao Mei did not plead for mercy but glared at Li Fu, gritting his teeth. Li Fu, the demon master, a calamity upon the world. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. You shall inevitably fall, doomed to eternal reincarnation. A curse? Li Fu chuckled softly, slowly approaching, her injuries severe, her pace labored. As she drew near, she crouched down. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Who is evil, and who is righteous? I am the demon master, thus I am deemed evil. While Hua Yue and Chen Xiao are the chosen, so they are righteous. You annihilated the Lin Dao sect. Xiao Mei gripped the green sword, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. To extract elixirs from children, the Lin Dao sect deserved its fate. Li Fu regarded him calmly. That day in the skies. I believed you were my advocate for justice. I merely sought fairness, a place to voice my grievances. Xiao Mei paused, lips pressed tightly together. He then declared, "You are the demon master, destined to descend and wreak havoc upon the world. Do you know what my greatest wish was in life?" Li Fu tilted her head, her pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, unfathomable depths within. Xiao Mei remained silent as his dantian surged with energy. Mutual destruction. If I can slay the demon master, I can avert the cataclysm. If I perish, so be it. Tu Xian furrowed her brow, poised to advance. Bu Wang restrained her, shaking his head. Li Fu gazed at him, her voice gentle. I wish only for my family and friends to live in peace and joy, to grow old in tranquility. Tell me, what would become of me if there were no chosen ones? Chapter 46. Chu Mountain, return to position. She would age peacefully, entering the cycle of reincarnation in serene tranquility. This thought flashed through Xiao Mei's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. His hands suddenly went limp, the broken sword slipping from his grasp, the turmoil within his dantian ceasing. The self-destruction process halted. The Emperor's sword banner pierced through Xiao Mei's dantian, its self-detonation akin to a burst water balloon, instantly dispersing, releasing spiritual energy. Bu Wang observed this scene, clicking her tongue softly. While casual conversation had its place, seizing the opportunity to eliminate an opponent when their guard was down was equally essential. After all, the self-detonation of a Taishu cultivator could pose immense trouble for Li Fu and Tu Xian, who were already at their limits. Thus, effortlessly dismantling such a threat was certainly advantageous. This exemplified the essence of the ghostly demon master. Even idle chatter served a greater purpose. Blood splattered across Li Fu's face, yet she did not wipe it away. She maintained her grip on the Emperor's sword, quietly watching as the fifth Elder's soul was obliterated. It was reminiscent of witnessing a celestial being, seated high above in the heavens, suddenly plummeting. Xiao Mei did not struggle. She cast one last glance at the drifting sword banner, a myriad of emotions flickering in her eyes before settling into one. In her final moments, only one thought remained. A reality she had long evaded. Without the destined ones, without the injustices they perpetuated, there would be no ghostly demon master. That day, she had wished for Hua Yue and Chen Xiao to confront her. Once, she had fleetingly desired to seek justice for the wronged spirits, yet ultimately relinquished that notion due to her identity as a cultivator, a person of destiny. She believed that they were merely vengeful spirits. With so many wronged souls in the world, she did not intend to advocate for every single one. How could such spirits compare to those chosen by fate? The moment such thoughts took root, her Tao heart began to decay. Today was merely the fruit of yesterday's seeds. She received her retribution, but what of the heavens? What of the future of the cultivation world? Xiaomei could no longer perceive it. She closed her eyes entirely, her body dissolving into spiritual energy, drifting away, vanishing from existence. Another elder of the 9 heavens had been slain. Li Fu gazed at the emperor's sword banner in her hand, her brow slightly furrowed. The elders of the 9 heavens were formidable. Was this not self-evident? Bu Wang questioned her, perplexed by the sudden mention of this. Li Fu shook her head, offering no reply. Bu Wang, refraining from pressing further, instead inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" He extended his hands, still harboring strands of dark energy, ready to pursue those who were still fleeing. In the realm of vengeful spirits, many cultivators had yet to escape. Li Fu shook her head. "No?" Tu Xian wholeheartedly agreed. "Your body cannot withstand much longer. It is time to cease. To me, there is nothing that cannot be endured." Li Fu directed her gaze toward the breach leading to Qingyun's sect, her eyes deep with determination. It was imperative to exit, lest those from the 9 heavens cause further chaos. As her words settled, she rose, propping herself up with the emperor's sword banner. The surviving elders of the 9 heavens strained to hold their ground, channeling their spiritual energy into the seal of the Huiyuan Valley alongside the arriving cultivators. They had to seal off Chu Mountain. The Grand Elder scoffed. Is she not reveling in her slaughter inside? Then let her remain there. Han Hui lowered her gaze, ultimately saying nothing. Her thoughts were focused on trapping Chu Mountain, while the Grand Elder sought to be even more ruthless, aiming to ensnare the ghostly demon master as well. Many cultivators remained inside. If Li Fu could not emerge, those souls would also be trapped, utilizing them to restrain Li Fu and complete the seal. It might only be a temporary seal, yet it would require the sacrifice of countless cultivators. However, this indeed benefits the realm of cultivation. Li Fu's formidable speed is astonishing. Being sealed for a time is a good thing. Numerous high-ranking cultivators chose to disregard those within, channeling their spiritual energy into the seal, gradually reinforcing its power. Thud, thud, thud. It felt as though something beneath the seal was pounding, the talismans bulging slightly, as if they might burst open at any moment. With resentment spilling forth from the cracks, the expressions of the crowd shifted. The 3rd elder exclaimed, "She is about to emerge. Damn it, how could it be so fast? Didn't she intend to kill the cultivators? Why not remain inside and slaughter to her heart's content?" The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with regret. At that moment, a shadow darted out from beneath the seal, the overwhelming resentment surging and suppressing the talismans of Chu Shan, stirring up a whirlwind as resentment billowed, completely filling the Huiyuan Valley, staining the sky black. Li Fu had emerged. For reasons unknown, Han Hui felt a mix of disappointment and anger, yet was not even slightly surprised. Her scheming always seemed to be a step ahead of them. Upon their emergence, when they sought to seal Chu Shan immediately, she had already abandoned the pursuit of the cultivators in the realm of resentment, wielding the human emperor's banner with impeccable timing, just as it had been in the realm of resentment. This game was utterly concluded. With a forceful flick of the human emperor's banner in her hand, Chu Shan, now awakened, heeded the call, his immense resentment breaking through the talismans, the surging black energy converging into one spot. At the center of the vortex, a figure slowly materialized. Even while its features remained somewhat indistinct, the figure had already begun to laugh heartily. "Ha! After being sealed for so long, I have finally emerged. Yuming sect, you are doomed." Li Fu's grip on the human emperor's banner faltered. This character's demeanor was somewhat unexpected. In the next moment, a figure surged into the human emperor's banner, the powerful resentment of the peak of the void flowing into the black soul banner with his every movement. The immense resentment birthed countless resentful spirits, who clawed and howled around Li Fu, encircling the banner in a frenzy. The human emperor's banner absorbed the formidable resentment, trembling as black light shattered the heavens. The soul banner unfurling, while the surrounding resentment surged, a terrifying pressure almost enveloping all nearby. The cultivators of Jiuxiao, originally prepared to seal the energies, transformed them into barriers to protect themselves. They fixated on the scene before them. The realm of resentment had been breached, and the surviving cultivators within were cast out. While Chu Shan entered the human emperor's banner, the unending resentment from Hua Yue Valley continued to pour into the soul banner. Beneath Li Fu's feet, the Bagua diagram slowly emerged, its black and gold patterns reflecting upon the pitch-black banner. Chu Shan landed upon the Bagua diagram. Resentment swirled like a vortex into Li Fu's body, her cultivation soaring from golden core straight to nascent soul. The soul banner billowed, and the clamor of the surrounding resentful spirits grew louder, their ghostly figures thronging as if celebrating 100 spirits in exuberance. Hail, the ghostly fiend master grows stronger once again. Chu Shan sat cross-legged at the Jin position of the Bagua diagram, dark energy entwining him. A green flame pattern appeared upon his forehead. At the instant when all the resentment of Hua Yue Valley was absorbed into the human emperor's banner, he opened his eyes, grinning with untamed arrogance. The human emperor's banner. Chu Shan returned to its rightful place. Chapter 47. The Fall of the Cultivation Realm. Hua Yue Valley lived up to its name, completely devoid of resentment. Yet, the cultivators bore no joy. The resentment converged upon the emperor's sword banner, and Li Fu ascended to a new level of power, having subdued 2 peak void specters to serve as her guardians. As the resentment dissipated, the sword banner reverted to the emperor's sword, firmly grasped in Li Fu's hand. Surrounding her was an overwhelming aura of darkness. Opposite her, where the cultivators gathered, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy unfolded, contrasting starkly with the dark hues, creating a vivid dichotomy. The elders of the 9 heavens remained unmoved. However, the 3 void cultivators guarding the perimeter sprang into action simultaneously, unleashing powerful attacks towards Li Fu. With a resounding impact, a shadow materialized before them. As Chu Shan drew forth the resentment-formed hunting knife from behind him, a mocking grin etched upon his face as he retaliated fiercely. He had been suppressed for far too long and yearned for a chance to fight. 3 void cultivators? What was there to fear? Let them come. The clash of void spiritual energy and resentment caused the very ground to quake, and the air exploded with sound. The powerful shockwaves knocked down the cultivators who had just emerged from the realm of resentment, leaving them utterly drained and unable to rise. The 2 factions were eager to continue the fray. Han Hui raised his hand, halting the void cultivators from attacking further. Li Fu cast a deep glance at them and similarly gestured. It is time to leave. After enduring a confrontation in the realm of resentment, the 9 heavens cultivators were depleted of spiritual energy, and both Li Fu and Tu Xian had no strength left to fight. Although there were still void cultivators present, Li Fu also had Chu Shan by her side. The longer they lingered, the more cultivators might arrive. The balance of power was evenly matched. Today, a victor could not be determined. Thus, it was best to end matters here. With a snap of her fingers, the Emperor's sword banner waved, the black soul banner unfurled, transforming into resentment, leaving behind a single statement. This game is over. We shall battle again another day. The sound of dispersal carried a hint of mirth. As she faced them, her jet-black pupils devoid of emotion, yet a smile curled at the corners of her lips as she twirled a strand of inky hair. Vanishing from sight, Han Hui clenched his fists tightly. Li Fu had every reason to smile, for she had triumphed in the previous realm of resentment, and her victory had been resplendent. In contrast, they had been utterly defeated. Chu Shan hesitated to depart, but feeling the tug of command on his body, he could only bare his teeth at the 9 heavens cultivators before vanishing as well. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze intently on the direction of their departure. He wished to intervene, but his spiritual energy was exhausted, rendering him powerless to retain them. He attempted to wield the slaying sword, but the fate-bound life hung by a thread, and the destiny sword remained unresponsive, unable to hold them back. Her audacious laughter clearly conveyed a message. You cannot kill me, and your attempts will only serve to make me more formidable. He should have felt anger, yet what surged within him was a profound sense of despair and helplessness. 3 had arrived, but 4 were departing. They had come as golden elixirs, yet were leaving as nascent souls. He watched her disappearing silhouette, akin to witnessing the mortal Chu Shan that the realm of resentment could never locate, and the fluttering black banners that symbolized their retreat. It was as if he beheld the impending collapse of the cultivation world, an unstoppable edifice on the verge of ruin. With a cough, the Grand Elder Ling Yun spat a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he fell rigidly to the ground. Grand Elder, Wu Wang was about to voice a concern. Behind him, Chu Shan cursed as he stepped forward. Why did you tell me to leave? I have only just emerged from seclusion, and it is the perfect time to showcase my abilities. Those damn cultivators, if I don't teach them a lesson, it would be a disservice to the long years they have kept me sealed. Li Fu turned to look at him, her gaze intricate and difficult to articulate. Chu Shan was markedly different from Tu Xian. He lacked Tu Xian's composure, appearing perpetually youthful at 18, with a boyish innocence and sun-kissed skin. He should have exuded vitality. Yet he donned a black hunter's attire, his demeanor rebellious and defiant. Two dark, curving horns materialized above his head, a clear declaration that he was not to be trifled with. Bu Wang silently positioned himself beside Li Fu, tugging at her garment with a teasing remark. He possesses quite the personality and isn't very obedient. Upon entering the human emperor's sword banner, he had acknowledged Li Fu as his master. The ghost Sha master wielded the human emperor's sword banner, capable of commanding him to perform any task or confining him within the soul banner. This seal was significantly sturdier than the one from Wuyuan Valley. Bu Wang's intention to provoke him was unmistakable. However, Chu Shan remained oblivious to the provocation, instead lifting his chin defiantly. Though your strength may be lacking, your character is commendable. You can manipulate those ancient figures in the cultivation realm quite adeptly, which I find rather amusing, hence my compliance with your commands. Let it be clear, we are merely collaborators. Given that you are the ghost Sha master and have brought me out, I will begrudgingly follow you. But do not expect me to heed your every word. Li Fu regarded him and suddenly inquired, has your consciousness just awakened? Chu Shan looked bewildered but nodded, still maintaining his defiant posture. Yes, your antics in the realm of the vengeful spirits roused me from my slumber. Previously, as a vengeful spirit, my mind was clouded with resentment. I only knew my enemies and was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. At this moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. Right. I haven't exacted my revenge yet. You may go ahead. I'll seek my revenge and return to find you. Li Fu smiled gently at him. I find you to be more endearing in your previous state. Compared to the awakened Chu Shan, the one consumed by resentment was far more agreeable, as he did not speak. Chu Shan was taken aback. He scratched his head, turning away shyly. His expression fierce. What do you mean adorable? I'm a man. I should be praised for my handsomeness. Tu Xian. Bu Wang burst into laughter, leaning against Li Fu for support, wiping away tears of mirth with her sleeve. This fool. Li Fu took a deep breath, shaking off Bu Wang, and reached up to remove the horns from Chu Shan's head. The resentment dissipated at her touch. Chu Shan stepped back, covering his head, glaring at her. What was that for? Ugly, Li Fu replied succinctly. Like cow horns, they make your hair stand up. Not only are they ugly, but they are also quite ridiculous. After all, he was someone she had personally taken under her wing, and she did not want him to embarrass himself while bearing such a ridiculous appearance. New horns sprouted from Chu Shan's head, and he scoffed with a rebellious expression. Nonsense. I look incredibly cool like this. It radiates power and commands respect. Bu Wang continued to chuckle, pointing at him, unable to maintain his balance from laughter. Chu Shan shot him a glare. He felt an urge to strike him, yet inexplicably, he hesitated, feeling a similar trepidation towards Bu Wang and Li Fu. An instinctive sense of danger warned him that any aggression towards them would result in dire consequences. He turned his gaze towards the tranquil Tu Xian, who held a memorial tablet, dressed in white, her gentle features exuding an aura of innocence. Chu Shan, what is this attire? Are you burying your father and selling yourself? Tu Xian. Chu Shan, this memorial tablet is quite unique. What is it made of? Give me one, and I'll make one for my little lady who has yet to cross the threshold. Tu Xian. Chu Shan, forget it, just give me this one. I can simply change the name. Tu Xian. She slowly tucked the tablet away, her demeanor remaining gentle as she softly uttered, Li Zhu. Li Fu understood, took a step forward, and with a flourish of the human emperor's sword banner, left behind a reminder, know when to stop. Bu Wang, not wanting to follow Li Fu, turned back and silently mouthed, don't know when to stop. Hit hard, hit fiercely. Chu Shan, bewildered, asked, what do you mean? Tu Xian's expression abruptly shifted. Her hand raised, and a massive hand of resentment appeared, crashing down towards Chu Shan. Chu Shan, in disbelief, exclaimed, you dare hit me? He then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I was just lamenting the lack of a fight. Come on. As his words hung in the air, he charged forward. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt powerless. Before he could even draw his hunting knife, he vanished entirely. Chushan. In incredulity, he roared, Li Fu, what trickery have you employed against me? Chapter 48. Just a little damn. You dare to strike me, just wait. It hurts. Be gentler. If you have the ability. Wait for me to howl, don't slap my face. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. I concede, is that acceptable? In the distance, a colossal black hand fell repeatedly, creating a resounding clap, accompanied by Chu Shan's anguished cries that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Li Fu and Bu Wang stood at a distance, observing without approaching. Bu Wang remarked, I never expected this fellow to possess such a temperament. Li Fu gazed ahead, her voice soft. He was still young when misfortune befell him. Struck by calamity. Before that day, he was the little tyrant of Tsujia village, living without a care. At 18, he was brimming with ambition. Unlike Tu Xian, who has endured numerous trials, his enemies appeared suddenly one day, shattering his carefree existence and altering the trajectory of his life. Though Chu Shan lived to an old age, his vengeful spirit and temperament remained frozen at 18. His life effectively ended on that day. Hearing no trace of discontent in her voice, Bu Wang looked at her. You are quite kind to them. Despite having brought them into the human emperor's sword banner, she never regarded them as subordinates, always seeing them as equals, working in harmony. Li Fu smiled lightly, offering no response. For they are all individuals who have suffered. Those who have endured hardship need not turn against one another. Rather, they should unite to confront the source of their suffering and demand justice from those who inflicted it upon them. Tu Xian returned. Chu Shan limped behind, bruised and battered. His head, once adorned with horns, now completely flattened from repeated blows. Having just endured a beating, he still muttered as he walked. How can someone who looks so weak strike with such ferocity? Are you even a woman? Tu Xian glanced back at him. Chu Shan fell silent, but his face was emblazoned with the words, just wait for me. Bu Wang smirked, teasing. Oh, our dear one is returned. How was it? Did you not fare well? Chu Shan nearly leaped up, brimming with fury. If I were not restrained, I would surely. Li Fu raised an eyebrow, shaking the human emperor's sword banner. I would never concede. Chu Shan abruptly changed his tone, swallowing back the words he had nearly uttered, and shrank his neck slightly. All right, I won't provoke you. He glanced at Li Fu's head, nodding in satisfaction. At last, those two bothersome horns have been shaved off. Who said that? Chu Shan stiffened his neck again. Only then did the others notice that the horns atop his head were indeed gone. Yet two sharp little spikes defiantly remained, trembling as they were observed, attempting to retract but stubbornly holding their ground. They resembled his last vestiges of obstinacy. The three of them, Li Fu, uninterested in him, stepped forward. Let us go, we must return. Having departed the cloud riding sect, they intended to exact revenge on Chu Shan. And now was indeed the opportune moment for retribution. Bu Wang and Tu Xian followed suit. Chu Shan, perplexed, inquired, Why are you going back? He instinctively trailed behind, furrowing his brow and scratching his head. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. What was I supposed to do? The three of them. Bu Wang's eyes revealed a complex expression. To return, of course, to the cloud riding sect. Years ago, Chu Shan had failed to avenge himself. Even now, with his enhanced strength, the Nine Heavens faction still resided at the cloud riding sect. Having witnessed Lin Dao Min's previous misfortune, the cloud riding sect would undoubtedly be on high alert. He could not return alone. With Li Fu incorporating him into the human emperor's sword banner, he would surely assist him. Upon hearing this, Chu Shan suddenly enlightened. Oh right, I nearly forgot. I must go to the cloud riding sect for vengeance. He patted his head. Since childhood, he had always struggled with his memory, often forgetting tasks the moment he turned away, frequently searching for his lost hunting knife, which he had carelessly left behind. The three of them. Bu Wang glanced at Tu Xian, his expression significantly intricate. Did you hit him in the head? Tu Xian replied, I did not strike his head. Li Fu, upon hearing this, concluded, then it must be innate. What are you all talking about? Don't speak in riddles just because I joined last. I'm telling you, Chu Shan exclaimed. The three seemed oblivious, simultaneously quickening their pace. Engrossed in their own discussions, they will be on guard against our revenge. Indeed, they have a considerable number of void cultivators. Once we recover, they will be prepared for battle. We cannot confront them head-on. This matter requires careful consideration. A strategy must be devised. Will the Nine Heavens people remain? Not necessarily. I left a substantial amount of resentment within Hua Yue and Shun Shao's bodies. They will likely struggle to handle it themselves. That is fortunate. We still have a chance. Chu Shan. He observed the three figures ahead, his horns quivering slightly. He leaped forward, wedging himself between Li Fu and Bu Wang, and huffed, "I want to listen too. You cannot exclude me. Li Fu, there's just a smidge of regret. Truly, just a minuscule bit. Will they return?" Elder Lu inquired. Han Hui's voice was resolute. "They will. Chu Shan has a long-standing grudge with the Cloud Riding sect, and Li Fu is a person who repays grievances. He will undoubtedly return to assist Chu Shan in avenging himself. Assisting in vengeance is inherently part of subduing the vengeful spirits." The void cultivator of the Cloud Riding sect frowned. "What shall we do now?" Others asked, "Do the elders wish to remain at the Cloud Riding sect?" Previously, in the realm of Chu Mountain embodied the Tao of Heaven, thus subduing the esteemed elders. Now that he has emerged, once he recuperates and gathers his forces, he will surely eliminate them. The third elder hesitated. They required rest. As did Li Fu. Engaging in direct confrontation with the vengeful spirits would certainly lead to defeat. However, if the battlefield were to be the Cloud Riding sect, it would present an excellent opportunity to ensnare them. Calmly, Han Hui spoke amidst the gazes of the assembly. "Departing from the world of vengeful spirits, our strength surpasses theirs. Chu Mountain will return for vengeance. This is a chance. Yet, the prophecy states that the one destined by heaven is a glimmer of hope. And prophecies have always come to fruition. We must save the one chosen by fate." She glanced at the unconscious Hua Yue and Chen Xiao on the ground, while the Grand Elder lay in a similar state of unconsciousness. The chosen one's injuries were grievous. Each time, Li Fu had attacked them first with all her might. Even with the Grand Elder's protection, the chaotic talisman was on the verge of collapse, and should the talisman shatter, the vengeful energy swirling within their dantians would instantly claim their lives. As long as the ghostly fiend lord remains alive, the one destined by heaven cannot perish. They must journey to the city of chaos and beseech the great ascendant for the lives of the two. "Split the forces," commanded the third elder with a piercing gaze. Han Hui, in unison with her thoughts, nodded. "We shall return with the critically injured, while the sixth and seventh elders remain to guard the Cloud Riding sect." Activating the protective mountain formation and summoning other void practitioners from this realm to the sect to confront the ghostly fiend lord. Li Fu is cunning and multifaceted. Caution is imperative. If victory is not assured, we shall prioritize defense and await our return. Thus, we can ensure absolute safety. "Yes," responded the high-ranking practitioners of the Cloud Riding sect in unison. Chapter 49. Tomorrow, the destruction of your Cloud Riding sect. 3 days later, the protective mountain formation had been activated, and all practitioners of the Cloud Riding sect were summoned back to safeguard the sect. The sixth and seventh elders were gravely injured but were not required to take action. The presence of the void practitioners from the Cloud Riding sect, along with formidable arrivals from other sects over the past 2 days, provided reassurance. The two could rest easy, awaiting the arrival of the ghostly fiend lord. Within the sect, a heavy atmosphere of foreboding prevailed. Would the ghostly fiend lord truly come? Someone inquired. Another responded, "It's hard to say. Although the vengeful spirits are filled with resentment and a murderous intent, it is evident that we are currently stronger. They may not dare to seek their demise here." Yet, a member of the Lin Dao sect scoffed. "What is the Lin Dao sect? They would only dare to fight if they were confident of victory. We are one of the 10 major sects that have produced great ascendants. We are far from comparable to the insignificant Lin Dao sect. Should the vengeful spirits attempt to wreak havoc here, they shall find no return. After all, the ghostly fiend lord currently possesses only the cultivation of the nascent soul. Does he dare to confront us without advancing? Indeed, while in the realm of vengeful spirits, that may have sufficed, but to attempt the same here, a mere dream. I, for one, would quite welcome the arrival of the ghostly fiend lord. Otherwise, our preparations would be in vain." Ha ha. A few high-ranking practitioners discussed with fervor and determination. The sixth elder frowned and opened her eyes. "Everyone, it would be wise to remain cautious. The ghostly fiend lord, Li Fu, is not to be underestimated." She could vividly recall the sense of panic experienced in the realm of vengeful spirits, which compelled them to maintain vigilance and preparedness even in the face of apparent victory. The seventh elder sneered. "Underestimate her? Then they should prepare for their demise." In the grand hall, an abrupt silence enveloped the space, rendering it devoid of sound. The leader of the Chungyun sect bore a grave expression, declaring, "Very well, we shall remain ever vigilant. The second elder has advised us to prioritize precaution." Li Fu is full of cunning stratagems, and none can predict her next move. Han Hui, being a member of the Chungyun sect, commanded the unwavering loyalty of all present. The seventh elder nodded in agreement. Observing the unease among the gathered cultivators, the sixth elder offered a reassuring smile. The demon lord commands 2 peak void phantom vengeful spirits. Yet we possess the peak void phantom master Hua Yue, along with myself, Elder 7, and all of you. Coupled with the formidable protective mountain array supported by our powerful spiritual vein, there is no need for excessive fear. The Chungyun sect, as a major sect, boasted its own spiritual vein, far surpassing those of lesser sections. Their spiritual vein even nurtured spiritual dragons, continuously gathering spiritual energy to sustain the sect. The protective mountain array, reliant on this spiritual vein, was not easily breached. In fact, the esteemed Feng Yuan, during the ascendant period, had fortified the protective array, making it resilient even against the likes of the vengeful spirits, as Chu Shan, though a peak void phantom, was not of ascendant caliber. With this thought, the atmosphere among them lightened. Just then, someone rushed in exclaiming, "Master, the esteemed Master Guangning has arrived." The leader rose, his face alight with joy. Master Guangning, a peak void phantom, ensured their safety. Indeed, there was no longer any cause for concern. Should the demon lord dare to approach, they would remain steadfast. The sixth and seventh elders exchanged glances, equally elated. However, after waiting 4 more days, still no one appeared. A sense of impatience began to brew among them. "Must we continue to wait?" queried one. "The Chungyun sect has made thorough preparations. They should not dare to come, should they? We cannot remain in limbo indefinitely." The protective mountain array was active, and not only did it consume spiritual energy, but they also needed to practice their cultivation. It was impractical to wait endlessly without a deadline. Surely, they would not dare to approach. With 2 peak void phantom elders and 7 additional void cultivators, how could they possibly come? They lamented. Had we known, we would have refrained from activating the protective array to lure them in. We cannot simply wait idly. The leader contemplated, glancing toward the 6th and 7th elders. What if we use Qing Feng and Xian Feng as bait to test if we can draw the demon lord and her minions out? These two had once devastated the Chu family village during their sparring years ago. The younger generation, having erred in the past, now offered themselves as bait to lure out the vengeful spirits. Xianfeng stood, bowing in agreement. However, Qingfeng's expression soured instantly. Xianfeng had not ventured into the realm of vengeful spirits and was unaware of its circumstances. Qingfeng, however, had entered. Had it not been for Han Hui's anger, which compelled her to keep Qingfeng close, she might have perished within. The demon lord's cultivation was not exceedingly high, yet the terror of being unable to escape from the ominous black flags lingered in her mind. The leader felt a surge of hope. "Excellent. Then we shall proceed." Yet the 6th elder interjected, "If she does not come, we cannot possibly lure her out. When we were within the realm of vengeful spirits, we exhausted every method possible. Let us not place them in peril." It was not merely their safety that concerned him, but the fact that the vengeful spirits sought to kill them, and they must protect them. There may yet be other uses for them in the future. However, could they simply continue to linger? The leader furrowed his brow. At that moment, Guangning, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes and made a decision. "Let us wait. Since Han Hui has advised us to prioritize precaution, we shall guard this place until her return, then we will formulate our next plan." Among the elders of the 9 heavens, none may possess strength superior to his. Their respect is merely superficial, a nodding acquaintance at best. However, Han Hui is distinct. Not only does she have the backing of formidable ascendants, but she is also exceptionally astute, rarely erring in her judgments. Since they are stationed here, they must remain vigilant, for any misstep could prove disastrous. The disciples of the Chungyun sect promptly fell silent, though many in their hearts deemed their caution excessive. Suddenly, a faint sound of tearing air pierced the silence, and a wraith-like energy struck against the protective mountain array. The 2 elders of the 9 heavens, Guangning and Yue, vanished in an instant, appearing outside the grand hall alongside 2 others. The remaining members followed suit. The wraith energy, upon impacting the protective array, was swiftly dispelled. However, a line of ominous text materialized on the array's barrier. "Tomorrow, the Chungyun sect shall be annihilated. The Lin Dao sect will be your fate." A hush fell over the surroundings. Soon after, the cultivators of the Chungyun sect erupted in fury, their voices rising in a cacophony of outrage. "How dare they? Such audacity. Do they truly believe the Chungyun sect can be compared to the Lindao sect? Outrageous. Come forth, if you have the courage, and face us in battle. With so many cultivators at their disposal, far surpassing the wraiths in strength, how could they dare? Yue scoffed. Annihilation? That depends on whether they possess the capability. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, exuding a terrifying pressure. To extinguish a mere minor sect, leveraging the heavenly principles in the realm of wraiths. And yet they dare to be so brazen? These wraiths are lawless. Guangning flicked his sleeve in irritation, observing the ire of the two most powerful figures. The sect master hastily approached to investigate the wraith energy. The source must be nearby. Should we pursue? The sixth elder remained cautious. What if this is a ploy to draw us out? Let us wait until tomorrow. When they come, we shall confront them then. The seventh elder's gaze was icy. On the following day, all cultivators of the Chungyun sect were poised for battle, stationed at various points within the protective array, vigilant and ready. Guangning and Yue remained alert, while the sixth and seventh elders, despite not yet fully recovered, entered a state of readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. However, from dawn until dusk, no one appeared. The crowd murmured in disbelief. One cultivator gritted his teeth. How dare they toy with us? It seems they lack the courage to show up. These wraiths are indeed cunning. Despicable scoundrels. Guangning and Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The sixth elder inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. It is for the best if they do not come. Battles at the peak of the void can easily harm the innocent. Their absence is a blessing. We shall pursue the ghostly fiend once Elder Han Hui returns. The others nodded, struggling to contain their frustrations. They assumed their adversaries had discerned the situation of the Chungyun sect and thus refrained from approaching. Yet, another day passed. Then came Chu Shan. Just when they believed no one would arrive, a massive wraith energy suddenly manifested beyond the array, and a youth gradually took form, standing atop the wraith energy. He bore sharp horns upon his head, adorned with green markings at his brow, and wore a defiant and arrogant expression. I have arrived right on time. Have you finished with your last words? Chu Shan proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the Chungyun sect. Those who heard his words were momentarily stunned. Right on time. In an instant, the disciples of the cloud-riding sect experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions, hastening to the entrance of their sect and standing resolutely within the array. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. Guangning and Yue also materialized in midair, their expressions frosty as they regarded him. Chu Shan, undeterred by their presence, raised his chin defiantly, dark mist coiling around the sharp angles of his head, and spoke with arrogant disdain. After being shut away for so long, I shall ensure that the cloud-riding sect no longer exists in this realm. If you beg for mercy now and hand over Qingfeng and Xianfeng, I may spare your lives. The crowd of cloud-riding sect disciples burned with indignation, their anger palpable. Some individuals, despite their usual restraint, found themselves enraged by his provocations. Demon, do not presume to be so audacious. Guangning bellowed. Chu Shan turned his gaze upon him, a sneer upon his lips. Who are you? I Haven T even called you an old fool, yet you dare to label me a demon? Have you ever seen such a handsome demon as myself? Guangning, incensed, opened his mouth to retort, but Yue interjected coldly. There is no need to waste words with him. You two stay here while we confront Chu Shan. Irritated, Chu Shan interrupted. Come at me together. I fear you not. Anger flickered in Guangning and Yuehua's eyes. In a flash, they appeared outside the protective array. While the other disciples attempted to follow, the seventh elder halted them. Wait. Let the two of them engage him first. We shall remain here and not act rashly, for the ghostly demon master has yet to show himself. Chapter 50. Inflicting damage on 800 while losing 10,000 allies beyond the array. Vibrant colors clashed with deep shadows, creating a spectacle of light and darkness. The pinnacle of the void realm was engaged in battle, rendering the scene nearly indistinguishable. With oppressive forces that even from behind the protective barrier sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. This was merely the prelude. Neither party had yet unleashed their full power. Chu Shan faced two opponents, clearly at a disadvantage, yet his tongue wielded a formidable advantage, ceaselessly taunting from the onset of their clash. I shall surely beat you until you beg for mercy. Oh, is that all you've got? Ha ha ha. Taking on both of you is no challenge at all. Old freaks. Haven't you eaten? Why the lack of strength? Perhaps you should eat a bit more before coming back. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Yue flicked her wrist. summoning a lantern that soared forth and enveloped Chu Shan. The flame within flickered and emitted radiant hues, its light cascading upon the lingering resentment, producing a sizzling sound. Chu Shan winced in pain, yet a smirk crept onto his face, and with a raised brow he remarked, "Auntie, are your eyes failing you? Lighting a lamp in broad daylight. It seems your blindness is quite severe." His hand reached behind him to grasp a massive black hunting knife. With a swift slash, he disrupted the colorful light, sending it scattering while more vibrant beams fell, resulting in a stalemate between both parties. "Not a bad trick. I'll remember it," he declared as the hunting knife transformed into a mirror, reflecting blinding light that shot forth. A chorus of startled screams erupted from within the array as the battle escalated. Elder Lu and Elder Qi, both esteemed practitioners of the void, were not susceptible to the blinding light that might harm lesser beings. Yet, they too felt an uncomfortable sensation. With a wave of their hands, they shielded the multitude of cultivators within the formation. This barrier significantly alleviated the strain on their eyes. However, for those not of the void, the dazzling colors obscured their vision completely. "Ha ha ha, my dear aunt, what do you call this technique? I shall bestow upon you a fitting name. Inflicting 800 on the enemy, while 1,000 fall amongst allies." Chu Shan's voice rang out, both boisterous and grating. Yuehua's chest heaved with indignation. Channeling her spiritual energy, she prepared for a fierce confrontation. "Monster, perish." Chu Shan summoned a hunting blade, which floated above him like a mirror, and from behind, he produced several more hunting knives that transformed into mirrors, surrounding him. As Yuehua unleashed her attack, Chu Shan shut his eyes in defense. The terrifying brilliance of color reflected off the mirrors, rendering the defenders within the mountain-protecting formation increasingly uncomfortable, even causing discomfort to Elders Lu and Qi. Truly, it was a case of wounding 800 foes while 1,000 allies fell. However, upon seeing Chu Shan's bloodied eyes, Yuehua sneered. "Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph." "Certainly longer than you," Chu Shan retorted, eyes still shut and streaming with blood, as he drew forth a massive hunting knife and swung it ferociously in Yuehua's direction. She immediately braced for impact. "I shall slash, slash, slash," he bellowed. The force of his strikes echoed like the chopping of wood, compelling Yuehua to retreat repeatedly. Guan Ning's gaze sharpened. "Finish it swiftly." In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, countless sharp swords appeared before him, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. He directed them toward Chu Shan. A torrential rain of swords descended with fierce urgency. Chu Shan, eyes still closed, instinctively withdrew his hunting knife, positioning it defensively before him. "You old wretch. This technique is ruthless. I shall learn it too." As his words fell, countless hunting knives shot forth from behind him, meeting the barrage of swords. Yuehua, with a cold smile, enlarged her lantern and brought it down with force. Chu Shan, driven by sheer ferocity, held his own against any peak practitioner of the void. But he faced two opponents. A one-on-two scenario made victory implausible. Indeed, Chu Shan's bravado could not salvage the deteriorating situation of the battle. "I had thought you formidable. Yet it appears you cultivators, old dogs of the immortal realm, resort to such superficial tricks, nothing more." In the expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed only Chu Shan's voice reverberated. Not only Yuehua and Guan Ning, but even the cultivators within the mountain-protecting formation were incensed by his taunts. Had it not been for the intervention of the two elders from Juxiao, they would have undoubtedly surged forth in fury. Chu Shan possessed the uncanny ability to incite others to desperation. With a resounding clash, a sword struck, only to be met by the force of the lantern, shattering all mirrors. The two were poised to continue their assault. Yet, just as Chu Shan was still boasting, he suddenly vanished, evading the battle without a moment's hesitation. Before anyone could comprehend the shift, he had disappeared, leaving behind a taunting phrase. "Wait until I fetch reinforcements. We shall resume this tomorrow." With that, he was gone. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Guan Ning and Yuehua, poised for a full-force strike, could only stare in disbelief. The enigmatic monk has only just begun to exert his full strength, marking a critical juncture in the battle. However, Chu Shan has fled, abruptly bringing the conflict to an end, leaving it unresolved. Yuehua's chest heaved violently, instinctively yearning to pursue. Guan Ning restrained her, taking a deep breath to convey both to her and himself, "Do not chase him. He was previously quite arrogant, but as soon as he found himself at a disadvantage, he fled. Perhaps he is merely waiting for us to follow." Behind them, the sixth elder emerged, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the ghostly fiend has yet to show himself. We should refrain from pursuit for now. Did he not mention summoning reinforcements to fight again tomorrow? This may simply be a test from the ghostly fiend to ascertain our strength before plotting further. The seventh elder's voice was grave. When contending with Li Fu, they must exercise utmost caution. The two true ones returned to the formation, witnessing many cultivators with bloodshot eyes and blurred vision, igniting their anger anew. These aberrations are truly exasperating. The sect leader hurriedly reassured them. It is of little consequence. Chu Shan is hardly formidable, and the true ones can easily handle him. Aside from him, the ghostly fiend has only the injured Tu Xian, who is not yet fully recovered and lacks combat prowess. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, there is only Chu Shan capable of fighting, and he has swiftly retreated after a swift defeat, likely aware that he cannot prevail. It was merely a test of our mettle. We still have a number of formidable Tai Su cultivators, and our protective mountain formation remains intact. Will the ghostly fiend come tomorrow? Perhaps not. Although that aberration claimed he would, he has a penchant for fabrications. He said he would arrive yesterday, yet today is the first we see him. This individual is not only a liar, but also exceedingly infuriating. Fortunately, the outcome has been favorable. The cultivators felt a renewed sense of joy, with even Guang Ning remarking, the ghostly fiend possesses some cunning, and with the emperor's sword banner in hand. Yet this world ultimately reveres strength. She cannot overturn the heavens just yet. Should she fail to appear, well and good. If Li Fu dares to show herself, we shall surely detain her. Once Han Hui returns, we can finally lay our concerns to rest. Within the protective formation, the many cultivators of Qingyun's sect were filled with martial fervor. A single victory has erased the unfavorable impressions from their previous experiences in the vengeful ghost realm. Upon departing from that realm, neither Chu Shan nor Li Fu poses a significant threat, just as the crowd was reveling in their triumph. A spiritual dragon danced through the sky, its boundless aura dispelling the dark, oppressive miasma that had once overshadowed them. The crowd stood in astonishment. The spiritual dragon, frolicking in the heavens, exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, dispersing the ominous clouds. Not only was there the energy brought forth by the dragon, but it seemed as though the very fabric of the world had suddenly coalesced with an abundance of spiritual energy. The cultivators, attuned to this energy, felt an immediate surge of excitement within. What a rich essence! Could it be that the Tai Su vengeful spirits have been vanquished, resulting in this newfound richness? What could have caused this sudden transformation? It is certainly perplexing. The sixth elder found it equally curious, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. But he could not grasp it fully. Glancing to his side, he saw the seventh elder equally puzzled by the celestial dragon. Nearby, cultivators engaged in discussions. Noting that the spiritual dragon resides within the spiritual veins, it is only with such dragons that spiritual energy can be better gathered. Where there is a spiritual dragon, there must be a spiritual vein, yet the reverse is not guaranteed, underscoring the dragon's significance. Indeed, since tens of thousands of years ago, the ethereal dragons have become increasingly elusive. Only the most prestigious sects within the realm of cultivation possess such dragons. How could one possibly escape? Could it be that some spirit vein has been destroyed? How unfortunate for whichever sect that might be, for aside from the cloud-riding sect, the only other sect nearby with ethereal dragons is. Upon hearing this, the sixth elder's mind mirrored the same thought. Which sect has encountered such misfortune? Ethereal dragons dwell beneath spirit veins. They only emerge when those veins are excavated. Unlike other entities, ethereal dragons disperse their essence into spiritual energy upon encountering the world's murky air, returning to the cosmos. In other words, the departure of an ethereal dragon signifies the loss of a spirit vein. The significance of a thriving spirit vein to a sect is immeasurable. The surrounding discourse swirled. Yet none noticed that since the ethereal dragon's appearance, the cloud-riding sect's leader had been fixated on it, his eyes brimming with confusion, which swiftly morphed into shock, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, fear took hold. The leader let out a wretched cry, nearly sacrificing his vital essence as he lunged towards the ethereal dragon above, a blinding red light emanating from him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Some questioned. Others exclaimed, wait, how does this resemble our sect's ethereal dragon? As the realization sank in, voices trembled with fear, and silence enveloped the scene. Countless gazes fixated on the dragon above, their pupils constricting in disbelief. This ethereal dragon unmistakably belonged to the cloud-riding sect, having reveled in the skies long enough. The ethereal dragon, just before the leader's desperate advance, unleashed a mighty roar, transforming into spiritual energy that melded back into the cosmos, vanishing entirely. Dissipated. Too late. This thought flashed through the leader's mind as he coughed blood, plummeting downwards, his voice a wail of despair. Who is it? Guangning was equally enraged. In the instant the leader surged towards the ethereal dragon, he leapt into the air, racing towards the core of the sect, where he soon beheld the spirit vein. Now exploded. The hall of spirit suppression had, at some point, completely collapsed. The sixth elder turned to the seventh elder, his expression a mask of bewilderment. The spirit vein destroyed, the ethereal dragon fled. When did this occur? Why had they remained oblivious? At that moment, from the ruins of the hall of spirit suppression, two shadowy figures darted away like a flash of light, desperately fleeing. The seventh elder could clearly discern that one figure was clad in white, the slaughtering immortal, while the other, dressed in black, was naturally Li Fu. She bore a massive hoe upon her shoulder, her form caked in mud, her face grimy as she emerged from the earth, the hoe transforming into the imperial sword banner, propelling her to escape at breakneck speed. Li Fu, how audacious! Guangning thundered, instantly pursuing them. The sixth elder and seventh elder exchanged glances, their expressions rife with complexity. This Li Fu always managed to defy their expectations. What more was there to comprehend? Chu Mountain served merely to divert attention. While she herself was excavating the cloud-riding sect's spirit vein with the imperial sword banner in hand. Elders! Someone called out to them. The seventh elder gritted his teeth. Pursue. As the words left his lips, the two transformed into beams of light, racing after her. Li Fu excavated the spiritual vein of the Chongyun sect right beneath their noses. If they did not capture him, the second elder Han Hui would surely be infuriated upon his return. Contemplating this, the assembled Tai Su cultivators hastily pursued him, led by Guang Ning and Yu Guang, a formidable throng in relentless pursuit. The remaining cultivators of Qingyun sect exchanged glances, their expressions a tumultuous blend of anger, fear, despair, and a hint of confusion. With the destruction of their spiritual vein, where could they possibly turn next? The situation was bewildering to many. Xianfeng fixed his gaze in the direction of the spiritual vein, his fists clenched tightly as he inhaled deeply. His voice a raspy whisper of rage. The ghostly demon Lord Li Fu is merely using feints. Chu Shan did not come to annihilate us. He came to provoke us, to incite enmity, to draw our attention. The mere mention of Chu Shan ignited an instinctive desire to retaliate. His prior proclamation of intent to obliterate their sect had already stirred a tempest of fury amongst them. When he failed to appear the following day, their ire only intensified. On the third day, Chu Shan arrived punctually, his words igniting their wrath completely, while his incessant provocations led to an all-out battle among the pinnacle Tai Su cultivators. Not only were Guang Ning and Yu Hua unable to divert their attention elsewhere, but the entire assembly within the protective formation was also captivated. It was during this chaotic maelstrom that Li Fu likely made his silent entrance. Some were puzzled. The protective formation wards off vengeful spirits. How did the ghostly demon Lord manage to infiltrate? How else could he have entered? Xianfeng retorted coldly. Certainly, amidst the clash of three peak Tai Su cultivators. While the protective formation wavered, and our senses were overwhelmed, he slipped in unnoticed. What a cunning stratagem, he continued. Every angle was meticulously calculated. Even Yu Hua's personal treasure, the lantern, was part of his scheme. Though the protective formation may have stirred upon his entry, the tumult of the celestial battle above, compounded by the onslaught to which everyone was subjected, left no one paying heed to a silent intruder. Naturally, his approach must have been exceptionally discreet, and the ghostly demon Lord likely employed additional methods. The crowd listened, their thoughts a tangled web. They wished to blame Yu Hua, yet she was there to assist. They pondered the elder's lack of vigilance, yet under such circumstances, their precautions were commendable. All blame fell upon the ghostly demon lord, whose treacheries had wrought havoc upon the Chongyun sect. Xianfeng gritted his teeth, eyes ablaze with hatred. When had the Chongyun sect ever provoked him? He had decimated their spiritual vein and severed their roots, truly a villain without equal. However, Qingfeng felt a sudden jolt of alarm. They had once been shielded by the elders and the revered ones, but now, with their spiritual vein destroyed, The collective fury had driven everyone to pursue the ghostly demon lord, leaving them forgotten. Instinctively, she glanced towards the protective formation, her pupils dilating in horror. Indeed, with the spiritual vein shattered, the protective formation reliant upon it was beginning to dissipate. "We must hide," she urged, her heart racing as she grasped Xianfeng and began to retreat, lowering her voice. "There are no revered ones to protect us here. It is unsafe." Xianfeng frowned. "But have they not all fled? The revered ones are in pursuit of the ghostly demon lord. Can the vengeful spirits even afford the leisure to strike at us?" "Uncertain," Qingfeng replied, panic rising within her. "You have not witnessed Li Fu's methods firsthand. They are utterly terrifying. No one can anticipate his next move or where he might emerge." Xianfeng opened his mouth to counter her assertion. It is indeed remarkable that despite their careful vigilance, firmly ensconced within the protective mountain formation, they still fell prey to the machinations of the wily, ghostly fiend, a figure truly adept in the art of deception. The two individuals in question were sworn enemies of Chu Mountain. Contemplating this, Xianfeng nodded and, accompanied by Qingfeng, silently departed from the position of their fellow disciples. Intending to seek refuge within Elder Hua Yue's cave dwelling, a haven fortified by defensive arrays, impervious to easy breach, the two hastened away. Yet before they could reach the sanctuary of Hua Yue, they abruptly halted, their pupils constricting in alarm. Before them stood an unruly youth, two horns adorning his head, coldly regarding them, while at his side was the very ghostly fiend they had presumed was in pursuit. Li Fu, clad in black, with obsidian eyes devoid of emotion, uttered a chilling welcome. "I have finally awaited your arrival." Chu Mountain's voice was hoarse. The two were stricken with terror. Chapter 52. Unable to slay him, Qingfeng and Xianfeng, stripped of their cultivation, found themselves at the mercy of Chu Mountain, who had reached the pinnacle of the void and swiftly returned to Chu family village. The origin of all their troubles. He tossed the two to the ground, regarding them as one would a corpse. Qingfeng's eyes widened in fear, his teeth chattering. Xianfeng, still possessing a semblance of defiance, retorted coldly, "Kill us if you must. When the elders return, none of you will escape unscathed." With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Chu Mountain remarked, "I had initially intended to slay you, but now it seems rather lackluster." A sudden excitement coursed through him as he continued. "I have resolved it. I shall not take your lives. Instead, I will extinguish your kin, your bloodline, and your friends from the sect." Xuanfeng's eyes flew open in disbelief. "Is that so?" Chu Mountain inquired. "You madman." Xianfeng seethed through gritted teeth, instinctively moving forward. "They are innocent. If you seek vengeance, then direct it at me. Torture me as you will, I care not." The smile on Chu Mountain's face vanished in an instant. His voice turned frigid. "You recognize the term innocent? Are we not innocent as well? What wrong did Chu family village perpetrate, and what transgressions did my loved ones and friends commit?" Xuanfeng's breath hitched, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, "We have atoned." Qingfeng nodded earnestly alongside him, stating, "We did not act with malice. In our sparring, we inadvertently struck a blow upon the mortal village, believing it deserted at the time. Upon learning of the consequences, we worked to rebuild Chu family village. For over a millennium, we have reflected upon our actions, discreetly watching over Chu family village, striving to protect Xuanyu kingdom, ensuring that vengeful spirits and cultivators do not harm the innocents." Chu Mountain, upon hearing this, let out a deranged chuckle. These individuals were utterly oblivious. Had he not gone to report to Yun Cloud sect, they might never have known they had destroyed an entire village. How much more ignorance lay hidden beneath the surface? He gazed longingly at the thriving Chu family village, now bereft of any members bearing the surname Chu. He murmured, "The young girl was a delightful maiden. I promised to buy her a bracelet upon our engagement, and she, blushing, approached me with an apple in hand. My parents had just nurtured the seeds, eager to plant them. The elder brother of the young girl awaited her for a lifetime, only to succumb early to overwhelming sorrow, his eyes forever closed in death. Old man Chu, the most diligent in the village, toiled like a beast of burden to support his son's aspirations for the imperial examination. He had never tasted a morsel of fine food, yet he was content, for his son was a dutiful and filial man. As soon as the results were announced, the son hurried back to fetch his father. Just one more day, and old man Chu and his son could depart to embrace the long-anticipated life of comfort. Li Fu sighed softly. Chu Shan had a notoriously poor memory. However, Among the over 300 villagers, he recalled each one distinctly. Not a single name forgotten over the span of a millennium. Qing Feng explained, "We truly did not intend for this to happen. Now that it has, all we can do is make amends to Chu family village. There is nothing more we can offer." Xian Feng closed his eyes and scoffed. "Qing Feng, do not waste your breath. The vengeful spirit is born of resentment, a sentiment that has festered for over 1,000 years. Even if those who once wronged him were still alive, they would be mere mortals, long turned to dust." He raised his head, maintaining the proud demeanor of a cultivator. "If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for further discourse. After a millennium, mere mortals have long since turned to dust. Even if they had not been unjustly slain, they would no longer exist. They have made efforts to atone, yet this vengeful spirit cannot let go, seeking retribution without reason." At this moment, Chu Shan was engulfed by a tide of resentment. His defiant countenance darkened with fury, his aura surging as if on the verge of eruption. A pale hand rested on his shoulder, startling him. Li Fu spoke calmly. "There is no need for further anger, nor should you heed their reasoning. These cultivators have always looked down upon mortals, considering themselves superior. They believe that mere token reparations suffice. Do they truly think they can repay a life? Such principles are foreign to them. Listening to the justifications of the cultivators would only stoke your anger. Kill them." Chu Shan's hands conjured a mass of resentment. Qing Feng closed his eyes, his eyelids trembling. Yet Li Fu smiled. "What purpose does killing serve? Did you not say that you would spare them and target only their kin and comrades?" Her tone was laden with meaning, her seemingly cheerful demeanor chilling to the bone. Both men opened their eyes in shock, their expressions filled with rage and terror. "You fiends!" Xian Feng lunged forward, but having been stripped of his powers, he could only collapse to the ground, glaring at them in fury. "If there is a grievance, let it be settled with those responsible. Why harm the innocent?" Li Fu narrowed her eyes, tilting her head slightly. "Because we are vengeful spirits. You cultivators have your own rationale, and we vengeful spirits have ours." The two trembled with anger, but more so with despair. This was the Lord of Ghosts. What could she not accomplish? Qing Feng pleaded, "Do not harm them. I will do anything, I beg you." Upon witnessing this, Chu Shan regained his composure, a defiant smile returning to his face. He transformed into a mass of resentment, swiftly enveloping the two, and in the next moment, they vanished. Chu Shan landed, swaying slightly. Li Fu was not surprised. After all, they were in the realm of vengeful spirits. "Indeed, I am preparing to craft a new world for them, where they will witness their loved ones perish before their eyes." Powerless to resist, as the corners of Chu Shan's brows lifted, his two sharp angles regained their former swagger. Who has the leisure to search for their relatives and friends, their bloodline descendants? Yet, constructing a realm of vengeful spirits to inflict suffering upon them is not without merit. His enemies are them, not their kin. Simply killing them would indeed be unsatisfying. It is better to first impart some wisdom to the two. Li Fu, having seen Chu Shan finish his task, began to walk away. Chu Shan followed suit. "I find you quite agreeable. Your ideas are commendable, and you possess a certain ruthlessness. Not to mention your grievances with the cultivation world." Li Fu remained expressionless. Chu Shan continued, "I shall accompany you. Let us overturn the cultivation world and eradicate these hypocrites." Li Fu ignored him and quickened his pace. "Hey, where are you going?" Chu Shan pressed. Finally, Li Fu spoke. "Have you forgotten something?" Chu Shan was perplexed. "What?" Li Fu smiled faintly. "To facilitate your revenge, who lured away all the cultivators." Chu Shan gasped in realization. "Damn, I almost forgot about Wu Wang and Tu Xian. Let us go. If we delay, they won't dare to touch you. But they will certainly beat me up." Chu Shan took off running with Li Fu, but suddenly halted, puzzled. Which direction were we headed? Meanwhile, Tu Xian was utterly exhausted, with Wu Wang carrying him away. "Demon, stop!" shouted the cultivators from Tai Su, hot on their heels. Wu Wang, panting and gritting his teeth, wondered what those two were doing, wasting so much time. "When I see Chu Shan, I'll make him pay." Behind them, two peaked Tai Su cultivators were closing in. Boom. Their combined attack bore down upon them like a torrential storm. "We're doomed." Wu Wang and Tu Xian felt as if they were crushed under the weight of the onslaught. This blow was unavoidable. Chapter 53. The Destruction of Chungyun's Sect. Damn it. If help doesn't arrive soon, I'll really be done for. Wu Wang fixed his gaze upon the impending attack, slowly raising a hand. His eyes, dark as ink, began to swirl and sharpen, a surge of murderous intent rising. With a gust of wind, the emperor's sword banner he bore unfurled suddenly. A flicker appeared on Tu Xian's forehead, and it returned to its place. The black sword banner enveloped Wu Wang, causing him to vanish from sight. Bang! The ferocious attack descended, shattering the heavens and the earth. However, the targeted individuals had completely disappeared. Guang Ning landed, his expression grim. They got away. What happened? The sixth elder arrived, bewildered. How did they escape? Two realms combined their efforts. How could they possibly slip away? Even if they survived? It was implausible for them to vanish in an instant, leaving no trace to pursue. Feng Hua, having just grasped what transpired, also wore a troubled expression, barely managing to utter, "That was not the ghostly fiend lord. It was Tu Xian and another wielding the emperor's sword banner." In other words, they had once again been deceived. The crowd gasped. The ghostly fiend lord was beyond their tracking range. Yet he was in a place where he could sense the emperor's sword banner, retrieving Tu Xian and the banner, whisking away the one who bore it in an instant. It became clear how attention was drawn from the beginning to the ultimate escape. It was all part of Li Fu's plan, just like the previous realm of vengeful spirits. Each step is fraught with peril. Feng Hua gritted her teeth. The Lord of the Ghosts truly inspires dread. The sixth elder appeared to recall something, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he turned and fled, realizing the imminent danger to Qing Feng and Xianfeng. The seventh elder remained motionless, sensing that it was already too late to return. Yet, a frown creased his brow. How peculiar. Who was that figure wielding the sword banner? How could they sever the spiritual veins? Meanwhile, Bu Wang pounded his chest, his eyes filled with melancholy. You nearly frightened me to death. Why did you not arrive a moment later, waiting until we were struck down before summoning us? Rest assured, that shall not happen, Li Fu replied. Bu Wang felt a flicker of relief, grateful that there was still a modicum of conscience left, realizing the concern. Li Fu remarked, I cannot bear to part with the emperor's sword banner. She tenderly caressed the banner that had been by her side since its acquisition. It was indeed perilous, for if it were to be taken from her. Bu Wang, with a darkened visage, stood up and trimmed the sharp corner of Chu Shan. Chu Shan, incredulous, questioned, Have I wronged you in any way? Who delayed the time? I bore the brunt of the work alone, infiltrating and excavating the spiritual veins, laboring with a hoe until I felt like a lifeless dog. And yet I was pursued and nearly lost my life. Am I not entitled to vent my frustrations? Bu Wang tugged at the horn atop Chu Shan's head, his gaze, however, subtly directed towards Li Fu. It was evident to whom his words were addressed. Li Fu regarded him. The plan is proceeding exceedingly well, even surpassing our expectations, all due to the rapid extraction of the spiritual veins. She seemed perplexed. While I can speculate that the antagonistic energy may indeed be utilized to excavate the spiritual veins, these veins are the foundation of a sect. They cannot possibly lack protection. How could they be so easily extracted? Bu Wang released his grip on Chu Shan. The feigned look of grievance vanished from his face as he stepped forward, his tone grave. This place remains perilous, calculating the time. The people of Zhouxiao are soon to return. Coincidentally, at that moment, a white light streaked across the sky. Bu Wang, feigning exaggerated shock, exclaimed, Ah, they have truly returned. Let us hasten our departure lest we be pursued once more. Let us go quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Fu scoffed, dismissing his concern as inept. Chu Shan glanced at the hurried Bu Wang ahead, and then at the raised brow of Li Fu behind him. It seemed as though someone was disinclined to hear complaints and had deliberately posed that question. If he did not believe he could accomplish it, why would such a plan be conceived? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing Chu Shan to shudder as he hastened to catch up. No more pondering. It was clear that both of them were far from ordinary and certainly not virtuous. At Qingyun's sect, Han Hui returned. She never anticipated that so many events could transpire in just a few days. Observing Qingyun's sect, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth grinding. Is this truly the Qingyun sect you have guarded? So many people, with two at the peak of the void, and yet they have allowed the sect to be laid waste? Li Fu seemed to have merely destroyed the spiritual veins and taken Qing Feng and Xianfeng, while the other members of the sect remained. Yet, despite the name of Qingyun's sect still existing, how does it differ from annihilation? The cultivators gathered not merely for the techniques, but for the incessant flow of spiritual energy. A grand sect, reliant on robust spiritual veins, attracts more disciples, growing ever stronger. Without the spiritual veins, who would choose to remain here? Perhaps we should seize another major sect with spiritual dragons and veins from the Cloud Riding sect. But in the current realm of cultivation, are there any sects with substantial spiritual veins that would be easily dealt with? Not only is it unlikely we could succeed, but it may lead to mutual destruction. At this critical juncture with the emergence of the Ghost Fiend Lord, the Chaos City would surely impose penalties. Alternatively, the Cloud Riding sect could merge with another sect, yet that would equate to losing everything. A legacy built over millennia could be obliterated in an instant. Hua Yue felt dizzy, overwhelmed with despair. What a formidable force Li Fu is. The annihilation of the Cloud Riding sect, seemingly an impossible task inscribed in the Mountain Protection Formation, has indeed been accomplished by her in another form. Who says extermination necessitates a method akin to the Lindao sect? Li Fu, Li Fu. These two syllables are like a nightmare, instilling hopelessness. Guangming supported Hua Yue, his expression grave. This time, we were in the wrong. We did not anticipate that Li Fu would prove far more cunning and elusive than we imagined. The immediate concern is not to seek retribution. The spiritual veins of the Cloud Riding sect have just been destroyed, and our morale has yet to wane. We must prepare promptly. Elder Lu wore a look of shame. This individual is indeed a formidable challenge. Having experienced the realm of vengeful spirits, we must exercise utmost caution, even refraining from leaving the Mountain Protection Formation. Once the second elder returns, we have already fallen into the trap set by the enemy. We cannot solely blame ourselves. The stronger Li Fu becomes, the more difficult it is to contend with her. Hua Yue, striving to regain her composure, took a deep breath and stated clearly, "Indeed, she is not easy to deal with. Our only reliance is our strength, a strength that must temporarily surpass hers." She raised her hand to salute the assembly, her demeanor serious. "I implore you all to continue assisting me in vanquishing the Ghost Fiend Lord. In due time, through the merit of defeating the fiend, I shall petition Jiuxiao for a spiritual vein to sustain the legacy of the Cloud Riding sect for another millennium. Even though she is the second elder of Jiuxiao, she lacks the authority to appropriate their resources, which belong to the entirety of the cultivation world. However, if we accrue merit, anything becomes attainable. She and Li Fu shall be engaged in a relentless battle. Very well, we shall assist you to the best of our abilities." Yu Hua declared with a fierce glint in her eyes. Hua Yue straightened, her voice steady. "In comparison to Li Fu, our advantage lies in our strength. We can no longer allow her to lead us by the nose. We must ascend to the arena and triumph through power." She issued her first command. "Let us set a trap in Wanchuan." Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, where are we headed? Chu Shan inquired with curiosity. Tu Xian, holding a tablet, appeared gentle, and though he did not particularly favor Chu Shan, he patiently answered, "To Wanchuan." Chu Shan suddenly comprehended. Indeed, Jiuxiao is the stronghold of the cultivation world. Naturally, the lair of vengeful spirits is Wanchuan. It is time to return, to gather strength in preparation for the assault on Jiuxiao. With that final statement, he clenched his fists, filled with combat spirit. Bu Wang remained expressionless. "Very well. You may proceed with the attack now. Good luck. We shall return to Wanchuan first." Just as Chu Shan was about to retort, Li Fu halted her steps. The group looked at her in confusion. "I just realized I should return to Wanchuan. Those from Jiuxiao are likely thinking the same. The Cloud Riding sect has been destroyed, and the second elder must be seething with anger." Li Fu's eyes gleamed with cunning as she abruptly turned. "We shall not return to Wanchuan. Let us depart for another location." Chapter 54, Ghost Fiend Lord, Hall of Vengeful Spirits. A month has passed, and there has been no movement from Wanchuan. The sixth elder shook his head, dispersing the communication talisman before him. Li Fu never seemed to adhere to their predictions. It appeared she could always anticipate their thoughts and then deliberately veer from their plans, leaving them merely gaping in astonishment. This was true in the realm of vengeful spirits, as well as beyond. The seventh elder similarly conveyed the received message. The Grand Elder stated that the Three Clear Cauldron had not detected Li Fu's presence in the vicinity of the River of Forgetfulness. She might not even be contemplating a return. Furthermore, the vengeful spirits had been exhibiting increasingly frequent movements, possibly due to the emergence of the ghostly fiend master inciting those concealed entities to stir. The Grand Elder inquired whether they should activate the Nine Heavens Great Formation to search for the ghostly fiend master. Upon hearing this, Han Hui furrowed her brow. The concerns they had long harbored were indeed materializing. Were the denizens of the vengeful spirit palace about to make their appearance? In a cavern of a certain kingdom, the Wu Wang Academy commenced its lectures. He stood before 3 individuals, scribbling on the wall to elucidate that this world comprised cultivators, mortals, and vengeful spirits, representing 3 distinct entities. Mortals, relying on cultivators, need not be mentioned. However, vengeful spirits and cultivators had always been in opposition, each seeking the other's demise. Thus, while cultivators wielded power, did the vengeful spirits lack their own? This force of vengeful spirits was referred to as the Vengeful Spirit Palace. Chu Shan extended his hand. Puzzled, why have I not heard of this? Tu Xian shook her head, equally in ignorance. Wu Wang, at a loss for words, remarked, how old are you two? Over 1,000 years, and yet you believe you can comprehend events from 100,000 or 10,000 years ago. Moreover, one of you is lost in self-pity beneath the River of Forgetfulness, while the other was sealed away upon gaining strength. What do you truly know? He then turned his gaze to Li Fu. Ah, she is even younger. The most formidable in status, yet the youngest in age. Li Fu frowned. Proceed. Wu Wang grasped a bamboo stick from the void, pointing at the power chart on the wall. Cultivators possess the 9 heavens, while vengeful spirits inhabit the River of Forgetfulness. 100,000 years ago, with the birth of cultivators, vengeful spirits were likewise born. The 2 factions have been in conflict ever since. Vengeful spirits wreak havoc, and cultivators slay them upon sight, and vice versa. This friction persisted for millennia until over 10,000 years ago, when the 16 great golden immortals of the 9 heavens. Chu Shan raised his hand once more. What are the 16 great golden immortals? Wu Wang, exasperated, replied, they are the 16 major Mahayana cultivators of the cultivation realm. What kind of title is that? Chu Shan scoffed. Aren't they simply cultivators? They haven't ascended, yet they call themselves golden immortals. How self-aggrandizing. Are you still listening? Wu Wang's expression remained impassive. Chu Shan withdrew his hand. Continue. Wu Wang stated. The 16 great golden immortals called upon the entire cultivation realm to unite and eradicate the Vengeful Spirit Palace. In that great battle, the Vengeful Spirit Palace suffered a crushing defeat. Nearly all the Mahayana vengeful spirits were slain, and 6 of the 16 great golden immortals perished. Yet they successfully obliterated the Vengeful Spirit Palace. He could not help but shake his head at this point. Thereafter, the River of Forgetfulness became the dominion of the cultivation realm, and the vengeful spirits within it were all newly born, with none remaining from 100,000 years ago. Chu Shan could not restrain himself from raising his hand again. Why did the vengeful spirits lose? That shouldn't be the case. How could they lose to cultivators? As a vengeful spirit himself, he found it unacceptable. Wu Wang's expression remained unchanged, because there are too many vengeful spirits like you. Chu Shan, not daring to gaze at Li Fu, he explained, you have subdued 2 vengeful spirits and are aware of the nature of powerful vengeful entities. They rarely unite for the sake of personal gain. In other words, they are unreasonable and disobedient. The mightier they are, the more their grievances fester, making them too obstinate to coalesce, which ultimately leads to their downfall against the cunning cultivators, resulting in the great defeat of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. Li Fu comprehended and nodded. His expression was complex, recalling how the Hall of Vengeful Spirits faltered due to the strong personalities of the spirits, lacking cunning. Yet now, this newly emerged Ghost Lord, though youthful, possessed more shrewdness than all the vengeful spirits combined. It was as if all the cunning that the spirits lacked had manifested within her alone. But wait, aren't vengeful spirits indestructible? Chu Shan questioned. He cast a scornful glance at him, retorting, who told you that vengeful spirits cannot be killed? They are composed of a consciousness formed from grievances. While their resentments may endure, their awareness can indeed vanish. A grievance without consciousness is merely a mass of resentment. How can that not be considered death? He continued, however, due to the impossibility of eradicating these grievances, Jiao Shao regards the River of Forgetfulness as a reservoir for them. Whenever grievances become concentrated, they are collected and cast into the River of Forgetfulness. Now, the River of Forgetfulness has become a repository for resentments. Yet, it is indeed a wondrous place where grievances dissolve into water, never dispersing. Grievances continuously emerge in the world, only to be gathered into the River of Forgetfulness. After millennia, it has taken on its current form. As if struck by an idea, he suddenly added, ah yes, there is a legend, though its truth is uncertain. You may choose to listen. Do hurry. Chu Shan interjected. He shot a glare, exclaiming, Wasn't I just about to say it? He shifted his tone, speaking with significance. It is said that the River of Forgetfulness cannot indefinitely contain these grievances. When it reaches a critical point, something will transpire, though no one knows what. Upon hearing this, Li Fu lowered her gaze. Chu Shan, as if struck by a thought, raised his hand again, asking, "But wait. You mentioned that the Hall of Vengeful Spirits was annihilated. So how can there still be remnants of its power? The Hall of Vengeful Spirits was destroyed. But that does not mean all the vengeful spirits were exterminated." He rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. "If anyone interrupts me again, I swear I will make them regret it." Chu Shan made a gesture to silence himself. He continued, "The greater vengeful spirits were nearly wiped out. Yet some managed to escape. In this era of formidable cultivators, those remaining from the Hall of Vengeful Spirits have no choice but to conceal themselves. However, after millennia, and with the emergence of new vengeful spirits, the remnants of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits lurking in various realms should not be considered weak. They merely lack the means to contend against Jiu Shao, quietly biding their time." Chu Shan nodded solemnly. "Understood." They're developing cautiously. He, uninterested in engaging further, continued. Additionally, yet again, someone raised their hand to interrupt. "Given the might of Jiu Shao and the presence of the 10 great golden immortals from back then, along with the newly ascended cultivators over the past 10 millennia, is it not improbable that they could eradicate the remnants of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits?" He glared, exasperated that he was interrupted just as he was about to elaborate. He turned his gaze, only to find it was Li Fu. He quickly nodded. "That is an excellent question, and I shall answer it now. Within the remaining forces of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits, there should be more than one great vengeful spirit." Tu Xian was taken aback. A great vengeful spirit at the level of the Ascended. Since her arrival at the summit of the void, she has only vaguely comprehended that for the vengeful spirits to ascend to the great vehicle, the path is not as straightforward as it is for cultivators who progress through rigorous training. The likelihood of a breakthrough is exceedingly slim. Chu Shan grumbled, questioning why interruptions were permissible for Li Fu but not for him. This disparity in treatment was glaringly unjust. Furthermore, following the great battle of years past, although the 9 heavens remained intact, the great vehicle cultivators suffered severe injuries, leading to the establishment of Chaos City as a sanctuary for their healing. As if struck by a thought, Buwang added, "Currently, there should be 12 great vehicle dignitaries within, referred to as the 12 golden immortals in the realm of cultivation." Li Fu furrowed her brows. 12? Rather than feeling daunted by the number, she was perplexed. Over 10,000 years after the great battle, only 10 great vehicle cultivators remained. After a millennium, only 2 more have emerged? Buwang nodded. Indeed, and the 11th golden immortal ascended due to the war a millennium ago. To be precise, in these 10 millennia, only the Fengyun dignitary of the cloud-riding sect has ascended, and that was over 1,000 years ago. Li Fu fell into deep contemplation. With a wave of his hand, Buwang made the staff and the power map on the cave wall vanish completely. He squatted before Li Fu and, with an air of amusement, inquired, "How do you intend to locate the power of the Vengeful Spirit Hall?" Chapter 55, Subdued. Yet the same, although Li Fu has made significant progress and now possesses 2 cultivators at the peak of the void, she remains far from the strength of the 9 heavens. She must accelerate her own growth. Having fought the 9 heavens on multiple occasions and emerged victorious, she had yet to engage with any of the great vehicle cultivators in Chaos City. How was she to find them? Chu Shan scratched his head, bewildered as to where the hidden ones might be. Li Fu, upon hearing this, looked up and smiled. "Indeed. How could I possibly locate the concealed members of the Vengeful Spirit Hall? I can only wait for them to seek me out." The ghostly fiend had already made its appearance. The Vengeful Spirit Hall, continually suppressed by the 9 heavens, could hardly remain silent. Buwang paused for a moment, then chuckled. If they could not find them, they might as well wait for them to come. The cloud-riding sect. The remnants of the Vengeful Spirit Hall still harbored a great vehicle vengeful spirit, and the dignitaries were reluctant to intervene. Elder Second, shall we activate the 9 heavens great array once more to search for the ghostly fiend? Elder 7 suggested. Elder Han Wei shook his head without hesitation. The 9 heavens great array consumes far too much spiritual energy. We must conserve it for critical moments. Moreover, the vengeful spirit world has been ensnared for so many years without success. It is hardly likely we will find her now. With Li Fu's methods of concealment, even narrowing the search area yields no results. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What then? Shall we simply wait? What if the remnants of the vengeful spirit hall come into contact with the ghostly fiend and manage to protect themselves? Yu Hua frowned, her gaze filled with disapproval. Elder Six chuckled lightly, not necessarily. Though the members of the vengeful spirit hall have been hiding for millennia, they occasionally surface. We have had dealings with them. They are a group of proud and arrogant beings, unlikely to heed the ghostly fiend. What is the ghostly fiend? It is, of course, the master of all vengeful spirits. Yet, even subduing a void vengeful spirit is no easy feat. Would a great vehicle vengeful spirit truly be directed by one of Yuan in cultivation? That is a mere fantasy. Even wielding the Emperor's sword banner would be futile. The vengeful spirit hall might seek to exploit the ghostly fiend for their own ends. But compliance is far from guaranteed. And as for Li Fu obeying the vengeful spirit hall, does she appear to be one who follows orders? What then should be done? Guangning sighed. With her delicate brows lowered, she mused that to contend with her opponent, one must pinpoint her undeniable vulnerabilities. She lifted her gaze and issued a second command. Summon the Grand Elder to bring the Destined One to the River of Oblivion, spreading the word that she, filled with unquenchable vengeance and loathing for Hua Yue and Qin Shao, would await their arrival. If they could not be intercepted at the River of Oblivion, then they would have to wait for them to come knocking. After several encounters, the audacious Ghost Master would surely not shy away, would he? The news swiftly reached Li Fu's ears. Chu Shan scoffed. Isn't this simply a trap laid for us? Why would we be foolish enough to venture to the River of Oblivion now? Not Wang, however, remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Li Fu. Indeed, Li Fu was toying with the Imperial Sword banner, a smirk gracing her lips. The second elder of the Nine Heavens is quite astute. After all this time, she has finally recognized my weaknesses. What do you mean? Chu Shan asked, bewildered, his two black horns twitching in confusion. Not Wang remained unfazed. His voice low and contemplative. She intends to go. Chu Shan stared at Li Fu in disbelief. He was indeed eager for a confrontation. Yet it was evident that the enemy had laid a trap to draw him in. What a well-crafted snare it was. Not Wang lamented. To bring the Destined One down from the Nine Heavens to the cursed grounds of the River of Oblivion is your best opportunity to seize the Destined One. The Nine Heavens has undoubtedly prepared a trap. However, Li Fu is not without her defenses, with Tu Xian, Chu Shan, and perhaps himself alongside the Imperial Sword banner. Her careful scheming might just allow her to snatch the Destined One away. Moreover, this is the River of Oblivion. Now, accompanied by two peak-level vengeful spirits, she can command numerous resentful spirits, bolstered by an unceasing tide of malice. This battle holds great promise. The River of Oblivion has become her stronghold. It is precisely this glimmer of hope that compels her return. The Nine Heavens is likewise aware, hence devising such a promising scheme. Her weakness lies in her insufficient power, and thus Han Hui has set up a stage for direct confrontation. Indeed, the Nine Heavens had suffered losses thus far and had grown wise to her tactics. Tu Xian frowned at Li Fu. The greater the hope, the greater the peril. While she would prefer to return to the River of Oblivion rather than flee, this return is fraught with danger. Li Fu, propping herself up with the Imperial Sword banner, smiled gently. I must return. Chu Shan, find a way to send a message to the Nine Heavens, informing them that I shall arrive shortly. Wait for me. With that, she stepped outside. Although Chu Shan was reluctant, he nodded obediently, muttering, Fine, I'll relay the message. Just be careful. With your reckless nature, you might find yourself in trouble. As their voices dwindled, the four of them sped away. Meanwhile, at the River of Oblivion, Han Hui received the news, her expression darkening. How arrogant. Li Fu, indeed, was much like Chu Shan's world. Having triumphed a few times, she now fancied herself invincible, provoking the Nine Heavens. Infuriating, such arrogance belittles the realm of cultivation. Han Hui spoke calmly. Well then, if you all have time, maintain your positions. The Ghost Master is approaching. Should we suffer defeat again, what face will you have left? A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings, and the group became increasingly serious. The four continued on their journey. However, as they walked, Not Wang turned his head in surprise, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Wait, this isn't the path to the River of Oblivion. Upon hearing this, Li Fu smiled gently. I intend to return, but I never stated that it would be immediately. How long is soon anyway? If Jiu Shao can dig a pit, why shouldn't she make some preparations? In the dark realm of Ming City, a terrifying resentment loomed, embodied by a vengeful spirit that roamed wildly within. Its form twisted and turned, morphing from a contorted figure into clouds, bounding joyously through the desolate city, which had been largely abandoned. The presence of the vengeful spirit plunged the remaining inhabitants into a state of utmost dread. Amidst the desolation, a child found herself lost on the barren streets. Unable to retrace her steps, she burst into tears, her wails piercing the silence. The vengeful spirit, seemingly intrigued, condensed its overwhelming resentment into a gigantic orb that bounced playfully upon the ground. Initially, it appeared rather endearing. However, the sheer size of the orb terrified the child into silence, her cries escalating into a panic-stricken scream. The spirit, displeased by her fear, roared at her, causing her to collapse onto the ground, unable to muster the courage to cry, merely staring blankly at the apparition. Satisfied, the spirit shrank its form to the size of a small ball and playfully bumped into the child's hand, delighting in its own amusement. Chushan remarked, "What a fool. These mindless spirits are truly dim-witted." The immortal butcher glanced at him, his expression complex. "Not long ago, you too were mindless, awakening only to display greater foolishness. Of course, I am different from them," Chushan retorted under Li Fu's watchful gaze, his voice trailing off as he amended, "I am a prodigy, unparalleled in talent." Li Fu, unfazed, turned her attention towards him, unable to suppress a sigh. "Indeed, it seems the essence of the vengeful spirits resides within you." She aimed to return to Wangchuan and confront Jiu Shao once more. However, before that, she could amass some formidable vengeful spirits. The individuals from Jiu Shao were on high alert in Wangchuan, vigilant against her sudden emergence. Could it be that Huan Hui believed she was already close yet concealed herself, seeking a means to breach their defenses? They would never suspect that she was luring them into Wangchuan while she collected powerful, vengeful spirits all around. With a calm demeanor, Li Fu waved the Emperor's sword banner in her hand, enveloping the spirit that was engrossed in play. The black soul banner unfurled abruptly. The butcher and Chushan lunged at the vengeful spirit. With newfound strength, capturing the spirit need not involve entering its realm. Subduing it would suffice. Chapter 56. 10 years have passed. The butcher raised his hand high, bringing it down with force. A colossal hand of resentment coalesced above the spirit's head, the immense pressure instilling an endless terror, the overwhelming resentment darkening the very world itself. The child was swept away by a tendril of resentment, returning her to the arms of a frantic woman who had rushed forth. The woman, clutching her child, recoiled in horror, retreating into her home. On the streets, the vengeful spirit roared in fury. Had it possessed any rationality, it would have recognized its inability to contend with the butcher. Alas, it was ever the brute, howling defiantly, its form swelling to resemble a colossal black cloud, opening its dark maw to unleash a thunderous cry towards the heavens. Chushan discreetly cleared his ears, retrieving a hunting knife from behind him. He smote the colossal body of resentment, exclaiming, "What is all this racket? It's unbearable." As his words fell, he leaped with agility, the knife expanding to an enormous size, forcefully striking the vengeful spirit away. With a resounding thud, a roar erupted, coinciding with the clash, a torrent of flames spewing from the creature's dark maw. Chushan swiftly evaded the attack. Behind him, the massive hand of the slaughter immortal descended, sending the vengeful spirit, preoccupied with Chushan, soaring through the air with a powerful slap. The spirit screeched as it tumbled, twisting midair to unleash another fiery assault upon the slaughter immortal. Chushan smirked, darting behind the spirit, and with a mocking tone proclaimed, "Fool, look behind you." Once more, the spirit was sent flying, incensed as it turned to retaliate. Meanwhile, the slaughter immortal struck again, aiming for Chushan. The two engaged in a relentless exchange across the expanse of the Nether City, the colossal spirit becoming a mere plaything, akin to a game of kickball. Chushan, gleeful, shouted, "Hey, watch this." As he kicked it away, the slaughter immortal, indifferent, countered with a swift slap. Unbothered, it mused, "This lad lacks intelligence, yet his combat prowess is commendable." It turned its gaze to Li Fu, who leaned casually against the Emperor's sword banner. The slaughter immortal could not resist commenting, "Having a henchman makes all the difference. I need not get my hands dirty." Li Fu, casting a fleeting glance at him, arched an eyebrow and inquired, "And what of you? Are you a henchman?" The slaughter immortal blinked innocently, replying, "I'm merely an observer, a passerby, just a bystander." Li Fu scoffed lightly, neither confirming nor denying. After a brief wait, the beleaguered spirit, dazed and weakened, continued to emit diminishing flames, its roars dwindling to whimpers. Seeing this, Li Fu vanished in a flash, unfurling the Emperor's sword banner, which nearly enveloped the entire sky. "Care to enter, friend?" she asked. As her words echoed, the spirit glanced at both the slaughter immortal and Chu Shan, before weeping and rushing into the Emperor's sword banner. The moment it crossed the threshold, the swirling resentment converged into the banner. A gust of wind swept through, gradually illuminating the dark sky, transforming it into a clear expanse. The previously murky Nether City was bathed in light, the malevolent energy being siphoned away, the desiccated ground rejuvenating with vibrant green shoots emerging from the soil. The banner retracted, leaving the once grim and gray world aglow. As the banner vanished from her grasp, Li Fu turned without a glance back, declaring, "That's a wrap." The three figures abruptly disappeared from view. Behind them, the Nether City was revitalized, and the hidden, emaciated citizens emerged from their abodes, their excited cries and jubilant cheers echoing in the distance. In the realm of Wanchuan, the elder sat cross-legged, still recuperating from the severe injuries sustained in the previous realm of vengeful spirits. Even now, he had yet to fully recover. Beside him, Hua Yue and Chun Shao were in a similar plight, one missing an arm, the other a leg, both tightly bound by talismans. Hua Yue's complexion was pale as she glanced at her empty arms, her voice tinged with obscurity. "Elder, Wanchuan lacks spiritual energy. Our recovery here is exceedingly slow. Li Fu, that woman, is exceedingly ruthless. Unable to eliminate them, she has infused them with overwhelming resentment, resulting in their limbs failing to develop even now. The resentment cannot be cleansed, and thus, their hands and feet cannot grow." Han Hui looked at them, stating that they could only return when Li Fu appeared. Hua Yu wished to speak further, but Xin Shao shook his head, interrupting her. "Very well, we shall wait here. However, it has been quite some time, and Li Fu has yet to arrive. She has deceived us." The sixth elder gritted his teeth, claiming she would come soon. Yet it was merely a ruse to keep us waiting in vain. The grand elder slowly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. "What is there to be angry about? We are adversaries. Has she not deceived us before? As long as we ascertain that she will come, it suffices. This person possesses remarkable patience. Even if she has already arrived, she can quietly endure until we relinquish hope and conclude she will not come, only to appear suddenly and catch us off guard." After their return to the Nine Heavens, they had analyzed the world of the vengeful spirits of Chu Mountain. The net of heaven and earth served as a barrier. She could not escape, but was concealed within a radius of 100 miles, waiting for them to give up. Thus, engaging her necessitated absolute patience. As long as they were certain she would come, they would wait. Having learned from past experiences, the people of the Nine Heavens exhibited commendable patience this time. They would not believe she would not come, nor would they grow anxious, instead remaining quietly and patiently in wait. She was hiding somewhere, merely awaiting an opportunity to strike. They would not fulfill her desires. Meanwhile, they presumed that the ever-patient Li Fu was still several worlds away from Wanchuan, even drifting further away. A vengeful spirit darted away with agility. Chu Mountain appeared before her, slowly drawing a hunting knife from behind, flashing a smile. The vengeful spirit was taken aback. "Oh my, how fierce." In a panic, she changed direction, turning to the other side. The immortal butcher, clad in white, stood quietly, seemingly harmless, yet behind him, a colossal black hand descended like Mount Tai, heralding a tempestuous change. The vengeful spirit fled in terror, screaming, "Ah, this is frightening." On another front, several vengeful spirits of the void and transformation stage clamored, baring their fangs and waiting for her to rush in for a collective assault. The vengeful spirit, weeping, turned to the last direction. The Emperor's sword flag unfurled, the black soul flag billowing ominously, as Li Fu extended her hand towards her with a gentle smile. "How about moving homes, my friend?" The vengeful spirit sobbed. Plunging into the soul flag, Li Fu retracted her hand, the massive soul flag enveloping the several vengeful spirits of the void and transformation stage. The sword gripped in her hand, as she snapped her fingers and turned elegantly. Time to conclude. Upon hearing this, the immortal butcher and Chu Mountain collected the surrounding resentment and followed suit. Back at Wanchuan, Guangming gazed at the 8 elders of the 9 heavens. His expression complex. Must we truly wait? Will she indeed come? The grand elder turned to him. Guangming's face exhibited undeniable doubt, and upon glancing at the others, each bore a look of confusion, their depths similarly shrouded in skepticism. Patience, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. With Li Fu, it is a test of patience. This time, our endurance must not yield to hers. Upon hearing this, Guangning could not contain his agitation. Having patience is one thing, but the issue is that we have been waiting for 10 years. Chapter 57. Li Fu arrived. Chu Shan turned and asked, "How many Tai Su vengeful spirits have we collected?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 8, but only one is at the late stage of Tai Su. Yet to reach the pinnacle, with the advantage of Wanchuan, we can at best match Jiu Shao. However, Jiu Shao possesses more pinnacle Tai Su cultivators. Yet in Wanchuan, they are besieged by a relentless influx of resentment and devoid of spiritual energy, which hampers their effectiveness. Thus, it appears that both sides are nearly equal in strength. Jiu Shao might even be slightly stronger, especially if they have hidden trump cards. Should we seek out more Tai Su vengeful spirits? Asked Tu Xian. Li Fu shook her head, offering a gentle smile. No, we must keep our appointment. If I delay any longer, Jiu Zhao's patience will surely wear thin. She desired the challenge of a duel and naturally wished to avoid the dispersal of the arena. Having made her decision, the others readily acquiesced and accompanied her toward Wanchuan. The journey back to Wanchuan was still quite distant, and they occasionally encountered vengeful spirits along the way, which Li Fu effortlessly collected. Consequently, despite their haste, their progress toward Wanchuan was not particularly swift. In the places they traversed, the vengeful spirits were gathered, and the darkness gave way to light once more. Chu Shan could not help but exclaim, "Who is truly the villain here? Why are we the ones consistently saving the world, despite being entities of destruction? How is it that collecting one vengeful spirit after another revitalizes the area, leaving only spiritual energy?" Bu Wang, overhearing this, scoffed. "What are you thinking? Vengeful spirits are born from calamities. In the eyes of cultivators, your existence signifies the greatest disaster. It is the cultivators who embody the light of righteousness and the world's true direction. Thus, in every crisis, victory always belongs to the cultivators and the realm of immortality." Tu Xian maintained a stoic expression, his gaze laced with mockery. Chu Shan further derided, "How much better are they than us? Aren't they birthed from the very same cultivators?" Li Fu, upon hearing this, lowered her eyes and fell into contemplation. Why were pinnacle Tai Su vengeful spirits so elusive? Chu Shan's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction. If we could acquire a few more pinnacle Tai Su, or even a great ascension, we could certainly eliminate Jiu Zhao's forces. Despite collecting so many, the Bagua diagram still only displayed the two of them. The Tai Su vengeful spirits that entered the Emperor's sword banner did not register on the Bagua diagram, and none occupied any positions. Bu Wang rolled his eyes. "Even if we find pinnacle and great ascension vengeful spirits, are you certain you can subdue them?" Chu Shan defiantly raised his chin, insisting, "What is there to fear?" The three others quietly averted their gazes, choosing not to engage with him. Tu Xian furrowed his brow. Is it because they haven't entered the world of vengeful spirits? Or is it a matter of insufficient strength? Bu Wang shook his head. Not necessarily. The Emperor's sword banner is unique. Those who truly occupy positions within it might be destined to do so. We shall wait and see. The group fell into silence. After a moment, Li Fu murmured, "What changes will occur in the Emperor's sword banner once all 8 positions are filled?" Collecting a vengeful spirit only deepened her intrigue. Her understanding of this bizarre world still felt insufficient. Wanchuan. Elder 8's pallid visage contorted with fury as he abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "I shall not wait any longer. Who can ascertain whether she will even arrive? 13 years. In these years, I have mended my injuries, not languished in this wretched state. I shall return, and should she appear, send for me." With that proclamation, he attempted to depart. In the realm of Chu Mountain, Elder 8 bore grave wounds. His journey to Chaos City had merely preserved his life. He was meant to recuperate in peace. Yet his wait for Li Fu at Wanchuan forced him to rely on medicinal pills for healing while contending with the lingering resentment of Wanchuan. He felt his time was being squandered, and his patience waned. "Have you forgotten how we met our defeat?" The Grand Elder's voice sliced through the air, icy and unyielding. "I had thought you would have learned your lesson in the realm of the vengeful spirits, yet here you stand unchanged." Elder 8 opened his mouth to retort, but Han Hui interjected with authority, "Sit down and remember our strategy." He inhaled deeply, resigning to his seat, frustration seeping into his tone. "Just wait. If she does not come at all, Let us see how long you will persist in your waiting." Upon his words, a hush fell over the assembly. How long must they wait? Han Hui chose not to respond to their inquiries. She remained unperturbed, exuding patience. Drawing from her experiences in the Chu Mountain world, she resolved not to speculate on Li Fu's actions. Rather, she would await her assured arrival. As for whether she would come, she cast a calm glance at Hua Yue and Qin Xiao. With their presence, she was certain Li Fu would indeed appear. The wind howled through Wangchuan, a cacophony of malevolent energy swirling violently, conjuring tempests. Occasionally, the vengeful spirits, thrashing in the depths of Wangchuan, reached out with spectral hands amid a chorus of anguished wails, rendering the ethereal realm eerily surreal. A sound echoed, drawing Han Hui's attention upward. The assembly rose, their gazes fixed ahead. A shadow emerged, traversing the darkness toward them, gradually stepping into the spectral green expanse of Wangchuan. Her hair flowed like ink, casually tied back, with strands cascading down her chest, melding seamlessly with her dark attire. The pallor of her skin, accentuated by the shadows of her garb, hinted at her prolonged absence from the light, yet a smile lingered at her lips, animating her countenance, while her starry eyes sparkled with life. She walked with ease, treading upon the swirling resentments, exuding an air of tranquility. The roving malice momentarily stilled. Wangchuan fell silent. Li Fu had arrived. The destined mistress of Wangchuan had returned. Chapter 58. Welcome to Wangchuan. Li Fu was accompanied by Bu Wang, who maintained his carefree demeanor, seemingly rendered invisible beneath Li Fu's commanding aura. Difficult to discern amidst the crowd. Even a cursory glance would lead one to unconsciously overlook him, as though they were but one entity. All eyes were drawn to Li Fu as she approached leisurely, step by step. The third elder's voice, hoarse with anticipation, broke the silence. "You have finally come." They had awaited her presence. In this battle of patience, they had triumphed. Li Fu's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Hua Yue and Qin Xiao. Her expression icy, yet a smile graced her lips. She raised a hand in greeting. "Long time no see. Have your injuries not yet healed?" Silence enveloped them momentarily. Hua Yue, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Thanks to you, we are still alive." Li Fu shook her garments, a small black speck gently descending into Wangchuan, unnoticed by any. She tilted her head. "Is that so? Then let me strive to see you perish here today." Hua Yue's eyes burned crimson with fury. Qin Xiao gazed at her, his expression somewhat dazed. "That depends on your abilities." The Grand Elder, with a flick of his sleeve, unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power. "Demon, meet your demise." Both parties were acutely aware of the battlefield they occupied, with Wangchuan serving as the arena, a contest of strength between the realms of Zhu Xiao and the ghostly executioner. Then let us not squander time. As the Grand Elder initiated the attack, several other elders responded in unison, their feet weaving lines that interconnected all present. An invisible net materialized, with spiritual energy coursing through it, ensnaring Li Fu. Boom. The net resembled a prison, enveloping its prey. Li Fu attempted to summon the vengeful spirits of Wangchuan, yet could only harness the surrounding malice, not the boundless sea of resentment beneath her. The net tightened abruptly. The Grand Elder scoffed. "Did you think we waited idly for over a decade?" They had sealed off Wangchuan. Stepping onto the stage, Li Fu, at the peak of the nascent soul, was scarcely worthy of combat against them. This was a one-sided slaughter. As Li Fu watched the net sweep across the nearby malice, she murmured, "Indeed, Wangchuan has been sealed. What shall I do now?" The spiritual energy slanted, and the net constricted further. Bang! She was ensnared, torn asunder, scattered into resentment. Dead. The net transformed into a box, compressing the contained malice into a singular point. "Be cautious," Han Hui shouted. Li Fu could not possibly perish so easily. Indeed, the malice was trapped within the box, yet beneath them, Wangchuan trembled violently, as if something were stirring, the formation sealing Wangchuan being violently struck. Boom, boom. The formation bulged continuously, on the verge of collapse. The Grand Elder frowned. Wangchuan is sealed. How can she summon the vengeful spirits? Just as doubt arose, a thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering the formation beneath them into fragments of spiritual energy that melded into Wangchuan, vanishing in an instant. And what had breached the formation was a black bagua. Han Hui's pupils constricted. The imperial sword banner. From the bagua, Chu Shan and Tu Xian slowly rose. As the bagua unfurled, the imperial sword banner materializing, soaring towards the box formed by the net. Thud! The amalgamated power of two peak entities struck the box, creating a fissure from within which a dark mass of malice extended a hand, grasping the void. The Bagua transformed into the Imperial Sword Banner, and the malice reformed into Li Fu, bursting forth from the box. Tu Xian and Chu Shan flanked Li Fu, a colossal wave of malice rising, their peak powers of vengeful spirits soaring towards the heavens. Chu Shan bared his teeth, his gaze ferocious. Tu Xian remained impassive, yet she stowed away the spirit tablet. Li Fu grasped the Imperial Sword Banner, a tempest swirling as the soul banner fluttered. Beneath her, the malice coalesced, clamoring towards the crowd of Jiuxiao. This was no crushing defeat. The moment she arrived, she had submerged the Imperial Sword Banner, breaking the ceiling formation from below. Turning her head, her gaze icy, she declared, "Thus, it is only fair, is it not?" Her advantage lay in Wanchuan. How could it be sealed? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. The expression on Han Hui's face remained remarkably calm. Had there been no hidden cards, Li Fu would not have made an appearance today. Form the formation, Han Hui commanded. The 8 elders acted in unison, powerful spiritual energy swirling beneath their feet, weaving a net and sealing formation. Above the River of Forgetfulness, the 8 individuals shifted positions, with Han Hui at the forefront. Their collective strength converged towards Han Hui alone, while Hua Yue and Chun Xiao were shielded in the center. Beside them, Guang Ning and Yu Hua waved their hands, revealing the dozens of Taishu cultivators and hundreds of Huashan cultivators they had concealed together, all emerging simultaneously. In the realm of Jiuxiao, there were 6 peak Taishu cultivators present. Han Hui lifted the hexagonal heavenly machine cauldron, which suddenly expanded under the combined force of the 8, crashing down with great force. Li Fu and the others swiftly dodged the attack. Bu Wang had vanished at some point, crouching in an unseen location, continuing his journey as an observer. Just as they evaded the cauldron, hundreds of high-level cultivators surged toward them, meeting the immense palm of the Slaughter Immortal. Chu Shan unsheathed his hunting knife from behind, countering the assault of the cultivators. Above, the heavenly machine cauldron followed closely, pressing down once more. The two gritted their teeth, fending off the attacks while also dealing with the cauldron. Han Hui's voice remained calm. Li Fu, based solely on strength, you are no match for Jiuxiao. You have only descended for a few decades. Do not think you can catch up to Jiuxiao's accumulation over tens of thousands of years. So, what other means do you possess? Perhaps others would believe that at this juncture, Li Fu's defeat was inevitable. However, Han Hui did not share that sentiment. She was still awaiting her trump card. The Slaughter Immortal and Chu Shan shielded Li Fu, but they were only 2 against numerous experts, with the heavenly machine cauldron looming above like a shadow. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the cauldron descended violently. The combined strength of the 8 elders meant that the 2 could barely withstand the immense weight of the cauldron, while simultaneously, the cultivators attacking them showed no signs of relent. Li Fu was protected behind the 2. She called out, "Everyone, is it not somewhat unfair to overwhelm with numbers?" The Grand Elder sneered in response. "What fairness can be discussed with a monster like you? As long as we can slay you, it is a blessing for all beings." TSK, what a blatant act of bullying. After Li Fu spoke, her gaze sharpened suddenly, as she continuously drew in the resentment from the River of Forgetfulness with the Emperor's sword banner charged with power. Grasping the sword's body, she swung it heavily above her head, causing it to spin and dance. The black soul banner unfurled, engulfing the sky. Beneath her feet, the River of Forgetfulness churned. One by one, vengeful spirits leaped forth from the Emperor's sword banner. Taishu, Taishu, yet more Taishu. They charged toward the surrounding cultivators, while Chu Shan and the Slaughter Immortal freed their hands, simultaneously retreating, the resentment howling as they exerted their full strength to resist the heavenly machine cauldron. Han Hui's pupils constricted. The 8 elders stared at Li Fu in disbelief. When did you gather so many Taishu vengeful spirits? Nearby, the 10th elder exclaimed, "It was before." When? Naturally, it was during the 13 years they had spent here, testing their patience. Li Fu had not returned to the River of Forgetfulness. Instead, she had chosen to strengthen herself, drawing high-level vengeful spirits into the Emperor's sword banner. They had been here, testing their patience. She exuded a reckless power in the outside world, for they remained obediently confined, allowing her to unleash her full potential without surveillance. In merely 13 years, she traversed countless places, amassing a plethora of high-level vengeful spirits. The ninth elder felt a surge of anger rising within him, a stinging realization that their existence was indeed foolish. Each day of those 13 years became a bitter irony. Even Hua Yue's expression darkened as she exhaled. So what? As long as you are here, victory eludes you. With Li Fu's demise, every moment of waiting becomes worthwhile. With a firm grip, she summoned the heavenly machine cauldron, which erupted with a thunderous roar, striking fiercely towards them. Ultimately, they were still the stronger force. Tu Xian and Chu Shan braced against the blow, their expressions shifting as they prepared to intercept the overwhelming deluge of thunder. A black flag billowed. With a flick of her hand, Li Fu unfurled the soul banner. The Bagua diagram spun above them, resisting the onslaught of thunder and rain, the soul banner quaking with intensity. Was the power of the human emperor's sword banner insufficient? Li Fu chuckled. She waved the open soul banner, and countless vengeful spirits surged forth, colliding with the human emperor's sword banner. Beneath them, the River of Forgetfulness churned, each spirit screaming as they emerged from its depths. Under the summons of the soul banner, they charged beneath the human emperor's sword banner, a torrent of vengeful energy clashing against the banner. Lacking strength? Then they would compensate with numbers. An endless stream of vengeful spirits poured forth, and as Li Fu extended her hand, they clamored, lunging towards the multitude of cultivators. Were there many cultivators? The vengeful spirits were even more numerous. Wherever her hand pointed, tens of thousands of spirits surged forth, whether by hand, foot, mouth, lightning, frost, or raging fire. They assailed the ethereal cultivators, akin to ants devouring an elephant. Li Fu stood amidst the throng of vengeful spirits, gazing upon the assembly of the nine heavens, her pale face breaking into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling. Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to the River of Forgetfulness, she proclaimed, marking her battlefield. Chapter 59, Li Fu, the Fated One. Accompanies you in death. The nine heavens had chosen the River of Forgetfulness as their arena, thus they must pay the price. After all, this was the stronghold of the vengeful spirits. The spirits roared, their overwhelming malice engulfing the cultivators. The River of Forgetfulness surged like a flood, submerging everything. Be careful. Damn vengeful spirits, get away. The air was filled with shouts of alarm as cultivators cried out. They might be stronger, of higher rank. Yet when their attacks struck the vengeful spirits, the mindless entities were shattered, their malice merging back into the River of Forgetfulness, and in the blink of an eye, several more vengeful spirits emerged to ensnare them, endless and inexhaustible. At that moment, Chu Shan and Tu Xian exchanged a glance, and then their malice intertwined, releasing an even more terrifying pressure. Wasn't it merely the fusion of power? Unlike the elders of the nine heavens who required formations to unite, the two of them were vengeful spirits imbued with malice, naturally situated within the human emperor's sword's Bagua formation. They could join forces as well. I've learned this move. Chu Shan bellowed. In the next instant, Tu Xian's visage turned fierce as he unleashed blow after blow upon the heavenly machine cauldron, and from within his dark palm, a hunting knife elongated, wielding all his strength for a heavy strike. Each strike and slash gathered power. Li Fu was well aware of their intentions. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, the emperor's sword banner quivered, channeling the power of summoned vengeful spirits. Together with the assault of the two, they surged towards the celestial machine cauldron. The power of the vengeful spirits converged. Boom! The celestial machine cauldron was violently overturned. The 8 elders of the 9 heavens swayed simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the scene. The situation was reversed. The advantage of the 9 heavens had vanished into thin air. Chu Mountain staggered momentarily before regaining his balance, raising an eyebrow as he laughed heartily at the elders of the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha! How do you like that? Am I not a good learner? The third elder's face flushed with anger as he glared intently at them. Tu Xian struck Chu Mountain on the head, bellowing, "Stop the nonsense and get to work." With that, she charged towards Han Hui and the others. Chu Mountain exclaimed, "Hey, you're really ruining my heroic image." In the next instant, he drew his hunting knife and lunged forward as well. They could not afford to let the 9 heavens gather their strength once more. They needed to break through the formation and separate their foes, gradually eroding them with an endless tide of vengeful spirits. Bang! Thud! The surrounding area erupted into chaos. Chu Mountain and Tu Xian, leveraging the advantage of the River of Forgetfulness, each managed to entangle 2 or 3 elders. with the endless resentment of the river fueling their fierce combat. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder shielded the person destined for greatness, creating a protective barrier. What a predicament! What should we do? If this continues, we will surely suffer losses. The Sixth Elder engaged Chu Mountain while calling out to Han Hui behind him. Chu Mountain grinned. You're the one who will suffer now. Two hunting knives surged from behind, slashing at the Sixth Elder. Even though he dodged swiftly, the blade still grazed his sleeve, drawing blood in an instant. The Sixth Elder's expression darkened. Chu Mountain attacked again, his hunting knives leaving afterimages as he declared, I shall slash, slash, slash. The Ninth Elder prepared to rescue someone. However, Tu Xian sidestepped, blocking the Seventh Elder's assault while her enormous black palm descended upon the Ninth Elder with overwhelming force. Around them, the cultivators of the void clashed with the vengeful spirits of the void. They possessed a greater number of high-level cultivators, yet it was futile. A single vengeful spirit, aided by countless others, could withstand the might of peak void cultivators. This was their numerical advantage. To kill, the resentment would not perish. As long as the Emperor's sword banner wielded by Li Fu remained in motion, those who fell into the River of Forgetfulness would rise again, potentially coalescing into even more formidable beings, endlessly surging forth until they ultimately exhausted the cultivators. The same refrain echoed. This is the River of Forgetfulness, the domain of the Lord of Ghostly Malevolence. Han Hui ceased her assault, using the celestial machine cauldron for protection as her gaze fell upon the unending stream of vengeful spirits, finally resting on Li Fu. She stood amidst the vengeful spirits, clad in black with crimson trim, calmly directing the fierce battle. The Emperor's sword banner had filled 2 positions and, over the course of 13 years, had gathered several vengeful spirits from the void, along with numerous vengeful spirits of transformation, enabling her to summon a limitless tide of vengeful spirits from the River of Forgetfulness. The vengeful spirits paved the way for her. Li Fu was no longer the powerless lord of ghostly malevolence who had departed from the 9 heavens. In the River of Forgetfulness, she was the unequivocal sovereign. So, this is your trump card, your scheme to exhaust us? Han Hui's voice was calm as she gazed into Li Fu's eyes through the vengeful spirits. Li Fu mirrored her tranquility, responding, Is it not permissible? The place is chosen by you. The vengeful spirits are also sent by you. Why are there so many vengeful spirits in the River of Forgetfulness? It is because all cultivators from the realm of immortal cultivation have continuously poured their grievances into this place over millennia. Her power, her trump cards, are all bestowed by the realm of immortal cultivation. Hearing this, Han Hui gasped. Li Fu always knew how to provoke others, striking deep into the heart, causing immense pain. We placed the vengeful spirits into the River of Forgetfulness to restore clarity to the world. Since you have gathered the vengeful spirits, you ought to understand that they are born from grievances, a natural calamity. By removing the vengeful spirits and their grievances, we can cleanse the land. Han Hui took a deep breath, stepped forward, and fixed her gaze on her. Li Fu, though we have never met, I have come to know your character through our encounters. You are not one who seeks to annihilate the world, are you? The clash of celestial energy and vengeful spirits raged around them, as cultivators battled fiercely with the spirits. Yet, Han Hui was engaged in negotiation with Li Fu. Gripping the Emperor's sword banner, the soul banner fluttered, and she inquired, What do you wish to say? From the cloud ladder to the 9 heavens, and from the 9 heavens to the River of Forgetfulness, in the realm of vengeful spirits, Lin Dao sect, Chongyun sect. Han Hui spoke slowly. You have harmed no innocents, nor have you instigated slaughter. Those you have slain were deserving of their fate. Not far away, the Grand Elder looked up in astonishment. He did not comprehend why Han Hui suddenly spoke thus. Li Fu had destroyed Lin Dao sect and decimated Chongyun sect. It was clear that Han Hui was angry. So why did she assert that Li Fu was not at fault? Li Fu narrowed her eyes at these words. Han Hui stepped forward again, the heavenly machine cauldron enveloping her figure, celestial energy swirling, her expression earnest. However, your existence signifies a catastrophic calamity. It is not merely the downfall of the immortal cultivation realm, but the greatest misfortune for all of humanity. Her gaze shifted to the multitude of vengeful spirits, sweeping past the twisted mountains and the slaughtered immortals, then returning to Li Fu's face. We hunt you down, yet you continue to grow stronger, awakening even more vengeful spirits. It seems inevitable that if we cannot defeat you, you will only become more powerful, rousing greater spirits of vengeance and creating an even larger catastrophe. While the immortal cultivation realm will not cease its pursuit of you. Thus, the spiritual grievances of a millennium ago shall resurface, just as today, at this very moment. In this place, this is a path with no return. Do you know why I chose the River of Forgetfulness? This is your domain. A person as clever as you must have a hidden card. Indeed, you have tamed high-level vengeful spirits and can summon countless spirits of forgetfulness, making it exceedingly difficult for us to kill you. Han Hui spoke with a calm demeanor. While these revelations were unexpected, they fell within the realm of reason. Li Fu's voice was soft. So what? After saying so much, it is time to reveal what you can promise. Han Hui gestured behind her, pointing directly at Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, who were being protected by the Grand Elder, her gaze sharp and frenzied. Every word deliberate. I will bring the destined ones to the River of Forgetfulness, so that they may accompany you in death. Li Fu, I promise you that if you can obliterate the souls, allowing the Emperor's sword banner and the vengeful spirits to sink into the River of Forgetfulness, Hua Yue and Chen Xiao shall accompany you in death, restoring justice for you. I brought them to the River of Forgetfulness, and as long as the calamity of annihilation can be broken, I have no intention of bringing them back. Chapter 60. The Hidden Cards of the Nine Heavens. Hua Yue, in disbelief, raised her head, her gaze filled with terror as she looked at Han Hui. Chen Xiao was equally stunned, soon breaking into a bitter smile. It was no wonder she had been so anxious to heal them. One had lost a hand and the other a leg. And yet Han Hui had left them in this state for 13 years. Even in the midst of battle, with the advantage lost, she remained unperturbed, having evidently prepared from the outset to negotiate with Li Fu. All around, the fighting momentarily ceased. Everyone seemed to have their attention drawn to this confrontation. Not far away, Chu Shan shouted, "Hey, Li Fu, don't believe her. We could easily win. She only wants to trick you into self-destruction." Han Hui ignored him, focusing solely on Li Fu. "I wish to negotiate with you to settle our past grievances. I hold you in high regard, so if you are willing to let go, I shall restore your justice today." As her words fell, she waved her hand, and spiritual energy ensnared Hua Yue and Chen Xiao by their necks. "If you agree, I can eliminate the destined one first." In an instant, Hua Yue was engulfed in agony, her body convulsing violently. Despair clouded her eyes. Though she possessed a chaotic talisman, it was in tatters. Han Hui, as the second elder of the Nine Heavens, was supported by formidable cultivators, her power far surpassing that of other pinnacle practitioners. She could indeed kill her. Chu Shan's eyes darted, a thought igniting within him. This is a splendid opportunity. I can feign agreement and later renege on it. You are not one to go back on your word. Han Hui's expression remained calm. Moreover, I too have my own hidden cards. To agree only to withdraw later is not a strategy that will succeed with me. At her words, disappointment washed over Chu Shan's face. With a roar, he wielded his hunting knife and sent the seventh elder flying, shouting, "Li Fu, I refuse to agree. You must not consent." Li Fu fell into silence, her stillness stretching into an eternity. Beside her, the elusive Wu Wang re-emerged, casting a complex glance her way. "Will you acquiesce?" Han Hui's intentions were sincere, and Wu Wang understood Li Fu all too well. Her concern for Chen Xiao and Hua Yue exceeded all expectations. The existence of the ghostly demon lord was born from her hatred for these two, which was why, even knowing the Nine Heavens were fishing in the Forgetting River, Li Fu still chose to come. With the chaotic talisman safeguarding her, she had repeatedly failed to kill them. Now, Han Hui had laid out the terms for their demise. Wu Wang genuinely doubted she would agree. After a lengthy pause, Li Fu suddenly smiled. "If you had conveyed this to me from the start, I would have agreed without hesitation." Han Hui's eyes sharpened, her grip instinctively tightening. Hua Yue and Chen Xiao struggled for breath, their faces turning a ghastly shade of blue. "What about now?" Han Hui's breath quickened. Li Fu shook her head. "I do not agree." She advanced step by step toward Han Hui, and behind her, the black soul banner flapped, countless vengeful spirits howling beneath her feet, their faces contorted with rage. They heeded her command. "In my time of need, you dismissed me with the notion of the divide between mortals and immortals, never granting me justice. Now that I can seek it myself, you wish to step forward and adjudicate on my behalf." Li Fu turned to Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, shaking her head with a mocking smile. "I will slay my enemies, but are they the only ones I seek vengeance against?" She gazed at the lofty monks, declaring each word with conviction. "My enemies are Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, the protectors of these beings. The rules of the cultivation realm that allow monks to descend into the mortal world and wreak havoc at will, and the unjust divide between immortals and mortals. With the fall of the 9 heavens, there is no distinction between the celestial and the earthly. My purpose in this life is not solely to vanquish them. Bu Wang chuckled softly, his narrow eyes curving with mirth. Han Hui trembled slightly, yet still moved towards the opposing side. In Li Fu's heart, those standing before her were more than just Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. Clenching her fist tightly, the celestial cauldron spun above her head, and her voice became enigmatic. So, do you truly wish to witness the destruction of the world, to see countless calamities unfold? Li Fu raised her hand, her fingers resting against her lips. Shaking her head, that statement is erroneous. I have never sought to annihilate the world, nor have I brought forth any calamities. Do not wrongfully accuse me. The prophecies cannot be mistaken. Han Hui regarded her, enunciating each word. You will inevitably become the harbinger of destruction. Is that so? Li Fu replied with a light laugh. If that is the case, then it is a matter of cause and effect. The person I am today is the result of the seeds you sowed yesterday. The person I will become tomorrow will be the fruit born from today's actions. The wheel of karma turns, you have sown the seeds. And I am merely the retribution. As her words settled, the Emperor's sword banner swayed. The river of oblivion surged once more, resentment billowing forth as vengeful spirits lunged at the monks, igniting yet another battle. Chu Shan ground his teeth, exclaiming, "Find them! Kill!" Behind him, more hunting blades emerged, fiercely striking at all the monks. To counsel Li Fu to die was akin to advising him to embrace death. Such a notion was absurd. The massive hands of the slaughtering immortals manifested one after another, leveraging the advantage of the River of Oblivion. As 2 figures pressed down upon the 5 elder patriarchs of the 9 heavens, mercilessly pummeling them. Annihilate them. Han Hui's breath quickened, her grip loosening. Hua Yue and Chen Xiao once again fell into the grasp of the elder patriarch. Li Fu, do you truly disregard the lives of the world? You were once one among the masses, yet now you rally the vengeful spirits to bring calamity upon them. The elder's chest heaved violently as he flicked his dust. Bellowing sternly, Bu Wang stood behind Li Fu, peering forward. Old man, do not so readily invoke the plight of the world. We have yet to see you genuinely protect the masses. Furthermore, Li Fu has harmed only you, not the world at large. The elder's expression darkened, his countenance grim. Li Fu could not help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. Grasping the Emperor's sword banner, she transformed it into a sword, drawing the resentment from the River of Oblivion towards it. She raised her long sword high, striking down fiercely. I only bring calamity upon you. She had never witnessed the world they spoke of. All she saw were the countless souls on the celestial ladder, pleading daily, unable to reach the 9 heavens. Even those who stood before the cultivators, like her, were dismissed with a mere utterance of the divide between immortals and mortals. In the 13 years since, she had collected many vengeful spirits, and among them, few truly thrived on harming mortals. She pondered if there were aspects of which she remained unaware. Did the cultivators gather resentment into the River of Oblivion for the sake of mortals? No, it was evidently because the vengeful spirits posed a threat to them. To their eyes, only those who could threaten their existence mattered. Now, Li Fu stood as the greatest of those threats. Thus, they pursued her, proclaiming their intent to slay her in the name of the world. Ultimately, what is righteous and what is wicked? She would bear witness with her own eyes. The long sword descended, nearly cleaving apart the River of Forgetfulness, as countless vengeful spirits surged forth, rallying for their vengeful lord. Han Hui strained to uphold the celestial cauldron, retreating step by step, her energy waning. If this continued, they would surely perish here. The Grand Elder bellowed, Han Hui, do you still intend to converse with her? This individual is hopelessly deluded, already ensnared by madness, devoid of any possibility of redemption. As he spoke, he shielded the destined one, preventing the vengeful spirits from inflicting harm. Li Fu's long sword was aimed at them, and despite Han Hui's protection, the spirits infiltrated their defenses, obeying the commands of their malevolent master to assault the two. Han Hui closed her eyes. She actually held a certain admiration for Li Fu, lamenting silently, alas, it is time for you to witness the hidden strengths of the celestial realm. Chapter 61. Li Fu's true strength. Li Fu had prepared, did they not? Han Hui did not speak falsely. Her belief in and admiration for Li Fu prompted her to grant her the opportunity to resolve her past grievances. Originally, She had hoped Li Fu would sever her own soul, thus potentially earning immense merit by overcoming the cataclysmic trial. Even if her soul were to be extinguished, there might still be a chance for rebirth under the guardianship of such merit. A person like Li Fu, should she embark on the path of immortality, would undoubtedly become another formidable being. What a pity. Han Hui raised her hand, her fingertip resting against her brow. As the grand formations beneath the feet of the elders of the celestial realm reignited, simultaneously evading attacks, they ascended into the air, sitting cross-legged. The formations below connected. Chu Shan intended to seize the opportunity to strike them. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a beam of spiritual energy cascaded down from the celestial realm, and the onlookers gazed upward, as if witnessing the celestial hall illuminated like a beacon, enveloped in ethereal energy, towering above. The immense spiritual energy poured down. Chu Shan gritted his teeth and attempted to strike, but all was repelled by the grand formation. The countless vengeful spirits that had surged forward were instantaneously rebuffed, crashing back into the river of forgetfulness. The Grand Elder moved to the forefront of the formation, his complexion flushed, eyes icy. Today, I shall ensure your demise, Li Fu. Before him stood Hua Yue and Chen Xiao, both in a state of dismemberment yet undeterred, as the fated sword within them broke free, merging within the spiritual energy to transform into a crimson and azure sword of execution. The grand formation of the celestial realm unleashed immense spiritual power, coalescing the strength of the 8 elders beneath their feet. They harnessed Hua Yue and Chen Xiao to wield the sword of execution. The formation below was clearly designed for this moment. Chu Shan's expression shifted. Desperately gazing at the sword of execution, his voice rasped, Li Fu. They have activated the celestial formation, be cautious. He slowly stepped in front of Li Fu. However, she forcefully pulled him aside, casting him away. In her hand, the Emperor's sword flag met the sword of execution, a colossal surge of dark energy roiling forth. Boom! The river of forgetfulness trembled, the heavens and earth upended. As the vengeful spirits shrieked, falling back into the river, unable to escape under the overwhelming force, causing the tides of battle to shift once more. Bang! Li Fu was struck and hurled into the depths of the river of forgetfulness. In the next moment, an even more powerful sword descended from above. If it struck, Li Fu would surely perish. The slaughterer of immortals glared fiercely. The golden patterns on her forehead flickered and shrank, her figure vanishing instantaneously, plunging into the Emperor's sword flag. Wielding the power of the pinnacle of the void, Chu Shan cursed, damn old fool. How could he still possess such a skill? Utilizing the 9 heavens grand array to activate the slaughter sword, providing an unceasing flow of spiritual energy. How could they possibly achieve this? With a growl, Chu Shan resolutely plunged into the human Emperor sword banner. Beside them, the vengeful spirits, drawn into the banner. Each bore the force of spiritual winds as they surged into the sword banner. The human Emperor sword banner trembled. It gathered the strength of 2 peak void realm beings. Several vengeful spirits, and an abundance of resentful energy, swirling and retracting. Li Fu spat out a mouthful of black blood, standing amidst the river of forgetfulness, channeling all the vengeful energy into the sword banner, which transformed back into a sword, bracing against the descending onslaught. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed, shattering the surroundings. The descending spiritual power pressed relentlessly upon the vengeful energy. Li Fu struggled to withstand it, yet the colorful spiritual energy continued to push her downward, her body succumbing to the pressure. Her grip on the sword trembled, black blood trickling from her mouth, her form swaying perilously. Han Hui gazed at her, ethereal energy swirling around, his voice calm and unwavering. Li Fu, you must understand, the accumulation of countless millennia within the 9 heavens is not something you can contend with. My deal remains intact. She had grown significantly stronger, yet it was still insufficient. Han Hui genuinely admired her, but alas, Li Fu resolutely declared, I refuse. She remained obstinate. With her words, blood continued to flow from her lips, her body descending further, enveloped by spiritual energy, unable to endure nor escape. Yet she clutched the sword tightly, resisting with all her might. Han Hui could not help but sigh, why persist? The slaughter sword descended with a fierce strike, directly shattering Li Fu and sending her crashing beneath the river of forgetfulness. Enter the realm of vengeful spirits? Impossible, for the slaughter sword held her firmly captive. Hide. That too was futile, for another sword loomed ominously overhead. Li Fu's vision darkened, her ability to retaliate nearly extinguished, the situation thoroughly overturned, victory and defeat seeming already predetermined. Han Hui inquired again, "What now?" Li Fu opened her eyes to gaze upward, remaining silent. A faint smile gracing her lips as she tightened her grip on the human emperor's sword banner, slowly raising it toward the heavens. She would not concede. Han Hui inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, as the slaughter sword plunged into the River of Forgetfulness, cleaving through the vengeful energy, the river appearing to split apart, revealing Li Fu beneath, the sword aiming to pierce her fiercely. Meanwhile, the human emperor's sword banner in Li Fu's grasp had begun to weaken. Was she to perish? Boom. The River of Forgetfulness roiled as the slaughter sword fell. Yet, Li Fu remained alive. Powerful vengeful energy surged into the human emperor's sword banner from her hands, meeting the oncoming strike, shattering the slaughter sword's blow with a resounding crash. The collision of vengeful and spiritual energies erupted in a dazzling display of black and colorful light, forcing even nearby cultivators to retreat, those of weaker cultivation even spitting blood. Even the Void Realm cultivators dared not draw near. What was happening? Guang Ning stared in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Yu Hua, who mirrored his confusion. Above, Han Hui, perceiving all, narrowed his pupils. A major ascendance. He sensed the aura of a major ascendant vengeful spirit. A potent wave of vengeful energy surged into Li Fu, strengthening her grip on the human emperor's sword banner. Everyone was taken aback. Only Li Fu, and it is no surprise. She slowly rose to her feet, a smile gracing her lips. Finally, they have arrived. As her voice echoed, her gaze sharpened, and with both hands gripping the imperial sword banner, she unleashed her formidable power, striking fiercely towards the formation where Hua Yue and Chen Xiao stood. She knew who had come to her aid. The Hall of Vengeful Spirits, the great ascension of vengeful spirits. Their trump card was the Nine Heavens Array, a formation capable of summoning the Sword of Execution. Yet, Li Fu's true trump card was not the void vengeful spirits at all. She had stated that she could not locate the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. Rather, she would compel them to seek her out. The summons was never solely for Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. In order for the Hall of Vengeful Spirits to find her, she must first reveal her whereabouts, mustn't she? 13 years ago, the Nine Heavens challenged her at Wangchuan. The Vengeful Spirit Lord acquiesced. She had allowed 13 years to pass. Even if the Hall of Vengeful Spirits hid deeply, they would surely receive the news and appear at Wangchuan when the time was right. And what constituted the right time? It was when the Vengeful Spirit Lord faced death. Even if the Hall wished to remain concealed or continue observing, could they refrain from intervening when the Vengeful Spirit Lord encountered such a life and death crisis? Unless they were willing to accept that the vengeful spirits would be firmly suppressed by the Nine Heavens. This was Li Fu's true objective. Han Hui was correct. She was still no match for the Nine Heavens, unable to contend with millennia of accumulated power. But that was of no consequence. She could enlist the Hall of Vengeful Spirits to her cause. The Hall of Vengeful Spirits was indeed her real ace. Chapter 62. Substitute death behind Li Fu. A powerful malice surged into her being. Following the source of this malice, a shadow in a sinister purple hue approached, accompanied by several vengeful spirits. Amidst the intersection of darkness and vibrant light, their figures gradually became distinct, their outlines emerging before her eyes. Accompanying this presence was a terrifying pressure of great ascension. Wu Wang stood nearby, observing the newcomer, murmuring, "The Hall of Vengeful Spirits." He then turned to Li Fu, realization dawning upon him. So that is it. Wu Wang could hardly contain a sigh of admiration. This was Li Fu. She took one step, contemplating 100 steps ahead. From the moment he mentioned the existence of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits to the challenge from the Nine Heavens, she had already orchestrated this moment. This was her trump card, her ultimate aim. Under the fearful gazes of the Nine Heavens, Li Fu wielded the imperial sword banner, infused with overwhelming malice, striking down as countless vengeful spirits shrieked and howled. This was the great ascension strike. "Be careful," Han Hui shouted, gathering strength once more as the Nine Heavens Array activated the Sword of Execution to counter her assault. Behind him, numerous cultivators immediately engaged, their expressions grave. This time, it was Li Fu on the offensive while they defended. The tide of battle had shifted once more. Boom. The surroundings erupted violently, darkness clashing with vibrant light. The latter retreating step by step as spiritual energy crackled in the air. From the depths of Wangchuan, Vengeful spirits surged forth once again. With the aid of great ascension power, their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The cultivators, already drained of spiritual energy, found many being pulled into Wangchuan, emerging as bubbles of spiritual energy, never to return. In the skies, with a single strike, Li Fu sent all nearby cultivators flying. They plummeted into Wangchuan, never to re-emerge, their cries of despair echoing in a haunting chorus. "Hold on," the Grand Elder shouted. Hui spat out a mouthful of blood as the formation beneath his feet began to whirl. The vast power of the Nine Heavens array surged violently into the execution sword, striving to block the Emperor's sword banner. Li Fu was determined to slay the Destined One. Yet, as long as the ghostly fiend master remained unvanquished, the Destined One could not perish. The third elder recited incantations, his inner strength tearing apart as it flowed into the Nine Heavens array. The 8 elders stood upon a frantically rotating formation, enormous illusory hands extending from behind them, assisting the Destined One in gripping the execution sword. Its red and blue light dazzlingly bright. Under the manipulation of numerous giant hands, the execution sword trembled violently. Li Fu's gaze was icy, her murderous intent palpable. The Black Emperor's sword in her grasp roared, infused with the power of the Great Ascension. The vengeful energy of the River of Forgetfulness stirred anew. Alongside the specters of slaughtering immortals and the intertwining shadows of the mountains, a fierce howl erupted. The wails of countless vengeful spirits overlapped. 100,000 vengeful spirits forged a path, and a single sword pierced through the 6 realms. Blackness shattered the colorful light. "Die!" Li Fu cried, charging forward with the Emperor's sword banner, aiming directly at Hua Yue and Chen Xiao. Huey's face was filled with terror, his pupils constricting. Li Fu was alive, continuously growing stronger, and now allied with the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. If the Destined One perished, could they truly contend with the apocalyptic calamity foretold a millennium ago? Was the realm of cultivation truly on the brink of destruction? In his hand, the celestial mechanism cauldron was thrown to defend, yet was swept aside by the vengeful energy. Utterly powerless, Chen Xiao gazed at the incoming sword, almost certain that this time there would be no escape. Crack! Indeed, the sharp light of the black sword fell upon them, and the Chaos Talismans immediately attempted to ward off the attack, but the next moment, both talismans shattered simultaneously. After several uses, they could no longer withstand the current blow. Chen Xiao did not lower his gaze. As Li Fu drew near, his eyes penetrated through the colorful light and the black glow into her own. There, he found only a chilling, bone-piercing murderous intent and unyielding resilience. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. The Grand Elder's eyes were wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how he, as the Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens, would face the entire realm of cultivation if the Destined One fell here, or how he would confront the great ascended beings of Chaos City. Damn it! How could the people of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits appear? He released his dust brush, ready to do anything to save the two. However, this was the River of Forgetfulness, the most disadvantageous battlefield for them, and the attack had already struck. He could not save them. Boom! The vengeful energy erupted, shattering the formation beneath their feet, while the surrounding vengeful spirits were hurled back into the River of Forgetfulness, sending the cultivators flying, landing afar, gazing upwards in terror. Where the Emperor's sword banner struck, blinding white light obscured all clarity. Behind, the great ascended vengeful spirits uttered, "Huh?" Bu Wang squinted, finally managing to see the scene ahead through the blinding light, and then froze in astonishment. Li Fu's sword pierced forth. The Grand Elder, in disbelief, lowered his head. The Emperor's sword banner, infused with the power of the Great Ascension, penetrated the Dantian, instantly halting the flow of energy within, erasing thousands of years of cultivation in an instant. But how could this be? He stiffly turned his head, and behind him, where he once stood, Hua Yue and Chen Xiao had been replaced. He had endured the attack meant for them. The heavens and earth reversed, and human forms exchanged. Beneath the shattered chaos talismans of the two individuals lay an exceedingly minute talisman, born from the chaos itself. Within his own being, a similar tiny talisman had already been struck by the Emperor's sword banner, fragmenting and flying away. It was this very object that had exchanged their fates. Observing the others, their faces were etched with bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Han Hui took a few steps forward, channeling the remaining spiritual energy into the Great Elder's body. yet it failed to retain any essence, dissipating completely. What could be happening? How could the Great Elder? The third elder turned to Hua Yue and Qin Shao, demanding, "What have you done?" Hua Yue shook her head in confusion, equally perplexed as Qin Shao. Li Fu raised an eyebrow. Her sword had evidently pierced both Hua Yue and Qin Shao. So how had the person before her transformed into the Great Elder of Jiuxiao? Though perplexed, this did not hinder Li Fu from driving the sword deeper. Indeed, it could be twisted a little more. After all, this was the Great Elder of Jiuxiao. To slay him would not be in vain. Behind her, a faint voice resonated, a great ascendant cultivator, a puppet death substitute. Han Hui's pupils dilated as he muttered, "It is indeed the death substitute talisman sewn by a great ascendant." Such an extraordinary and unfathomable talisman could only originate from the hands of a great ascendant cultivator. Regardless of how much spiritual energy flowed into the Great Elder's body, it merely crumbled away, a peak void realm cultivator gradually perishing before their eyes. Han Hui trembled. Li Fu glanced at the astonished Great Elder, confirming he would not survive, before withdrawing her sword. She then turned to the equally shocked members of Jiuxiao, smiling. "How amusing. A death substitute talisman? You, the foremost among cultivators below the Great Ascendant, the diligent protector of the destined ones, are merely a stand-in for their demise? Are the Great Ascendants of your cultivation realm truly this entertaining?" Faced with her scorn, the Great Elder Lingyan opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Despair, fury, helplessness, and anguish surged within him, flooding through his limbs. His mind fell into a void. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting his failure to save the destined one, and now he found himself succumbing in their stead. He attempted to gather spiritual energy, but the essence in his dantian surged forth uncontrollably, unable to be retained. His nascent soul had been shattered, his spirit extinguished, rendering him powerless to return. Chapter 63. The Death of the Great Elder of Jiuxiao. When had the talisman been sewn within him? Lingyun recalled. It was when he had brought the destined one to Chaos City seeking aid, and the great ascendants were healing them. At that time, he had wondered why the Chaos Talisman of the destined one had not been repaired. If faced with danger again, how could they preserve their lives? Lingyun had been deeply worried. The ascendants had merely told him that the destined one would not die, could not die. He had not understood then, but now it was clear. The destined one would not perish because someone else would die in their place. As his body gradually disintegrated, transforming into spiritual energy dispersed throughout the realm, he watched in agony as he dissolved, limb by limb. The third elder lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot. "Senior brother." She yearned to save him, yet the elixirs, spiritual energy, and magical artifacts proved futile. This sword strike was a culmination of Li Fu's efforts, harnessing the might of the Great Ascension and all available resentment for a devastating blow. Lingyun struggled to speak. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the dissolution of his body, that single utterance laden with endless mockery. Since the emergence of the Fated One, the sovereign of the ghostly fiends had descended, and he, as the Grand Elder of the Nine Skies, had been relentlessly pursued, suffering injuries while desperately protecting the destined individual. Even with the knowledge of the destined one's faults, he chose to shield them, believing all his actions were for the benefit of the Nine Skies and the cultivation world. After all, the existence of the Fated One held profound significance, did it not? Yet, in the end, this was how he met his demise. Such was the nature of the Nine Skies. He could sacrifice Li Fu to protect the destined one, and the Great Ascended could likewise sacrifice him for the same purpose. The sovereign of the ghostly fiends spoke truly. Karma exists. Ultimately, it was Li Fu, a vengeful spirit, who ascended to the Nine Skies, shielding the destined one while driving Li Fu out. That moment of protection had already sealed his fate for today as retribution. How laughable. As Lingyun's body transformed into spiritual energy and dissipated, he was no longer able to concern himself with the Nine Skies or the existence of a world-ending calamity. The outcome between Li Fu and the cultivation realm was of no consequence. The Nine Skies were now beyond his reach. The wind blew, scattering the spiritual energy. Li Fu watched as he vanished before her eyes, as if recalling the Grand Elder she had first encountered in the Nine Skies, who had appeared alongside Hua Yue and Qin Shao, demanding a counsel. From then on, he had protected them, nearly sacrificing his life in the world of Chu Mountain for their sake. A case of seeking benevolence and receiving benevolence. The third elder grasped at the void, yet grasped nothing. The Grand Elder of the Nine Skies was utterly lost to this world. In an instant, The third elder's gaze brimmed with murderous intent. His scarlet eyes sharp as blades, directed at Li Fu and the Destined One. Meeting those furious eyes, Li Fu tilted her head and smiled faintly. You toil for the 9 skies and the cultivation realm, yet it seems your great ascended have not regarded you highly. The surrounding air grew eerily silent. The expressions of the several elders shifted dramatically. Although the Grand Elder of the 9 skies might not have been the most powerful in terms of strength, he undeniably held the highest position. Personally selected by the Great Ascended to oversee the 9 skies, he had prioritized the interests of the cultivation realm for many years. He could be sacrificed, but what of them? This thought was too chilling to ponder deeply. The more one dwelled on it, the more it sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, Li Fu's gaze sharpened, and the human emperor's sword banner surged forth towards Hua Yue and Chen Xiao once more. The 9 skies formation surged, and Han Hui inhaled deeply, controlling the powerful spiritual energy to counter it. The human emperor's sword banner collided with the spiritual force, sending both parties reeling back. Li Fu's body fell into the River of Forgetfulness, while Han Hui and the others were propelled upward. Without hesitation, she caught Li Fu. She staggered a couple of steps, regaining her balance, her gaze fixed above. Han Hui had just withstood a blow, yet her complexion was several times worse than Li Fu's. The faces of the 9 skies people were all shadowed with gloom. The Grand Elder's death loomed over them like a dark cloud. Should they fight again? Perhaps the question should be, can they fight again? Hui glanced at the purple silhouette standing not far away, taking a deep breath. Retreat. In this round, they had lost again, and had sacrificed their esteemed elder from the 9 heavens. As they prepared to leave, Li Fu took a couple of steps forward. Gazing upwards, esteemed ones, the destined ones are well protected, shielded by your lives. Even the elder of 9 heavens has fallen. She tilted her head, her gaze cunning. Do the remaining among you possess any talismans within? Provocation, unrestrained. The 8th elder's complexion suddenly turned pale. The 6th elder glared at Li Fu with fury. His inner concerns pricked, seething with anger, wishing to strike her down immediately, with spiritual energy swirling in his hands. Huey's expression also changed. Yet, she inhaled deeply, uttering nothing, allowing the spiritual energy of the 9 heavens grand formation to envelop them, vanishing from sight, while 2 ethereal hands emerged, roughly dragging Hua Yue and Chen Xiao away. Today, they could not eliminate Li Fu. If they delayed any further, there would be more than 1 elder who would perish. Once the 9 heavens had departed, Li Fu swayed, nearly losing her balance. Bu Wang quickly supported her, frowning. Are you all right? Li Fu shook her head, her voice hoarse. I won't die. As long as I don't die. This injury isn't severe. Bu Wang, ever curious, inquired. Why didn't you pursue? Given your nature, you should have struck again, taking out a few more. Li Fu's gaze darkened slightly as she turned away. I, too, wish to understand, dear friend from the Hall of Grievous Spirits. Do you not harbor resentment towards the 9 heavens? Why was it only a single strike before you withdrew your full might? Previously distracted, she now noticed the newcomer clad in a flowing purple gown, her delicate features softened by a smile, scrutinizing Li Fu from head to toe. Upon hearing her words, the stranger's eyes flickered. Little vengeful spirit, do not be so quick to violence. It breeds unrest. Li Fu regarded her in silence. Tu Xian and Chu Shan emerged from the sword banner, one on each side, warily fixed on the figure before them. The woman remained unfazed, smiling sweetly. It is quite generous of me to offer my assistance this once. You are simply too weak. I had no intention of intervening. But you nearly lost your life, compelling my involvement. Bu Wang's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he asked, May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Fu asked calmly. The woman leaned down to meet her gaze. Xiang. She lifted Li Fu's chin, caressing her face, her crimson lips moving. Though you are a master of specters, you currently lack the power. Join the Hall of Grievous Spirits, and from this day forth, we shall protect you. Tu Xian frowned. Chu Shan instinctively slapped her hand away, gruffly admonishing, Do not touch her. After all, she is our leader. Qi Xiang's smile remained unchanged. In the next moment, she flicked her finger, striking Chu Shan, rendering him momentarily dazed. Chu Shan's horns vanished, and much of his resentment dissipated, leaving his head looking as if it had been shaved down, his eyes glazed over. Indeed, everyone had agreed those horns were unattractive. Qi Xiang's voice turned icy. No one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Bu Wang quipped. An old master has just arrived, and now there's an old mistress too. Little vengeful spirit, You must be more obedient, yes? Qi Xiang regarded Li Fu with a knowing look. Chu Shan served merely as a warning to others. She threatened Li Fu, but he merely smiled, extending his hand to gently remove Qi Xiang's fingers from his face, his voice devoid of emotion. The Hall of Vengeful Spirits harbors far greater animosity towards cultivators than I do. Enough pretense, why not strike? Qi Xiang froze, her brows knitting together in a complex expression. I just saved you and assisted in slaying the Elder of Jiuxiao. Why are you not more elated, but rather fixated on this? That was the Elder of Jiuxiao. Had the opponent not been oblivious to the existence of the puppet death talisman, had the Hall of Vengeful Spirits not arrived so suddenly, and had Li Fu not mobilized all his strength to obliterate him, it would not have been so simple. The news of the Elder's demise at the hands of the ghostly tyrant would undoubtedly send ripples through the cultivation world, instilling panic among all. If you had not withdrawn your power of great ascension, I would have done more than just slay the Elder of Jiuxiao. Li Fu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon her. Then tell me, why did the Hall of Vengeful Spirits, which harbors even greater hatred for cultivators, withdraw their power of great ascension just now? Qi Xiang hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she lowered her hand, her demeanor calming. Shall we find another place to converse? This little vengeful spirit proved quite difficult to placate. With a decisive stroke, Li Fu had slain the Elder of Jiuxiao. Unaware of the profound shock this event would cast over the cultivation world, the three-clear cauldron resonated with a solemn chime, the tolling of the death knell echoing throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Within various sects, the sound of mourning for the Elder of Jiuxiao reverberated. Cultivators wandering abroad and high-tier practitioners in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes in astonishment at the sound of the bell. At the Fuang sect, a faction boasting a great ascension master alongside the Elder of Jiuxiao, they had long since ascended from the lower ranks to stand among the top three sects, on par with Penglai and Taiwu. On this day, the hall buzzed with talk of the ghostly tyrant. Have they made any progress in eliminating the ghostly tyrant? Fear not. The Elders of Jiuxiao have intervened, supported by the true immortals of the major sections. Success is assured. After all these years, why has there been no news? It seems the ghostly tyrant is well concealed. They have yet to locate him. I heard that the Jiuxiao formation had previously been set up in the realm of Qingyun, yet it remains unclaimed? The Fuang sect, situated at a considerable distance, occasionally received updates about dispatched cultivators, enforcing strict measures to purge their domain of vengeful spirits. However, they were still unaware of the current progress. Rest assured, the ghostly tyrant has only just descended into the world. News shall come soon. Suddenly, the mournful tolling from Jiuxiao pierced the air above the grand hall of the Fuang sect, silencing all. In the next moment, the disciples erupted into chaos, their discussions fervent. The sect master, however, changed countenance in an instant, rushing into the highest hall of the Fuang sect, where the second lamp, belonging to the Elder of Jiuxiao, had extinguished. Those at his side bore expressions of terror. The Elder is dead. My heavens, the ghostly tyrant has actually slain the Elder. What manner of being is she? And how formidable is her strength? At the Chengyun sect, ever since Han Hui had taken all the experts to the River of Forgetfulness, the sect master and the elders had been binding themselves within a formation to defend the sect, lacking both their spiritual veins and the protective mountain formation. The sect was now drastically altered from its former self. The departure of Chu Mountain, under the command of the ghostly demonic sovereign, is not entirely a misfortune. Otherwise, the suffocating resentment might envelop the Chengyun sect, now devoid of its protective mountain array, potentially leading to considerable troubles. The elder speaking bore a complex expression. The abundant spiritual energy within the sect naturally attracts more resentment. Thus, outside the major sects, it is imperative for them to periodically cleanse the lingering malice. The removal of Chu Mountain by Li Fu, along with the accompanying resentment, is indeed a blessing for the unprotected Chengyun sect. However, after more than a decade of absence, Chu Mountain has once again accumulated significant resentment, necessitating their spells to isolate it from the sect. Upon hearing this, the sect leader reassured, "Let us wait a while longer. Once Elder Han Hui eliminates the ghostly demonic sovereign, we shall gain new disciples of the spiritual vein, will we not?" The steward replied, "It's manageable. Although the spiritual energy within the sect is thin, the pills distributed by Elder Han Hui can sustain us for some time. Besides, they are all eagerly awaiting the new spiritual vein. Hope can sustain one through temporary adversity." The sect leader nodded with a smile. However, Just as he was about to speak, the chime of a bell resonated from the heavens. The leader's smile faltered, disbelief washing over his features as he looked up. The Grand Elder has perished? In the next moment, his shock morphed into despair. Could the disciples, who had been eagerly awaiting victory and the return of the spiritual vein, still remain steadfast in the Chungyun sect, waiting to vanquish the ghostly demonic sovereign? With the death of the Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens, could the ghostly demonic sovereign truly be defeated? As this thought flickered in his mind, the expression on the Chungyun sect leader's face turned ashen, for in that instant, he realized that the hearts of the people had scattered. The Chungyun sect was indeed lost. After the emergence of the ghostly demonic sovereign, restless spirits began stirring across various lands, and all major sects were engaged in combating the malevolent spirits within their domains. A void cultivator from Penglai was contending with a void malevolent spirit. Their clash of spiritual and resentful energies had persisted for half a month, with no clear victor emerging. The void cultivator taunted, "What are you so excited about? The ghostly demonic sovereign can barely ensure its own safety. Do you truly believe it can aid you? Surrender now. Dream on." The void malevolent spirit retorted, evading the attack with fury. "The age of your oppression over us spirits has come to an end with the arrival of the ghostly demonic sovereign. I must seek the sovereign and lend my support." The void cultivator laughed derisively. "You are likely unaware that when the ghostly demonic sovereign descended, its cultivation was still beneath the golden core stage. While our grand elders of the Nine Heavens issued the Nine Heavens order, mobilizing all high-level cultivators to eliminate it, there are also fated individuals among us. How long do you think the ghostly demonic sovereign can survive?" The void malevolent spirit hesitated for a moment. In the next instant, the void cultivator seized the upper hand, pressing the spirit in combat. "Yield now, and be sealed away obediently. You spirits are harbingers of calamity. If the heavenly Tao truly supported you, why would there be fated individuals?" The void cultivator laughed heartily. The malevolent spirit's breathing grew increasingly labored, overwhelmed by the pressure, its heart racing in panic. In combat, it held no advantage. Suddenly, the bell of the three pure ones resonated, announcing the fall of the Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens. The void cultivator was momentarily stunned. The void malevolent spirit immediately gained the upper hand, launching a frenzied assault, laughing maniacally. "Ha! You were right. The ghostly demonic sovereign is still weak, and you all mobilized. Yet your Grand Elder has perished. Heaven favors the resentful spirits. My sovereign is mighty." With a firm resolve in their hearts, they gained an advantage in the ensuing conflict. Meanwhile, some hidden vengeful spirits cautiously revealed themselves, whispering amongst one another. "Has the Grand Elder of Jiuxiao perished? What transpired? Could it be related to the recently controversial ghostly demon lord? Shall we seek out the ghostly demon lord? Indeed, one capable of slaying the Grand Elder is undoubtedly formidable. We should lend our support to our master." Numerous vengeful spirits silently emerged from their concealed abodes, hastening towards the River of Forgetfulness, tracing the essence of the ghostly demon lord in search of the past. The chimes of the Sanqing Ding resonated, signaling that the demise of the Grand Elder heralded the growth of the ghostly demon lord, while Jiuxiao faced decline. The title of the Lord of Vengeful Spirits is well-deserved. Chapter 65. The Covenant of the Great Ascension in Jiuxiao. The Second Elder was besieged by inquiries from various sects, all demanding to know the unfolding events, creating a palpable atmosphere of chaos. Second Elder, the concealed vengeful spirits across the lands are stirring. Second Elder, the Sanqing Ding has detected numerous vengeful spirits making their way to the River of Forgetfulness. Second Elder, real person Minghua has arrived, inquiring about the cause of the Grand Elder's demise, questioning whether the ghostly demon lord is indeed unassailable. The urgent reports overwhelmed Han Hui, her mind buzzing with the intensity, her head throbbing painfully. Since her ascension to the rank of elder in Jiuxiao, she had never encountered such a dire situation. She closed her eyes, massaging her temples. Guang Ning furrowed her brow, filled with regret. "Had I known, I would have sealed the Sanqing Ding, preventing the major sects from learning of the Grand Elder's death. If they were unaware, they would not be so frantic. The vengeful spirits would not ignite their hopes and begin to stir." The Third Elder, overhearing, scoffed. "The Sanqing Ding holds the information of all major sects. It similarly can inform them of significant events within the realm of cultivation. This was established millennia ago when the Great Ascenders entered the chaotic city, ensuring that power would not be entirely relinquished to us, lest we dominate unchecked. to the detriment of the world. Had she spoken before, the third elder would have claimed her identity as part of Jiuxiao, believing that the great ascenders acted solely for the greater good of the cultivation realm. Yet now, a rift had undeniably emerged. Han Hui opened her eyes, casting a sharp gaze at her. Such words should not be uttered again. The existence of the Sanqing Ding is beneficial. Concealing information serves no purpose. It is imperative that the entire cultivation realm is aware of this crisis and proceeds with caution. Despite issuing the Jiuxiao Edict, few reclusive Tai Su cultivators had been mobilized, particularly those at the pinnacle of Tai Su. They, on the brink of great ascension, were striving to break through, ungoverned by Jiuxiao. Now that news of the Grand Elder's death had spread, it was vital that they understood that the ghostly demon lord posed a calamity for all within the cultivation realm. The third elder wished to counter, but Han Hui's cold stare silenced her, as if addressing not just her, but all present. The Ascenders possess knowledge beyond our own. Every action has its purpose. Such remarks must not be repeated, and disrespect towards the Ascenders is intolerable. A hush fell over the great hall. The elders of Jiuxiao remained mute, the silence stretching into an almost unbearable stillness. Even the ethereal energies that usually drifted about grew subdued and motionless. Hua Yue and Chen Shao lay upon the dais, their vitality waning, while the others disregarded them, each wearing a grave expression. The ninth elder let out a silent sigh. The elder turned his head and lowered his voice. It has only been a short while, yet we are on the verge of becoming the sixth and seventh elders. There are only 10 elders in total, and 3 have already perished, including the Grand Elder. How can we not feel a sense of estrangement? The sixth elder pressed her lips together. What is the true nature of that puppet death talisman? Does it exist within us as well? Han Hui paused. She deliberately avoided discussing this matter. Yet how could she not be concerned? Li Fu's words pierced their hearts like needles, and the deeper they pondered, the more it hurt, as if drawing blood. Suddenly, the stagnant flow of spiritual energy began to move. Han Hui abruptly lifted her head, and all the 9 heavens elders turned to look. On the Sanqing cauldron, shadows sat cross-legged, 12 ethereal figures, 12 great ascension cultivators. The 12 golden immortals of Chaos City. Respected ones, Han Hui exclaimed with joy. A beam of golden light shot forth from the ethereal figures, landing on the bodies of Hua Yue and Chen Shao. In an instant, their limbs grew back, and they opened their eyes, their injuries healed, the golden light of the death talisman flickering within them. Hua Yue immediately knelt, her eyes bright. I pay my respects to the respected ones. Chen Shao knelt beside her, fixated on the ethereal figures. After the death of the Grand Elder of 9 heavens, they were acutely aware of their precarious situation. It was evident that none of the 9 heavens elders, not even Chun Zhao's master, the third elder Zi Shao, would look at him again. Contemplating this, Chen Shao could only smile bitterly. Although Du Hua had not spoken, his voice echoed in the hall. The Lord of Ghosts descends, and the calamity of annihilation in the cultivation world is upon us. The Fated One holds a glimmer of hope. We stand at the pinnacle of 9 heavens. And this is how you treat the Fated One. Do you disregard the prophecy and show apathy towards the calamity of annihilation? At the summit of 9 heavens, the stone tablet cracked further, dark energy coiling and thickening, the ghostly shadows intensifying, an ominous aura growing heavier. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Han Hui hurriedly explained. It is not so. The Fated One's power is still too weak. Only the full might of 9 heavens can vanquish the Lord of Ghosts. Wu Ming sighed silently. Casting his gaze upon her, Han Hui, you have issued the 9 heavens decree and activated the 9 heavens formation. Your power far surpasses that of the Lord of Ghosts. Have you ever slain her? Han Hui froze. After the slaughter in the realm of vengeful spirits, she returned to 9 heavens, believing that their response was flawed, and initiated a pursuit of Li Fu. Yet, no matter the strategy employed, she had never succeeded in killing her. Han Hui had always accompanied the Fated Ones, protecting them, wielding their slaying swords. Yet the respected ones were not mistaken. Deep down, she harbored a disdain for these two. She particularly loathed the malicious Hua Yue. She had never entrusted the weighty task of slaying the Lord of Ghosts to them, convinced in her heart that they were inferior to Li Fu and incapable of killing her. Only the Fated One could slay the Lord of Ghosts, and she hoped everyone would remember the prophecy. Kuan Yu's voice was resonant. If the calamity of annihilation could be easily resolved, there would not be merely a sliver of hope. Remember, if you cannot protect the Fated One, the calamity of annihilation shall surely arrive. Indeed, Han Hui's expression immediately turned grave. Hua Yue's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. With the respected one's words, she knew that her and Chun Xiao's safety was irrevocably secured. She realized she had fallen into a misconception. Why should she tread so carefully and heed the words of the elders of Juxiao? Had they not spared Li Fu? She and Chun Xiao were the destined ones. They were the sole entities capable of confronting the malevolent spirit master in the entire realm of cultivation, the only glimmer of hope for the world of immortals. They need not worry about anything. They only had to eliminate Li Fu. It was Juxiao that ought to assist them. On Hua Yue's face, all traces of fear and trepidation vanished. Contemplating the sacrificial talisman within her, her fingers trembled in excitement. If she could slay Li Fu once, she could surely do it a second time. Ling Yun's demise was the consequence of failing to protect the destined ones. The puppet's sacrificial talisman was sewn by their hands. As elders of Juxiao, who serve the common folk, they must prioritize the salvation of the world, even at the cost of their own lives. The voice of the red flame sovereign echoed, resonating like the mountains, devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet exuding a profound compassion for all beings. This statement nearly conveyed to them the imperative to safeguard the destined ones. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly perish before them. The prophecy had long dictated that only the destined ones could save the world. Should the destined ones fall, their demise would be inevitable. To not regard the destined ones as more precious than their own lives was ultimately a failure to embrace the prophecy with conviction. Binding the fates of the destined ones to their own lives, could the exalted elders of Juxiao remain indifferent? The Grand Elder, Ling Yun, served as a cautionary tale. Hearing these words, Han Hui lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Sovereign, Han Hui is willing to plant the puppet's sacrificial talisman for the sake of all beings, and will never allow the destined ones to perish before me. Indeed, they were mistaken. From the very beginning, they ought to have supported the destined ones in vanquishing the malevolent spirit master. The hall fell silent. Subsequently, the elders of Juxiao inhaled deeply and proclaimed in unison, "We are willing to plant the puppet's sacrificial talisman to slay the malevolent spirit master and protect all beings." Seeing their newfound understanding, Kuan Yu nodded. Unable to restrain herself, Hua Yue spoke up. "Esteemed ones, the great vengeful ghost of the Vengeful Ghost Hall has emerged. With my and Chun Zhao's insufficient strength, we fear we cannot defeat Li Fu. Will you not intervene? Only the great can contend with the great." Had she suggested this to the great sovereign before, Hua Yue would have never dared, but now, recognizing their significance, she felt emboldened to speak freely. Upon hearing her, the great sovereign did not express anger but replied, "We still cannot intervene. Rest assured, the Vengeful Ghost Hall will not interfere. The agreement among the great is witnessed by the heavenly Tao, Wanchuan." Chu Shan furrowed his brow, scratching the black horn atop his head in puzzlement. The agreement among the great? What exactly is that? It is the pact between the Vengeful Ghost Hall and the Chaos City. Qi Xiang glanced at Chu Shan, a mocking smile forming. A millennium ago, the Vengeful Ghost Hall suffered a crushing defeat at Wanchuan, incurring significant losses. Yet the great sovereigns of the cultivation world were not without their own tribulations, retreating to the Chaos City to recuperate. Thus, both parties forged an agreement. Thereafter, regardless of what transpires between the cultivation world and the vengeful ghosts, the great shall not intervene directly. This is the agreement among the great. Li Fu raised an eyebrow, a sense of doubt brewing within. Not daring to withhold her curiosity, she inquired, "That should not be the case." Although the Juxiao great cultivators were injured, it was evident that the Vengeful Ghost Hall fared far worse. Even abandoning Wanchuan to hide, Juxiao had no reason to forge such an agreement with you, right? If the great intervened, it would surely be the Vengeful Ghost Hall that would suffer. The elders of Juxiao, was it truly necessary for them to make such a pact? Chu Shan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have all been reduced to mere pig heads. Why would Juxiao let you off so easily?" Chapter 66, a bit foolish. Yet possessing remarkable strength, Qi Xiang, with an expression void of emotion, severed Chu Shan's head, offering a faint smile. "I could easily reduce you to a pig's head right now." Chu Shan silently picked up his head and reattached it, retreating behind Li Fu, muttering, "Bullying others again. Relying on your superior cultivation, thinking it's something grand. Just wait, one day." His words were abruptly cut off as Qi Xiang raised her hand. Chu Shan fell silent. This was not cowardice, it was a matter of the heart. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiang continued, The repercussions of the Spirit Wraith War extend far beyond the confines of Wanchuan. Aside from Wanchuan, almost the entirety of the realm has succumbed to the influence of the cultivation world. The clash of resentment and spiritual energy has burdened countless beings, leading to the destruction of worlds exceeding the count of 2. The remnants of the Wraith Palace are but a shadow of their former strength. Yet, should a great ascension occur and conflict reignite, it would create considerable turmoil, wreaking havoc upon the territories of the cultivation world. After all, the true domain of the Wraiths is solely Wanchuan. Upon hearing this, Li Fu narrowed her eyes. Did the people of Jiuxiao truly intend to forsake the eradication of you all for the so-called welfare of the world? She found it hard to believe. If they genuinely cared for the populace, the Spirit Wraith War would never have taken place a millennium ago. Moreover, based on her understanding of Jiuxiao, they would prefer to ruthlessly eliminate threats, sacrificing a portion of lives to achieve their ultimate goal. Qi Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Li Fu possessed such profound insight into the people of Jiuxiao, accurately guessing their motives. Of course, there were other factors at play. A smile crept onto Qi Xiang's lips, her gaze complex. One such reason is you. After the Great War, the individuals from Chaos City, despite their prophecies, could not predict the descent of the Wraith Sovereign and the impending calamities. Resentment is eternal. When the Wraiths perish, they only release more resentment, which brings greater disasters upon the world and accelerates the arrival of the Wraith Sovereign. It has been 10 millennia since the Spirit Wraith War. The delay in the Sovereign's descent is precisely because the Great Ascension cultivators have refrained from intervening. Pausing for a moment, Qi Xiang added, as for other reasons, the folks from Chaos City, when gathered, have calculated something, though we do not fully understand what it entails. However, the Great Ascension Pact must be advantageous for the cultivation world. Otherwise, why would they forge such an agreement with the Wraiths? It is equally beneficial for you. Hence your acquiescence. Wang's was stroked his chin, deep in thought. Qi Xiang nodded. Indeed, had we refused, the remnants of the Wraith Palace would likely be thoroughly eradicated by those from Chaos City. Ultimately, they are still more formidable than the Wraith Palace. With a deep sigh, Qi Xiang lamented, the Wraith Palace is no longer as powerful as Jiuxiao. As long as Chaos City adheres to the Great Ascension Pact, we cannot take action. Previously, when you were on the brink of death, I intervened to rescue you, assisting in the elimination of the Jiuxiao Grand Elder, which was already perilous. And I dare not take further risks. Otherwise, should we violate the Great Ascension Pact, the repercussions from Chaos City would be even graver for the Wraiths. Ultimately, they remain weak. Chu Shan pouted, what is there to fear? Previously, it would have been prudent to eliminate all of 9 Heavens members first, then retreat and cultivate in seclusion. After amassing sufficient strength, one could then strike down Chaos City and eradicate its inhabitants. Qi Xiang glanced at Chu Shan and could no longer restrain herself from suggesting to Li Fu, how about I assist you in disposing of him and provide you with a more rational mind? Chu Shan responded with a puzzled expression. Li Fu smiled, thank you. He may be somewhat foolish, but his strength is commendable. Let us keep him. Chu Shan remained bewildered. Qi Xiang, slightly disheartened, replied, very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I have an inherent aversion to foolishness and would be more than willing to intervene. Li Fu nodded in agreement. Chu Shan, in disbelief, exclaimed, hey, I am at the pinnacle of the void. How can you all so blatantly disregard me? The others chose to ignore him completely. Qi Xiang turned to Li Fu and said, so now you understand why I refrained from acting earlier, right? You were correct. I harbor a deeper resentment towards cultivators than you do. However, due to the Great Ascension Pact, I am unable to intervene. Otherwise, those from Chaos City would undoubtedly emerge, and the situation would become even more precarious. Li Fu acknowledged her statement with a nod. She lowered her gaze, her fingers tracing the Emperor's sword banner, murmuring to herself. Yet I remain puzzled. The 9 Heavens wield considerable influence. They were hesitant to act before my appearance, perhaps calculating the potential threat posed by the emergence of the ghostly fiend lord. However, after I arrived, if they possessed any wisdom, they should have realized that they ought to eliminate me while I was still weak. Should I have been a Great Ascension cultivator when the ghostly fiend lord manifested, the Great Ascension Pact would have been inconsequential. Exterminating the ghostly fiend lord would have taken precedence. This is simply common sense. Li Fu has never underestimated her adversaries, particularly those who are formidable. Qi Xiang shook her head. We are also unsure. The Hall of Vengeful Ghosts has been on guard since your arrival. anticipating the actions of the great ascension cultivators from Chaos City, yet they have remained inactive. We speculate they may have foreseen something. Perhaps that the great ascension cultivators cannot defeat you. If a great ascension cultivator were to intervene, it would adversely affect the situation. Only Chaos City knows the specifics of why. Upon hearing this, Li Fu fell into contemplation. Chu Shan interjected. What if we were to break the Great Ascension Pact and draw them into the fray to see what unfolds? The group responded. The Slaughter Immortal pressed his head back down, suggesting he should remain silent. Chu Shan frowned, shaking off the restraining hand, and complained. Am I not allowed to assist you in brainstorming? You think it's a splendid idea, but don't bother next time. The Slaughter Immortal smiled knowingly. Who dares drag Chaos City into the fray without being pushed to the brink? Although we are unaware of their apprehensions, involving the 12 Golden Immortals without clarity would be tantamount to courting one's own demise. Li Fu exhaled deeply. The more she learned, the more perplexed she became. This world still harbors numerous secrets yet to be unveiled. Regardless of the cause, the current inactivity of the Great Ascension cultivators poses no detriment to you. Leaning closer, Qi Xiang's cheek nearly brushed against Li Fu's, her breath fragrant. Little vengeful ghost, I have disclosed everything to you. Although the Great Ascension cultivators of the Hall of Vengeful Ghosts cannot take action, many skilled individuals exist below that tier. Comparatively, Nine Heavens is far more powerful. If you join our Hall of Vengeful Ghosts, I shall dispatch assistance to you. What do you say? Li Fu met Qi Xiang's gaze. Her voice was gentle, yet there lay an undercurrent of ruthlessness, a subtle threat. She inquired, if I were to join the Hall of Vengeful Ghosts, would I be obligated to follow your commands? Certainly. Qi Xiang raised an eyebrow. However, our objectives are aligned, are they not? Li Fu is the lord of the ghostly evil. Yet, it is evident that the Hall of Vengeful Spirits does not wish to recognize her as its sovereign. What is their intention? To annihilate all cultivators and allow vengeful spirits to dominate the world? Li Fu arched an eyebrow, having discerned the ambitions of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. Qi Xiang naturally replied, indeed. However, Li Fu chuckled and shook her head. Who said that my aim is this? Qi Xiang paused momentarily. After a brief interlude, a flicker of dark light appeared in her eyes, her tone shifting to one of danger. You do not desire to eradicate all cultivators and let the vengeful spirits seize the world? Li Fu replied, partially. Her demeanor was calm. If vengeful spirits transcend all, how is that different from the Nine Heavens? The Nine Heavens and the Hall of Vengeful Spirits represent two factions, cultivators and vengeful spirits. Li Fu harbors animosity towards the Nine Heavens. Dealing with them does not necessarily imply she must aid the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. She is the lord of ghostly evil. Yet her actions are not dictated by the vengeful spirits. Qi Xiang pressed her finger against Li Fu's forehead, and then her pupils constricted in disbelief. Your stance is that of a mortal? Neither the Nine Heavens nor the vengeful spirits considered mortals during their power struggles. Although Li Fu is a vengeful spirit, she does not wholly align with their perspective when making decisions. Rather, she stands apart from both sides. And if one must categorize her, she stands with the most inconspicuous mortals. Qi Xiang doubted her own perceptions. Why not? Li Fu's gaze remained unperturbed, her tone steady yet resolute. Before becoming a vengeful spirit, I was a mortal. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang momentarily lost her focus, as if struck by a realization, her entire being frozen in contemplation. After a long pause, her expression hardened, and the oppressive aura of the Great Ascension descended sharply, fixing its gaze upon Li Fu. Her voice hoarse. Are you negotiating terms with me? Do you believe you possess the qualifications? What of being the lord of ghostly evil? You are too weak. It is you who requires the assistance of the Hall of Vengeful Spirits. Such weakness renders you unqualified to negotiate. Behind her, the vengeful spirits she brought with her rose in unison, their murderous intent palpable, compelling her to acquiesce. Li Fu's body tensed. The pressure of the Great Ascension nearly bent her posture. Yet, she held her back straight, steadfastly supporting the imperial sword banner. Even as a chill crept down her spine and her breath became labored, she refused to bow. Beside her, Tu Xian and Chu Shan withstood the oppressive force of the Great Ascension, gradually rising. Tu Xian retracted his insignia, while Chu Shan unsheathed his hunting knife, a fierce expression of murderous intent adorning his face. Beneath them, the River of Forgetfulness surged, and the vengeful spirits clamored in support. A battle was imminent. Bu Wang's gaze remained calm as his fingers gently clasped Li Fu's wrist. In an instant, the pressure of the great ascension vanished, and the intangible force that had nearly forced Li Fu to bend was entirely eradicated. Chapter 67. Not merely dull, but also overly astute, Qi Xiang suddenly turned her gaze to Bu Wang. He was an unassuming man with striking features, easily overlooked save for his remarkably bright eyes, lacking any other distinguishing traits. Yet, for some reason, Qi Xiang furrowed her brow. With the oppressive force dissipated, Li Fu inhaled deeply, meeting Qi Xiang's gaze and smiling. The Hall of Vengeful Spirits requires the Lord of Ghostly Evil, thus I am indeed qualified. If she were indifferent, the Ghost Hall would not risk violating the Great Ascension Agreement to rescue her. They needed her, and thus she possessed the qualification to join their ranks. Li Fu despised being threatened and would never allow herself to be manipulated or commanded by others. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang withdrew her gaze and focused intently on Li Fu, her brows furrowing tighter. Do you truly refuse to join the Ghost Hall? You are so feeble, yet you do not realize the necessity of bending the knee. Feebleness is merely a temporary state, Li Fu replied, meeting her gaze. Though she was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and lacked the strength of the transformation stage, her eyes bore no trace of fear in the face of the Great Ascension. Decades ago, I was but a mortal. I shall not remain weak indefinitely. With time, I will grow stronger. Qi Xiang could not suppress her retort. Do you think you have an abundance of time? The 9 heavens have suffered great losses and will employ even more cunning tactics against you. They will not allow you to grow unchallenged. While the Great Ascension may not intervene directly, they may still involve themselves. Thus, I require the assistance of the Ghost Hall, Li Fu stated, tilting her head. Lady Qi Xiang, let us collaborate. Qi Xiang felt a deep sense of exasperation. This little ghost not only displayed no fear, but also audaciously sought to enlist the Ghost Hall's aid for her own benefit. Moreover, she was astute, always pinpointing the crux of the matter and negotiating from advantageous positions. Qi Xiang muttered to herself, I have suddenly realized that I not only despise the foolish, but I also detest those who are excessively clever. Such individuals are truly troublesome. At the very least, she would prefer to physically confront 10 Chushan than engage in negotiations with 1 Li Fu. She gradually straightened her posture, smoothing her exquisite garments, and regarded the person seated before her from a superior vantage point. To aspire to lead the Ghost Hall, Li Fu, you are not yet worthy. With that, she turned and departed, casting a curious glance at Wu Wang without uttering a word. Accompanied by the Ghost Hall's members, she vanished into the black light, leaving no trace behind, only to leave a message. I grant you this information. It pertains to your companion at the Jin position within the human sovereign sword banner. Li Fu, I look forward to your appeal to the Ghost Hall for assistance. To seek help from the Ghost Hall would necessitate her submission and incorporation into their ranks. Qi Xiang awaited that moment. Li Fu caught hold of the message, her gaze fixed on Qi Xiang's retreating figure, her expression unwavering. That will not happen. I shall not be subservient to the Ghost Hall. If there is to be a master-servant dynamic between us, it will be the ghosts who heed the commands of the Ghost Master. With Qi Xiang gone, Chushan exhaled deeply. The overwhelming pressure at last dissipated. He stretched his neck and grumbled, Is it just because she is older and more powerful? Once I reach the Great Ascension, I will surely turn you into a pig's head. Wu Wang turned to Li Fu, his gaze filled with complexity. Why do you refuse to join the Ghost Hall? Is their assistance not beneficial? Li Fu toyed with the message, her voice calm as she replied, Wu Wang, I was once a mortal. Even if I become a ghost, transformed into the so-called world-destroying Ghost Master, I shall never forget the reasons for my becoming a ghost. It is not solely due to Hua Yue and Qin Shao, but also the oppression of mortals by cultivators. Should I join the Ghost Hall, I would merely be aiding them in allowing ghosts to dominate the world. How is that any different from the 9 heavens? What, exactly, do you wish to achieve, Li Fu? Wu Wang murmured. Li Fu cast her gaze downward, offering a gentle smile towards the human emperor's sword banner, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. As I have stated, I seek justice. I desire the fall of the 9 heavens, where the celestial and mortal realms are indistinguishable. Regardless of what transpires, this resolve shall remain unaltered. Existing in this world mandates one to forge their own path. As she has journeyed thus far, fear holds no dominion over her. The road ahead may be long, yet she shall advance step by step. In her mortal days, she never bowed her head. Now, as the Lord of Ghosts, she remains unyielding, steadfast in her own course. The 9 heavens cannot impede her, nor can the ghostly palace. Suddenly, the human emperor's sword banner unfurled, and the resentment of the River of Forgetfulness surged forth, with the wailing ghosts clamoring in response. In that moment, her shadow appeared to ascend infinitely, revealing a chessboard of sentient beings before her, as her unseen hand began to maneuver the pieces. Wu Wang gazed upon her, and after a considerable pause, he smiled softly. The spectacle was indeed captivating. He sensed that the future would only grow more enchanting. Where would Li Fu tread next? What transformation would this chessboard of existence undergo under her guidance? Wu Wang was filled with curiosity. Chu Shan glanced at the raucous ghosts of the River of Forgetfulness and then at the drifting soul banner, interjecting abruptly. So, will the Chaos City refrain from intervening? Or will we engage in battle with the 9 heavens? Indeed, Tuxian nodded, cradling the tablet, with the Great Ascendant's Pact. It is advantageous for the ghostly palace's great ascendant cultivators to remain passive. Otherwise, they would stand no chance against Chaos City, complicating our situation further. She sighed, casting a sympathetic glance towards Li Fu. Chu Shan rubbed his hands together. Ha ha, then we need not fear. The 9 heavens have suffered considerable losses at our hands. Even their Grand Elder has perished. What is there to worry about? Let chaos reign. The crowd fell silent as Wu Wang remarked. The absence of direct intervention from the Great Ascendants does not imply a lack of indirect guidance. The ghostly palace awaits the Ghost Lord's submission, merely observing with a cold gaze. I fear you may find yourselves at a disadvantage. Tuxian frowned, her expression grave. I am more concerned about their inaction than their intervention. The information from the ghostly palace is riddled with uncertainties. What could possibly motivate Chaos City to establish a Great Ascendant Pact, yet refrain from action until now? To slay the Ghost Lord, one must act promptly. Chaos City's reluctance to engage is perplexing. There must be a reason. We shall take it step by step, gradually unraveling the mystery, Wu Wang replied, undeterred. Have we not always walked the line between life and death? Li Fu is certainly no Na'vi individual. Tuxian nodded, letting out a long sigh. It must be accepted. We began this journey in ignorance, yet our understanding grows ever deeper. What are you pondering? Wu Wang inquired, noticing Li Fu's silence, intrigued. Li Fu caressed the human emperor's sword banner, murmuring, I am contemplating the Grand Elder. You killed him. What is there to ponder? Chu Shan scratched his head. Indeed, it was no easy feat. Li Fu's expression turned complex, her voice soft. Yet, how was it so effortless for the 9 heavens' 4th elder to be slain at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness? The Grand Elder was a formidable opponent, unprepared and grievously injured. The 5th elder's demise was also difficult, aided by the Tao of Heaven that Chu Shan wielded, along with her profound cultivation. By comparison, when I first descended, my cultivation was so feeble that Bai Wu fell too easily. Bai Wu was the 4th elder, possessing strength clearly on par with the two of them. As if struck by a sudden thought, Wu Wang raised an eyebrow and inquired, was this your intention when you killed the 5th elder of the 9 heavens? Upon the 5th elder's demise, Li Fu appeared less than pleased, his brow furrowing in contemplation, seemingly questioning the circumstances surrounding the death of the 4th elder. At that moment, a vague sense of unease lingered. Now, having slain the Grand Elder of 9 heavens, it became evident that there were indeed other motives behind the assassination of the 4th elder. Li Fu frowned, pondering the power of the imperial sword banner. Wu Wang, pointing at the banner, asserted confidently, this artifact is far from ordinary. Li Fu approached and caressed the banner, falling into silence. Indeed, the imperial sword banner is extraordinary. What manner of existence is it, and from whence does it originate? The city of chaos harbors secrets, and so does the imperial sword banner. Chu Shan was indifferent to such matters, his mind insufficient to grasp them, nor did he wish to ponder them further. His gaze shifted to a particular message. Eyebrows raised in curiosity. Are we to seek new allies? There were only 2 of the 8 positions of the imperial sword banner filled, leaving several vacant. Upon hearing this, Li Fu retracted the banner and slowly rose to his feet, stating, it is time to enhance our strength, to properly prepare, and to set forth as soon as possible. 9 heavens, Han Hui mused, puzzled. Esteemed one, despite the formidable might of 9 heavens, why establish the Great Ascension Pact? The overwhelming speed of Li Fu's power left Han Hui apprehensive. She shook her head, her expression grave. We must gather the collective strength of the Great Ascension to swiftly vanquish her. Their ongoing battle had seemingly seen 9 heavens dominate the ghostly fiend lord. Yet the outcome was dire. Many high-ranking cultivators had perished, and with the loss of 3 grand elders, 9 heavens now lacked 2 sects, while Li Fu's cultivation soared. And the number of vengeful spirits under her command multiplied, bolstered by 2 peak powers of the Great Void. Faced with Li Fu, Han Hui's confidence had dwindled. Previously, in Wanchuan, she had believed she could eliminate her, but the reality was stark. That individual was far too formidable. She could not allow her to grow any stronger. The voice of the great Ascension Sovereign reverberated through the grand hall of 9 heavens. Do you comprehend the true nature of the cataclysmic calamity? Chapter 68. Not a single normal person in the assembly was momentarily taken aback, collectively shaking their heads. Hua Yue tentatively ventured, Li Fu seeks to annihilate the entire world? How could such destruction be wrought? The voice of Wu Ming's sovereign echoed. She cannot slay every inhabitant of the 3,000 worlds. The cataclysm is a collapse of the heavenly Tao brought about by her actions. The ghostly fiend lord embodies this cataclysm. However, it does not imply that she must personally extinguish every life. A millennium ago, during the Spirit Grievance War, the heavenly Tao was already unstable. The absence of the ghostly fiend lord prevented a true catastrophe from unfolding. The Great Ascension War will profoundly impact the world. Should we intervene, the heavenly Tao may falter, precipitating the calamity ahead of time. The Wanxiang sovereign elucidated. Han Hui furrowed her brow. So, esteemed ones, you have been unable to act? The Hall of Vengeful Spirits was clearly restless. Not entirely, the extreme Tao sovereign replied, glancing at Hua Yue and Qin Xiao. The destined ones remain. You may slay the ghostly fiend lord. This is a prophecy. Han Hui and the others may not possess the capability. The implication from the Great Ascension Sovereign was that they too might not succeed in their endeavors. Hua Yue exhaled sharply, her gaze resolute. I will undoubtedly slay Li Fu. Qin Xiao frowned, remaining silent. For reasons unknown, he felt an underlying complexity. The Great Ascension Sovereign seemed to withhold the entirety of the truth from them. Han Hui harbored similar doubts within her heart. Rest assured, for the destined ones shall manifest a glimmer of hope. They will undoubtedly vanquish the master of malevolent spirits. There is no need for you to comprehend all, for as long as the heavenly path has bestowed a chance for life, it shall not obliterate the world. With that, the figure of Kuan Yu vanished, and the other esteemed beings similarly dissipated from sight. It was evident that they could not divulge further. The ethereal figures of the Great Ascension flickered into existence, and just as swiftly vanished, leaving the grand hall in profound silence. Han Hui furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Hua Yue slowly rose and softly articulated, esteemed elders, the revered one has made it abundantly clear. We possess the capability to eliminate Li Fu. Han Hui turned her gaze toward her, maintaining a placid demeanor. What is it you wish to convey? Hua Yue bit her lip, and ultimately spoke the truth. Li Fu has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, while both Qin Xiao and I have sustained injuries, having not cultivated for decades. Our prowess remains at the golden core stage. How could we possibly contend with her? The third elder instinctively sought to refute her claim. What difference does it make between golden core and nascent soul? They, at the peak of the void, could surely confront Li Fu. Yet recalling the instructions of the Great Ascension, she swallowed her words. Han Hui pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the master of malevolent spirits has grown formidable, and the destined ones must rise to the occasion. You are the true harbingers capable of slaying Li Fu. She commanded. Activate the 9 heavens great formation to channel cultivation for the destined ones. Hua Yue's heart soared with joy. Qin Xiao, contemplating Li Fu's current strength, chose to remain silent. Soon, the formation was activated. The two were enveloped in dense spiritual energy as the void cultivators took turns aiding them in their ascension, facilitating their enhancement of power. The third elder, observing the two shrouded in the formation, could not suppress a derisive snort. That master of malevolence has honed her strength through her own efforts, traversing the realm of vengeful spirits and absorbing resentment, growing powerful step by step. Yet, these destined ones take shortcuts, even if they truly elevate their cultivation. It amounts to naught but hollow power. She expressed a tinge of regret, lamenting the squandered potential of Qin Xiao, a true genius of the sword path. Han Hui remained composed. What can be done? At Li Fu's current pace, the destined ones shall never hope to catch up, let alone slay her. She furrowed her brow and murmured, I can't shake the feeling that the Great Ascension is concealing something from us. only refraining from action due to the instability of the heavenly path. The third elder shared her perplexity. Approaching them, the sixth elder lowered her voice. How has the Hall of Vengeful Spirits made its move? Unless a grand conflict among the Great Ascension occurs, it would hardly result in significant repercussions. The revered ones have not left the Chaos City for millennia. What, then, do they truly fear? The ninth and 10th elders exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Even if they planted puppets with death talismans, even if they still adhered to the Great Ascension's commands, the death of the Grand Elder had instilled in them a sense of independent thought. In the past, would they have ever questioned the Great Ascension? Li Fu is too formidable. I still cannot bring myself to believe that Hua Yue and Chen Xiao can slay her. Han Hui grew serious. Having reached a decision, I must contact the 12th Golden Immortal, my master, Feng Yuan Zuanren. Feng Yun Zuanren, her master, shared a bond akin to that of a father and daughter. Moreover, with the demise of the Qingyun sect now confirmed, Feng Yun Zuanren would undoubtedly be incensed. The existence of the Qingyun sect was nearly single-handedly upheld by her master. She sought the assistance of the Great Ascension to swiftly eliminate Li Fu. Behind Li Fu, the Emperor's sword banner unfurled. The vengeful spirits surged forth, their shadows densely gathered upon the soul banner, each face clamoring audaciously, intensifying the oppressive force emanating from the Emperor's sword banner. After collecting the vengeful spirits, the sword banner advanced further. Li Fu and his companions sat atop the unfurling soul banner, utilizing it as a flying vessel, basking in the comfort it provided. Tu Xian displayed a smile, remarking on the increasing number of vengeful spirits drawn to their cause, congratulating Li Master on the enhancement of his power. Chu Shan scoffed, dismissing the notion of Li Master. It was merely a reluctant alliance, and he would never acknowledge him as a master. Li Fu, stroking the soul banner, maintained a tranquil demeanor, reflecting that in comparison to Jiu Shao, their strength was woefully inadequate and they would need to seek vengeful spirits depicted on the Bagua diagram. As he spoke, Chu Shan complained. The information left by the Hall of Vengeful Spirits is merely 4 words, southwest of Jing Kingdom, and it fails to clarify the situation of that fellow at the Jin position. Having a location is fortunate enough, but we must traverse the 3,000 worlds to search. Who knows when we might find it? Not Wang, casually chewing on a blade of grass and reclining on the soul banner, expressed his relaxed demeanor, stating that upon arrival, they would understand the situation. He merely hoped for a normal vengeful spirit to appear. Chu Shan rolled his eyes, retorting, "Who is normal?" Li Fu glanced at him, saying nothing, yet conveying a myriad of thoughts. Chu Shan turned to Tu Xian, exclaiming, "I am referring to your lack of normalcy. Clearly at the peak of the void transformation, yet you constantly clutch a memorial tablet, portraying yourself as a delicate woman mourning her deceased husband." His voice abruptly halted as Tu Xian tossed aside the tablet, pressing him to the ground. Not Wang fell silent, considering that both of them exhibited peculiarities. Chu Shan was one thing, but Tu Xian appeared normal at first glance. After all, which sane individual would clutch a memorial tablet all day and casually discard it in the face of danger? With 3 abnormal companions, Li Fu sat cross-legged, absorbing the vengeful energy, indifferent and steadfast. The soul banner continued its journey. Reaching Jing Kingdom necessitated traversing several worlds, a considerable distance indeed. Chapter 69, Silver Fish of Tsang, Liao Kingdom Jiu Shao. Hua Yue opened her eyes, her face alight with joy. The peak of the transformation realm. The elders of Jiu Shao had directly elevated their cultivation to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, a full tier above Li Fu. With her emperor's sword banner, they too possessed the sword of extermination. In this manner, they felt emboldened. Chen Xiao exhaled deeply, the destiny sword materializing in his grasp as he sought to adapt to his newfound strength, sharpening his sword aura. Hua Yue leaped down from the formation, urgency in her voice. What now? Has Li Fu found a vengeful spirit at the peak of the void transformation? Although they were not entirely familiar with the Emperor's sword banner, they had fought against Li Fu multiple times and understood the pivotal role of enhancing her power. Capturing a vengeful spirit from the Bagua diagram would significantly elevate her strength, far surpassing the impact of other vengeful spirits joining the sword banner. There's no rush. Her search for vengeful spirits on the Bagua diagram is not a detriment, a composed voice resonated. Hua Yue paused in surprise. Chen Xiao followed the sound, discovering a remarkably handsome man who seemed devoid of cultivation, his form appearing somewhat ethereal, as if he had yet to solidify. His dark hair was tied back with a crown, and his gentle eyes exuded kindness. Immortal? Hua Yue instinctively furrowed her brow, only to relax it moments later, her expression shifting to one of perplexity. He was certainly no ordinary mortal, seated at the pinnacle of the grand hall, indulging in an array of offerings laid before him. Beside him, the ever-imposing second elder, Han Hui, displayed a demeanor of familiarity. The other elders were present, surrounding him in a manner that clearly indicated his extraordinary status. Who was this enigmatic figure? Hua Yue's curiosity remained unanswered as he delicately picked up a piece of silver fish, lamenting, "After my ascension, I find myself unable to savor even the offerings. I truly miss the taste of silver fish." The Chaos City, isolated from the world, was a far cry from the bustling atmosphere of the Nine Heavens. The third elder chuckled, "If you so desire, please indulge yourself. The Tsang Liao Kingdom now produces an abundance of silver fish, with an even more exquisite flavor that can enhance spiritual power. With the many offerings from Penglai, the Nine Heavens lacks not for silver fish." She hailed from Penglai. As the man savored the silver fish, its tender texture caused him to squint in delight. Nodding in agreement, "Indeed, it is even more delectable than before." Impatiently, Han Hui interjected, "Why do you say that her search for the vengeful spirits on the Bagua diagram is not a bad thing? If she finds one, she will awaken a powerful vengeful spirit, thus increasing her strength." Upon hearing this, the man raised the silver fish with a smile in his eyes. Not all vengeful spirits in this realm may be advantageous to her. To kill her, they must be part of the game. The crowd fell silent. Having traveled halfway, they found themselves above a vast azure sea. Chu Shan, battered and bruised, leaned over the sword banner, peering curiously. "Where are we? How can there be such a large inland sea?" Bu Wang, holding a rudimentary map, expressed confusion. "This clearly shows land. How has it transformed into a sea?" Li Fu opened her eyes and gazed downward. Before her lay an immense ocean, stretching endlessly, yet the occasional mountain peak revealed that this had once been a terrestrial landscape. These peaks had transformed into small villages, with dilapidated boats anchored nearby, their surfaces shimmering. Even more astonishingly, upon the water's surface, low-level cultivators were seen on boats, while others stood atop flying swords, seemingly casting nets for fish. The mountain tops were dotted with the faint presence of mortals. In this realm, mortals and cultivators coexisted entirely. As they journeyed, they passed through various worlds, and this was the place with the fewest mortals. Those who resided upon the mountain tops and water surface endured the elements. Resembling fishermen in appearance, Li Fu inquired, "Where is this place?" Bu Wang pointed at the map. It was once a land abundant with lakes, known as the Tsang Liao Kingdom. Li Fu paused for a moment, recalling the name from years past. The Tsang Liao Kingdom is flooded, submerging 4 provinces and 16 towns. The waters do not cease, and the land is strewn with corpses. People resort to cannibalism, pleading for the Immortal's rescue. "Save us, O Immortal," saved Tsang Liao. On the celestial ladder, an elderly man knelt, his forehead striking the ground, blood splattering. Decades ago, she had once heard the name Tsang Liao. Li Fu pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze. "Let us descend and take a look." The black soul banner carried them, landing gently upon the water's surface. The surrounding scene grew increasingly vivid. Cultivators awaited in the air for a catch, while lower-level cultivators on boats cast their nets, occasionally joined by drifting mortal vessels. Li Fu and her companions silently landed on a mortal's boat. "Ah!" a young girl exclaimed. The old man rowing the boat immediately turned, his expression fraught with anxiety. "An immortal? I did not know the immortal graced us with their presence." Li Fu did not correct him. Mortal beings are unable to distinguish between cultivators and vengeful spirits. To them, anyone who possesses magical abilities is deemed a celestial being. "Old sir, what are you doing?" she inquired, pointing at the vessels upon the water's surface. Noticing their lack of malice, the elderly man sighed in relief, set down his oar, and respectfully replied, "Celestial being, we are fishing. The people of Tsang Liao depend on fishing for their livelihood. Are you not afraid with so many cultivators around?" Li Fu casually took the oar and handed it to Chu Shan. Chu Shan, puffing up his cheeks in annoyance, accepted it begrudgingly. The old man, flustered, wished to take the oar back, but was met with Li Fu's dismissive gesture. "No need for that. You may answer our questions." The elder, though somewhat apprehensive, sat down, cradling his granddaughter in his arms, and answered cautiously, "As long as we do not interfere with the celestial beings of Penglai." They will not harm mortals after receiving their offerings. Wang Wang transmitted. Songliao Kingdom is one of Penglai's vassal states. Ah, you are familiar with Penglai, one of the top 3 sects in the cultivation world, from which Elder San of the Jiuxiao sect hails. Elder San, the master of Chenxiao? Chushan casually paddled, propelling the boat forward at an astonishing speed, blurring the surroundings as they surged into the waters ahead. The elderly man staggered, his face paling in alarm. Wait, don't go too fast. Be cautious not to enter the celestial being's fishing zone. Why not just enter? Chushan replied nonchalantly, his strokes creating a gust of wind. It was rather amusing. The boat became a mere shadow. The old man, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "It is extremely dangerous when celestial beings are fishing for silverfish. If you get too close, you may be inadvertently harmed by their celestial arts. Please, be careful. Do not trespass into the fishing zone." Too late. At Chushan's speed, they boldly breached the sacred area. Who goes there? A foundational cultivator shouted from midair, "Get out of here and do not disturb my silverfish." Chushan halted the boat. Then, with a gentle poke of his finger, the cultivator was sent flying off his sword. With a shriek, he plummeted into the water, creating a splash that soared into the sky. A silverfish, just captured by the cultivator, landed in Chushan's hands. He grasped it and curiously asked, "Old man, is this the silverfish you mentioned?" The fish was entirely silver, its scales glistening brilliantly in the sunlight, appearing quite exquisite. Its plump abdomen, gills opening and closing, and fins as delicate as gossamer, along with its swift tail, indicated it was indeed a delectable variety. The elderly man, having witnessed the recent events, rubbed his eyes instinctively. The water's surface was calm and undisturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Glancing back at the group, they remained in their previous postures, utterly composed, with no sign of distress. Truly, nothing had occurred, if not for the silverfish resting in the youth's hands. The old man trembled, his teeth chattering, stammering, "Why yes, yes, yes." Chapter 70. They have entered the realm of vengeful spirits. The elderly man was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the might of such a celestial being who could achieve so much with a mere finger. What manner of existence were these individuals before him? Conversely, the little girl peered out, pursing her lips, "To answer you, esteemed sir, it is the silverfish. Our Songliao Kingdom is a maritime nation, and silverfish are a specialty of Songliao, though they possess a highly aggressive nature. There exists a significant number of silverfish in our waters, and they are considered to be akin to demonic beasts. The common folk of the Songliao Kingdom sustain their lives through fishing, yet they often fall prey to the perilous silverfish. These cultivators, dispatched by the Penglai sect, specialize in capturing silverfish. Whenever a large silverfish appears, they arrive to harvest it. Thus, fishing nearby while the cultivators are engaged in their task becomes a safer endeavor. Naturally, the presence of weak mortals serves as bait, making it easier for the silverfish to reveal themselves. This unspoken understanding fosters a unique coexistence between mortals and cultivators within the Songliao Kingdom. Is the silverfish caught by the cultivators particularly delectable? Chushan swallowed hard. The little girl shook her head. "I don't know," she stated matter-of-factly. "The silverfish is a tribute for the immortals. Even if mortals were to catch one, it must be surrendered. Silverfish are precious, and we are forbidden to consume them. In today's Songliao, it is even illegal for mortals to eat silverfish. They must be turned over to the authorities as offerings to the immortals." "What do the immortals need your tributes for?" The butcher mocked lightly. Upon hearing this, the old man finally mustered the courage to respond. "The immortals harvest silverfish to protect the people of Songliao. Thus, it is only natural for us to pay homage to them. Otherwise, if the immortals cease their fishing, how shall we survive? These silverfish are exceedingly dangerous. Each year, many perish due to them. If the silverfish are so perilous, why do you remain here?" Wang Wang inquired. "The entire Songliao Kingdom is like this. Where else can we go?" The elder shook his head, a weary smile gracing his face. "Wherever we go, it is but an endless expanse of sea." Li Fu asked, "Wasn't Songliao once land?" The little girl, puzzled, responded, "It has always been the sea." "What land?" The land of Songliao consisted merely of a few hills where they resided. The old man similarly shook his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he murmured, "Ah? Indeed, several decades ago, Songliao was land, but after 2 years of relentless rain, it transformed into the sea, becoming what it is today." He seemed lost in reminiscence, murmuring, "Back then, Songliao was prosperous, incomparable to the present. Silverfish thrived in the lakes, rare and precious, causing no harm. Compared to now, the immortals were seldom seen. That was a long, long time ago. Those memories belong to his childhood, and once their generation passes, the former visage of Tsang Liao will fade into obscurity. The old man's eyes brimmed with nostalgia as he recalled that bygone era. Alas, natural disasters are merciless, and there is no turning back. Li Fu lowered her gaze. When she encountered the people of Tsang Liao on the cloud ladder, they were enduring the calamity of torrential rains, which ravaged the kingdom for 2 years. The offerings to Punlai and the entire realm of cultivation had remained uninvolved. Otherwise, Tsang Liao would not have transformed from land to sea. Thank you for enlightening me, she nodded, her sword banner unfurling as it carried several away. The old man pointed at the silverfish, raising his voice. Do the immortals not want the silverfish? Li Fu subtly gestured with her hand, not turning back. Consider it a gift. In an instant, the group vanished, yet near the small boat, countless fish leaped aboard. The vessel retraced its path, and in the blink of an eye, it was filled to the brim. Not only were there ordinary fish, but also numerous silverfish, which lay on the deck as if bound, struggling to move. The old man was filled with astonishment. Although they were not permitted to hoard silverfish, handing them over to the authorities could yield monetary rewards. This boat truly struck gold. The little girl grasped the old man's rough, calloused hand, her voice brimming with excitement. Grandpa, there are so many fish. We can exchange them for medicine to treat your illness. Having mustered the courage to speak, she dared to hope for a benefit. Indeed, the adults were surprisingly generous. The old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Those who had spent their lives fishing in the rugged lands of Tsang Liao grew frail with age, often plagued by ailments. With a tender touch, he ruffled the girl's hair, murmuring softly, if Tsang Liao were still as it once was, how blissful you would be. The spirit banner continued its journey. In the realm of Tsang Liao, they merely paused briefly. The resentful spirits at the Zhen position in Jing Kingdom awaited their arrival. Li Fu remained silent, gazing downward at the azure sea, its surface tranquil, occasionally disturbed by the leap of silvery fish shimmering in the light. The silver fish were tributes, favored by the celestial beings, and must surely be delectable, thought Chu Shan, swallowing hard as he reached out to catch one. The silver fish thrashed in his grasp, its multitude of sharp teeth sinking into Chu Shan's skin. Ouch! Those teeth are truly sharp, he remarked with wonder. He opened his mouth, intending to toss the fish inside and savor its flavor, but Wu Wang smacked his hand away, chuckling mockingly, you'd best not eat it. Did you not hear what that man said? Before Tsang Liao transformed into the sea, silver fish were harmless. Chu Shan was taken aback. What does that matter? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the sky above Tsang Liao transformed from a clear expanse to a dense shroud of clouds, dark and oppressive. Following the lightning and thunder, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, as if the sky had split open, pouring forth its contents. Even as they soared through the air, they felt unsteady, descending back toward the turbulent waters, the once calm sea now roiling like a river. What is this rain doing here? Chu Shan exclaimed, extending his hand to create a barrier above his head to shield himself from the downpour. Tu Xian furrowed his brow. This rain is peculiar. We are high-level resentful spirits. How can a mere rain force us back to the water? With a sudden jolt, the sword banner swayed violently as Wu Wang lost his balance, clutching Li Fu's sleeve, his eyes wide with alarm. Look quickly, he gasped. Li Fu frowned, following his gaze, and was momentarily stunned. A deluge surged forth, sweeping away a mountain, engulfing a city in its wake. Houses tumbled down in the torrential rain, carried away by the relentless flood. How can there be a city? Is Tsang Liao not a waterbound realm? Help! Help me! Mother! Father! The cries of despair echoed, as countless mortals were swept away by the rushing waters. Their anguished screams mingling with the chaos, uprooted trees and homes bobbing in the turbulent currents. Even the fish struggled to maintain their footing, swept along by the current. Tu Xian extended his hands, releasing strands of resentment that reached into the water, rescuing those in peril and pulling them to safety. In the blink of an eye, hundreds were gathered around them, yet many more flailed and screamed, only to be swiftly consumed by the flood, carried downstream. Chu Shan was astonished. How did so many people suddenly appear in Tsang Liao? We flew for so long without seeing anyone. The mortals here are scarce. How could there be this many now? What of the cultivators? Why have all the fishermen cultivators disappeared? Chu Shan pondered, a question mark forming on his forehead. Li Fu slowly rose to his feet, her expression grave, articulating each word. This is not the Tsang Liao we just witnessed. It is the Tsang Liao of decades past. They have silently entered the realm of vengeful spirits, just as the rain began to fall. Chapter 71. Like my family's cow, Tu Xian was struck with terror. Decades ago, during the initial flood that beset Tsang Liao, torrential rains persisted for 2 years. Presently, judging by the scene before them, it might still be only the first year of that deluge. Chu Shan nearly leapt up, incredulous. How can this be? How did I not feel anything? How could entering the realm of vengeful spirits elicit no sensation? A sense of foreboding surged within Bu Wang. Furrowing his brow, let us attempt to exit. Li Fu had already grasped the human emperor's sword banner, yet, upon waving it, there was no response. This universal key, capable of traversing any realm of vengeful spirits, proved ineffectual here. She shook her head. We cannot leave. Worse still, not only could they not depart, but there was also a complete absence of any information regarding this realm of vengeful spirits. What kind of vengeful spirit was this? What had transpired? She was utterly in the dark. Bu Wang extended his hand, feeling the icy chill of the rain upon his palm, a sensation starkly real. Why was this happening? Li Fu leaned upon the soul banner, drifting amidst the flood. Was it the intervention of a great ascension cultivator? Even if the realm of vengeful spirits were anchored by the 9 heavens, preventing entry and exit, the consciousness of the heavenly path should still relay information through the human emperor's sword banner. Yet, the peculiarity of this realm instilled profound unease. Bu Wang retracted his hand. Shaking his head, it doesn't seem so. A great ascension cultivator's actions would leave traces. It must be this particular vengeful spirit that is extraordinary. Extraordinary? Chu Shan was perplexed. How could it be more extraordinary than himself? Vengeful spirits are born from resentment, shaped by the differing experiences that generate such emotions. For instance, Tu Xian utilizes his palm, while Chu Shan wields a hunting knife. These differences stem from their distinct personalities. Some vengeful spirits even possess unique innate abilities. Bu Wang, in frustration, raked his hair. This kind of vengeful spirit is troublesome. Without knowledge of its past, subjugation is impossible. There are only 2 paths to subdue: negotiate peace or engage in battle. Oh, Li Fu proposed a third option: awaken the vengeful spirit's consciousness and collaborate. However, without knowing who the vengeful spirit was or what it had experienced, they could neither negotiate nor communicate. As for combat, they did not even know how they had entered the realm of vengeful spirits. Could they possibly prevail? Moreover, having already entered, the consciousness of the vengeful spirit's heavenly path loomed above them, rendering any possibility of victory even more remote. This might be the most formidable vengeful spirit they had encountered. Aside from Qi Xiang, Chu Shan scoffed. How strong could it possibly be? Suddenly, he soared into the air, drawing forth a colossal hunting knife, channeling immense power into it, and brought it down with ferocity towards the heavens. Boom! The thunderstorm was nearly interrupted by this strike, as the torrential downpour seemed to momentarily sever. Yet, the attack pierced through the clouds, vanishing into the air. In the next instant, crack! The thunder erupted, crashing down directly towards Chu Shan, with the torrential rain following suit. The expression on Tu Xian's face shifted dramatically as resentment surged into the tablet, shielding him from the thunderbolts that rained down. Li Fu swiftly drew forth the emperor's sword banner, deftly concealing her form, while Wu Wang trembled, retreating behind Li Fu in fear. My goodness, how terrifying! Crack! Boom! A series of deafening claps of thunder struck solely upon Chu Shan. As the storm subsided, Chu Shan stood like a blackened statue, enveloped in smoke. Charred on the outside yet tender within, the horns atop his head resembled 2 chimneys, emitting billowing black smoke, his face obscured, with hair standing on end. With a cough, he expelled black smoke and collapsed. Wu Wang gasped, peering out, truly frightening, capable of overpowering Chu Shan. Chu Shan and Tu Xian were nearly equal in strength. In a direct confrontation, Chu Shan might even hold the upper hand. Yet this vengeful spirit from the world of resentment was evidently more formidable. Li Fu ascended, wielding the emperor's sword banner, which fluttered grandly as she called to the heavens. Might you grace us with your presence for a discourse? Silence reigned, void of any response. The tempest roared on, and torrents continued to surge, the world engulfed in catastrophic disaster. Li Fu sensed an odd feeling, though the lightning had struck Chu Shan. The spirits of this realm seemed devoid of awareness. She returned to the banner. What to do next? Wu Wang sighed deeply. This could very well be the most challenging vengeful spirit realm we have encountered. Li Fu pondered, her deep, dark eyes reflecting tranquility. The most formidable adversary may also present the greatest opportunity. She was not one to shy away from risks. The stronger the vengeful spirit, the better. Within the Emperor's sword banner, the Bagua diagram lacked sufficient souls. Risk has always coexisted with reward. In the 9 heavens, Hua Yue inquired, what does that mean? The man finished his fish, set down his chopsticks, and gestured toward the Sanqing Hall, instructing, go take a look. Han Hui rose. The man grasped Han Hui's arm. Shaking his head, it is the destined one who should investigate. Hua Yue hesitated for a moment. Chun Xiao swiftly advanced, reaching toward the Sanqing Ding. Seeing this, the man's eyes glimmered with approval. An inscription materialized upon the Sanqing Ding. Peng Lai, Song Liao Kingdom. What is this? Chun Xiao turned back, a look of confusion on his face. The man smiled, rising with a cold yet calm demeanor. Indeed, she will surely enter that realm of vengeful spirits. Let us proceed. The grand performance is about to commence. In Song Liao Kingdom, Tu Xian released tendrils of resentment, drawing individuals into the protective barrier Chu Shan had erected. Beneath their feet, a shroud of darkness enveloped them, yet as long as they stood upon it, no water dared to touch them. Initially frightened by the darkness, those who entered soon relaxed. Bowing repeatedly, thank you, Immortal. Chu Shan approached, his 2 horns protruding, scoffing, I am no immortal. Do not misplace your gratitude. The rescued peasant woman was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, she adeptly corrected herself. Yes, my lord. For mortals, the only concern was saving their lives, regardless of whether their savior was an immortal. Chu Shan, with his defiant demeanor and encircling dark aura, instilled fear in many, and if encountered under normal circumstances, they would surely be thrown into a panic. Yet these individuals had been rescued from the depths of the water. Having narrowly escaped death, they harbored no fear toward their savior. After all, what was Chu Shan compared to the menacing flood outside? Seeing her unafraid, even quite curious, Chu Shan leaned in, his black horns twitching slightly, deliberately attempting to intimidate. Not afraid of me. The person swallowed hard. Not afraid. Chu Shan was about to commend him when the individual added, just like the cattle I raise at home. Quite endearing. Chu Shan was taken aback, his fury flaring as he bared his teeth. He immediately dragged him away, leading him to Li Fu, who was floating on water. The sword banner transformed into a grand ship bearing thousands of mortals. Li Fu opened his eyes. Still no sign of them? Wu Wang shook his head, sighing repeatedly. It has been half a year, not a trace of the vengeful spirits, only vast waters. The few remaining cities have been completely submerged, and the entire Song Liao has perished in the flood, countless lives lost. We have saved many, placing them in safe zones. Yet we could not avert the downfall of the Song Liao kingdom. Of course, it's not that we are incapable. This is the realm of vengeful spirits, and we fear to intervene too much lest we disrupt the course of events. Chu Shan pinched his horns down. No matter how much they had tried to diminish them, they would always silently grow back into 2 large horns whenever he carried someone. But at this moment, he angrily pinched them back into sharp points, likely to remain that way for a considerable time. The absence of any formidable vengeful spirits was perplexing. What was truly amiss in this world? Chu Shan found himself lost in thought. This realm of vengeful spirits was rooted in events from decades past. To evolve into a powerful vengeful spirit required a considerable duration, absorbing enough resentment. Decades ago, vengeful spirits should have existed and been immensely powerful. It was improbable that in just a few decades, a spirit stronger than Chu Shan could emerge anew. If that were not feasible, their only recourse would be to venture to Peng Lai. Tu Xian descended from the skies, his brow furrowed. There were powerful vengeful spirits within the territory. The major sects would undoubtedly be aware. Wu Wang nodded. The Peng Lai sect was exceedingly powerful, and in theory, they should steer clear. However, the lack of information from this realm of vengeful spirits forced them into perilous maneuvers. He pointed towards Peng Lai. Li Fu adjusted the sword banner, steering towards Peng Lai. Chapter 72. Seeking the Immortal to save Song Liao. Peng Lai. Song Liao was a vassal state of Peng Lai. Despite the multitude of vassal states, Song Liao was one of the closest, and due to the presence of silver fish, the connection between Song Liao and Peng Lai was the most substantial. Yet, even with such proximity, the torrential rains of Song Liao did not reach Peng Lai. After all, The major sects possessed formidable protective formations, surrounded by spiritual energy, where no natural disasters could occur. Amidst the mountains enveloped in spiritual energy lay several immortal islands, the very essence of Penglai. Stepping out of Tsang Liao's territory, the first sight was the desolate mountains of Penglai. It was as if the world had been cleaved in two, one side drenched in rain, shrouded in endless darkness, while the other thrived with vibrant life. Even the barren mountains of the sect were extraordinary. As they approached the edge of Tsang Liao, the downpour gradually lessened. The spiritual energy of Penglai wafted gently, turning the torrential rain into a light drizzle, no longer deemed a natural disaster. Should we charge in? Wu Wang inquired. Li Fu shook his head, his gaze shifting downward, his eyes narrowing. There were people below. Wu Wang and the others leaned over to look. A small boat, carrying individuals, struggled to reach the fringes of Penglai. Only 5 individuals remained aboard the vessel, a man clad in ceremonial robes, already on the brink of death. Beside him stood a young girl clutching a bamboo basket, anxiously attending to him, along with 2 guards and an elderly man dressed as a fisherman. "Your Majesty, we have reached Penglai," exclaimed one of the guards, his voice brimming with excitement. "Our Tsang kingdom is saved." Upon hearing this, the man in the ceremonial robes struggled to rise, his expression one of fervent hope. "Wonderful, wonderful," he exclaimed. The 2 guards supported him as they made their way up the mountain. As they walked, he weakly called out, "Immortal, I am Xiusong, the sovereign of Tsang. Our kingdom is in peril. I beseech you to grant me an audience with the Penglai immortal." They traversed the treacherous path through floodwaters, where only a handful of souls remained from the hundreds who had set out. Had it not been for the lives that shielded them, they too would have succumbed along the way. As the ruler of Tsang, it was imperative that he meet with the immortal. The young girl, though too small to comprehend the full weight of their plight, resolutely followed, her tender voice chiming in, "Immortal, I am the princess of Tsang, seeking an audience with the Penglai immortal. Please, I implore you to save Tsang." The mountain path was arduous, and the group stumbled as they ascended. Li Fu observed them, and in that moment, it felt as though she were witnessing her own struggle from decades past, climbing the celestial ladder with great difficulty. "Tu Xian," she remarked, "they shall not find what they seek this time." Having seen the state of Tsang decades later, she understood that the immortal would do nothing. This disaster was foreseen, an inevitable chapter in history. They had entered with knowledge of the outcome. Li Fu's gaze remained serene, her voice devoid of emotion. One must see for oneself before relinquishing hope. She turned to Wu Wang, speaking with certainty. "Initially, you anticipated the outcome of my ascent to the ninth sky." Upon hearing this, Wu Wang turned back, winking playfully at her, a smile of feigned innocence on his lips. One must indeed see for oneself before relinquishing hope. The same response. Li Fu scoffed lightly, choosing to remain silent. She lowered her head once more, observing the arduous journey of the travelers as they navigated the high mountains. Witnessing their near-death experiences as they escaped the jaws of beasts, and clinging to their hopes as they approached their destined tragedy. At last, they arrived at the true outskirts of Penglai. Chu Shan shook his head derisively, a mocking smile upon his lips. They will not be heard. Those hypocritical immortals will ignore their pleas. Yet, he was proven wrong. The group managed to summon the steward of Penglai. Chu Shan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. How had they accomplished this? Did the Penglai cultivators genuinely hold compassion for mortals? Li Fu shook her head, her expression frosty. "No, it is due to the silver fish." Chu Shan was momentarily stunned. Below, the emperor of Tsang trembled, his voice choked with emotion. "Immortal, Tsang has suffered an unprecedented deluge, submerging 4 provinces and 16 towns. Now, the entirety of Tsang is engulfed, homes and fields alike, with Silverfish Lake entirely swallowed by the floodwaters. The common folk of Tsang are nearly obliterated. I beseech the immortal to save us." He knelt, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. The steward of Penglai furrowed his brow, astonished. "Even Silverfish Lake has vanished?" The emperor raised his head in desperation. "Yes, all the silver fish have been swept away by the flood. We have but this meager offering left. I implore the immortal not to disdain it, and to save Tsang. Once we recover, we shall offer double the tribute." In a flurry, the young girl opened the bamboo basket she had been carrying, revealing several silver fish inside. As the Immortal Lord frowned, the young girl's voice trembled. "Esteemed immortal, although this year's offerings from Tsang are considerably diminished, since the emergence of the silver fish. Song Liao has diligently provided tributes for thousands of years. This year, the offerings may be less, but in previous years, they were never lacking. Now that Song Liao faces difficulties, should not the immortal lend a hand? Her plea, though desperate, conveyed this sentiment. "Shut up, Minglo," the emperor reprimanded. Turning away, he continued to implore, "I beseech the immortal to save Song Liao." The attendant, upon hearing this, sighed deeply. "Very well. I shall consult the elder and accompany you to take a look." Before long, Elder Yuan Feng of Penglai received the message and promptly set off for Song Liao with the attendant and several disciples. The joy on the face of Song Liao's sovereign was unmistakable, and even the young girl radiated delight. With the immortal's assistance, Song Liao would truly be saved. "Follow." She glanced at Li Fu. Receiving a nod, she waved the emperor's sword banner, stealthily trailing behind. Both Chu Shan and Tu Xian, at the pinnacle of the void, found it easy to keep pace with a mere god transformation practitioner without being detected. The silver fish held great significance for Song Liao. The capital of Song Liao was constructed around the silver fish lake, and what Li Fu had heard from the cloud ladder about the inundation of the 16 counties was merely the beginning. Now even the capital was gradually succumbing to the flood. The torrential rain showed no sign of abating. Upon reaching Silverfish Lake, it was indeed submerged. The attendant frowned. "Elder Yuan Feng, the Nine Heavens ceremony is about to commence, and we are still expected to present the silver fish offerings. What shall we do?" Practitioners of the way seldom find anything worthy of their attention amidst the natural energies. The silver fish, with its lustrous silver complexion and exquisite flesh, was particularly prized for its purity. Not only did the Nine Heavens cherish it, but the entire Penglai also held Song Liao as tribute in high regard. Otherwise, they would not be able to knock upon the gates of Penglai Mountain. Yuan Feng's brow furrowed as he shook his head. The rain is too heavy. Silverfish Lake has been washed away, and not a single fish remains. Song Liao will likely have no offerings in the future. The emperor of Song Liao, standing nearby, could barely contain his anxiety. He yearned to speak but feared offending the immortal, leaving him to stifle his distress. At that moment, the perceptive Princess Ming Lu excitedly exclaimed, "Immortal, look! There are still silverfish over there." She pointed towards the flooding waters. "Oh!" Yuan Feng immediately moved closer to observe. The attendant's voice brimmed with excitement. Indeed, the silver fish are still alive, and some appear even larger than usual. The silver fish extracted from the flood were notably bigger than their ordinary counterparts, and this was not an isolated case. Several fish caught in succession demonstrated an increasingly lustrous silver hue, their fins thinning, tails thrashing powerfully, sharp little teeth emerging, and a hint of spiritual energy coursing within. In the midst of the flood, they seemed to thrive even more than when they resided in Silverfish Lake. "Perhaps this is not such a misfortune after all," murmured a practitioner behind them. The sovereign of Song Liao's expression darkened. Princess Ming Lu, being too young, gazed blankly at the immortal before her. She believed that by discovering the silver fish, Song Liao could still present tributes, and thus the immortals would save her homeland. However, Tu Xian shook his head, for she did not comprehend that practitioners and mortals were two distinct races. The former would never regard the latter with any significance. Chapter 73, Li Fu. If the immortal does not save them, then I shall. In their eyes, only their own interests mattered. Indeed, the elder of Penglai stroked his beard and sighed deeply. Natural disasters are merely the cyclical changes of the earth, a punishment from the heavenly order. Even we cultivators cannot alter the celestial laws. Such defiance is an egregious sin. The ruler of Song Liao fell upon the deck, his countenance as pale as parchment, his fingers trembling. Just as hope ignited within him, it was swiftly extinguished, and despair overwhelmed him in an instant. "Immortal, I implore you to save us." Many citizens, prostrated upon rooftops, knelt in fervent supplication, desperately beseeching the lofty immortals, their heads bowing in reverence. Yuan Feng rose into the air, his voice resonating. "If there are vengeful spirits at play or malevolent demons wreaking havoc, Penglai shall certainly protect all living beings. However, floods and earthquakes are acts of nature, divine retribution upon the people of Song Liao. Cultivators must not interfere. To do so would be to contravene the heavenly order and invite even harsher retribution." A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their pleas stifled by the terror of more severe punishment. They feared not only the floods but the prospect of even graver calamities.
All around, Only the relentless downpour and the ominous crackle of thunder remained, evoking a sense of unease. This deluge would bring calamity to Songliao.
Yet it would not extinguish its vitality. Everyone, hasten to the high mountains and adapt to a new way of survival. After a pause, Yuan Feng sighed with resignation. Penglai will command neighboring nations to receive the people of Songliao. While the land has yet to become a sea, they may still seek refuge. Though it was not salvation, it offered a glimmer of hope. The mortals expressed their boundless gratitude. Yet, only Mingyue fixed her gaze upon the immortal, biting her lip. Immortal. If the torrential rain does not cease, the people of Songliao will perish entirely. Is there a disaster more severe than this? Even if there is, we fear not. We beseech you to act. Child, you do not understand. If a greater calamity were to be summoned, it may not only concern Songliao, Yuan Feng replied, shaking his head. His sleeves fluttered as he cast a glance at the flood engulfing the capital, turning away with reluctance, leading the cultivators away. Chu Shan seethed with rage. His teeth clenched. Hypocrisy. Truly, it is hypocrisy. They should not have come at all, and now that they are here, they do nothing. Seeking refuge in high mountains or fleeing to other nations hardly needed to be stated. Did those who yearn for survival not already know? Chu Shan was on the verge of fury. Their arrival was not for the sake of the people of Songliao, but for the silverfish. They claim not to interfere with the natural order? Should the silverfish perish in the floods, we shall see how they react. It is precisely because the silverfish thrive that they remain indifferent. This natural cycle benefits the cultivators. Why should they intervene? Offerings? To the cultivators, that is merely expected. The more Chu Shan pondered, the angrier he became, glaring at Yuan Feng's retreating figure, his teeth grinding in frustration, nearly succumbing to the urge to act violently. Yet, he was reminded that this was the realm of vengeful spirits, and he refrained from rash actions. Go ahead, Li Fu said, his voice remarkably calm. Do as you wish. Chu Shan was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with realization, his body transforming into vengeful energy, vanishing from sight. Below, the floods continued unabated. The despairing ruler of Songliao coughed blood, swiftly succumbing to death. In his final moments, he clutched Mingyue's arm tightly, murmuring, "For a millennium, offerings have been made with utmost caution. Even the Songliao royal family has never consumed a single silverfish. However, this has resulted in such a heart-wrenching fate for us. O celestial beings, how cruel you are." Tears streamed down Xiao Ming Li's face as he clung to his father's head, helplessly gazing at the torrential downpour. The floods surged down, capsizing the small boat, while many houses collapsed, and the mortals taking refuge on rooftops fell into the water, their desperate cries echoing amidst the chaos. All these sounds were drowned in the deluge. Thunder rumbled, and rain poured down relentlessly. Li Fu gradually descended onto the water's surface, extending a hand to firmly pull Princess Ming Lu from the depths, drawing her to safety amidst the swirling resentment. Coughing and gasping, Ming Lu looked at Li Fu in disbelief. A celestial being? A celestial being is willing to intervene. Li Fu smiled gently. I am not a celestial being. As her words resonated, the Emperor's sword banner materialized behind her, and with a flourish, countless vengeful spirits surged forth, rushing into the flood to rescue the drowning mortals. A torrent of resentment emanated from her being, enveloping her in a shroud of darkness, an eerie sight, indeed. Though she appeared ominous, the spirits that emerged from the banner were resolute in their mission to save the mortals. Ming Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, she prostrated herself, her voice trembling. Thank you, my lord, for saving the people of Songliao. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that it mattered not whether Li Fu was a celestial being or something else entirely, whether demon or ghost was irrelevant. She saved mortals, and thus, they would willingly serve her. If celestial beings did not save them, and it was the vengeful spirits who did, why would they honor those who refused to act? Whoever could save them would be deserving of their devotion. Venturing closer, she murmured, You are disrupting the natural order of the spirit world. It is perilous. Li Fu raised her gaze, her eyes glimmering with crimson determination, a cold smile curling her lips. Indeed, I am disrupting it. The cultivators say that natural disasters are the heaven's punishment for the mortals of Songliao, and they must not intervene. I shall test this. If I save the people and avert the calamity, what will the heavens do to me? She tilted her head back, staring into the pitch-black sky, where lightning flashed and rain continued to pour. In this oppressive darkness, The color of resentment blended seamlessly, and behind Li Fu, the emperor's sword banner waved continuously, obscuring the sun as vengeful spirits surged forth in all directions. Their souls seemed to transcend the world and time itself, ascending to the celestial ladder of the present moment. The woman, struggling to climb upward, paused as she passed an elderly man bowing in prayer and slowly stood up. Grasping the old man's wrist, she spoke with deliberate clarity. Let us not plead any longer. If the celestial beings will not save us, I shall. In the midst of the torrential rain, she tilted her head back, her grip resolutely clutching the emperor's sword banner. Let us see what greater calamity may arise. If all perish, is there a disaster greater than this? Let us witness how the heavens will respond. Divine retribution? She would stand against the heavens. Save, Li Fu commanded. The vengeful spirits obeyed, their cries rising as they transformed into mist, plunging into the flood. Chapter 74. She saved her former self. The slaughtering celestial being smiled. A multitude of hands emerging from her form, reaching into the flood to rescue those struggling mortals, drawing them to safety beneath her feet. A man was swept away by the surging flood, powerless to struggle. A vengeful hand grasped him, pulling him from the roaring waters and casting him onto a realm of resentment, where the ominous black mist transformed into earth, bricks, and a refuge. The man lay atop this malevolence, expelling mud and water as he gasped for breath, his gaze piercing through the dark haze beneath him, witnessing the tumultuous waters below. His eyes moist with gratitude for survival. The houses were destroyed. Even as a family huddled together, trembling in fear, they could not escape the grasp of the yellow deluge. A woman closed her eyes tightly, clutching her child with unwavering resolve. Even the celestial beings turned a blind eye. How could they possibly endure? Yet, just as despair took root, something seized them, pulling their bodies from the water, though the child slipped back into the depths. The woman screamed, and in a flash, another mass of dark mist engulfed the child, reuniting them under the sword banner. The woman held her child close, soon embraced by her husband, who had narrowly escaped death. The three knelt upon the ground, trembling and weeping, uttering their thanks amidst the chaos. Half of the capital lay in ruins. The torrential flood swept away homes and mortals alike, rushing toward the remnants of civilization. Countless voices cried out in panic, their flight accompanied by the deafening roar of the impending deluge, an inescapable natural disaster. Ordinary people sprinted with all their might. Yet their speed paled in comparison to that of the flood. The flood grew ever closer. Hurry! The village chief waved his arms frantically, shouting for others to ascend the mountain, as a throng of people raced across the muddy ground in search of safety. Move faster, faster. If only they could reach the mountain, they might survive. But how could mere mortals outrun the oncoming torrent? As the chief turned back, he beheld the monstrous wave, sweeping everything in its path, advancing toward them. Vengeful spirits arrived in succession, yet the multitude of mortals made it impossible to save everyone as the flood surged. Li Fu raised the sword banner, issuing new commands. The leading vengeful spirit abruptly turned. Instead of rescuing, the spirit plunged into the flood, its body forming a barrier to halt the raging waters. Not enough. One by one, more spirits joined in, their malevolence intertwining, constructing a dam with their bodies. The towering barrier rose swiftly, holding back the floodwaters, which continued to swell as more spirits arrived, raising the dam ever higher. Hurry to the mountain. The chief wiped away his tears, bellowing. The stunned common folk snapped back to reality, turning to sprint desperately up the mountain, cherishing every breath that the vengeful spirits had sacrificed for their salvation. As all ascended, the flood crested the dam and surged forth. Alas, a child slipped, tumbling down the cliff, perilously close to being swallowed by the flood. A hand reached out from the air, catching the child. The figure bore 2 black horns, exuding defiance. Shrouded in swirling black resentment, yet holding the child securely, Chushan had returned. As the waters roared closer, he saw the imperial sword banner waving on the other side. The slayer of immortals transforming into a colossal tree, its branches grasping at drowning mortals, while the flood continued its rampage. Chushan placed the child back upon the mountaintop. His expression twisted into a snarl, his features contorted, the swirling resentment around him intensifying, his form suddenly towering. Then he opened his mouth toward the flood. Roar! With a resounding roar, Chushan opened his mouth wide, the resentment swirling into a tempest, and the torrential flood was drawn into his maw. crashing into the realm of vengeful spirits. Inside, two cultivators, who were enduring the annihilation of their clan and the slaughter of their loved ones, suddenly found the despairing scene before them vanish. Before they could even exhale in relief, a deluge descended upon them. Outside, Chu Shan resembled an ancient behemoth, his form towering like a mountain as he devoured the floodwaters. Atop the mountain, onlookers beheld the rapidly receding water levels below. They were utterly safe. In that moment of weeping, countless individuals prostrated themselves on the ground, overwhelmed by the joy and reverence of their survival, as if a palpable essence filled the air. At the forefront, the imperial sword banner unfurled, overshadowing the sun. Amidst the raging storm, with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, it provided shelter to the multitude of mortals below. Li Fu stood atop the imperial sword banner, commanding thousands of vengeful spirits to rush across the vast expanse, rescuing every living mortal. Utilizing the formidable might of the vengeful spirits, Chu Shan and Tai Su, to combat the flood. Lives were saved, and it was time to take the next step. In Li Fu's hand, the imperial sword banner transformed into a sword, pointing towards the dark clouds above. Chu Shan and the vengeful spirits simultaneously drew forth their bodies, lunging into the sky. The powerful spirits, one to the left and one to the right, propelled the dark clouds towards the vacant expanse above the floodwaters. Then, with a tremendous force, they pressed down. Countless strands of resentment entwined the dark clouds, binding them tightly. Thunder and lightning erupted, and below, it appeared as though a breach had formed, unleashing a torrential downpour. Yet in other regions, the rain ceased. This deluge, which was destined to last for 2 years and obliterate 99% of the population of Songliao, came to an abrupt halt today. Li Fu hovered in the high skies, gazing downward. Having thwarted the calamity, it seemed that the heavenly will had not dealt with her harshly. Behind her, the resentment clung to the thunderclouds, the dark clouds stacking up, lightning flashing in a chaotic array, as if the heavens behind her had been rent asunder. A web of thunder and lightning densely woven together. She stood before the tempest, awaiting the so-called divine retribution. Ming Lu clutched her father's garments, witnessing this spectacle, her body trembling incessantly, a mixture of excitement, trepidation, and exhilaration coursing through her. Father, do you see this? The immortals deceived you. Saving mortals and averting disasters do not incur divine punishment. This flood in Songliao is merely a natural disaster, not a heavenly punishment. The people of Songliao have encountered this calamity not due to their own fault. Tears streamed down Ming Lu's face as she bowed to the woman in black above, alongside countless Songliao citizens, prostrating in genuine faith. From this day forth, Songliao shall only revere those willing to extend their hands in salvation. The river's surface stilled as the resentment guided the mortals to safety. Li Fu descended from the sky, staggering a few steps, having commanded tens of thousands of vengeful spirits to save lives, an immense toll upon her energy. Bu Wang extended a hand to steady her. After a pause, his voice was tinged with complexity. Is this the false world of vengeful spirits truly worth it? Li Fu's countenance was somewhat pale as she lifted her hand to wipe the moisture from her face, offering a gentle smile. If I deem it worthwhile, then it is indeed worth it. She saved not only the mortals of the vengeful spirit world, she saved the elderly man who pleaded with the immortals, and the version of herself who once stood upon the cloud ladder. With these hands, she lifted up the Li Fu who had once knelt before the immortals, seeking help. Chapter 75. The world of vengeful spirits. The vengeful energy bound the torrential rain, confining it to the expanse above Silver Lake. In other areas, the rain had ceased, and though floods engulfed the land, the common folk of Songliao swiftly adapted to a new way of survival. Boats floated upon the water, salvaging anything of value. When vessels were scarce, makeshift rafts were fashioned, and some even used basins, drifting in small clusters to select suitable sites for constructing water cities, gathering building materials. Come quickly. There are plenty of stone bricks here. Here I am. Hurry, the rope, it's tipping over, bring the rope. Ouch, I've fallen into the water, ha ha ha. After despair, they wiped their tears and continued to seek new ways to survive. Life must go on. At merely 8 years of age, Ming Lu, upon her father's fall, tied up her skirt and led the people of Songliao in planning one water city after another. Li Fu approached her and inquired, "Is there anything I can do to assist?" Ming Li's eyes glistened with tears, but she shook her head vigorously. "You have already done so much," saving countless lives. There are many more in Songliao. From now on, we can rely on ourselves. She gazed up at Li Fu, her small face adorned with round, innocent eyes. We are just ordinary mortals, lacking the might of cultivators and adults, and our lives are fleeting, yet while we still breathe, we shall live well. Upon hearing this, Li Fu affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Though you can rely on yourselves, it is no trouble to lend a hand if I am able. As these words settled, the army of city builders welcomed the vengeful spirits of the Emperor's sword banner. A few were hauling a log, chanting slogans as they dragged it up the mountain. Suddenly, a shadowy, vengeful spirit emerged, swiftly shouldering the log and racing up the slope. Meanwhile, some mortals, still in the posture of lifting the log, were caught in the chaos on the water's surface. One person's basin tipped over, and they struggled briefly before sinking. Another hand reached down to pull them up. Thank you. Looking up, the individual saw a dark, vengeful spirit squatting beside their basin, the one who had rescued them. Do you want to come sit with us? The person asked tentatively, shifting aside. The vengeful spirit glanced at the basin and then hopped in. With a whoosh, the basin flew out, colliding with another. The spirit in that basin grew furious and retaliated, and soon more basins joined the fray, laughter and merriment echoing across the water. The laughter of mortals intertwined with that of the vengeful spirits, rising and falling in a joyous cacophony. Chu Shan bellowed, "What on earth is happening?" The vengeful spirits scattered like birds, returning to their tasks. "How can you leave me out of this?" Chu Shan's voice shifted. Yet, as he squatted in a basin, he found it empty. The other spirits had fled in fright. Chu Shan was bewildered. Nearby, only one basin remained, occupied by a chubby toddler in a belly band, who was munching on their fingers and gazing up at him expectantly. Ming Lu observed this scene, her cheeks flushing. The distinction between mortal kindness and vengeful malevolence was blurred. In truth, the essence of good and evil depended on the heart and the commands of their leaders. She turned and, with a sudden motion, embraced Li Fu tightly. "Thank you. You are truly wonderful." In the next moment, Ming Lu appeared somewhat embarrassed, retreating in a hurried manner, her silhouette stumbling away. Li Fu was taken aback, but soon she smiled and shook her head. Bu Wang nibbled on a piece of aquatic grass and gazed at her, remarking that Songliao Kingdom has commenced its urban development, and the calamity in the realm of vengeful spirits seems to have subsided. Your interference this time has made quite an impact, yet it appears that the heavenly Tao remains unresponsive. The trajectory of the vengeful spirit world has been entirely altered, and still, there is no reaction whatsoever. There have been no divine punishments nor any distortions. The world continues its steady course, aligning with our modifications to forge a distinct path. How peculiar it is. Where could the master of this realm of vengeful spirits be hiding? Tu Xian returned from the distance, landing before them with a complex expression. Surely, she must have sensed the commotion we stirred up, for when she was in tune with the heavenly Tao, she could detect anomalies. Li Fu shook her head. Bu Wang squinted slightly. If the other party were aware, there would certainly be a response. Whether it be joy or displeasure, we would not find ourselves without any trace. In the current situation, the world's progression is entirely at our discretion, as if the other party has relinquished control over this realm of vengeful spirits, remaining oblivious to its happenings. Impossible, Tu Xian countered, shaking her head in denial. The realm of vengeful spirits is supported by the collective hatred of the spirits. Even if one wished to let go, it would be unattainable. Chu Shan emerged from an unknown location, wearing a strange expression. This is not right. That cannot be possible. Surely the master of this realm of vengeful spirits cannot be flawed, unable to perceive their own domain. Li Fu and the others turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. Chu Shan was taken aback, scratching his head. "Why are you looking at me?" Li Fu's expression was peculiar. "Perhaps you are correct," Chu Shan exclaimed, widening his eyes. "What are you jesting about? If the vengeful spirits truly have a flaw, how would we communicate? How could we escape?" Taking a deep breath, Li Fu slowly replied. "Given the present circumstances, let us search. We are bound to uncover some clues." A year later, Songliao had established a new order. Above the submerged Songliao Kingdom, waterborne cities began to rise. Between these cities, boats served as vehicles, bustling with the comings and goings of people. The Songliao populace embraced a newfound way of life. With no land available, they enclosed aquatic areas beside the cities to cultivate fish and aquatic plants, utilizing shallower waters by the mountains to grow rice. However, the waters of Silverfish Lake continued to swell, and the water levels in Tsang Liao remained ever rising. Fortunately, they constructed floating cities, allowing their homes to ascend with the water level. As long as they were alive, adaptation was feasible. On pleasant days, many fishermen, garbed as commoners, would set out in boats to fish in the surrounding waters. Silver fish. One individual disdainfully struck a silver fish dead within the boat, tossing it aside, preparing to take it back as fertilizer. In contemporary Tsang Liao, silver fish were no longer treasures. Conversely, due to mutations caused by the flood, these fish became dangerous, prompting Li Fu and her companions to forego offerings of silver fish. Thus, whenever the Tsang Liao people encountered a silver fish, they would kill it without hesitation. In the waters of Tsang Liao, silver fish had nearly become extinct. Chu Shan glanced down, lamenting. The silver fish here are not as vicious as those beyond the realm of vengeful spirits. Commoners can easily slay them. Just think outside. Commoners must avoid these silver fish to survive. Naturally, when humans consume less, they become less ferocious, Bu Wang replied softly. Chu Shan rubbed his arm and cursed. Damn it. Don't speak such terrifying words. Below, some people noticed them. It's Lord Li and Master Tu Xian. Lord Chu Shan has arrived. Someone exclaimed. Ming Lu, who was inspecting the growth of the fry, looked up in surprise. Indeed, like a boat draped in the Emperor's sword banner, they floated over from afar, carrying several mortals who swayed as they approached the capital's water city. Ming Lu straightened his clothes and, along with the others, rushed to welcome them. As the boat docked at the port, Li Fu set down the few mortals they had rescued. Ming Lu, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, It's been over a year. How are there still people who haven't settled in Water City? The original towns of Tsang Liao had been replaced by Water City, and the villagers hidden in the mountains had gradually emerged to reside within. Li Fu pointed to a skinny boy among them. You should ask him. When we found him, he almost refused to come back with us. The boy, named Xiao Dong, offered an awkward smile. He had been hiding with his family atop a high mountain in Tsang Liao, and when the waters submerged the mountain, he led them to dig a cave to survive. Ming Lu was puzzled. Didn't Lord Li send the vengeful spirits to notify everyone to come down to the city? Xiao Dong, increasingly embarrassed, cleared his throat and lowered his voice. They didn't seem like good people. I thought natural disasters had brought forth water monsters that would capture and eat people. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Shan. Upon hearing this, Ming Lu immediately placed his hands on his hips in anger. And now? Do you still think they are monsters? Xiao Dong shook his head vigorously. Chu Shan tugged at his hair and scoffed. You still call me a monster? If it weren't for me pulling you out, you'd either be drowned or starved to death. This boy was quite adept at hiding. They had not discovered him before. Xiao Dong accepted the dried fish handed to him by a kind woman and devoured it hungrily, mumbling through bites. I thought it better to starve or drown than to be eaten. Chu Shan's eyes gleamed with mischief as an idea struck him. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his fearsome fangs, and ominously declared, Haha, boy, you've fallen for it. I'm the water monster, specifically here to eat people. Finally caught you. Xiao Dong's eyes widened in terror as his pupils dilated. Suddenly, a hand appeared beside him, striking Chu Shan on the head. The woman who had brought the dried fish roared, Lord Chu Shan, what are you doing? Don't intentionally frighten the child. Chapter 76. Oh no, this time it's serious. Chu Shan, in disbelief, touched his head. You actually hit me? He felt these mortals were becoming exceedingly audacious. After all, he was a peak-level vengeful spirit. The woman, deftly tying her apron, stuffed the fried fish into Chu Shan's mouth while chattering. You're far too mischievous. This child looks so pitiful. You can't keep scaring people. Lord Chu Shan, you are a formidable figure and must maintain your dignity. Chu Shan covered his ears, chewing on the fish while baring his teeth at her. He recognized her as the same woman who had once compared him to her cow. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the cattle from her household, and she exhibited no fear of Chu Shan whatsoever. Upon seeing him, she would incessantly chatter, her words buzzing in Chu Shan's ears. What to do? The noise was unbearable. Li Fu pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a headache coming on, and stepped inside, dragging Chu Shan along with her. Chu Shan bared his teeth at the ant. Lord Chu Shan, I've prepared your favorite lotus root cakes. Do not forget to come and eat later, the ant called after them as they departed. Chu Shan retracted his grin and responded loudly. All right, Aunt Yang, make plenty. I want to take some home. I finished them all in just one day last time. As they entered the house, apart from Chu Shan, whose simple mind was solely preoccupied with thoughts of the lotus root cakes, The expressions of Li Fu and the others were grave, their eyes clouded with unshakable confusion. More than a year had passed, yet they had uncovered nothing. Tu Xian mumbled, feeling slightly vexed. Throughout this year, they had scoured the entire world, yet the whereabouts of the master of the vengeful spirit realm remained elusive. They had even ventured to Penlai, but still found no trace. This world appeared to exist in a state of normalcy, regardless of their actions. It elicited not the slightest response from the realm of vengeful spirits. Buwang glanced at Li Fu and shook his head. In the past, you used time to compel cultivators. Now it seems this fellow is using time to pressure you. Days turned into months, and despite the passage of over a year, there had been no discoveries. It was hard not to feel anxious. Hearing this, Li Fu traced her fingers along the emperor's sword banner. She looked out the window to see the sun shining brilliantly with shimmering waters. The world had been transformed beyond recognition, yet still thrived. Is it possible that the vengeful spirits of this world are unrelated to the floods? Tu Xian inquired softly. A heaviness settled in everyone's hearts. Chu Shan scratched his head, exasperated. If they are unrelated, then why did the vengeful spirits bring us here? Damn it, these spirits are too wicked. Entering such a bizarre realm of vengeful spirits is truly a hassle. What can we do? We are already here, Buwang sighed similarly. Over a year had passed, and they were oblivious to the situation outside. The people from Jiushao were still watching Li Fu, and being trapped here would inevitably lead to trouble. He approached Li Fu, frowning. Do you truly believe there is no connection? Li Fu affirmed with certainty, I do not believe so. She observed the fish leaping from the water and the mortals fishing in Songliao, her voice hoarse. Perhaps we must prepare ourselves for the notion that the vengeful spirits originated from this flood, and since we have averted the calamity, how could there be no response from them? If the vengeful spirits did not arise from the disaster, they should already exist. Yet we have scoured Songliao and Penlai without a single clue. The realm of vengeful spirits may hinder my exit, but it cannot prevent me from using the Emperor's sword banner to trace the aura of resentment. It is indeed perplexing that one cannot find what they seek. It borders on the paradoxical. A furrowed brow accompanied by deep contemplation rendered the room silent. Chu Shan, noticing their indifference towards him, pouted and remarked, hiding so deeply. Who are you playing hide and seek with? If only it were like in my world, where Li Fu could simply become the master of this realm and see where one could conceal themselves. In unison, the three turned their gaze towards him. Chu Shan, taken aback, instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering, why are you looking at me? Buwang's expression was complex as he clicked his tongue, saying, so this is what they call the great folly disguised as wisdom? Chu Shan pondered. Is that a compliment or an insult? Perhaps a compliment? Li Fu exhaled deeply and, surprisingly, smiled at him. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. I am complimenting you. Chu Shan, puzzled, replied, huh? His expression was one of confusion. I am not foolish. Do not attempt to deceive me. Is there any information about this world? How could one transform into the master of the vengeful spirit realm? It was impossible before. But perhaps we could try now. Li Fu raised the human emperor sword banner, uncertain of who or what the vengeful spirits were and what they had encountered. One should not directly embody the other, yet with no alternative, they had no choice but to attempt it. Li Fu waved the soul banner. This time, the endeavor was not to exit, but to embody the master of this realm, akin to the butcher of the immortal slaughter realm or the Chu Shan of Chu Shan's world. Still bewildered, Chu Shan leaned closer to Buwang and whispered, why is it that it was previously impossible, yet now it may be attempted? Buwang rolled his eyes, but ultimately chose to explain. The calamity of Tsang Liao has persisted for 2 years, and now it has been over a year and a half. If the vengeful spirits emerged from this recent flood, then at this juncture, they must have manifested, making embodiment a possibility. Should we succeed in embodying them, it would confirm their origin from this flood. Furthermore, prior to becoming vengeful spirits, their circumstances were quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Chu Shan experienced a moment of clarity. A quarter of an hour later, Li Fu opened her eyes and shook her head. It is futile. The others lowered their heads in disappointment. What could they do now? There were no clues for a breakthrough. Buwang, unusually irritable, lamented, it has been over a year. Enough is enough. Chu Shan suggested, why don't we attempt to forcibly breach the vengeful spirit realm again? The butcher of immortals shook his head. How many times have we tried this? Has it ever succeeded? Do you wish to be struck by lightning? Chu Shan shivered and promptly fell silent. Was there any other course of action? They could only trust that the vengeful spirits bore no relation to Tsang Liao and continue their search outward. But would they even be able to exit? As they conversed, they suddenly noticed that Li Fu had closed her eyes at some point, remaining silent and motionless. Bu Wang poked her arm. What are you thinking? Li Fu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and hollow, and then, curiously, looked at them. Who are you? The three were taken aback. She furrowed her brow and asked, and who am I? They responded with confusion. Oh no, this is truly a serious matter. Chapter 77, Li Fu. Have you lost your mind? Chu Shan's figure flickered as he quickly leaned closer, his eyes fixated on Li Fu in disbelief. What did you just say? Li Fu frowned. She did not respond, her mind a blank, but she quickly regained her composure and began to observe the individuals before her. Upon observing her reaction, Chu Shan inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Do not jest with me, Li Fu. What on earth has transpired? He instinctively turned to Wu Wang for assistance, feeling a sense of dread. Is she under some form of attack? Why has she suddenly become so vacant? Wu Wang, equally perplexed, inquired, You do not feel any other discomfort, do you? Have you sensed any danger? Li Fu shook her head. Wu Wang exhaled in relief, yet his brow furrowed in confusion. She must have successfully transformed, but encountered an unforeseen circumstance, or, perhaps, a unique situation that has caused her to lose her memory. Tu Xian's expression was one of concern. Is that not troubling? For now, it appears there are no immediate issues, Wu Wang replied, though the throbbing in his head intensified. The potential consequences remained uncertain, and he cursed silently. The already limited faculties of a vengeful spirit seemed further compromised, as their most astute member had become dazed. Chu Shan scratched his head in distress. What shall we do now? The purpose of her transformation was to recover memories of the vengeful spirit realm, yet now her mind is lost. Can she revert to her former self? Chu Shan felt as though his already strained intellect was being further burdened. Li Fu remained silent, observing them. Noticing the reaction among the trio, she lowered her gaze and spoke calmly. I should be referred to as Li Fu. This information is accurate. The individual before me is not astute, and any lies would bear traces. You are quite familiar with one another. Your actions suggest a level of intimacy. We must know each other and share a positive relationship, at least for now, possibly a collaborative one. We are currently situated in the same room. My body is unharmed, evidenced by the footprints I made upon entering. Your expressions reveal confusion and turmoil, suggesting that I must have encountered some unfortunate incident that led to this sudden amnesia. Or perhaps I undertook some endeavor that resulted in an unexpected outcome. After speaking, Li Fu regarded them with an unwavering gaze. Now, please elucidate the situation. Chu Shan. Tu Xian, nearly moved to tears, grasped Li Fu's wrist, her voice trembling. This is wonderful. You have merely lost your memory, not become foolish. Chu Shan's eyes darted toward her, speaking in a gruff tone. I am your superior. You typically address me as your master and obediently follow my commands. Li Fu met his gaze, her expression unchanging as she interrupted. The slight movement of the horns upon your head and the excitement in your eyes indicate deceit. Your mention of being my superior suggests you should be my subordinate or one who follows my orders. However, your demeanor reveals treachery. Thus, you are compelled, for some reason, to obey my commands without resistance. Seeing the fear etched on his face, Li Fu gently stirred the emperor's sword banner she had been holding, causing his gaze to instinctively shift toward it. Li Fu smiled faintly. It appears this is the crux of the matter. Chu Shan widened his eyes, gasping in shock. I was mistaken. I shall never speak carelessly again. Why is it that someone who has lost their memory can still be so formidable? Wu Wang pushed Chu Shan aside and turned to Li Fu. Let us discuss serious matters. I will now provide an explanation. Half an hour later. Wu Wang, do you comprehend now? You have transformed into the sovereign of the vengeful spirit realm. Yet it is evident you have encountered an unfortunate event that has resulted in amnesia. After a brief pause, he shook his head, asserting, No, that is incorrect. You have previously embodied the Lord of the Vengeful Spirits, such as Tu Xian and Chu Shan, without encountering such a situation. The issue does not lie with the embodiment. Rather, it is this world that is flawed, or perhaps it is this vengeful spirit that poses a problem. Li Fu spoke slowly. Regardless of the nature of the problem, having the ability to embody is already the first step toward success. Having a clue is certainly better than having none. As long as there is a lead, we will undoubtedly uncover the truth and escape this realm of vengeful spirits. Chu Shan was perplexed by the discourse. Yet he understood that even the dazed Li Fu was not easily deceived. Thus, he inquired directly, "What shall we do now?" Li Fu and Bu Wang exchanged glances. Responding in unison, "Identify her." Drawing from their experiences in the previous two realms of vengeful spirits, once you embody the Lord of this world, you become the vengeful spirit. Although your appearance remains that of Li Fu, in the eyes of the inhabitants of this realm, you have assumed the identity of Tu Xian, Chu Shan, and indeed the Lord of this world. Bu Wang led Li Fu outside. Ming Lu had already received word and summoned all the common folk back. "Is there something amiss?" Ming Lu asked, puzzled. Bu Wang pulled Li Fu before the crowd, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Does anyone recognize her?" The crowd replied in unison, "Lordly." Chu Shan turned to Bu Wang, his eyes brimming with skepticism. "Are you certain the embodiment was successful? Why does everyone still perceive her as Li Fu?" Indeed, to them, she appeared to be nothing but Li Fu, without any other indication. A most curious matter. Tu Xian furrowed his brow. If the embodiment had not succeeded, how could Lordly have lost her memory? A failure of embodiment? An unforeseen mishap? Chu Shan speculated. Bu Wang's expression grew solemn. "Continue onward. There are many cities in Songliao. I refuse to believe that not a single soul recognizes her. According to their earlier hypothesis, if Li Fu could embody, then the entity in question would be a vengeful spirit born from the floods of Tsang Liao over the past 2 years. Since they were people of Tsang Liao, it was certain that someone would know her." Bu Wang seized Li Fu and vanished from the spot, journeying to the next water city, with Chu Shan and Tu Xian hastily following. "Aunt Yang, your lotus cakes." Chu Shan's voice echoed from afar. "Save some for me." It was not until the following day that they finally traversed the entirety of Tsang Liao, returning to the capital. Ming Lu approached, curiosity evident on his face. "What transpired? Did the lords encounter any issues requiring our assistance?" Bu Wang shook his head. "This is a task that the common folk of Tsang Liao cannot assist with." Chu Shan sighed repeatedly. "This is a grave matter. We have roamed all of Tsang Liao, and everyone who saw Li Fu still recognized her as Li Fu. With no further clues, Li Fu sat by the water's edge, dipping her feet into the liquid, her gaze fixed upon her reflection in the water, lost in contemplation. Xiao Dong emerged with a lotus cake, munching on it while pondering. What troubles have they encountered? "It's a matter for the lords. Do not pry," Ming Lu interjected, shaking his head. This lad was full of queries, a veritable fountain of wise, and he shot a glare at him. "You ought to address them as lords." Before Xiao Dong could respond, the lotus cake in his hand vanished. Looking not far off, he saw Chu Shan already savoring his meal with delight. Although Aunt Yang was chatty, her culinary skills were truly exceptional. Xiao Dong gestured to Ming Lu with his eyes. "Is there truly such a lord?" They were unaware of the troubles plaguing the individuals in the Tsushan group. However, the affairs of adults were not their concern. They quietly delivered tea and lotus cakes before discreetly departing, leaving the space to the others. Li Fu gazed into the water, where her reflection danced upon its surface, everything appearing as it should. She reached out, stirring the image beneath the water. Though she had lost her memories after her transformation, to others, she remained her unchanged self. Thus, the question lingered. Had her transformation truly succeeded? Chapter 78. Really, here we go again? Behind her, 3 individuals were engaged in discussion. Chu Shan spoke with conviction, asserting that she could not have succeeded in her transformation. Otherwise, no one would remain unaware of her existence. Unless, of course, she was not the Tsang Liao vengeful spirit, which would create the very paradox they had previously mentioned. Upon entering the realm of vengeful spirits without memories, Li Fu had attempted her transformation but had failed. Yet yesterday, she had succeeded. According to their deductions, her previous inability to transform suggested that the master of this world of vengeful spirits had emerged from the great flood of Tsang Liao. Otherwise, such discrepancies would not exist. Only if the individual had undergone significant changes in the past 2 years could her earlier failure turn into success. But if she was indeed born from the Tsang Liao flood, how can it be that no one recognizes her? Tu Xian shook his head. Just because no one recognizes her does not mean she is not a Tsang Liao vengeful spirit. For instance, Xiao Dong, who has never come to Tsang Liao Water City, has been hiding in the mountains. If we had not found her, she might have perished unnoticed, potentially even 6 months before the flood. Before we discovered Xiao Dong and her family, who could have known they were still alive? After all, those who knew them perished in the flood. Even if Li Fu transformed into such a person, the beings in this world would remain oblivious to her identity. She did not perish 6 months prior, Wu Wang interjected. drawing a stick and dipping it in the water to sketch on the ground. Her prior failure and subsequent success suggest that she must have undergone significant changes around yesterday, approximately a year and a half into the flood. The timeline may have some discrepancies, but it is roughly around this date. He circled a year and a half in the dirt, his brow furrowed as he continued to analyze. It is possible, like Xiaodong, that she died in some unknown corner, unrecognized by anyone. Of course, there are various subtle possibilities. For instance, she may have left Song Liao at the onset of the flood, seeking refuge elsewhere, or fleeing, undergoing significant changes around the year and a half mark of the flood. This time frame is crucial. As it stands, nothing significant has transpired in Song Liao during this year and a half. It remains the era of the Great Flood, making the vengeful spirit itself the only unique aspect. Chu Shan listened intently, finishing his lotus cake, and, biting his finger, inquired, "Which hypothesis do you lean towards?" Wu Wang shrugged, candidly admitting, "I am afraid there are no clues for any of the hypotheses. I cannot deduce anything." TCH, Chu Shan rolled his eyes. Tu Xian turned his gaze toward Li Fu. Wu Wang also looked at her, his expression serious. "Now, we require your insights. Although you have lost your memories, thankfully your mind remains intact, and perhaps you could provide us with new perspectives." Upon hearing this, Li Fu lifted her head. Chu Shan gazed at her with anticipation. Admittedly, he had to acknowledge that Li Fu possessed remarkable intelligence. In times of uncertainty, she was their best hope. In the present circumstances, what exactly is happening? Li Fu gazed at them, perplexed. "Who are you?" Chu Shan frowned and inquired, "Where is this place?" Tu Xian asked the final familiar question, "Who am I?" Bu Wang exclaimed, "What now?" In the realm of vengeful spirits, Peng Lai, had the steward Bai Ming still not been located? The sect leader furrowed his brow. The eldest disciple shook his head. No. As if recalling something, he continued, "Recently, a fellow disciple reported that Elder Yuan Feng and 2 disciples had gone out on a mission and have yet to return. This news has just arrived. It is not uncommon for cultivators to enter seclusion or embark on journeys. A disappearance lasting years would not raise suspicions. It is indeed strange. While Yuan Feng could be excused, Bai Ming would never abruptly depart," the sect leader murmured. Decades prior, the 3 elders of Peng Lai had taken on a renowned disciple named Chen Xiao. This disciple displayed remarkable talent, but due to numerous matters requiring the elders' attention, the responsibility of mentoring Chen Xiao was entrusted to them. The sect leader had been exceedingly busy over the past decade, delegating most sect affairs to the stewards, seldom allowing disturbances. Recently, the 3rd elder summoned his junior brother Chen Xiao to the 9 heavens, allowing the sect leader some time to manage sect affairs, only to discover that Bai Ming had vanished. What could have happened to Yuan Feng and the 2 disciples? The sect leader furrowed his brow. At that moment, another disciple hesitated briefly. The sect leader turned to her. The disciple's expression grew serious, and she promptly stated, "Sect leader, about a year ago, it seems someone came to Peng Lai seeking an audience, after which Elder Yuan Feng and steward Bai Ming departed together." The sect leader was shaken. All present disciples turned pale. If they had left together, it implied that something had transpired, and their absence suggested something had gone awry. "This is dire, the Hall of Destiny." The sect leader's pupils constricted, vanishing swiftly from the spot. The Hall of Destiny was guarded by 2 disciples. However, upon the sect leader's arrival, the hall's doors stood ajar, empty within. Observing the hall, Yuan Feng and Bai Ming were clearly extinguished, their presence long gone. They were dead. How could this be? The sect leader was aghast. At that moment, 2 inebriated disciples appeared to awaken from their stupor, stumbling out from behind, visibly flustered. "Sect leader, we pay our respects." The 2 managed a salute, albeit unsteadily. The intoxicating peach blossom wine from the kingdom of Yu had been exchanged for offerings, and they had not anticipated becoming so inebriated, resulting in a 2-year slumber. The sect leader, incensed, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending the 2 sprawling. He bellowed, "Is this how you guard the Hall of Destiny?" The 2 disciples, suddenly alert, scrambled to their feet, bowing frantically and urgently explaining, "Sect leader, the Hall of Destiny is rarely attended. Our Peng Lai is exceedingly powerful, and no one dares to provoke us. Naturally, no disciples encounter accidents. Yet, what transpired with Yuan Feng and the others?" The sect leader, filled with rage, pointed toward the Hall of Destiny. Yuan Feng is an elder of Peng Lai, possessing divine transformation cultivation. Upon hearing this, the 2 disciples felt a chill run down their spines. This was disastrous. A grave matter had occurred. As the sect leader erupted in fury, the eldest disciple hastily attempted to placate him. Do not be enraged, esteemed leader. These two negligent individuals can be dealt with at any time. We must swiftly ascertain who dared to lay hands on Elder Penglai. To have slain a transformation god elder indicates extraordinary prowess. Could it be that a rival sect is behind this? The leader gritted his teeth, slamming his palm onto the table, reducing it to dust. Whoever it may be, they shall not escape unscathed. I will ensure their very soul is obliterated for daring to harm a member of Penglai. We will search to the ends of the earth to uncover their identity. As his words lingered in the air, a resonant bell tolled throughout the sect. The congregation looked up in astonishment. Evidently, someone was attacking the protective array of Penglai. A blatant provocation. Who could possibly have the audacity to assault the Penglai defensive formation? Are they out of their minds? Outside, a crisp female voice pierced the atmosphere. Esteemed friends of Penglai, a year ago I dispatched several of your celestial lords. Today, I have returned to inform you of this. The assembly was taken aback. The leader stammered, "Wait, she dares to show her face in Penglai." In the next moment, the high-ranking cultivators and elders of the sect gathered before the main hall, gazing in disbelief at the figure who dared challenge Penglai. The leader fixed his eyes intently on her. She was a woman, her cultivation indiscernible, donned in a flowing black and red gown. Her hair casually tied back with a few strands cascading over her chest. Apart from her piercing black eyes, which exuded an air of sharpness, she posed no apparent threat. "Are you the one who killed Yuan Feng and the others?" The leader seethed. Li Fu nodded calmly. "Indeed, that was I?" "Why?" someone inquired instinctively. Li Fu shook her head. "I have forgotten." The crowd was incensed, their expressions darkening, fists clenched tightly. The leader suddenly soared into the air. His eyes locked onto Li Fu, forcing out through gritted teeth. "Do you even realize where you are?" "I do," Li Fu replied earnestly. "This is Penglai." Although it resided within the realm of vengeful spirits, it was undeniably a grand sect of Penglai. The leader's eyes burned with rage. Knowing it was Penglai, she still had the audacity to admit to slaying their elders and disciples. Another elder appeared before her, brow furrowed. "Who exactly are you? Such madness. Yet you seem far from formidable. What gives you the courage? What is your backing?" For a moment, no one made a move. Li Fu shook her head again. "I do not know who I am, do you?" A moment of silence ensued, followed by a surge of furious voices from Penglai. "Outrageous. This individual is too presumptuous. Regardless of her identity, she cannot spout such insolence in our Penglai. She must be killed. Even the heavens must show respect to Penglai. How does she dare? Eliminate her. End her life." The cries echoed fervently. In the next instant, the leader and elders of Penglai acted simultaneously. Irrespective of her identity or origins, such provocation demanded immediate retribution. They launched their attacks toward her, yet Li Fu remained motionless, her shadow undisturbed. Bang! The clash of spiritual energy and vengeful aura reverberated. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in white appeared from the shadows, elegantly intercepting the assault with one hand while using the other to shield Li Fu, protecting her behind his form. A resounding roar echoed, filled with overwhelming resentment, causing the protective mountain array to tremble. The eyes of the inhabitants of Penglai widened in shock. Those of lower cultivation bore expressions of confusion, while those of higher realms were left in sheer terror. A peak entity of the void. Moreover, a vengeful spirit. How could such a being suddenly manifest within the bounds of Penglai? Before they could regain their composure, another vengeful spirit emerged, sporting two horns atop its head. Its visage defiant, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down their spines. By the heavens, yet another peak entity of the void. A trembling voice broke the silence. Where do they come from? The sect leader's face was etched with fear. Chaos City had long since sealed its gates. One peak vengeful spirit was already a considerable nuisance, yet here stood two. This was an event that could shake the very heavens. Why had there been no prior warning? Thud, thud, thud. Several practitioners of the void, who had been in seclusion, rushed to the hall, finding the protective array fully activated. How dare these vengeful spirits act so brazenly in Penglai? Bellowed a senior elder. More elders arrived, exchanging glances before jointly activating their formations. They might not be able to subdue two peak entities of the void, but with the protective array in place and messages already sent out, they only needed to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Penglai's might was vast. Even with two peak entities, they felt confident in their ability to manage the situation. The protective array shimmered to life. Outside, the black mist of resentment surged ominously, clawing at the air. A battle was on the verge of erupting. Then, they fled. Tu Xian swiftly vanished with Li Fu, employing escape techniques to avoid being tracked, while Chu Shan followed closely behind. The people of Penglai were left bewildered. At that moment, Chu Shan seemed to recall something, abruptly halted, and dashed back. The senior elders immediately activated the array, channeling their energies, expecting a confrontation. Suddenly, Chu Shan opened his mouth wide. A torrential flood of water poured forth from the realm of vengeful spirits, cascading down towards Penglai. As Chu Shan redirected the flood, he wore a triumphant grin, finally finding a purpose for the deluge from his realm of vengeful spirits. The two unfortunate souls within had just begun to adapt to life amidst the flood, having constructed a city upon the waters, only to see it washed away. Their sect, their kin, began to perish before their very eyes, plunging them into a new cycle of suffering. Once Chu Shan had expelled the flood, he patted his belly and took off running. Below, the practitioners struggling to manage the flood cursed loudly, while the elders, their faces twisted in rage, released their energy barriers and pursued Chu Shan. "You overstep your bounds," they cried, intent on retribution. Behind them, someone shouted, "Elders! The Nine Heavens order!" The pursuing figures abruptly halted, frowning as they turned back. "What?" The breathless messenger pointed inward. "Sect leader, elders, hurry back. The Sanqing Ding has sent word. The Nine Heavens has issued an order to Penglai." Expressions shifted among the crowd. The sect leader glanced in the direction Chu Shan had fled, gritted his teeth, yet ultimately turned back, tossing his sleeves as he returned to the sect. Tu Xian escorted Li Fu back to the mountaintop. Bu Wang waited here in vain, his expression filled with disappointment. How could even Penglai fail to recognize your transformed existence? Who, after all, is the master of this realm of vengeful spirits? No one in Song Liao was aware of it. They had turned their attention to Penglai, yet to their surprise, no one there could detect the anomaly surrounding Li Fu. Nor did they recognize her. Chu Shan descended, breathless, muttering, "I was prepared to flee, yet none of these fellows pursued us. What on earth are they doing?" He scratched his head, voicing his doubts again. "No one in Song Liao knows you, and neither does Penglai. Are you certain you truly transformed? Or is this a failed transformation? Still you, Li Fu?" Bu Wang's brow furrowed. He rubbed his fingers together, striving to remain composed. Perhaps that vengeful spirit is peculiar. Even in transformation, it retains certain characteristics. Or, worst-case scenario, not only did you fail to transform, but you were also attacked by the opponent, resulting in amnesia. Could there really be such a formidable vengeful spirit? Chu Shan remained skeptical. Tu Xian was equally perplexed. If you were indeed attacked, it indicates some movement from the adversary. We shouldn't be completely oblivious, right? Li Zhu certainly wouldn't have missed it. From the process of transformation to the loss of memory, Li Fu remained exceedingly calm, showing no signs of resistance. Given her character, if she were attacked, she would have reacted in some manner to provide them with a clue. Bu Wang, grasping his head, looked at Li Fu in despair. "Ah, who on earth are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Fu lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes vacant and hollow. Bu Wang exclaimed, "Wait, could it be?" Li Fu replied, "I do not know." The three of them were taken aback. Li Fu furrowed her brow. "Who are you? Who am I?" Chu Shan turned away, fiercely pounding the stone wall, his fists reducing it to rubble as he roared to the heavens. "Oh, save me." Chapter 80. Duration of time Li Fu had forgotten once more. Chu Shan was distraught. Tu Xian felt helpless, and Bu Wang was already numb to it. They had grown accustomed to this, had they not? Each day brought a new bout of amnesia, each time erasing all prior memories. As if her mind could only retain a day's worth of recollections, immediately resetting once full. Bu Wang was deeply curious. What exactly had the master of this realm of vengeful spirits done to Li Fu? Clearing his throat, he slowly reached out to draw her close. His voice tinged with resignation yet practiced. "Your name is Li Fu. You are from Song Liao, Shuicheng." Chu Shan counted on his fingers. Analyzing, "We have inquired throughout Song Liao, and Penglai has also sought the truth in another manner. It is indeed strange. Must we continue our search outward, all the way to the night sky?" Bu Wang shook his head. After pondering, he remarked, "This place may not even contain the night sky." Huh. Chu Shan looked at him in confusion. "What I mean is, there may not be a true night sky," Bu Wang calmly analyzed. The realm of vengeful spirits fabricates the real world, yet it cannot infinitely expand. Creating a nation, a sect, or a world within the realm of vengeful spirits is not overly difficult for those powerful and steeped in resentment. But what of the ninth sky, where masters abound? Can vengeful spirits replicate countless peak experts of the Tai Su? Beyond Tai Su lies the great ascension. Can vengeful spirits even create those? Chu Shan instinctively shook his head. No, he certainly cannot achieve it. If it were so effortless to replicate a great ascension cultivator at the pinnacle of the void, would he merely possess such a level of capability? He would have long since transcended into the realm of great ascension. Thus, the true essence of this world of vengeful spirits lies within Song Liao, having little to do with the nine heavens. There is no need for concern regarding their existence, as they shall not interfere with us. At that moment, Li Fu emerged from the water, her delicate brows and eyes shimmering under the sunlight. She leaned beside the wooden walkway, gazing at them. The nine heavens of this world may not exist, but those from the outside certainly do. Her voice was calm, her expression devoid of turbulence. The three were taken aback and turned to her. Li Fu smiled knowingly. You have stated that the nine heavens would stop at nothing to eliminate me. We have already clashed multiple times. The nine heavens are not passive entities. How long have we been in the world of vengeful spirits? A year and a half, and not a trace of the nine heavens has appeared. It is crucial to remember that prior to entering, Li Fu had borrowed the immense power of the vengeful spirit palace to slay the grand elder of the nine heavens. They could not possibly remain idle while she grows stronger. Bu Wang paused, a breath caught in his throat. Tu Xian's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing deeply. Are you suggesting that there is movement outside? It is not a suggestion. It is a certainty, Li Fu replied, lifting her gaze towards the distant silverfish lake, from which water cascaded down from the sky. Having been in the world of vengeful spirits for a year and a half, how could the nine heavens do nothing? I even suspect that, despite the strange circumstances of our entry, the nine heavens are not oblivious to it. She stirred the water's surface, recalling that the calamity in Song Liao had ceased claiming lives a year prior, and Ming Lu often led people to cleanse the waters of Song Liao. Now, the water is relatively clear, reflecting the water cities of Song Liao, a series of floating cities interconnected, teeming with life. A sense of urgency appeared on Chu Shan's face as he twitched his black horns. Then what schemes do they harbor? We entered the world of vengeful spirits unexpectedly. If the nine heavens were aware, they would surely devise a means to eliminate us. Why has there been no movement? Much like in the realm of Tu Xian, Li Fu entered first, yet the nine heavens could find ways to pursue her. Now, after a year and a half, the absence of the nine heavens in the world of vengeful spirits feels increasingly bizarre, an unsettling anxiety creeping into our hearts. Before the slaughter, we were ensnared, and we have long since been trapped within. Bu Wang exhaled deeply. As for when they will strike, it depends on the nine heavens' plans. The gravity of the situation deepened in their expressions. Just then, Ming Lu arrived with Xiao Dong and others, bringing lotus cakes and various snacks. Noticing their somber demeanor, Ming Li's eyes filled with concern. My lord, do you truly require no assistance? You have saved the entire Song Liao kingdom from being engulfed by floods, allowing us to survive. Whatever you command, we shall venture through fire and water. Song Liao is duty-bound to assist. Xiao Dong nodded earnestly. Tu Xian gently ruffled their heads, pushing them away lightly with a tender gaze. There is nothing you can do to aid us. Focus on living well here. We can handle our matters. Ming Lu and Xiao Dong, having been declined, left with their worries unmasked. If only we could help them, Ming Lu murmured. Xiao Dong pursed his lips. We are too weak to assist them. Though we do not know who their enemies are, they must be formidable and vile. Ming Lu nodded in agreement. If only we possess strength. Indeed, if we possessed the strength, we would undoubtedly assist Lord Li and his companions. As the two gradually receded, the sound of their voices elicited a smile from Tu Xian. Chu Shan seized the lotus cake and devoured it voraciously, his black horns quivering as he ground his teeth, exclaiming, "Is it merely a hassle? We shall surely resolve it. Regardless of the motives behind Jiu Shao, as long as we manage to escape, everything will be set right." Bu Wang nodded affirmatively, inscribing characters on the ground with a dampened straw, analyzing as he wrote. The current information was abundant yet chaotic, utterly incoherent. Firstly, a year and a half of flooding served as a demarcation. Transformation could not occur before this threshold, yet was permissible thereafter. Secondly, once transformed, no one would recognize her. Li Fu remained Li Fu, yet memories would dissipate, an inherent contradiction, leaving the success of Li Fu's transformation in question. Thirdly, this vengeful spirit must be exceptionally unique and formidable. Li Fu could not wield the human emperor's sword banner, and our reckless alterations to the world's course bore no consequences. Fourthly, the human emperor's sword banner could not locate the vengeful spirit for various reasons. It might be that the entity was outside the realm of the vengeful spirits. Or perhaps the current sovereign of the vengeful spirit world had yet to harbor resentment. Chu Shan crouched to observe his writings, his eyes clouded with confusion. Tu Xian pressed her lips together. The first and fourth points may be interconnected. Lord Li saved the entirety of Songliao. Yet the formidable vengeful spirit that should have emerged did not. However, according to the true progression, a change in the vengeful spirit world's sovereign should have occurred after a year and a half. In the real world, after a year and a half of flooding, the vengeful spirits underwent a significant transformation, allowing for Li Fu's potential transformation. Yet, due to our alterations to the world's course, the sovereign of the vengeful spirit world has not evolved into a strong vengeful spirit at this stage. Hence, the human emperor's sword banner cannot locate it. Chu Shan gazed at her in bewilderment. Bu Wang, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and sighed. Indeed, this analysis seems sound. Yet it raises another question. Is it feasible for a vengeful spirit stronger than you to manifest within a year and a half? This remains the root of their uncertainty. Tu Xian and Chu Shan were both unique vengeful spirits, yet their paths to growth spanned millennia. A year and a half was far too brief, and this time frame was exceedingly peculiar. Time, Tu Xian murmured, her expression suddenly becoming solemn. Is there a pattern to the duration of Lord Li's amnesia? Bu Wang immediately erased his previous notes, substituting them with new figures. I had previously recorded that the interval between the first and second episodes of amnesia was 12 hours, while the span from the second to the third was 13 hours. We are soon to encounter the fourth episode. We shall observe the duration then. Chu Shan pondered. It seems my mind is struggling to keep pace with these two. What should we do? Should we inquire? Just as Chu Shan hesitated, Li Fu abruptly spoke. 11 hours. Everyone paused, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned to her, bewildered. 11 hours? How does she know? Chapter 81. Chu Shan. This feels quite helpless. Li Fu did not respond, plunging into the water. The surface shimmered, and bubbles slowly rose, glistening in the sunlight that warmed the water. Tu Xian unconditionally trusted Li Fu. Upon hearing her words, her fingers twitched before she exclaimed, 11 hours. Does that mean the time is nearly upon us? She abruptly gazed at the water's surface. In the next moment, Li Fu emerged from the water. She gazed at them, her eyes reflecting a familiar perplexity. The three of them. The three of them. Chu Shan didn't grasp everything, yet he understood the numbers. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he raised his voice. How do you know it's 11 hours? Bu Wang stepped forward, pulling Li Fu from the water with urgency in his tone. How did you know it was 11 hours? Have you deduced something? What caused this shift in time? Li Fu looked at him and countered. Who are you? Bu Wang felt a wave of emotion. He took a deep breath and spoke with practiced ease. Your name is Li Fu, and you are. Half an hour later, Li Fu sat cross-legged by the water's edge, while the three sat across from her, their expressions serious as they fixed their 6 eyes upon her, awaiting an explanation. Bu Wang was baffled as to why it had reverted to 11 hours. What was the underlying pattern? Li Fu met the gaze of the three, calmly stating, I do not know the specific reason, for I have forgotten. The three of them. Goodness, is it necessary to torment us like this? But I can analyze it. Li Fu lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing over the emperor's sword banner, feeling the sense of security provided by the formidable weapon. Remaining exceedingly calm, I do not recall what my previous self did, but even with amnesia, I remain who I am. Bu Wang's pupils constricted. His expression was strange. Incredulous. So did you do something? Having already forgotten, how could you possibly accomplish anything? Li Fu looked at him, articulating each word distinctly. As long as it is me, I will never passively await judgment on my identity. The interval between my first and second amnesia was 12 hours. Thus, after the second amnesia, I would never neglect to approach the matter from a temporal perspective. If I were to arrange it now, I would excise 1 hour of memory after the second amnesia and place it elsewhere. Her gaze shifted to the emperor's sword banner, its sole banner bound to the hilt. Though the deep black exuded a faintly terrifying aura, Bu Wang followed her gaze, and then he opened his mouth. So, After the second amnesia and before the third, you excised 1 hour of memory and placed it within the Emperor's sword banner? In a flash of realization, he looked at her, his eyes lighting up. I understand now. It is a fixed 12-hour memory, not 12 hours. After the second instance, the memory you excised was returned in the third. Thus, from the second to the third, your 12 hours of memory corresponds to a time span of 13 hours, and from the third to the fourth, with an additional hour of memory. It became a duration of 11 hours. A temporal examination, and she successfully arrived at the answer. Li Fu nodded. That should indeed be the case. So I must have successfully transformed. Time has validated this. The uniqueness of the 12-hour memory is not due to me, but rather to the master of the vengeful spirit realm. Bu Wang sighed in wonder. Tu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Chu Shan. Sometimes, it feels quite helpless. During the conversation between Bu Wang and Tu Xian, he found himself somewhat perplexed, feeling that his intellect paled in comparison to others. However, when Li Fu began to speak, he felt utterly devoid of intelligence. Tu Xian murmured, perhaps due to attacks and other factors, the Lord Li has had his memories erased, suffering from amnesia every 12 hours. Yet, through the careful curation and placement of memories, it becomes evident that this peculiar trait of memory retention belongs to another person, not to the Lord Li. Hence, it can be concluded that the Lord Li has successfully transformed. Li Fu nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, she confidently replied, the information can be updated. This is a powerful being with the unique characteristic of retaining memories for only 12 hours. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of this world remains unresponsive. For a being with merely 12 hours of memory may not even know who they are or what the course of this world should be. If one is unaware of the processes at play, how can there be any reaction? Naturally, their actions would not attract the attention or interference of the heavenly Tao. The realm of the heavenly Tao and their world, due to amnesia, exist in a state of near separation. Bu Wang's expression grew complex. No wonder we cannot awaken the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, for this being truly lacks intellect, yet possesses immense power, confining us here. Upon hearing this, Chu Shan felt a stir within. Clearly, the beings of this world were far less astute than he. If the other party could join the human emperor's sword banner as a foundation, would his intellect no longer be scorned? After all, compared to a being with 12 hours of memory, he considered himself rather clever. Tu Xian seemed to recall something, his demeanor turning grave. How can we possibly escape from such a troublesome existence? Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? The Nine Heavens people are still lurking with malicious intent. Who knows what other dangers await us? Remaining in the realm of vengeful spirits is ultimately perilous. Upon hearing this, Bu Wang's expression also shifted to one of seriousness.